Chapter 1. A Sudden Slap. In the stillness of the night, within the main courtyard of the Ning Wang residence, a faint light flickered. Shen Zhiyi felt herself drifting, akin to a delicate feather floating upon the surface of water. Tears unconsciously welled in her eyes as she bit her crimson lip. Xie Yanci lowered his head, tenderly lapping at the tears at the corners of her eyes, as if they were rare pearls. Perhaps sensing the chill of the blanket upon her, he unhesitatingly cast it aside, treating it as a mere, trifling object. Shen Zhiyi instinctively curled up and murmured, "It's cold." Xie Yanci leaned closer, his voice icy. "Bear with it." Suddenly jolted back to reality, Shen Zhiyi's eyes hardened, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. Once their encounter concluded, Xie Yanci rose without a shred of compassion and returned to his own quarters. Shen Zhiyi, her body weary, as if all her bones had been extracted, slowly made her way to the bath, her heart heavy with desolation. He was always like this, regarding her merely as a vessel for warmth, summoning her only when he had a need, utterly disregarding her feelings. This was the man she had longed for, the revered warrior lord. Shen Zhiyi gently wiped the tears from her eyes, suppressing the tide of bitterness that surged within her. Her maid, Xie, felt a pang of sympathy for her mistress, tears brimming in her own eyes as she softly consoled. "My lady, I heard from the people in the front courtyard that the Lord has pressing matters to attend to." Shen Zhiyi was well aware that this was but a feeble attempt at comfort. She replied with a gentle tone, "I am merely a secondary consort, unable to bear children. How could I dare to expect the Lord to spare any thought for me? There is no need for consolation. My heart is as clear as a mirror. It will not be long before the Lord takes a primary consort, and we must both adhere to our roles." These words incensed Xie, who retorted with a huff, "My lady, how can you belittle yourself so? It is all because of that vixen. You have been married to the Lord for 5 years, and had the young master been born safely, she would have no claim to the position of primary consort. Moreover, the young master was harmed because of her." Realizing her words had been too extreme and had inadvertently touched upon her mistress' sorrow, Changxi's face turned pale, and she hastily knelt down. Mentioning that child felt as though a significant part of Shen Zhiyi's heart had been gouged out, tears streaming down like a breached dam. That child, her firstborn, had been conceived in the first year of her marriage to Xie Yanci. When she was 4 months along, feeling stifled within the estate, she had yearned to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Little did she expect to encounter an assassination attempt. In that critical moment, Xie Yanci, as the father of her child and her husband, had callously abandoned her for another woman, sustaining grave injuries in his attempt to rescue her. She, pierced through the chest by an assassin's blade, lost her child, and nearly lost herself in the process. The cold steel, akin to a venomous serpent, penetrated her flesh, and the excruciating pain remains etched in her memory to this day. Li Nanjia, the woman he cherished like a jewel, the renowned Princess Ning of the capital, was also Xie Yanci's childhood companion. They once galloped side by side on the battlefield, sharing life and death. Had fate not taken a cruel twist, leading her to marry Xie Yanci, resulting in misunderstandings that blossomed in Li Nanjia's heart, they might have long since forged a bond as inseparable as a pair of mandarin ducks. A woman who shamelessly approached him. How could the indifferent Xie Yanci ever hold her dear? After years of grievances endured by both, it was time for her to step aside. Shen Zhiyi found herself engulfed in profound anguish, a wrenching pain in her heart radiating throughout her body, and suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from the corner of her lips. Her consciousness slipped into chaos. When she awakened once more, she found Changxia and Xingyue attending her. As Shen Zhiyi attempted to speak, she discovered her voice was hoarse and her body heavy. "What has happened to me?" Changxia, typically the more composed of the two, smiled first, saying, "My lady, you are fine. The doctor has assured us that you will recover in a few days. It is but a minor ailment, nothing to fret over." "A minor ailment? Nothing to worry about." Then why were Changxi's eyes red-rimmed and swollen, and even the usually composed Xingyu's eyes were puffy? Their unwavering loyalty to her made it clear that such matters could not be trifled with. Shen Zhiyi understood, feigning an admonishment. "Speak the truth. This is my own body. Why conceal it from me?" "My lady, it is merely a slight cough." "Silence. If you do not speak the truth, I shall not allow you to serve me any longer." Shen Zhiyi managed to utter those words with great difficulty, as if her body had been drained of all strength, her feeble attempt to open her eyes consuming the last vestiges of her energy. Tears cascaded down Xingyu's cheeks like a deluge. "My lord, please do not be angry, I beseech you," she implored. "The doctor mentioned that your heart bears a heavy burden, and it has reached a state of utter exhaustion. Woe is me, you are still so young. How could this be? Surely, that quack is spouting nonsense." Changsha hastily added, "Indeed, my lord, from now on, I shall tell you a joke every day. You must remain cheerful." Utter exhaustion. Shen Zhiyi wore a placid expression, realizing that her anguish was not as profound as she had imagined. In fact, there was a peculiar sense of delight within her. If she were to perish, would she no longer have to confront the frigid walls of the palace? She could finally meet the child who had yet to see the light of day. The years spent in the palace had been unbearable, and liberation was finally within reach. She had been ill for 3 months, and throughout this duration, she had not once laid eyes on Xie Yanci, nor had he sent anyone to inquire after her. Of course, he was preparing to wed another who would remember the wretched figure confined to her sickbed. Moreover, she was currently unable to fulfill his desires, her only value seemingly reduced to this. How could someone as indulgent as Xie Yanci possibly return? As winter approached, the temperature gradually dropped. The courtiers within the palace were ever so sycophantic now that he was to marry a new consort. She had fallen from grace, yet no one was harsh regarding her needs, treating her as they always had. In fact, renowned physicians continued to attend to her after 6 months of illness. She had been taking her medicine and following prescribed treatments, and it appeared her condition was slowly improving. Overall, for the past 6 months, she had not encountered the man who had once disturbed her peace, not even once. Instead, there were endless whispers about Li Nanjia and him, their winter escapades. Riding together with such affection, the palace buzzed with gossip she had no desire to hear. The cold wind rustled the treetops, the deep green foliage swaying gently. Shen Zhiyi stood by the window, gazing at the meticulously nurtured plants tended by Xingyue. With the weather growing colder, the winter-bereft flora could not thrive, no matter the care bestowed upon them. She reached out to touch the yellowing leaves, letting out a sigh. "Alas, have you heard? The mother of the side consort has passed away. It seems she died quite suddenly." "Really? Is that true? When did this happen?" 2 idle maids squatted by the window, whispering among themselves. "It is indeed true, though we in this courtyard were unaware. Madam Shen has been dead for over 2 months. Our lord is soon to marry Miss Li, and should this news reach the frail side consort, what if she were to succumb? A joyous occasion must not turn into a funeral." "So that is the case. The lord truly loves Miss Li. They are indeed a match made in heaven. Remember when the side consort shamelessly climbed into the lord's bed? Now, she cannot even compare to a single strand of Miss Li's hair." Their murmurs gradually faded into the distance. Shen Zhiyi felt an icy chill envelop her, as if her blood had turned to ice, her body rendered immobile, her mind trapped in a standstill, with only the words "she has died" echoing. Relentlessly, tears as large as soybeans cascaded down like an uncontrollable flood, yet she remained oblivious. Clenching her fingers tightly, her elongated nails sank deeply into her tender palm, blood gushing forth, yet she felt not a hint of pain. "Puff! My lady, my lady!" As Xingyue burst through the door, she was met with the sight of her collapsing to the ground, having coughed up blood, the vivid crimson staining the floor and soaking her. Pristine white garments. "Quick, someone! Fetch a doctor! Fetch a doctor!" Shen Zhiyi waved her hand, propping herself up and wiping the blood from her lips, her obsidian eyes filled with determination, their piercing gaze radiating an aura of severity, her entire being exuding a sense of menace. "Assist me in changing my garments. We shall return to the Shen residence." The Shen residence. A woman clad in a pale green gown reclined upon a couch, resting her chin on her hand, admiring the freshly crafted danko, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Without that old hag in the Shen residence, I can finally breathe easy, ha ha ha." Beside her, an elderly maid promptly flattered. "Indeed, miss, your actions are swift and decisive. Had it not been for that wretched woman causing the death of a late mistress, leading to your and the eldest young master's premature birth, the mistress would not have perished, and you both would not have suffered from frail health since childhood." Upon hearing this, Shen Yanci's expression turned icy. She was merely a lowly maid who climbed into my father's bed. Does she truly believe she can secure the position of Shen? Mistress, had it not been for the maid revealing the truth to me, I might have mistaken a thief for my mother. It is because of her that I was rendered unable to bear children and subsequently abandoned by my husband's family. Now, I do not even dare to step outside. Now that the old woman is gone, that little wretch Shen Zhiyi has also fallen gravely ill. Ha. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. Bang! The door was suddenly flung open. Xie Yanci, poised to unleash her fury, was taken aback by an unexpected figure appearing before her, and before she could react, a forceful slap struck her face. Ah, my face! Shen Zhiyi, are you out of your mind? How dare you hit me? Shen Yanci's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression twisted in rage as she glared at her, wishing to see her suffer 1,000 deaths. Shen Zhiyi, with a cold demeanor, remained silent, retaliating with another slap to her other cheek, the sharp sound echoing through the quiet room. Ah, you wretched girl! Shen Yanci, incensed, rose from the couch, ready to fight. Shen Zhiyi smirked. That's precisely who I aim to strike. Following this, she delivered a forceful kick, while Xing Yue and Changxia restrained the maid. In that moment, Shen Zhiyi resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell, her chilling voice enveloping Shen Yanci. Did you not cause my mother's death? What have you truly done? Within the entire Shen residence, only these siblings harbored disdain towards their mother, while all others praised the stepmother's conduct. Her unfortunate demise has nothing to do with me. Ah, are you hitting me again? Shen Yanci's hair hung in disarray, resembling wild grass, and her fair cheeks were marred by vivid crimson handprints, a sight both shocking and distressing. She was not one to suffer indignities lightly, however. For reasons unknown, she found herself quaking in the presence of the aura exuded by Shen Zhiyi. Someone help! Someone! You need not call, there is no one outside. Shen Yanci's heart trembled. What do you intend to do? I did not cause your mother's death. Oh, you dare swear? Shen Yanci was taken aback, her lips moving in a whisper, yet refusing to utter the words. Understanding dawned on Shen Zhiyi, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. What have you done? Shen Yanci stammered, unwilling to speak, her gaze averted. Shen Zhiyi gradually composed herself, forcing down the surge of blood rising in her throat. With a swift motion, a tiny blade shot out from Shen Yanci's garment, piercing her throat, and in an instant, she succumbed to a fatal hemorrhage. Chapter 2, She no longer pursues. Shen Zhiyi collapsed onto the snow-covered ground of the Shen residence, resembling a withered flower. Blood stained the pristine white snow, as if the very earth mourned her plight. Crimson flowed from her lips, a vivid cascade of despair. She attempted to draw her lips into a semblance of a smile. It was laced with profound bitterness. Ultimately, she gently closed her eyes. Within a haze of confusion, she felt a throbbing in her head. In the pitch darkness of night, whispers fluttered around her. Hurry, get her to the ugly brat's place. Let us see how she flaunts her power after losing her purity. The sharp, caustic voices pricked at Shen Zhiyi's senses, and as if in a dream, she slowly opened her eyes. To her horror, she realized she was being carried, her body devoid of strength, burning with unnatural heat. Had she been drugged? But wasn't she dead? Shen Zhiyi, after today, you shall never rise again. Before she could comprehend the words, she was unceremoniously thrown into a dark room. The mention of the ugly brat and the drugging brought memories of her past, when her half-sister, Shen Yanci, out of jealousy and hatred, had schemed to ruin her innocence. In a twist of fate, the same drugged man, Xie Yanci, had stumbled into that very room, knocked out the assailant, and in the ensuing chaos, she became his unwilling bride. That night marked the beginning of her torment. What was happening? Shen Zhiyi could not fathom it, so she resolved to escape, whether it was a dream or reality. She must flee and ensure no further entanglements with Xie Yanci. Gripping a sharp hairpin, she steeled herself and plunged it into her palm, the pain jolting her into clarity. Run. It was night. She recalled awakening previously in the Ningguang residence. Most likely, after the incident, Xie Yanci had regained consciousness and taken her away. She wondered if Shen Yanci awaited her outside. Perhaps hiding would be wise. Yet, she underestimated her sister's indifference. A naive young lady like Shen Yanci would not concern herself with sordid affairs. Using the scant moonlight, Shen Zhiyi discovered an empty water vat and curled herself within. Covering it tightly, she stilled her breath, straining to listen to the sounds outside. What was that? A thud. Something had fallen. Xie Yanci had arrived. He had knocked out the assailant. Shen Zhiyi's heart raced in fear of being discovered, uncertain why this scene from her past was replaying. Perhaps fate had granted her a second chance. Xie Yanci was tormented by an unbearable heat on the brink of madness. He took a deep breath, collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, his vision growing increasingly blurred. With flushed eyes, he scanned the surroundings, spotting a water jug. His throat parched, he stumbled towards it, desperately pouring water into his mouth. Coughing, he gasped, "Water, water." Shaking the empty jug in frustration, he searched the vicinity, but found nothing. He needed water. He craved water. A fire seemed to blaze within him, overwhelming his senses. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a water tank nearby and, bracing himself, made his way towards it. Inside the tank, Shen Zhiyi was startled, her heart racing as she tightly shut her eyes, fervently praying that Xie Yanci would not approach. Not come closer. Bang! Hiss! Xie Yanci rubbed his head, having stumbled and collided with the tank, his vision still blurry. As consciousness gradually returned, he took a deep breath and leaned against the tank, sitting on the ground to recite the heart-calming mantra. The Great Way is formless, nurturing heaven and earth. The Great Way is unfeeling, guiding the sun and moon. Seeing him make no further movements, Shen Zhiyi, separated by a tank, finally let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he hadn't come any closer. Xie Yanci spent the entire night reciting the heart-calming mantra. Time slipped away unmeasured, and it was only when the first light of dawn graced the horizon that he departed. Shen Zhiyi waited for what felt like an eternity before finally rising, only to stumble and fall clumsily to the ground. Having stayed in the tank for too long, her legs were numb and unresponsive. At the Shen residence, Shen Zhiyi stealthily returned through the back door to the courtyard. Xingxia, Xingyu, two maids, their eyes swollen from tears, abruptly looked up. "Miss, where have you been? We were frantic with worry. We've had people searching for you secretly. Miss, you scared us to death." Shen Zhiyi smiled, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of the lively young maids. In her previous life, her unhappiness had cast a shadow over them. But this time will be different. "I'm fine. Quickly prepare some water. I shall bathe shortly." Xingyu wiped her tears. "Yes, Mississippi." The greatest regret of her previous life had been the inability to see her mother one last time, and now she stood merely a step away from entering the room. Yet, Shen Zhiyi found herself involuntarily hesitating, fingers tightly curled, lips pressed together, her heart in turmoil. Could this truly be a dream? Would her mother really be inside? Never mind. No matter the reality, whether a dream or not, what did it matter? Resolutely, she stepped into Madame Shen's chamber. As she beheld that familiar face, tears streamed down Shen Zhiyi's cheeks, her voice choked with emotion. Mother. Madame Shen was embroidering when she heard the voice. She lifted her gaze and, upon seeing her daughter's disheveled appearance, felt a pang of pain in her heart. "My dear, what has happened to leave you in such distress?" Before she could finish speaking, Madame Shen rose, and Shen Zhiyi, like a weary bird returning to its nest, flung herself into her warm embrace. "Mother, woo-woo, mother, I miss you so much. Mother, mother." Though Madame Shen did not understand what had transpired, she comforted her. "I'm here. Tell me what has troubled you, my dear. Have those two little rascals bullied you? I shall seek justice for you." "No." "Well, mother, mother." Shen Zhiyi could only repeatedly call out, finding solace in her mother's warm embrace, assuring her that she had truly returned. Her mother was still alive, and this time, she would protect her fiercely. After speaking with Madame Shen for what felt like half an hour, she reluctantly departed, returning to change her attire. "Miss, the concealed weapon you personally crafted for Prince Ning has successfully passed the trial recently. You truly are remarkable. Should we deliver it to Prince Ning?" Changxia inquired while rubbing her back. "A concealed weapon? Intended for Prince Ning?" Shen Zhiyi's expression darkened. She dismissed the idea. "No, you two young maidens should keep it for your own protection. What does a grown man like him need it for?" Changxia and Xingyu exchanged puzzled glances. Then, miss, what about the pastries you ordered at Chunfeng Tower yesterday? They have already been delivered to the Shen residence. Do not send them. Give them to my mother instead. Xie Yanci? What nonsense! In this lifetime, she must protect her mother well. As for Xie Yanci, he can go wherever he pleases. It would be best if he and Li Nanjia were to be together. She will not pursue him again. Xing Yue swallowed hard. However, miss, there's one more matter. The sachet you prepared for Prince Ning has already been delivered half an hour ago. Shen Zhiyi's lips twitched slightly. She had completely forgotten about that. In her previous life, when she awoke in Prince Ning's residence, she was present when the sachet arrived. Xie Yanci had said nothing, presumably out of guilt, and accepted it. What about this time? Shen Zhiyi wearily closed her eyes. Forget it. She would leave it be. Given Xie Yanci's nature, he would surely not accept such a symbolically suggestive item. Let be. Father, I witnessed my sister entangled with a man in a suspicious manner yesterday. I intended to inquire out of goodwill, but she scolded me fiercely instead. While it is one thing for mother to allow her to pursue Prince Ning, if she truly marries into the prince's residence, it will reflect well on our Shen family. She is certainly not in the courtyard now. Having not returned all night, she may not care for her own reputation. But we cannot allow the entire Shen residence to become a laughingstock. Sire, are you certain? Shen Zhong furrowed his brows, visibly displeased. Usually, their minor squabbles could be overlooked, as he had always favored them due to Sierra growing up without a mother. However, when it comes to reputation as a father, he must impose strict discipline to avoid tarnishing the Shen family name. As a member of the Shen family, how can my sister spread such rumors? A young lady's reputation is of utmost importance. If word spreads about her careless behavior, it could lead to dire consequences. Shen Zhiyi pushed the door open, her gaze fixed intently on her sister. Since you are so certain of what you saw, one might think you are deliberately trying to frame me. Xie Yanci's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Shen Zhiyi's return. What nonsense are you spouting? I was merely expressing concern for you. She then turned to Shen Zhong, feigning innocence. Father, I did not. Enough. Since it is a misunderstanding, let it go. Let's downplay the matter. This is Shen Zhong's stance. Shen Zhiyi's expression turned cold. The reason for her mother's sudden death in her previous life remains unknown. Investigating the events of past and present would be troublesome. So it is best to confront Xie Yanci directly and eliminate the issue at its root. Chapter 3. The Sachet Through a Previous Life. Shen Zhiyi realized an essential truth. One must never show mercy to adversaries. The principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, I shall surely exact retribution became her guiding mantra. It was imperative for her to guard her heart against men. Shen Zhiyi had never been a person easily trifled with. Her restraint was merely a fade maintained in the presence of someone she cherished. In a bid to avoid encounters with Xie Yanci, the spirited Shen Zhiyi chose to seclude herself, eschewing all social gatherings and focusing intently on developing concealed weapons suitable for her mother. Her mother was gentle and had never relished such matters. Yet Shen Zhiyi feared that one day she might find herself in a perilous situation, lacking the means to protect herself. What are you up to, Mrs.? Shen entered the room, carrying a food box, her face adorned with a soft smile. Mother. Shen Zhiyi hastily set down her small contraption and rushed over. What brings you here? I prepared some delicious food for you, and there's something we must discuss, her mother replied. What is the status between you and the Prince of Ning? You have declined to marry for his sake, and now, at 17. With your sister preparing for her own marriage, what are your intentions? Shen Zhiyi's eyes darkened. Indeed, she was 17 and steadfast in refusing to marry that scoundrel, Xie Yanci. Yet, what would become of her mother if she remained single? If she did not marry, her mother would face her father's ire, and Shen Zhiyi herself would be the subject of gossip, for her father, proud as he was, would never permit such a situation. If you have made a decision, I shall speak with your father on your behalf, her mother offered. Mother, I understand. Please, I would appreciate your assistance in finding someone suitable, Shen Zhiyi replied. Mrs. Shen was taken aback. And the Prince of Ning? That is all in the past. We, the Shen family, are but a humble household. I have come to realize that marrying into the royal family is an impossibility. How could the legitimate daughter of a fourth-rank minister hope to wed into such a prestigious family? The title of side consort was granted out of the prince's sense of guilt in my previous life. Perhaps it is for the best. A man of his stature may take numerous wives after marriage. I shall assist you in finding a suitable match. Mrs. Shen smiled, her lips curving upward. In the month since her rebirth, Shen Zhiyi had immersed herself in her own affairs, learning alongside Mrs. Shen how to manage their shop. Mrs. Shen had provided her with a clothing store to hone her skills. In her previous life, while she had been preoccupied with pursuing Xie Yanci, she had only skimmed the surface of such knowledge. Miss Shen, please, you must help our young lady. A young maid rushed in, tears streaming down her face as she knelt before her. Jingwei, what has happened? Shen Zhiyi's expression turned icy. Our young lady was at the market near the tavern today when she unexpectedly encountered Lord Pei, the Minister of Justice, apprehending a criminal. At the time, Lord Pei was dressed inconspicuously and had disguised himself, mistaking him for the suspect, our young lady. She used the concealed weapon you provided her to injure Lord Pei, and the real criminal escaped. Now, Lord Pei has imprisoned her, alleging her as an accomplice. Shen Zhiyi furrowed her brow. In her previous life, upon awakening within the Prince of Ning's residence, Ling Yue had rushed to support her without venturing near the tavern, thus avoiding the predicament that had unfolded in this life. Lan Yu's father, the minister of the National University, was a timid and obsequious man, while her mother showed no affection for her, favoring her two younger twin brothers instead. In her previous life, she was married off to a man 20 years her senior, solely to serve her family's interests and to pave the way for her brothers, completely disregarding Lan Yu's happiness. Merely 2 months into the marriage, her mother took her own life by jumping into a well. Thus, at present, Lan Yu had no one to aid her. Let us proceed to the Dali Temple. Xing Yue, fetch me the set of bracelets and the medicine pouch I have collected. This situation was exceedingly precarious. Lan Yu had released a suspect, and it was likely that more lives would be lost as a result. Therefore, it was not possible to plead for her, nor would she investigate the case, leaving only the option of calming the anger of Lord Pei. At the Dali Temple, I am immensely grateful to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Ning. Had it not been for your presence, this suspect might have escaped. Now, with irrefutable evidence, he is indeed the perpetrator of the wife murder case. Lord Pei Xian of the Dali Temple lay in bed, contorted in pain, beads of sweat forming as he spoke just a few words. The agony was unbearable, particularly as the injury was to his leg. What concealed weapon has inflicted this upon you? A man's voice, cold as a gentle stream, resonated. His deep-set eyes dark and mysterious, clad in a long black robe that starkly contrasted his fair complexion. I have no idea why that wild girl, Zhang Lanyu, suddenly attacked me. Ouch, it hurts terribly. She couldn't even recognize me. It infuriates me. Xie Yanci's ebony eyes deepened in hue as he retrieved a porcelain vial from his pocket. This medicine is highly effective. Taking one will aid in recovery. Thank you. His Royal Highness. Pei Xian swallowed the medicine amid cold sweat, his expression slightly twisted as he contemplated what crime to attribute to Zhang Lanyu. Lord Pei, Miss Shen Zhiyi seeks an audience. Pei Xian's temper flared even more. Ah, a good sister has arrived, is she? I shall not see her. He bellowed, no. Do not allow Zhang Lanyu to plead on my behalf. Anyone who does so shall be treated as equally guilty. Outside the door, Shen Zhiyi awkwardly scratched the back of her head, raising her voice. Lord Pei, I am not here to plead. I have come to deliver medicine. Deliver medicine? Inside, Pei Xian paused, his gaze meeting Xie Yanci's. Xie Yanci's face darkened visibly, his cold stare fixed upon him, his silence imposing an icy atmosphere. Pei Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Your Royal Highness, I am not acquainted with Miss Shen, truly. She is merely here as an intermediary for Zhang Lanyu. Lord Pei, this fine medicine will greatly assist in your wound's recovery. You have worked so diligently on this case, devoted to your country and its people. The heavens and the earth bear witness to your noble character. Your esteemed image has long been etched in my heart. You have been exceptionally gifted since youth, taking on the role of the Dali Temple at a mere age. Enough. Spare me the flattery. Come in. She did not enter soon. The Prince of Ning might very well skewer him with that icy glare. Who could withstand such a chill? As Shen Zhiyi pushed open the door, the smile that adorned her face vanished as swiftly as a receding tide, leaving her in a state of indecision, neither entering nor retreating. The chill emanating from the soles of her feet permeated her entire being, a torrent of anguish flooding her heart, drowning her completely. Her complexion drained of color, turning as pale as parchment. She had anticipated that upon encountering Xie Yanci once more, she would remain as tranquil as still waters, untouched by any emotional upheaval. Yet, why was it? She loathed her inability to maintain composure. Shen Zhiyi paused momentarily, inhaling deeply, pressing her lips together and regaining her bearings. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and, under the weight of those two penetrating gazes, stepped into the room. The words she intended to convey slipped her mind entirely, and in her fluster, she spoke aimlessly, with the majority of her remarks extolling Pei Xian. She implored him to treat Jiang Lanyue leniently, and upon confirming the apprehension of the suspect, she promptly revealed the items she had brought. Her movements were swift, as if propelled by urgency. A chilling bracelet, yet it possessed hidden intricacies. Half contained a narcotic, while the other half held an antidote, accompanied by a packet of rare medicinal herbs. She tossed the items onto the table, and Pei Xian consented to spare Jiang Lanyue, but insisted she serve him until he recovered, after which he would allow her to return. Shen Zhiyi, satisfied, turned away without a glance in anyone's direction. Xie Yanci's expression darkened, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. "Rest while I take my leave." His towering stature enabled him to close the distance in mere strides, swiftly catching up to the startled Shen Zhiyi. "Miss Shen," she hesitated, feigning ignorance, and began to hasten her pace. Xie Yanci clenched his jaw, his eyes shadowed with a darkness so profound it threatened to spill over. He strode forward, blocking her path. "Miss Shen, what does this mean?" Shen Zhiyi had intended to defend herself until she caught sight of the sachet in his hand, prompting her to fall silent. "I do not recognize this item." "Ah, it was borrowed from His Highness, the Prince of Ning." Ouch! Leveraging his height, Xie Yanci swiftly grasped the back of her collar, pivoting her to face him. Leaning slightly, his icy gaze bore down on her, and his lips moved, revealing the embroidered words, "Shen Zhiyi, may you forever find joy." "Ah, I remember now, I embroidered this in my youth, and I sincerely apologize for offending His Highness, the Prince of Ning. I regret any damage to your reputation, and I beseech you, Your Highness, to exercise magnanimity and forgive me this once." "Offend?" Xie Yanci released her, his countenance as frigid as frost. "That young lady has matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. As for the sachet, Your Highness, feel free to dispose of it. I shall no longer trouble you henceforth." Chapter 4. The matching jade pendant. Half a month has elapsed since the day of the fragrant sachet. Shen Zhiyi's life has returned to tranquility, yet she has still not retrieved the sachet, likely discarded by Xie Yanci. In this lifetime, without any unexpected occurrences, he and Li Nanjia should be on the verge of a successful union. "Dear, I have found a suitable match for you, the second son of the left minister Gu Jinghe. He is amiable, handsome, and at the age of 22, with a clean household. He is preparing for the imperial examination this year, having performed commendably in previous assessments. What are your thoughts?" Shen Zhiyi lowered her gaze. Gu Jinghe? She truly had no recollection of him. At her age, it was already a challenge to secure a good marriage, unlike Xie Yanci, who had been betrothed since childhood. However, her fiancé had been in mourning for his late grandfather for several years, leaving her still unmarried. "Mother, it is up to you to decide." Madame Shen, exasperated, retorted, "Why should I be the one to decide? Your Aunt Yi is hosting a banquet in 2 days, and you must accompany me to observe. This is no ordinary gathering. Your Aunt Yi's eldest son is marrying a princess, and we cannot afford to be careless." Shen Zhiyi dismissed it with indifference. It was merely a banquet. In the end, marrying anyone was still marriage. If she were disinclined, her mother would undoubtedly fret, graying under the pressure from her father to comfort her. She did not wish for her mother to suffer such burdens. After all, once married, as long as she safeguarded her heart, no one could inflict harm upon her. Her current preoccupation was devising a way to discreetly eliminate Shen Yanci the heartless one from this world. Her own hands must remain untainted. With only 2 months remaining until her wedding day, the day of the banquet arrived, and Shen Yanci, fearing that her sister might attach herself to some powerful noble under the guise of needing care, insisted on overshadowing her in appearance, adorned in opulence. In the carriage, Shen Yanci remarked, "Sister, do you mind if I accompany you? I've been quite fatigued with the preparations for my wedding. Mind? I would prefer if you would leave. Your presence is a nuisance." Shen Zhiyi's sudden verbal assault left Shen Yanci speechless, taken aback. She had always been obedient, perhaps exchanging a few sharp words at most, but what had changed? Madame Shen quickly intervened. "Yanci, dear, he has been feeling rather low lately." She did not mean it. "You have always advocated for older sisters to be accommodating towards their younger siblings. So I trust you will be magnanimous and not hold it against E." What nonsense! Why should she defend a thankless wretch? In her childhood, she had poured her heart and soul into caring for Shen Yanci and Shen Yanci, twins born prematurely and frail. She had tirelessly sought physicians and attended to their every need, fearing they would feel abandoned by their birth mother, thus devoting most of her affection to them. In the end, she had become the wicked stepmother, bullied by her biological daughter. Who could be pleased with such a fate? Shen Yanci twisted her handkerchief. Her face darkened. "Sister, you're not a child anymore and must consider marriage. Do not behave so disrespectfully, lest it reflect poorly on our family." Shen Zhiyi retorted, "If you cannot speak with grace, then remain silent. There are no outsiders here to witness this facade of sisterly affection. Is there any need to tear apart their facade?" Since her birth, Shen Yanci had deliberately covered her nose with a blanket, nearly suffocating her. At the age of 5, she was intentionally pushed into the water, and later abandoned on the street to become a beggar. The pretense had long been shattered. She was too weary to continue this charade. Shen Yanci's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, biting her lower lip in silence, glaring at her with fierce intensity. Were it not for her solitude, she would have acted recklessly. Had there been even one maid by her side, she would have torn Shen Zhiyi's mouth apart. After being reprimanded once by Shen Zhiyi, she became much more subdued and refrained from speaking. In the Yi residence, the lady referred to as Aunt Yi by Shen's mother was her cousin, who had married into the Marquis's family and was now basking in the glory of her eldest son's recent marriage to a princess. The banquet attracted many prominent figures, with seating arrangements made according to social status, placing Madame Shen at the forefront due to familial ties. This banquet hosted by the Yi family was a peony banquet, as the northern people held a deep affection for peonies, deeming them the national flower, which earned widespread admiration. "Ah, sister, do you see who that is? The young lady from the Leaf family," Shen Yanci remarked, her expression one of amusement. Surrounded by numerous young ladies, Lin Nanjia resembled a celestial maiden. "If you wish to avoid embarrassment, keep your mouth shut. Have you forgotten? You are my elder sister. We shall share the disgrace together." Shen Zhiyi swiftly silenced her with just a few words, as her imminent marriage could not afford any mishap, especially since her future in-laws were of notable stature. Madame Shen led them to pay their respects to the host before settling in to await the banquet's commencement or meandering through the gardens with familiar sisters. Shen Yanci, fond of social climbing, had already vanished from sight. "Look, the gentleman in the blue attire amidst the crowd is Gu Gongzi," Shen Zhiyi pointed out. Lifting her gaze, she noticed Gu Jinghe, clad in blue, with a gentle expression and handsome features, his fair complexion making him stand out among the other young men, attracting considerable attention as he conversed animatedly with others. It seemed Gu Jinghe sensed the intense gaze from afar, turning slightly to meet Shen Zhiyi's eyes. He paused momentarily, his ears flushing crimson, and nodded in her direction. Shen Zhiyi responded with a polite smile. He appeared quite charming, yet one could only wonder how he would be in close company. Compared to others, Gu Jinghe was rather agreeable to her. With the Gu family having a straightforward lineage consisting of only 2 sons and a kind-hearted mother-in-law. Upon marrying, she would merely need to manage her own life well under the elder sister's guidance. "Cousin, aunt," Madame Shen exclaimed. "Zhiqiu, it has been some time since we last met. You have grown so lovely." Yi Zhiqiu, the youngest daughter of Madame Yi, had just turned 13. "Aunt, you look even younger. Your complexion seems better than Jichio's. You little rascal, always flattering me. Now, I know you seek your cousin. Off you go. Thank you, Aunt. At such a tender age, Yi Jichio relished gossip and was well-versed in matters of the elite that even her mother did not know. She seldom shared such information with others, preferring to divulge her findings to Shen Zhiyi. She quietly pulled Shen Zhiyi aside and said, "Cousin, can you guess what news I recently heard?" Shen Zhiyi suppressed the upward curl of her lips and glanced around, feeling a sense of insecurity. She then tugged Yi Jichio forward and asked, "What is it?" "It concerns your good friend, Jiang." "Oh dear, I apologize. Are you all right?" Li Nanjia stepped back, lifting her skirt to glance at her stepped-on shoe. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of pain crossed her delicate face. Yet she spoke softly, "Miss Shun, I am fine. Please be more careful next time." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shen Zhiyi found it increasingly difficult to maintain her smile. Her laughter, although polite, felt hollow as her heart gradually turned cold. Her gaze fell to the object hanging at Li Nanjia's waist, which solidified her smile into a grimace. She had harbored feelings for Xie Yanci since she was 15. On the day he returned to the palace, clad in fine garments and radiating youthful vigor, she had fallen deeply for him. Meanwhile, Li Nanjia, the queen's niece and his childhood companion, was the woman he cherished most. Rumors of their steadfast affection circulated widely, and Shen Zhiyi had stubbornly pursued Xie Yanci for 2 years, ultimately becoming the subject of ridicule. Li Nanjia, the woman she both envied and resented, wore the most exquisite mask of deception. Whenever they crossed paths, it took little effort for her to provoke Shen Zhiyi's ire. "Ah, what a pity that Miss Li does not cook. Your skill in deflecting blame is truly remarkable. It is quite strange that you would collide with me on such a broad and well-lit path," she remarked with a sardonic tone. Li Nanjia, unperturbed and with a sweet smile, uttered words that made one want to strike her. "I apologize. Just now, ACI came by and mentioned he passed by the Yi residence. He instructed the cooks to prepare my favorite pastries, so I was in a bit of a hurry. My apologies, Miss Shun. I assume ACI is waiting for me, so I shall take my leave and offer my apologies next time." Once she departed, Shen Zhiyi's feigned smile lingered. "Cousin, she did that on purpose. Do not pay her any mind. She is a wicked woman." Shen Zhiyi remained silent, her mood eerily calm. Her expression was grave, and the depths of her dark eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. The jade pendant adorning Li Nanjia's waist was a pair with Xie Yanci's. In her previous life, she had gone to great lengths to persuade him to buy one for her, seeking to prove her place in his heart or perhaps to establish her status. No wonder he was reluctant to buy it. He had already gifted it to his beloved. As one departed, another arrived. Gu Jing, who had been holding back for quite some time, finally mustered the courage to approach. Chapter 5: The Dali Temple from a Distance. One could easily discern that Gu Jinghe was an exceptionally loquacious individual, and upon closer inspection, this impression proved accurate. Gu Jinghe spoke with the warmth of a spring breeze, never making anyone feel uncomfortable. Moreover, his wit and humor were delightful, often bringing smiles to those around him, making interactions with him exceedingly pleasant. It was not until the banquet commenced that the three parted ways. The main hall was abuzz with lively chatter, as guests engaged in hushed conversations. If Shen Zhiyi's intuition was correct, it was likely that Xie Yanci had arrived. Uninterested, she found a seat for herself, hoping to remain distanced from any scandal. Unbeknownst to her, in the distance, Xie Yanci gazed at her with a cold expression, his lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes exuding an ominous chill. After the banquet concluded, Shen Zhiyi returned home. In the Shen residence's garden, Mrs. Shun inquired, "So what are your thoughts on young Master Gu?" "Mother, you may arrange matters as you see fit. By the way, you must keep this with you at all times and never let out of your possession." Shen Zhiyi produced a hairpin she had painstakingly crafted. "A hairpin? This is no ordinary hairpin, Mother. Should you ever find yourself in danger, it serves as a means of protection." Shen Zhiyi removed one end of the hairpin, and from within sprang forth several small blades, while the opposite end revealed a sharp knife. Mrs. Shun, startled by the sudden appearance of the blades, exclaimed, "Child, what does a sheltered woman like me need this for? Just take it, please. I put considerable effort into making it, Mother. Accept it so that I may feel at ease." understanding her daughter's penchant for such endeavors. Mrs. Shen never stifled her hobbies. Very well, I shall accept it. As for young Master Gu, continue to interact with him. I hope you find a man who truly cherishes you. And how is the management of your shop? Nothing remarkable has come of it. It remains as it always was. She realized she needed to visit the shop more often. These days had been so busy that she hardly had time to catch her breath. And her small tavern was deteriorating. She wasn't particularly adept in this area, managing only to scrape by, and thus knew she must exert herself further. All of this will eventually be your dowry. You must pay it some heed. Listening to her mother's gentle admonitions, Shen Zhiyi felt a warmth in her heart. The following day, at the Dali Temple, Shen Zhiyi entered carrying a food box, having not seen Jiang Lanyue for some time, and wondered how she was faring at the temple. To avoid gossip, Lanyue returned to the Jiang residence each evening, only to come back to serve Pei Xian the next morning as if on a schedule. The previous day, she had sent a letter requesting Lanyue to come to the Dali Temple, stating she had something to discuss. Pei Xian, are you blind? I just cleaned the floor. What are you stepping on? If you continue like this, I shall no longer serve you. Jiang Lanyue, in a fit of anger, threw down the handkerchief she was holding and stormed out, only to have her ire dissipate upon seeing Shen Zhiyi, instantly replaced by a bright smile. Zhiyi, what brings you here? You have no idea how infuriating Pei Xian is always ordering me about. My injury is nearly healed, yet he foolishly insists on getting wet. Do you think he has lost his mind? Jiang Lanyue raised her voice, seemingly unbothered by whether Pei Xian could hear her or not, as if to ensure he did. How absurd you are, you foolish girl. Pei Xian remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Shen Zhiyi suppressed her laughter, acknowledging that Lord Pei was indeed being unreasonable. Thus, I have brought you some delicious food, which he has not. It could be said that Pei Xian and the two of them were somewhat childhood friends. Having grown up in the capital and having had numerous interactions, Jiang Lanyue's face lit up with joy. Really? Oh, the aroma of roasted chicken. As they settled at the stone table, Jiang Lanyue eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Zhiyi, you have no idea about the major incident that recently transpired in the capital. Remember to venture out sparingly. Even Prince Ning has come to assist Pei Xian with the case. You wouldn't believe it. I see Prince Ning every day as he visits the Dali Temple. Had you not written to me stating that you no longer fancied him, I would have arranged an encounter for you. However, here's the curious part. He is actually carrying a fragrant pouch embroidered by a woman. You must not let your thoughts linger on him any longer. You said you would not go back on your word. Jiang Lanyue spoke animatedly, but upon hearing this, Shen Zhiyi grew more agitated. It was indeed that Li Nanjia who gifted it to him. She accompanied him to the Dali Temple yesterday, claiming she had spent a long time making that pouch. I must say, it is nothing remarkable, merely a poorly embroidered trinket. Shen Zhiyi paused, her expression gradually shifting to one of perplexity. What a fine pair they would make, destined since childhood. You say he comes daily? Then today. Do not worry. He is not coming today. He is busy arranging the capital's defenses. If he were to come today, how could I possibly allow you to visit? Miss Sen, you come to my Dali Temple without including me. Pei Xian abruptly snatched a chicken leg from Jiang Lanyue's bowl and took a hearty bite. Pei Xian, that was brought for me by Zhiyi, Jiang Lanyue exclaimed, slamming down her chopsticks and delivering a forceful kick to him. Ouch! How outrageous! You dare to challenge me. I shall. Ouch! Jiang Lanyue cut him off, continuing to kick him without giving him a chance to respond. Observing this pair of lively characters, Shen Zhiyi smiled at the corners of her mouth. It would be delightful if Lanyue and Pei Xian could become playful adversaries. At least it would spare her from marrying an old man. Even if she could not pair with Pei Xian, she would not allow Lanyue to wed a senior. However, in her previous life, Pei Xian had indeed taken a wife, and it was said that the couple lived in perfect harmony after marriage. When Jiang Lanyue had finished kicking him and returned, panting and with reddened eyes, she wiped away her tears and huffed. Zhiyi, I am utterly exasperated. He constantly bullies me. My dear aunt, are you truly crying? I am the one who was struck. Why are you weeping? It is merely a chicken leg. I shall compensate you. Would 10 suffice? That would be more acceptable. Shen Zhiyi then asked, Lord Pei, our Lanyue has been at the Dali Temple for quite some time. When may she return home? I understand that Lan Yue acted recklessly, causing you to be injured, but she is ultimately a woman and has been here long enough. There have been rumors and gossip. Pei Xian furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he replied in a hushed tone. Understood. My injury has nearly healed. Today, you may gather your things and return. Jiang Lanyue sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Really? How splendid. However, considering the injury I have caused you, rest assured, I shall send you herbal remedies daily. The originally dark hue of Pei Xian's eyes gleamed with a hint of light, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he stubbornly remarked, Now that is more like it. I suppose you do possess a conscience. The entirety of their interaction was etched in Shen Zhiyi's mind as she nodded in a manner that suggested both understanding and confusion. In that case, we shall not disturb your highness's official business. Jiang Lanyue, unable to contain her excitement, hastily began to gather her belongings, taking Shen Zhiyi's hand and dashing away. Pei Xian observed their joyous retreat, muttering under his breath, Ungrateful little thing. You will soon regret this. Jiang Lanyue was quick in her packing, having little to gather, and in no time, they stood at the door with their bundles in hand. Suddenly, they halted, their smiles vanishing as if swept away. Zhiyi, I truly did not anticipate his arrival, Jiang Lanyue remarked with a wry smile. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Ning. They exclaimed in unison. The expression Shen Zhiyi had just worn was keenly noted by Xie Yanci, whose countenance darkened as he coldly stated, Miss Shen, your surprise at seeing me is quite apparent. Do you harbor a dislike for me? That is not the case at all. I am quite delighted to see your highness. How could I possibly dislike you? Shen Zhiyi awkwardly waved her hand and gradually stepped behind Jiang Lanyue, attempting to shield herself from Xie Yanci's piercing gaze. Yet, her heart ached at the sight of him. Each encounter sent her heart racing. Why was it that upon her rebirth, she encountered him at every turn, while in her past life she had to exert so much effort to avoid him? She lowered her gaze. Since you are so pleased to see me, I must attend to official matters shortly. Miss Shen, you might as well accompany me to assist. Shen Zhiyi responded, I am afraid I cannot comply. Your Highness, I have other matters to attend to. Your objections are in vain. With that, Xie Yanci turned and departed. Only Jiang Lanyue and Shen Zhiyi remained, exchanging astonished glances, each reflecting the other's shock. Zhiyi, what's going on? Why has he suddenly appeared and demands that you accompany him on official business? What does he? Never mind. Just be cautious of the pouch at his waist when you go. It is quite hideous. Shen Zhiyi's thoughts drifted away, utterly bewildered by Xie Yanci's behavior. Was he perhaps unwell? Could it be that now that she had ceased pursuing him, he felt unsettled? Contemplating this, her expression darkened. Did he wish to enjoy the benefits of having her around without any effort? Chapter 6. The criminal Shen Zhiyi angrily pursued him. Your Highness, this is against the rules. Xie Yanci halted, turning back, his profound gaze fixated on her without a blink. What rules? Shen Zhiyi felt a chill run down her spine under his intense stare. Yet she mustered the courage to meet his eyes. In any case, it's improper. If my fiancé were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be furious. Furthermore, if Miss Li Nanjiao were to find out, she would certainly confront you. Xie Yanci's expression darkened ominously, and he scoffed, enunciating each word with icy clarity. Fiancé? Indeed, when I was younger and naive, I beseech your highness to be magnanimous. Now that I am engaged, it is prudent to maintain a distance from men. Lowering her gaze, Shen Zhiyi refused to look at him, though her pupils quivered with disbelief. How could the pouch at his waist be the one she had embroidered? This was illogical. Was it not meant for Li Nanjia? What on earth was happening? Could it be that Xie Yanci had mistakenly taken it this morning? Surely that was the case. But then again, how could her pouch be found alongside Li Nanjia's? He and T discarded it. A man? Humph. Xie Yanci cast one last penetrating glance at her before sweeping away, his large hand clenching tightly around the item concealed in his sleeve. After escaping Xie Yanci's clutches, Shen Zhiyi grew increasingly reluctant to venture outside, dreading another encounter with that terrifying figure. She hesitated for 2 days, refraining from any impulsive actions, even declining an invitation from Gu Jinghe to go watch a play. However, she could not afford to remain idle. The small tavern in her possession, situated in a bustling area, was suffering from dwindling business, even worse than the clothing shop. This establishment had been entrusted to her by her mother, and she could not let it perish. In the north, the customs were liberal, and the populace was affluent. Women even held official positions in the court. Thus, venturing out was not forbidden. Shen Zhiyi disguised herself and made her way to the tavern, and it suddenly dawned on her why it was called a small tavern. It was indeed small, lacking any distinctive features compared to other establishments. It was conventional and unremarkable, a place where nobility would not frequent, while common folk rarely spent their leisure time in taverns. The tavern keeper had employed an excessive number of attendants, who clustered together in groups, chatting, nearly outnumbering the customers. How could they be productive with such a setup? "Owner, please take a look. Is there something amiss in the tavern?" the keeper asked with a smile. Yet, Shen Zhiyi sensed his disdain for her. "Show me the kitchen." The kitchen was relatively fine, with no significant issues. However, before coming, she had perused the accounts. The keeper appeared unproblematic. The books were in order, and the premises were satisfactory. But the absence of problems was, in fact, the greatest issue. "Keeper, why are there so many attendants in the tavern?" "Owner, these are unfortunate souls. I saw them without work and decided to let them stay." Shen Zhiyi's gaze turned cold as she surveyed them, their relaxed demeanor and plump figures hardly fitting the description of unfortunate. They were likely the keeper's relatives. What is their monthly salary? 1 tael of silver a month. Shen Zhiyi widened her eyes, suppressing her emotions. How audacious to offer such a sum to the servants when there were scarcely any patrons in the establishment. The tavern was operating at a loss. Since they were all pitiable souls, she decided to retain them, but proposed a halving of their wages. Starting tomorrow, a record would be kept. For each table of guests a servant managed to attract, their wages would increase by 10 won. Yet for those who failed to bring in any guests by the month's end, a deduction of 20 won would be enforced. Shen Zhiyi articulated her thoughts calmly. It would be unwise to dismiss several servants outright, as they might cause unrest. Instead, she opted for this competitive approach. She then cast a glance at the visibly displeased manager and quirked her lips, adding, "This, of course, does not apply to you." The manager exhaled in relief, albeit with a furrowed brow. "Master, this strategy may dishearten the servants, considering their years of service." Years of service, yet they remain in such a state? Perhaps it would be better to close the tavern altogether. Indeed, the manager quickly acquiesced. After exiting the tavern, Shen Zhiyi discreetly ventured to other establishments to observe, for she lacked experience in business and needed to learn. "Miss, shall we take a moment to rest?" "Don't overexert yourself," reminded Xingyue. "That sounds reasonable." The two found a private room at the renowned Xie Yanci, the finest tavern in the capital. Xie Yanci lived up to its reputation. The 8 treasures duck was simply exquisite. Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she indulged in several more bites, admiring the decor and the dishes. Wondering how the smaller taverns compared, she had completely forgotten to try them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the piercing screams of women and the furious shouts of men. "Miss!" Xingyue instinctively stood up and hurried to the door to peek outside, quickly locking it behind her. "Miss, we cannot ascertain the situation outside. It is too perilous to venture out. We must hide." "Agreed." Strangely, Shen Zhiyi recalled the major case that Lingyue had mentioned days prior, suggesting she stay indoors. Was it possible that her misfortune had led her to encounter such chaos? In her past life, when she was preoccupied with Xie Yanci, no significant events had transpired. Xingyue guided Shen Zhiyi to hide behind a cabinet. They remained concealed for a considerable time until the noise subsided enough for them to relax. However, as soon as they began to ease their tense hearts, a thick scent of smoke permeated the air. "It's on fire. We must flee." Xingyue pushed open the door, and a wave of scorching heat rushed in, causing her to stagger backward. Fortunately, they were only on the 2nd floor. If they acted swiftly, they could escape. Grasping Shen Zhiyi's hand, Xingyue dashed down, but they were not alone. Others from above were also frantically descending. The crowd surged chaotically toward the exit, separating the two in the process. "Miss!" Shen Zhiyi choked on the thick smoke, coughing several times, and, as she prepared to move forward, she was knocked down by a burly man from behind. In a life-and-death situation, She sprang to her feet almost immediately. Before she could take a step, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against her throat. Shen Zhiyi's body tensed, and she dared not breathe. She valued her life above all else. Having been granted a second chance at life, she had no intention of perishing so soon. She steadied her voice and inquired, "May I ask who you are? Do you seek wealth?" The man behind her remained silent, pushing her forward. The blade he held pressed casually against her neck, its sharp edge grazing her delicate skin, causing a trickle of blood to flow. The pain surged, rendering Shen Zhiyi motionless in fear. What had she done to provoke this? "Sir, silence. You are Shen Zhiyi, are you not? If you wish to place blame, direct it towards Prince Ning. He is the one who killed my brother, and thus I shall take the life of the one he cherishes most." Shen Zhiyi was taken aback, indignant as she defended her name. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you not heard my story? I'm not the one he holds dear. Rather, I am the one who clings to him tenaciously. He despises me. My death would not even cause him to furrow his brow. Perhaps you should have inquired more thoroughly before making your move. Lin Nanjia, his childhood companion, the one he holds dear. If she lost even a single strand of hair, Prince Ning would mourn for ages." The man scoffed. "If he did not care for you, why would he carry a sachet with your name?" Shen Zhiyi cursed Xie Yanci in her heart 1,000 times. It turned out he had been waiting here, using her as a shield for Lin Nanjia. Concerned that a criminal might harm his beloved, he had flaunted her sachet in public. Tears welled in her eyes. "Brother, I truly am not. Release her." As they reached the doorway, the area had already been surrounded. The common folk kept at bay. Xie Yanci, clad in a moon-white robe adorned with subtle floral patterns, sat astride his horse, gazing down at the scene. His voice was as cold as ice, his brows slightly furrowed. "Ha ha, releasing her is out of the question. I did not come here with the intention of returning alive. Her life is in my hands now, and with a mere flick of my finger, such a beautiful lady could meet her end. If you wish for me to spare her, it is not impossible. Simply sever your own arms." The man shouted arrogantly. Xie Yanci cast him a disdainful glance, his thin lips parting. "If you wish to kill her, then do so. After all, she is merely a woman." The man was provoked by his words, and the knife pressed against Shen Zhiyi's neck shifted dangerously. "You speak nonsense." "How could that be?" In stark contrast to his agitation, Shen Zhiyi felt a profound sense of desolation. She gazed quietly at Xie Yanci, her eyes glistening with tears, realizing that in his eyes, she was indeed the one deemed expendable. But why should she take a blade for Lin Nanjia? She owed her nothing. She had merely once harbored feelings for Xie Yanci, and that was all. Was that truly a grave sin? Clenching her fists, she lifted her garment's hem. But before she could take another step, the man behind her was struck down by an archer's arrow. The blade clattered to the ground, and Shen Zhiyi's heart plummeted alongside it. She felt a moment of disorientation. Her legs weakened, and she let herself fall forward. Unexpectedly, Xie Yanci, that scoundrel, dashed down from his horse and caught her in his arms. He lifted her onto the horse and rode swiftly towards the Prince Ning's residence. Chapter 7. A resounding slap. Shen Zhiyi found herself tightly embraced in his arms, her back pressed against his searing body. She could hear the rapid thumping of his heartbeat without effort. Disgusted, she attempted to move away, but Xie Yanci tightened his hold, drawing closer once more. Leaning down, he whispered into her ear, "Shen Zhiyi, I did not anticipate that the sachet would be seen by him. I apologize. My oversight has afforded the villain an opportunity. There shall be no next time. My previous words were a mere expedient. Do not take them to heart." It was the first time he had spoken to her in such a submissive tone. Struggling to stifle her sobs, tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and turned to deliver a forceful slap to his face, choking out, "Bastard! I despise you. I despise you. Why did you wear my sachet? Did I not explain that everything was in the past? What right do you have to shield Lin Nanjia? What do I owe her? You claim to love her, so why are you holding me now? Xie Yanci, have you lost your mind? My life is not a mere trifle." Tears cascaded from Shen Zhiyi like a string of broken pearls as she covered her face and wept, muttering incessantly, hurling invectives at the man behind her. Xie Yanci remained silent, neither refuting her nor growing angry, allowing her to vent her emotions. his gaze filled with concern for her wound. Upon reaching the Ning Wang mansion, Xie Yanci set her down, examining her injury with an unhappy frown. "Quickly, fetch old Wang," he commanded. "What am I doing here?" Shen Zhiyi retorted, her eyes red, standing at the threshold, unwilling to enter. As she spoke, she attempted to leave. Xie Yanci pulled her back gently, saying softly, "First, let us clean the wound. Old Wang possesses exceptional medical skills. Allow him to examine you. I shall explain everything later. If there is poison on the blade." Shen Zhiyi interrupted. "What are we waiting for? Where is old Wang? The blade is free of poison. First, clean Miss Shun's wound with water and then apply the medicine." Old Wang stated as he produced a vial, casting a perplexed glance at Xie Yanci, his eyes scanning between the two before he lowered his head and departed. "Thank you, old Wang." Once Shen Zhiyi regained her composure, she realized that with old Wang gone, the room was left with just Xie Yanci and her, leading to an awkwardness. What had she done? She had lost her composure in front of him. She had even slapped him. It felt like pulling fur from a tiger's back. Cautiously, Shen Zhiyi lifted her gaze to Xie Yanci, only to see him submerging a clean cloth in water, wringing it out. His handsome face bore the distinct imprint of her slap. Was he truly not angry? "Your Highness, I can manage on my own," she ventured. Xie Yanci maintained a serious expression, saying nothing as he knelt before her, gently reaching out to clean her wound. "Ouch!" Shen Zhiyi winced, leaning back to avoid his touch, carefully assessing his expression. "Your Highness, I can handle this myself." Your face. For some inexplicable reason, she perceived a hint of concern for her in Xie Yanci's eyes. Surely a misinterpretation. "My face is unscathed. I am here to assist you in cleaning your wound. There's no need. Just summon a maid from the mansion." "Your Highness, this is not in accordance with propriety." Xie Yanci chuckled softly, remarking on Miss Shun's newfound adherence to propriety. Had she not previously asserted that rules were rigid while people were fluid? Shen Zhiyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. "You did say previously." Xie Yanci gazed deeply into her eyes, continuing to tend to her wound before averting his gaze. His lips parted to declare, "I have no connection with Linanjia. I am unaware of the rumors you may have heard. I have never held any affection for her." Shen Zhiyi's pupils trembled as she countered, "This is no mere rumor. Even Miss Li herself has openly acknowledged it. Your Highness, such a stance may lead her to misunderstand." Setting aside the cloth, Xie Yanci retrieved some medicine, explaining thoughtfully, "Since my mother's passing, the Emperor has appointed a new empress. I ventured to the borders, engaged in warfare, commanding a substantial army. Li Nanjia is the niece of the current empress, and to avert any perceived threat to the fourth prince, she was dispatched to me. I am uncertain of the current narratives circulating outside, but I harbor no interest in her pursuits. Regardless, I have no connection to her. Do you understand?" Shen Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback. Had she misheard, or was Xie Yanci suffering from amnesia? What nonsense was he spouting? What did it mean to have no connection? Why did he not clarify and allow the rumors to proliferate? In a past life, he had risked his own life to shield Li Nanjia from harm. How could that be dismissed? Noticing her bewilderment, Xie Yanci reached out to gently pat her head, his eyes revealing an unrecognized tenderness as he finished bandaging her wound. Shen Zhiyi, quick to react, evaded his touch. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now." She rose awkwardly, bowing slightly. Her thoughts were tangled and chaotic. "I shall escort you back," he insisted. Shen Zhiyi declined. "There's no need, Your Highness, to avoid unnecessary trouble." Xie Yanci's gaze darkened as he took a few steps toward her, his tone turning cold. "Unnecessary trouble? What constitutes unnecessary trouble? Has there been any lack of trouble between Miss Shun and me in the past?" With a resigned sigh, Shen Zhiyi conceded, acknowledging his point, and fell silent, allowing him to lead. Only then did Xie Yanci appear satisfied. As they exited the courtyard, "Miss," cried Xingyue, who had been crouching on the ground, rushing towards them. "Your Highness, what has happened to the miss?" "I am injured, but it is nothing serious. It has already been attended to. Let's return." She felt utterly exhausted, yearning for rest, her mind in disarray. Xie Yanci ordered a carriage to be prepared, assisting her into it. Shen Zhiyi leaned against the carriage wall, closing her eyes in feigned slumber. Xie Yanci's gaze rested unabashedly upon her face. His intense scrutiny was palpable, and even with her eyes shut, Shen Zhiyi could feel the heat of his stare. She had expected him to glance away soon, yet he continued to observe her throughout the journey. Eventually, she opened her eyes and asked, "Your Highness, why do you gaze at me so?" Xie Yanci replied without hesitation, "I am merely following my own thoughts. There is no ulterior motive." Shen Zhiyi pursed her lips, finding him rather peculiar today, particularly strange. He often spoke in ways she could not comprehend. What did he mean by disliking Li Nanjia? Could it be that those rumors were fabricated by Li Nanjia herself in her quest to align with Xie Yanci? What of the battlefield we shall jointly tread upon, and the fragrant sachets? Why, in our previous life, did we indulge in daily affections yet never share the night? How can one rationalize these enigmas? Furthermore, why is Xie Yanci in such a good temper today, despite her treatment of him? He appears utterly unperturbed, even rather content. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? The mere thought sent a shiver down Shen Zhiyi's spine. Yet, it seems to be the only plausible explanation. However, it is too absurd to fathom. Had Xie Yanci shown her this level of protection in their past life, how could she have ever felt despondent? Shen Zhiyi hesitated for a moment, on the verge of voicing her perplexities, when the carriage rolled into the Shen residence. The coachman announced, "Your Highness, we have arrived." Xie Yanci gazed intently at her, urging, "Rest well at home." "Oh," Shen Zhiyi replied, disembarking from the carriage. After a few steps, she glanced back only to find Xie Yanci watching her intently as she departed. At that moment, she was utterly bewildered by his intentions. Never mind, she thought, for in this lifetime, she would not wed him again. Gu Jinghe had invited her to see the new play at Baixing Tower in a few days, and she accepted. Compared to the potential repetition of her past with Xie Yanci, she would much prefer to explore possibilities with Gu Jinghe, for she held no affection for him. Her heart remained fortified, impervious to any touch. Chapter 8. The arena of bloodshed. Shen Zhiyi did not wish to spend her life relying on a man's fleeting affection, nor to live under the shadow of his whims. Thus, she resolved to diligently manage her establishment. If she succeeded in her endeavors, she would expand her business. For possessing wealth in her own hands brought a sense of security. The memories of her past, where she had nearly sacrificed everything for a man, filled her with self-contempt. The most heartless beings in the world were men. Following the renovations she had implemented in the tavern, the revenue over the past few days had noticeably increased. Shen Zhiyi found solace in recuperating at home, poring over the accounts while listening to Changxiao recount her recent experiences in the capital. "Miss, I have observed another establishment, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, along with several other second-rate taverns for a few days. The most remarkable aspect of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is encapsulated in a single word: drunkenness. Their wine is unparalleled, eclipsing all other taverns, and the ambience and cuisine are equally commendable. As for the second establishment, the Moonlit Pavilion, its excellence lies in its namesake, with nearly all dishes themed around the moon, complemented by a stunningly beautiful decor. The other taverns also boast their unique signatures." Shen Zhiyi nodded thoughtfully, setting down her account book. She needed to refine her other establishments, as their earnings, while not insignificant, merely sufficed for basic sustenance. This was far from her aspirations. She desired more than mere survival. Operating a tavern required not only a distinctive brand, but also an understanding of customer preferences. Otherwise, it would remain unremarkable. Her experiences were still too limited. She needed to venture out more. "Miss, there is business from the Golden Phoenix Pavilion," Xingyue announced, handing her an envelope. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion, a renowned weapons shop in the capital's black market, had Shen Zhiyi as its vice master. Occasionally, driven by curiosity, she crafted and sold concealed weapons. Her creations were delicate yet deadly, particularly suited for women and ideal for assassination. Her exposure to such matters stemmed from the pavilion's master, Jiang Xingluan. When Jiang was a mere 10 years old, he became a street urchin, and on the day of Shen Zhiyi's 6th birthday, she, moved by his plight, took him home. As he grew older, at the age of 16, he ventured out into the world, and by 20, he had established the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. His whereabouts had since become erratic. It had been a long time since Shen Zhiyi had seen him. As she opened the envelope and scanned the contents, her brow furrowed. Someone had offered 3,000 taels of silver for her to transform a bamboo flute into a lethal instrument, crafted for swift execution. What enmity must lie behind such a request? It seemed her hands would soon be busy again. She examined the bamboo flute in her hands, turning it over and finding it oddly familiar, though she could not recall where she had encountered it before. Gu Jinghe had been persistently inviting her to the Baixing Pavilion for nearly 10 days, and despite her repeated refusals, he remained undeterred, leaving Shen Zhiyi feeling somewhat embarrassed. Glancing at her neck, where her wound had nearly healed, she resolved to accept his invitation today. Jiang Lanyue, having learned of her plans, was eager to accompany her to meet her fiancé. Zhiyi, Gu Jinghe is truly handsome. You two together are a perfect match. His reputation in Kyoto is quite commendable. Allow me to extend my early congratulations, dear sister. A smile briefly graced Shen Zhiyi's lips before it gradually faded away, her gaze shifting towards Jiang Lanyue, her eyes growing increasingly grave. Lanyue, you are a year my junior. What are your intentions? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue's smile evaporated, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. My mother insists there's no rush. I understand she is searching for a suitable match, and once I am wed, I can pave the way for those two bloodsuckers and bring benefits to the Jiang family. This must be my fate. Shen Zhiyi reached out to grasp her hand. Sometimes, when ensnared in a predicament, a mere turn of the head might lead to a twist of destiny. Marriage is indeed significant, and the words of matchmakers hold weight. But have you ever asked yourself if this is what you truly desire? Destiny is shaped by our actions. Lanyue, you are my dearest friend, and I shall assist you. What are your thoughts on Pei Xian? Jiang Lanyue was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation before blurting out, "He is quite wonderful." "What of it?" Shen Zhiyi replied. "Then should you not contemplate him further?" Jiang Lanyue's face flushed crimson, her shy eyes fluttering. "Zhiyi." Shen Zhiyi understood. It appeared Lanyue harbored feelings for Pei Xian, yet she was uncertain of his sentiments, especially considering he had a devoted wife in his previous life. However, it was rumored that their affection was genuine, though the truth remained elusive. Thus, it was prudent to probe Pei Xian's intentions, as there were less than 3 months until Lanyue was to wed the elderly man. In her past life, Lanyue had never sought her assistance nor revealed details regarding her marriage, likely due to her mother's suppression of all news. Perhaps it was best to abandon the idea. Pei Xian was unsuitable. He had a fiancée. Just the other day, while at the Dali Temple, his fiancée had come to see him. They had been betrothed since childhood, and she was a gentle girl from his hometown. Jiang Lanyue's gaze dimmed. He never held any affection for me. Forget it, Zhiyi. I should heed my mother's counsel. She is my biological mother, after all, and would never marry me off to some decrepit old man as a second wife. A subtle change crossed Shen Zhiyi's face. Lanyue, I had a dream. In it, I married Prince Ning and ultimately succumbed to despair. In that dream, you indeed married a man over 20 years your senior, and within 2 months of marriage, you were no more. Though the truth of dreams remains uncertain, I cannot gamble on such a fate. Jiang Lanyue was taken aback, forcing a strained smile. Dreams are often contrary to reality. Suddenly, Shen Zhiyi had an idea and smiled gently. Lanyue, why not test Pei Xian? I do not believe he harbors strong aversion towards you. Let us see if his affections for his fiancée are genuine or merely a fleeting dalliance. Jiang Lanyue's eyes brightened. Perhaps it was worth a try. After all, she did possess genuine feelings for Pei Xian, and if he truly loved her, she would not wish to disrupt their bond. She did not want to live with regrets. At Baixing Building, Gu Jing arrived early and sat waiting for Shen Zhiyi, his eyes frequently darting towards the entrance with eager anticipation. Finally, upon spotting a familiar figure, his face instantly lit up with joy. Shen Zhiyi, dressed in a moon-white gown with her hair styled in a lily bun, approached with an apologetic demeanor. "I'm sorry for my tardiness. Gu Jinghe, it's not late. I've just arrived, and the performance has yet to commence." Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue, who had come to observe Gu Jinghe from a distance, was preoccupied with diverting her attention elsewhere. "Shall we indulge in some delectable pastries? Today's play is a newly adapted piece, making its debut, and it may run a bit long. If we grow weary, we can leave." Gu Jinghe anxious about ensuring their first outing together was pleasant, hastily voiced his thoughts. Shen Zhiyi smiled at his nervous demeanor, reassuring him, "There's no need to be so tense. Just be yourself." Gu Jinghe gazed at her radiant smile, his heart momentarily skipping a beat, before he awkwardly averted his gaze after staring for too long. He coughed discreetly into his fist, yet the grin that had formed on his lips could not be suppressed. As the new play commenced, Baixing Tower was filled to capacity. Gu Jinghe had secured a central seat on the second floor, offering him a clear view. The storyline was novel, revolving around the lives of two twin sisters who were separated in their youth. The elder sister was adopted by a wealthy family, while the younger sister found herself in a humble household, leading to their divergent paths. Eventually, the younger sister rose to the position of a court lady through her own diligence, inciting jealousy in her elder sister, who then sought to undermine her. It was revealed that the elder sister endured a dismal existence in her affluent home, having been groomed from a young age to exploit the influence of powerful figures for her family's benefit. "Your Highness, it seems Miss Shen and her fiancé are here," remarked Li Nanjia, standing beside Xie Yanci, casting a mocking glance in Shen Zhiyi's direction while fanning the flames of gossip. "I had heard tales of their affection. It seems they are indeed a match made in heaven." Xie Yanci shot her a frosty glance, his dark eyes flickering with a hint of malice. Coldly, he stated, "Is this the purpose of summoning me? You have fabricated stories about your connection with me in the past. Out of respect for the Empress, I spared you some leniency. Do not overstep your bounds. Should I hear any more baseless rumors, you shall pay dearly." He regarded Gu Jinghe with disdain, a scornful smirk gracing his lips. "What do you mean by betrothed? There was no formal engagement. Leave at once. Do not appear before me again. If you do, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you." Xie Yanci's cold, dark gaze was filled with fury, his eyes devoid of warmth, as frigid as a frozen pond. Chapter 9. The Arena of Strife. Li Nanjia's pupils suddenly constricted, as if pulled by an invisible force of fear. Uncontrollably, she took a step back, her lips trembling slightly, as if she wished to utter something, yet ultimately swallowed her words. Observing Xie Yanci's furious demeanor, a flicker of concern arose within her heart, fearful that he might truly resort to violence. "Your Highness, I have never..." "Silence. I do not wish to hear your excuses. From now on, do not provoke Shen Zhiyi. If you encounter her, you must take a detour. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, Xie Yanci strode away, his face dark as he ascended to the second floor. Watching the two engaged in animated conversation, an inexplicable sense of frustration welled up within Xie Yanci. Miss Shen certainly had a keen interest. With a smile that barely concealed his irritation, he positioned himself between them, obstructing their gaze. Gu Jinghe was momentarily taken aback, prepared to rise and offer his respects, only to be halted by Xie Yanci. "No need for excessive formalities. I am merely here to observe." However, with such a tempestuous presence, who could maintain an interest in the performance? The lively dialogue between the two had been abruptly interrupted by Xie Yanci, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. "Do you enjoy listening to opera, Miss Shen?" Shen Zhiyi hesitated for a moment, then recalling her earlier suspicions, deliberately replied, "Not particularly. I only enjoy listening to it with young Master Gu." As anticipated, Xie Yanci's expression darkened, turning as black as ink. He clenched his teeth, forcing down his rising anger. "And what of that young Master Gu? Does he also prefer to listen to opera with you?" Gu Jinghe, fully aware of Xie Yanci's feelings for Shen Zhiyi, understood the underlying tension. Reflecting on Shen Zhiyi's previous interactions with Xie Yanci, his expression grew increasingly somber as he replied, "It is merely a pastime, indifferent to time or company." Xie Yanci, satisfied, withdrew his gaze. The three of them remained in a stifling silence for half an hour, until Shen Zhiyi could no longer bear it and called Xie Yanci aside. "Prince Ning, what is it that you truly desire?" "I merely came to listen to the opera," Xie Yanci said, lacking conviction. Shen Zhiyi shot him a glare, her tone icy. "Surely you cannot believe that? Young Master Gu is the one my mother has meticulously chosen for me. If all goes as planned, I will soon become his wife. I hope your Highness will exercise restraint and not hinder my fate," lest you ruin my prospects for marriage. Fate? Who claims he is your destined partner? Xie Yanci's expression was grim, filled with displeasure. He stepped forward, gripping her wrist tightly. She struggled to free herself, fixing him with a determined gaze. I implore you, Prince Ning, to maintain your dignity. I am fully aware of my ordinary appearance, which hardly befits you. From this day forth, I shall no longer entangle myself with you. At 17, it is only natural for me to contemplate marriage. The past is but a fleeting memory. Let it disperse with the wind. Such actions on your part are sure to attract criticism. With that, tears welled in her eyes. Shen Zhiyi turned away, refusing to look back, suppressing the pangs of sorrow within her heart. Once one has resolved to sever ties, it must be done with utmost clarity and finality. Xie Yanci stood frozen, gazing vacantly at her receding silhouette. On the second floor, only Gu Jing remained, accompanied by the solitude of his own shadow, his gaze lost on the stage, enveloped in silence. I apologize, young Master Gu, he murmured with a wry smile. I am fully aware of the past between Miss Shen and Prince Ning. I think highly of Miss Shen, which is why I consented to my mother's matchmaking efforts. If Miss Shen still harbors feelings, she is entitled to her choices. As his words faded, Shen Zhiyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Somewhere, Jiang Lanyue, having witnessed a certain formidable figure finally depart, was about to rise to assess the situation when a shadow suddenly obstructed her path. Pei Xian, what brings you here? Jiang Lanyue asked in astonishment. Pei Xian casually settled down, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, his chin lifted slightly as he tossed a pastry into his mouth. Why shouldn't I be here? This is your home, after all. Am I not welcome? Jiang Lanyue pouted, disinclined to engage in conversation. His tongue was rather sharp, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to it. Thus, she too adopted a similar demeanor, finding it rather irksome. Have you grown angry after just a few words? Very well. Dear ancestor, if you utter a few sweet nothings, I might reveal a secret, he proposed. Jiang Lanyue, puzzled, shot him a glance, but chose silence, redirecting her attention to the performance. Seeing her indifference, Pei Xian leaned in closer, urgency lacing his tone. You don't wish to hear the secret to your dear friend's lifelong happiness? Jiang Lanyue turned her head, her breath catching at the sight of his handsome face looming large before her. Quickly, she averted her gaze, attempting to mask her flushed cheeks. It's not that I want to know the secret. I simply don't want to say anything kind to you. All right. If you insist on being so acerbic, fine. I want to keep you in suspense any longer. Prince Ning likely harbors feelings for your friend. Jiang Lanyue whirled around, disbelief etched across her features. Is that true? That notorious flirt? I shall be the first to oppose this match. If he truly likes her, then what does that even mean? He carries a sachet made by Li Nanjia at his waist, and despite Shen Zhiyi's heartfelt affections, he has never reciprocated in any meaningful way. What kind of affection is that? Pei Xian interjected. Not at all. It was indeed crafted by your friend. I witnessed it myself, and he even showed it to me, inscribed with Shen Zhiyi, forever love Xie Yanci. How quaint, truly. But I distinctly heard Li Nanjia claim she embroidered it. Very well, then it is Li Nanjia's fault. Surely she recited that to you deliberately, only to convey this matter to Shen Zhiyi through you, thus sowing misunderstanding. It must be so. Pei Xian shrugged. Jiang Lanyue, deep in thought, nodded slowly, then remarked, I hadn't anticipated that the esteemed Minister of Justice Pei would possess such knowledge in this realm. But on what grounds do you say Prince Ning favors Zhi? What do you know of affection? Affection is simply affection. Come now, dear ancestor, I have a fiancée, so I certainly understand what it means. For instance, when she is with me, I feel at ease, as if we were merely friends. The smile of Jiang Lanyue gradually faded, the joy slipping away like sand through fingers. Suddenly, she rose to her feet, exclaiming, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Is that truly all? I have yet to finish my thoughts. Observing her hasty departure, Pei Xian furrowed his brow and muttered softly to himself, It seems I do not entirely grasp what it means to like someone. Ever since my youth, I have been preoccupied with solving cases. How could I possibly comprehend the nuances of love? Having a wife would suffice. Little did Xian know that in the future, he would pay a steep price for his words today, and he would wish fervently that he had voiced the remainder of his thoughts. Chapter 10. The eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival since the day of their parting at by Xing Lu. Shen Zhiyi had not encountered Xie Yanci again after their cold exchange of words. It seemed that Xie Yanci was merely unaccustomed to her lack of pursuit. After all, men are often driven by possessiveness. Thus, his appearance was not unexpected. In any case, she had ceased to chase after him, and with his absence, her heart was free from turmoil, allowing her to relish her newfound ease. As for Gu Jinghe, she did not refuse, and the two families had arranged a betrothal, with auspicious dates for their union currently being selected. Before the wedding, she was determined to acquire more knowledge and ensure that her shop flourished. These past days, she had been diligently learning and implementing necessary reforms in accordance with each shop's circumstances. The business was thriving, with a steady influx of silver coins, bringing her immense satisfaction. However, in comparison to others, her progress remained modest. Yet, she found contentment in any improvement, however slight. As time passed, Xie Yanci's wedding date drew near. She recalled her past life, where she had been cast aside by her husband not only for her inability to bear children, but also due to her jealousy. Xie Yanci's fiancé was a decent man whom she had met several times. He was betrothed to her by Shen Yanci's biological mother before her birth, and hailed from a family of higher standing than the Shen family. Yet, there was a fatal complication. She remembered that prior to their marriage, there had been a long-term mistress involved who, under pressure from Xie Yanci, had tragically lost her life, creating a rift between them. The scandal had stirred considerable commotion, as the mistress had been pregnant with an unborn male child. Shen Zhiyi lowered her gaze, her eyes gleaming with realization. Xing Yue. She whispered something into Xing Yue's ear. The next day, Shen Zhiyi was in her room perfecting a bamboo flute, with only the final step remaining for completion. This flute was lethal. A single note could release silver needles capable of piercing flesh, and if wielded correctly, achieving one's aim was no challenge. Furthermore, the other end of the flute was equipped with a sharp blade, serving as a deadly weapon. At last it was finished. After several sleepless nights, the bamboo flute, notoriously difficult to craft, had consumed more silver than anticipated. Changxia, please take care of the flute and deliver it to Jin Fengge. Certainly, miss. As Shen Zhiyi gazed at the flute, it struck her that it bore a striking familiarity, although she could not recall where she had seen it before. Nonetheless, she dismissed the thought, hoping it wouldn't be used against her. This instrument was capable of inflicting fatal harm, with the silver needles laced with poison, and the blade equally so. Without an antidote within 3 hours, one would surely meet their demise. Shen Zhiyi washed her hands and rubbed her eyes, collapsing onto her bed just as Madame Shen entered with new garments, a smile gracing her lips. A momentous occasion awaits. Come quickly and see what delightful treasures your mother has brought. These garments were crafted specifically to your taste and measurements. Your father mentioned that soon we shall attend the Mid-Autumn Festival in the palace together. Prepare well. The Mid-Autumn Festival? Shen Zhiyi suddenly recalled how swiftly time had passed. The festival was just around the corner. In her previous life, she had witnessed Xie Yanci secretly meeting Lin Nanjia during the celebration, which had coincided with her own birthday. The thought of Xie Yanci's disregard for her weighed heavily on her mind. In a moment of anger, Qi confronted Lin Nanjia, and in an effort to preserve her dignity, Xie Yanci chose to side with her, escorting her out prematurely. What an embarrassing situation. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Opportunities to enter the palace are rare. Once inside, remember to speak sparingly and adhere to the rules. A bitter smile crept across Shen Zhiyi's face. Mother, may I not attend? You and father can take brother and Shen Yanci instead. Madame Shen feigned a stern expression. What kind of talk is this? After all these years, we finally have a chance to enter the palace. Once you are married, conversing with other ladies will earn you some face. This is not merely a matter of desire. I can indulge you in other matters, but not this one. Your father has decreed that while others may abstain, you must attend, as it is the Emperor's personal command. The Astronomical Bureau has recently calculated that any girl born on the Mid-Autumn Festival who enters the palace to worship the moon goddess alongside the emperor will ensure bountiful weather for the Northern Dynasty in the coming years. After a thorough evaluation, you are the only eligible noble lady. Shen Zhiyi shivered. What? Is that true? This never happened in my past life. Worship the moon goddess? With the emperor? What a joke. What is going on? Indeed, this is an unprecedented fortune. Once in the palace, the rituals must be flawless, and the emperor will reward you handsomely, thus enriching your little treasury. Madame Shen displayed a delicate green garment before her, nodding in satisfaction. This one is neither gaudy nor overly ostentatious. The pink is too common, and the purple too dark and aging. The green is indeed the most appealing. Shen Zhiyi remained silent, allowing Madame Shen to fuss over her. No matter how hard she tried to think, she could not comprehend the reason behind it all. It felt strangely unsettling. Mother, if father speaks to you personally. Madame, the imperial edict has arrived. A young servant rushed in, brimming with excitement. Madame Shen, filled with enthusiasm, immediately took Shen Zhiyi to the front hall to receive the decree. The front hall was already filled with kneeling figures. Upon seeing the newcomers, the eunuch nodded in approval and began to speak. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I, by the order of heaven, rule over myriad nations, bestowing blessings upon the people. Considering that the Shen family has a daughter named Shen Zhiyi, who is both talented and virtuous, her birth date is exceedingly auspicious, coinciding with the Mid-Autumn Festival. This is indeed a divine omen. She is hereby granted permission to enter the palace to worship the moon goddess, praying for the prosperity of the nation and the well-being of the people. Thus it is decreed. Shen Zhiyi gracefully stepped forward. This humble daughter receives the decree. The eunuch replied, Congratulations, Miss Shen. This is an opportunity that others can only dream of. You are the first to receive such an honor. In a few days, you will also enter the palace early to practice. Understanding his implication, Shen Zhiyi quickly instructed Xingyue to present a pouch of silver. Thank you, eunuch. The eunuch beamed broadly, weighing the silver in his hands, and lowered his voice to remind her, Miss Shen, you must seize this opportunity. Our emperor's favorite is none other than Prince Ning. With that, he led the palace attendants away. Xie Yanci? Is this the work of Xie Yanci? Shen Zhiyi furrowed her brow, pondering the meaning behind it all. Zhiyi, as you represent our Shen family in the palace, it is imperative that you comprehend the protocols. In a few days, as you enter the palace, remember not to offend the nobility. Shen Zhong approached her, revealing a smile that had been long absent, a genuine expression emanating from his heart. Within, Shen Zhiyi was acutely aware that his affections were merely driven by the benefits she could bestow upon him. Congratulations, sister, chimed in Shen Yanci, who was not particularly close to her. Amidst the celebration, jealousy brewed. Shen Yanci shot her a fierce glare, her displeasure manifesting in an impatient stomp of her foot. Yet she dared not approach to mock, for to ridicule such joyful news would undoubtedly earn her scorn from their father and elder brother. Why should such fortunate events not befall her? If one were to assign blame, it would rest upon her stepmother. Had she not caused their mother to give birth prematurely, perhaps her own birthday could have graced the auspicious Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 11. Offending the Queen in Pursuit of Impeccable Etiquette for the Day Ceremony. Shen Zhiyi found herself obliged to enter the palace daily for lessons. In addition, she had to don heavy and elaborate garments to pay homage to the moon goddess. Only after the rites concluded could she change back into the attire prepared for her by Lady Shen. Shen Zhiyi felt overwhelmed. Miss, it is time to rise for the palace, Changxia gently called out. Shen Zhiyi buried her face in the quilt and turned over, pondering how much longer she must endure such days. Exhausted and drowsy, she had no desire to go. The palace matron was exceedingly strict with her, not only teaching the rituals for honoring the moon goddess, but also imparting a myriad of peculiar customs. This included the protocols for serving her husband and the intricacies of intimacy. What nonsense was this? Moreover, there were the various rules of the princess consort. Little did they know, in her past life as the sole woman in Xie Yanci's life, she had attended numerous banquets and had become quite adept at these conventions. Yet, the knowledge weighed heavily on her heart. When she questioned the rationale behind it, the matron made her stand with an apple atop her head for an incense stick's duration. Dear miss, the palace carriage awaits outside. Let us rise. With no choice, Shen Zhiyi entered the palace, dark circles under her eyes. This was her 5th day of study. With only 2 days remaining until the mid-autumn feast, she was making rapid progress, earning the matron's commendation, yet the lessons remained relentless. Seated in the carriage, she leaned against Changxia, eyes closed in feigned slumber, her mind racing. Why must she learn according to the standards of the princess consort? Could it be that Xie Yanci sought an imperial decree to marry her? That seemed implausible. She did not wish to deceive herself. A man as cold-hearted as he would never harbor feelings for her. Surely, she was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. After all, her engagement with Gu Jinghe was approaching, so there was no cause for concern. Shen Zhiyi reassured herself. Such a frigid individual as Xie Yanci would undoubtedly not be interested in someone as ordinary as herself. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. She must not indulge in self-deception. Miss Shen, we have arrived. Shen Zhiyi lifted her eyelids and alighted from the carriage. The first order of business upon entering the palace was to pay her respects to the queen. However, to her surprise, Li Nanjia was also present. Dressed in a gentle, pale yellow garment, her hair styled in a delicate serpent bun, and a smile gracing her lips, she appeared utterly harmless as she engaged in light conversation with the queen, eliciting laughter from her. Shen Zhiyi felt no desire to encounter her, hastily taking her leave after greeting the queen, but fate had other plans. Miss Shen, please wait. I have yet to extend my congratulations, Li Nanjia called out with a smile as she approached. Shen Zhiyi cast her a sidelong glance, a cold, mocking smile curling at her lips as she deliberately asked, "Is it sincere, or is it insincere?" Li Nanjia momentarily froze and quickly replied, "Miss Shen is jesting. How could a heart that can be presented be anything but sincere? What insincerity could there be? ACI mentioned you to me not long ago. However, we had a quarrel, and he gifted me a pair of jade bracelets to cheer me up. I thought they would look lovely on your slender, fair wrists." Shen Zhiyi narrowed her eyes, filled with disdain. Li Nanjia always behaved this way, but she had become immune to it. Such pretentiousness was utterly nauseating. If it were outside the palace, she might have dared to insult her a little, but here, amidst so many people, she must temper her words. "I truly regret it. Soon, the matron will instruct me on proper etiquette, and time is fleeting. It is merely a pair of bracelets. If Miss Li does not desire them, they may be bestowed upon the servants." With her head held high, she departed without a backward glance. Li Nanjia maintained a gentle smile, yet her fingers twisted the handkerchief into a crumpled mess. Her cold, serpentine gaze slithered up Shen Zhiyi's back. "Shen Zhiyi, do not blame me. Who compelled you to thwart my endeavors?" Encountering Li Nanjia left her in a foul mood, and the entire day passed in discontent. The matron today was less bothersome than usual, allowing her an earlier departure from the palace than on previous occasions. 2 days later, the mid-autumn festival arrived. Before dawn, Shen Zhiyi rose to enter the palace, claiming to be unperturbed, though her palms were slick with perspiration. The thought of making a mistake was humiliating. Conversely, succeeding would bring honor. She continually encouraged herself as she donned her heavy garments, spending several hours preparing and awaiting the priest's instructions. From the first light of dawn, she had not consumed a single drop of water, her hunger pressing painfully against her ribs. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, she turned to the maidservant attending her. "Qin Xiang, might you kindly procure some pastries? I am truly at the brink of starvation." Qin Xiang nodded and replied softly, "Miss Shen, alas, one cannot take from the palace without permission, and the imperial kitchen is currently preoccupied with preparations for the evening feast, so they're likely too busy." Shen Zhiyi was well aware of palace regulations. All items taken from the various quarters must be duly recorded. It seemed she had not been allocated anything today. Her spirits deflated like a punctured balloon. "Surely, I cannot go from morning till night without sustenance," she muttered glumly. Qin Xiang hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. Who would dare to procure food for her after offending the empress? The preparations for the sacrificial ceremony were nearly complete. They merely awaited the emperor's arrival after his cleansing and attire, which would take another half-hour. Shen Zhiyi was carried to a side hall of the grand chamber to await her turn. She refrained from drinking any water, fearing that in her urgency, she would suffer the consequences. Instead, she sought a quiet corner to close her eyes and drift into slumber. At some unknown moment, a figure approached her, their gaze resting upon her. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Startled awake, Shen Zhiyi's eyes flew open, and she found herself locking eyes with Xie Yanci. She froze, recalling the earlier sound, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Are you hungry? Have you not eaten in the palace? Shen Zhiyi offered an awkward smile and replied softly, Your Highness, Prince Ning, I am indeed a bit famished. Since entering the palace, I have consumed nothing. Your Highness, with your remarkable charm and prowess. Acquiring something to eat should be an effortless task for you, no? A subtle smile played at the corners of Xie Yanci's lips, as if amused by her request. Now you seek my assistance. Who was at that distance themselves from me not long ago? I certainly did not. Xie Yanci chuckled lightly, neither affirming nor denying her plea for help, before turning on his heel and walking away. This left Shen Zhiyi in a frenzy of anxiety, unable to shout out. The adornments upon her head weighed heavily, preventing her from rising. The light in her eyes dimmed gradually. After a long pause, Xie Yanci returned, holding a fragrant bowl of longevity noodles, enhanced with a single egg and a generous portion of meat, prepared by the imperial chef. Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with delight. Her mouth involuntarily watered. Truly, Prince Ning was a benevolent soul. Since you find it inconvenient to move, I shall hold the plate for you, and you may eat directly. Xie Yanci positioned himself before her, serving as a human table. How could I possibly impose? She chuckled shyly. Yet, her hands had already grasped the chopsticks, shoveling a hearty mouthful of noodles. A subtle smile played on Xie Yanci's lips. If you ask me, slurp. Prince Ning is indeed the best. No wonder he is the war king. He truly understands the needs of the common folk. Xie Yanci gently tapped her forehead with his fingers, speaking softly. Just enjoy your meal. Shen Zhiyi paused, glancing at the noodles in her hands. Why did Xie Yanci keep tapping her head? Wasn't he such an action overly intimate? She silently chastised herself for her own foolishness. Raising her gaze, her beautiful round eyes met his. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I can manage the rest myself. I appreciate your assistance in holding it. With that, she lifted the bowl and resumed her meal. Xie Yanci, perplexed, inquired, Is it not too hot? It's not hot at all, she replied with a grin. If it were, I would surely be scorched. Feeling emboldened, she insisted on managing the bowl herself. The heat was indeed overwhelming. I feared you might soil your attire. As royal garments, they are irreplaceable. It's best if I handle it. Xie Yanci took the bowl from her hands and returned it to its original place, his gaze darkening. Are you not tired? Shen Zhiyi nodded, of course. Xie Yanci remained silent for a moment before saying, Just endure a little longer. I have some good news for you this evening. Shen Zhiyi was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 12, Have you forgotten this old flame? After satisfying her hunger, Shen Zhiyi commenced the grand sacrificial ceremony. From the break of dawn until the afternoon, she was busy, and the ceremony did not commence until evening. Fortunately, the proceedings were not overly complex. Once she placed the offerings on the altar, it was merely a matter of the emperor reciting the sacrificial texts. To her dismay, the reading lasted a full half-hour, leaving Shen Zhiyi's legs trembling from exhaustion. At last, when the ceremony concluded, she exited amidst the envious gazes of all the noble ladies. Upon reaching the side hall, she removed her ornate headpiece and disrobed. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over her as she donned lighter garments, feeling as if she had been reborn. Following the sacrificial rites, a banquet awaited. Clad in splendid attire, Shen Zhiyi stepped out only to encounter Gu Jinghe, who had been waiting for her. His brow furrowed, his face clouded with concern. He softly inquired, Zhiyi, what troubles you? Shen Zhiyi dismissed the others, asking, What has happened? Gu Jinghe managed a bittersweet smile, confessing, I can no longer marry you. Shen Zhiyi, perplexed, responded, What do you mean? He continued, I am sorry, but I must wed Miss Lin. Please forgive me. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, a poignant sight. Shen Zhiyi, enveloped in confusion, pressed, What on earth transpired? Gu Jinghe merely shook his head, saying, It is all in the past. I do not wish for you to know. Promise me you will not inquire further. Simply remember that it is I, Gu Jinghe, who has let you down. He gazed at her intently, as if wishing to etch her image into his heart. Suddenly, summoning his courage, he stepped closer and embraced her tightly, as if time itself had paused in that moment. Yet, mere seconds later, he released her as if jolted. "Zhiyi, perhaps this is our final farewell," he declared, a forced smile gracing his lips as he turned away, leaving behind a figure steeped in solitude. Shen Zhiyi frowned, bewildered, her mind clouded with uncertainty, unable to comprehend why Gu Jinghe spoke only in half-truths. Just as she prepared to pursue him for clarification, a eunuch approached and blocked her path. "Miss Shen, the banquet is about to commence. Please follow me." Reluctantly, she complied, unaware that a pair of eyes in the distance were fixated upon her. As she arrived, the banquet had quietly begun. The dancers swayed with abandon, while musicians played melodious tunes, creating an atmosphere of revelry. The tables overflowed with delectable dishes, and the palace shimmered with vibrant lights. A resplendent moon hung high in the sky, casting silver rays that illuminated the entire palace. The halls were adorned with colorful lanterns, each intricately designed, as the feast presented a veritable cornucopia of culinary delights, filling the air with enticing aromas. Palace maids flitted gracefully among the guests, serving exquisite wines and delicacies. Shen Zhiyi quietly took her seat beside Xie Yanci. "Oh, it's just a sacrificial ceremony. You changed your attire and arrived late. The emperor has already arrived, and you come strolling in as if to bring disgrace upon the Shen family?" Xie Yanci mocked, rolling her elongated eyes. Not one to back down, Shen Zhiyi retaliated beneath her elaborate gown, pinching Xie Yanci's thigh with force. "Ouch!" The exclamation drew the attention of several nearby guests. "Sister, I have warned you not to indulge in that fruit wine. You are feeling dizzy, aren't you? Remember to restrain yourself and maintain your decorum." Shen Zhiyi removed the wine cup from before her and replaced it with a glass of water. The onlookers cast disdainful glances her way. The delicacies of the palace are indeed exquisite, yet how shameful it is for a lady to behave so indiscreetly. Xie Yanci's face was a patchwork of green and white. Awkwardly retracting her hand and lowering her gaze, glaring fiercely at Shen Zhiyi. Shen Zhiyi smirked slyly, leaning closer to her ear, stating that this was merely a playful jest. But should she provoke her again, it would not be so trivial. Xie Yanci, feeling vexed, had no desire to engage in conversation with her. As the banquet reached its midpoint, the emperor and empress led the guests outside to admire the moon. The palace scenery, naturally, surpassed that of an ordinary courtyard. In the courtyard, chrysanthemums bloomed, and the fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air. The cool breeze of the mid-autumn night caressed the faces of the attendees, offering a refreshing and pleasant sensation. The distant palace, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared even more majestic, complementing the beauty of the courtyard, akin to a splendid painting. A noblewoman spontaneously recited poetry, adding elegance to the gathering. A talented scholar composed a verse, eliciting applause from the crowd. Shen Zhiyi preferred to remain inconspicuous, hiding behind the throng, absorbing the ambience of the palace, feeling inexplicably bittersweet. Alas, is Miss Shen all right? Suddenly, a koi fish leaped ashore, landing in Shen Zhiyi's hand and drenching her garment. Surprisingly, she was not annoyed. She simply tossed it back into the pond, realizing she would need a change of attire. It was nothing but a fish, perhaps a good omen with the koi in her embrace. Fortunately, the maidservant Qinxiang, who was attending to her, accompanied her to change her clothes. Inside the palace, after she had changed, Qinxiang vanished without a trace. In her place sat Xie Yanci, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the room. Dressed in a deep purple robe, he was tall and imposing, casually resting his left hand on his head. His obsidian eyes slowly opened, their lashes thick as raven feathers. With slightly parted pale lips, he spoke in a clear yet deep voice. "All set?" Shen Zhiyi's heart raced. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Ning." Her heart pounded, yet she managed to feign composure, replying, "May His Highness rest well. This humble servant takes her leave." Just as she turned to leave, a few steps from the door, Xie Yanci lunged forward, pulling her into his embrace and shutting the door behind them. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. With a faint flush at the corners of his eyes, his gaze appeared hazy, hinting at inebriation as he leaned against the door, looking down at her with a slight frown. Did Gu Jinghe embrace you today? How do you know? Shen Zhiyi averted her eyes, resisting his proximity. Her expression pierced Xie Yan's heart, and he bitterly confessed, I saw it, struggling to suppress his tears. He cornered her against the wall, deliberately taunting. What? Has Miss Shun found new affection and forgotten this prince of old? He lowered his gaze, fixating on her eyes, leaning closer. I despise him. Shen Zhiyi took a breath, her ears flushed as she pressed her hand against his chest and exclaimed, Why speak so closely? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she questioned, Is it you? My marriage with Gu Jinghe is clearly about to be settled, and was Miss Lin arranged by you? Xie Yanci's eyes brimmed with tears as he replied, You doubt me? Yes. I truly do not comprehend the meaning behind your actions. As the saying goes, it is better to destroy a temple than to ruin a marriage. If this was indeed your doing, it would greatly disappoint me. Are we to continue in this manner forever? Shen Zhiyi gasped, her hand pressing against his chest. Xie Yanci tightly encircled her waist with both arms, his towering figure enveloping her completely. Closing his eyes, he indulged in kissing her lips fervently, soft and tender. His warm breath caressed her face with an intensity that left her powerless to escape. He drew her fully into his embrace, feeling a surge of wild desire. Then, with a free hand, he lifted her chin and kissed her passionately. Shen Zhiyi felt as though she could scarcely breathe under the fervor of his kiss. Compared to his previous life's adeptness, this time was far from lacking. She pushed against his chest with all her might, shoving his face away. Woo-woo. Only then did Xie Yanci reluctantly release her lips, resting his forehead against hers, breathing heavily. Tears glistened in Shen Zhiyi's eyes. Her legs weakened as she leaned against his chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. Are you sick? Woo-woo. What are you doing? Bullying me? Xie Yanci panicked, hastily wiping her tears. I'm sorry. I had once adored you so deeply, yet you scarcely acknowledged my presence. Allowing me to foolishly chase after you was amusing? Now that I no longer wish to pursue you, why do you provoke me again? Shen Zhiyi questioned him in a choked voice, tears falling unrelentingly. I apologize, it is all my fault. I admit that initially I held no feelings for you, but my heart is not made of stone. How could I remain unmoved by your kindness? Do you truly believe I am so cold-blooded? Shen Zhiyi, I love you. Your fate is meant to intertwine with mine alone. As for Gu Jinghe, I swear to you I have done nothing against him. He was ensnared by the Lin family and had relations with their daughter. The Lin family, in decline, sought to cling to the Gu family. I have never deceived you. Chapter 12. The princess consort of Ning. Past and present, this marked the first occasion on which Xie Yanci expressed his feelings. The first time he uttered the words, I like you. Shen Zhiyi's heart quivered violently, yet she wished to halt the conversation. Xie Yanci, bewildered, swallowed hard and softly coaxed. Then let it be my turn this time. Allow me to pursue you. Shen Zhiyi averted her gaze and directly inquired, What about Linanjia? I do not harbor feelings for her. My heart belongs solely to you. I have commissioned an investigation, and the notion of us fighting side by side is merely her fabrication. I was unaware of her schemes, and all that she has spun about our relationship is a mere illusion of her making. I merely caught wind of the rumors and chose not to involve myself with someone so irrelevant, and that was my folly. Failing to respond to your affections in a timely manner was my second mistake. I beseech you, dear Zhiyi, do not forgive me. Let me face the consequences of my errors, but please do not cast me aside. Xie Yanci held her tightly, his lips nearly brushing her chin. His voice a soft plea. His dark, tear-laden eyes reflected an earnest love. Zhiyi, say something. Shen Zhiyi bit her lip, her heart constricting painfully, a torrent of emotions surging forth. In her past life, she had often heard whispers of his connection with Linanjia, likely disseminated by Nanjia herself. If their love had been genuine, they would not have remained unfulfilled for so many years. It was her naivety, her foolishness that led her to believe in their affair, which ultimately caused her untimely demise. Yet, it was his silence that incited her ire. After their marriage, he indulged in revelry with her, never addressing the rumors that surrounded them. When she pressed him for answers, he merely replied coldly, "Chasing shadows, do not overthink it." What kind of response was that? Perhaps they did share moments of sweetness. Every year, on her birthday, he would personally prepare a lavish feast, and upon returning from distant travels, he would always bring her 2 large boxes of gifts. He frequently surprised her with fresh bouquets and ensured that everything was arranged to her liking. Even when she erred, he would not chastise her, but rather follow behind, cleaning up the mess, never allowing others to mistreat her. In the inner courtyard, she was his only consort. Yet, why did he never stay the night? Why, for the sake of rescuing Li Nanjia, would he willingly endure injury rather than come to her aid? And what of their solitary child? She had not even been granted a final farewell from her mother. This matter could be addressed later. Xie Yanci, in desperation, plaintively said, "Will you not grant me a chance? I have already received the imperial decree for our marriage. The edict is likely to be announced by tomorrow. Henceforth, you shall be my princess consort of Ning, my lawful wife." Shen Zhiyi, furious, struck him with a fist. "Then why must you make me consider it? It was merely an edict. The marriage date had not yet been set, and I shall find a way to win back your heart during this time." "Scoundrel! Scoundrel!" Shen Zhiyi ground her teeth and pounded his chest vehemently. Xie Yanci, undeterred, smiled. "May I steal another kiss?" Shen Zhiyi glared at him with wide eyes. "You shameless." But before she could finish her retort, he silenced her with his lips, unable to resist the urge any longer, losing himself in her presence. Oblivious to her protests, this time it was far gentler than before. Xie Yanci learned swiftly, the aroma of wine gradually permeating into her being, advancing together with her. Xie Yanci clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead slowly protruding, his heart racing incessantly. With tightly wrapped arms, the two embraced without a hint of space between them. Shen Zhiyi, dazed by his kisses, gradually lost her strength, barely leaning against their chests for support, her mind swirling in a haze. She was unaware of how long she had been entangled with Xie Yanci, only knowing that he coaxed her into kiss after kiss until her lips swelled slightly. And only then did he relent. "Zhiyi, I adore you," Xie Yanci professed. Shen Zhiyi cursed her own weakness, gathering her strength to push him away forcefully, only to reward him with a slap across the face. Tears welled up instantly, rendering her speechless as she glared at him. Xie Yanci remained unperturbed, for her strike was nothing more than a tickle to him. His eyes softened as he approached to wipe her tears, gently saying, "You may hit me as you please." Shen Zhiyi evaded his touch. "From now on, do not lay a finger on me without my permission." The outcome was already determined. This scoundrel had indeed procured the emperor's decree. Yet, she could surmise the emperor's motives for the marriage. With Xie Yanci holding significant military power, the emperor would naturally harbor suspicions. A consort of lesser lineage would help balance his influence. "Xie Yanci, I am narrow-minded and exceedingly jealous. If you marry me, tread carefully, lest flames arise in the backyard," Shen Zhiyi warned. "I too possess jealousy and a narrow heart. In the future, you shall be the sole mistress of the household, and you are forbidden from approaching other men," Xie Yanci replied. Shen Zhiyi fell silent. "I am unreasonable, prone to jealousy, and possessive. If you marry me, prepare yourself mentally." Xie Yanci nodded in agreement. "I am the same." Shen Zhiyi pursed her lips. "I have an ungainly sleeping posture. I kick off the blankets at night, drool, and snatch the covers. Moreover, I am quite particular with my meals. Should the dishes not meet my palate, I will throw a fit." "Minor issues," Xie Yanci reassured. "I shall order a large bed to be crafted for us. As for the cuisine, if the kitchen fails to satisfy your tastes, I see no reason for them to continue in service. The Wang residence does not support idlers." Shen Zhiyi bit her lip, closing her eyes in silence. "Zhiyi, allow me to escort you out of the palace," he offered, not wishing others to witness her current state. "I have my own arrangements for the banquet." Upon returning to the Shen residence, her mind was a whirlwind. How had Xie Yanci come to develop feelings for her? The moment she ceased her pursuit, he lowered himself to treat her thus. However, with the wedding date undetermined and the imperial decree imminent, she felt powerless to alter her fate. Yet, a knot lingered in her heart. Who could resolve her uncertainties? As long as she harbored this unease, she could never truly accept Xie Yanci. Her lips ached slightly as she stood before the bronze mirror, gazing at the reddened marks left by his kisses, cursing him silently. She wiped the corners of her mouth, lost in thought. How had she become intertwined with Xie Yanci in this lifetime? What was to be done? It would be a sleepless night. Shen Zhiyi tossed and turned in bed, pondering throughout the night without finding an answer. The following day, as Xie Yanci had foretold, the imperial decree has indeed been issued, and along with it, a plethora of rewards flowed into her little treasury like a cascading stream. It turns out that Xie Yanci sought the emperor's permission for her to enter the palace, with the intention of bestowing upon her an auspicious title to compliment him, thereby cleansing him of the blood debts he incurred from his youth on the battlefield, where he claimed countless lives. Without this, her noble lineage alone would not suffice for her to become a princess. Upon the announcement of the decree, Shen Zhong's arrogance surged, and he approached with a beaming smile. Speaking in a sweet tone, "It is indeed commendable that Zhiyi has secured the favor of Prince Ning. Henceforth, the Shen family may also rise to prominence. I have grown old, laboring daily for the sake of this family to ensure your well-being, and my hair has grayed in the process. Zhiyi, I implore you to lend your support in the future, for you are the daughter who represents the Shen family. By the way, I recently incurred considerable expenses while attending to official matters. Zhiyi, you are still young and perhaps do not comprehend the essence of wealth generation. Father, these are royal gifts, and they are not within my sister's control," Shen Yanci interjected in her defense. "Now that my sister has become the princess of Ning, engaging frequently with the royal family, should she ever enter the palace and speak with Her Majesty the Empress?" Shen Zhong's expression darkened. Observing this, Shen Yanci remarked sarcastically, "Elder brother, while your words hold truth, how could the emperor possibly remember the specifics of such vast sums of silver and gold? My sister has long enjoyed the privileges of the Shen family, and now that we face adversity, she could easily alleviate our urgent needs with just a little support. Or does she wish otherwise? If word gets out, others may label her an ingrate." One could see the triumphant gleam in Shen Yanci's eyes. Her words struck a chord with Shen Zhong, explaining his long-standing favoritism towards this eldest daughter. Chapter 13. The scandal of the concubine sister's words were utterly devoid of meaning. I had yet to utter a single word, yet she hastily branded me a white-eyed wolf. Is that not excessively harsh? And what of her? She consumes the resources of the Shen family, yet contributes nothing in return. With her impending marriage less than a fortnight away, one would think she would be more considerate, setting an example for her younger sister by foregoing a dowry to support her natal family. Shen Zhiyi immediately retorted. Shen Yanci could never best her in their verbal sparring, yet she always felt compelled to join the fray. Shen Yanci's face flushed with indignation. Could she truly live without a dowry? With a huff, she stormed off. "Father, as a member of the Shen family, it is only fitting that I contribute. However, as my brother has pointed out, these gifts are bestowed by the emperor. Should they be damaged, it would be difficult for me to bear the responsibility. Soon, I shall wed Prince Ning, and the dowry befitting a princess must be substantial. After all, our family marries off 2 daughters each year. What if our dowry falls short?" Shen Zhong understood her implication. As long as he refrained from taking anything from her, the dowry need not be prepared by the Shen household. It all boiled down to an unwillingness to provide. Shen Zhong's expression darkened, yet as the father of the future Princess Ning, he had to maintain an air of dignity. He muttered, "Indeed, is quite considerate." Once the party had finally departed, Madame Shen offered her words of consolation. "Your father is just like that. Having spent a lifetime with him, I can attest to his petty nature and lack of gratitude. He won't even part with your dowry. That wretched man. But do not worry, dear. Your mother will certainly extract some funds from that miser." Madame Shen's expression was grim. Her words, ostensibly comforting, were merely a venting of her frustration. "Mother, he is precisely like that. My dowry is ample enough. There is no need for you to confront him." She felt a pang of sympathy, fearing that Shen Zhong might again launch into a tirade against her mother. He had once wooed Madame Shen with sweet nothings, but after marriage, his true nature gradually revealed itself. He was nothing but a scoundrel. In truth, her mother was far more magnanimous, having seen through her father's facade and decisively relinquished her expectations, thus shielding her heart from further harm. Yet, It was unfortunate regarding your engagement to young Master Gu. Their fates had seemingly intertwined, only to be interrupted by such a twist of fate. To become the princess of Ning and enter the royal family. Who could say whether that would be a blessing or a curse? Madame Shen sighed with regret. Shen Zhiyi lowered her gaze, lost in contemplation. Miss, the matter you asked me to investigate some time ago has yielded results. Xing Yue announced with a hint of malicious glee. The eldest son-in-law has indeed fallen into a pit of flames. He has been keeping a concubine outside, frequently spending the night away. This concubine is gentle of countenance and strikingly beautiful, completely ensnaring the eldest son-in-law's affections. A few days ago, I deliberately engineered a meeting with her, and I found her to be rather tight-lipped. She claimed to have been living off selling tofu with her aunt for many years. Her surname is Zhou, and the locals affectionately refer to her as Madame Zhou. At 20 years of age, she is amiable, and her reputation in the community is commendable. Beyond this, I have no further information for the time being. Shen Zhiyi nodded, urging careful observation of her abdomen for signs of pregnancy. It would be prudent for her to be aware of her condition before entering the Zhao residence, a place rife with intricate relationships and numerous inhabitants. Zhao Qin, being the second legitimate son, held little significance. Yet, among the great-grandchildren, none had been born. The elderly matriarch of the Zhao family was in desperate need of great-grandchildren and had gone to great lengths to accommodate many within the household. If she were indeed with child, Xie Yanci would have quite the spectacle to witness. Miss, I shall prepare some foods that promote fertility and present them to her, came the reply. Go ahead, Shen Zhiyi instructed. Suddenly, a voice emerged from an unknown source, imbued with a hint of cheerfulness. Zhiyi, have you already begun preparing for a child? I am quite pleased. With that, Xie Yanci climbed through the window, carrying a bouquet of fresh flowers and a food box. A nonchalant smile adorned his lips, and his brow bore an unprecedented softness. His well-defined jawline and captivating, soulful eyes gazed tenderly at her as he placed the items before her. How shameless! Shen Zhiyi exclaimed, frowning. You eavesdrop and enter through the window as if there were no door? If anyone sees a man in my private chamber, my reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Xie Yanci lowered his gaze, responding, Who would dare? I am your fiancé. My presence here will not invite scandal. Look at this bouquet I personally gathered. Do you like it? The bouquet was a riot of colors, with some petals glistening with dew, their vibrant blooms unfurling before her. Shen Zhiyi felt a pang in her heart, as if it were being squeezed tightly. Do not speak so recklessly. I am merely your unwilling fiancé. Very well. My fiancé, he replied playfully. Shall I now go about winning your favor? Do you like it? Xie Yanci looked at her with hopeful anticipation. Shen Zhiyi feigned indifference as she accepted the bouquet from his hands. It is merely a bouquet. What is so remarkable about it? I have endured far more for you than this, including the slander. Xie Yanci, aware of his shortcomings, stepped closer, positioning himself before her. Then I shall strive to win you over each day. May I hold your hand now? I wish to show you something. Shen Zhiyi placed the flowers in a vase. Responding, that is not permitted. Xie Yanci's expression fell, and he murmured, Then come with me. You promised to give me a chance, and you must not refuse. Where exactly do you intend to take me? You will find out once we arrive, he replied, leading her in an unusual direction to a wall. Shen Zhiyi quickly comprehended. You do not intend to use lightness skill, do you? Then, may I embrace you? He asked, his face filled with eager anticipation. Under her cold demeanor, he successfully secured a tender embrace. Shen Zhiyi, fearful of heights, nestled within Xie Yanci's cloak, clinging tightly to him, daring only to peek through a narrow opening to view the outside world. A triumphant smile graced Xie Yanci's lips, for reasons unknown, every time he touched her. His heart brimmed with warmth. Upon reaching a wooded area, Shen Zhiyi recognized her surroundings and suddenly recalled a memory that ignited warmth within her. Recalling a time in her past when she and Xie Yanci had just married, he had recently embraced a more passionate side, eager to be close to her at all times. On one occasion, he had brought her to this very place to learn horseback riding. As they were learning, they found themselves in the carriage. Xie Yanci inquired, Zhiyi, Why is your face so flushed? Shen Zhiyi, regaining her composure, feigned annoyance and retorted, "Do not call me by such an endearing name. From now on, refer to me as Miss Shun." Taken aback by her inexplicable reprimand, Xie Yanci smiled wryly and replied, "Very well, Miss Shun. May I invite you to ride a single horse together?" In the countryside, he had arranged for his beloved steed, Qing Feng, to await them. Qing Feng was a horse he had ridden during battles, intelligent and a true treasure. The guard, Mo Bai, brought Qing Feng over. "It will suffice," Xie Yanci chuckled, assisting her onto the horse before mounting himself. His tall stature, with defined chest and arm muscles, made it seem as though he enveloped Shen Zhiyi, almost obscuring her entirely. His long fingers intertwined around her waist as he grasped the reins. The unique, delicate fragrance emanating from her enveloped his senses, sweet and soft. Xie Yanci admitted to himself that he harbored a desire to tease her mercilessly, perhaps even to the point of tears. "Are you ready? Let's set forth." Shen Zhiyi mimicked his grip on the reins, all set. The sound of hooves resonated as the wind whispered by, caressing their faces in a particularly pleasant manner. Initially tense, Shen Zhiyi soon relaxed, her smile blossoming. "There will be even more delightful experiences ahead. Let me show you." Shen Zhiyi laughed carefreely, reveling in the joy of riding. After a prolonged journey, they finally arrived at their destination. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked in the darkness, fixated on them, while a distant group of riders approached. Chapter 14, The Familiar Bamboo, Flute, a quaint little cabin. Who would have thought such a charming abode existed here? Xie Yanci dismounted and assisted her down from the horse, exclaiming that there were even more delightful surprises within. "You'll understand once you step inside," he assured her. Shen Zhiyi cast a puzzled glance in his direction, wondering if there might be anything peculiar within. Despite her uncertainty, her curiosity urged her forward. She pushed open the door and was immediately captivated by the wooden carvings adorning the table, standing there transfixed. The cabin was filled with wooden sculptures, each one representing a stage in a person's life, chronicling their growth from childhood to adulthood. Shen Zhiyi picked up a carving, examining it closely. The face seemed vaguely familiar, igniting a conjecture in her mind that she dared not voice. "This is you. I sculpted it based on your likeness." From the babbling child of 1 year old to the breathtaking young lady of 17, Xie Yanci's deep voice resonated gently, breaking the silence. Shen Zhiyi, with her back turned to him, felt her eyes welling up with tears. Her heart ached with an overwhelming pain, leaving her feeling desolate. She set the carving down, her spirits dampened, her complexion pale. "What troubles you? Is it my craftsmanship that displeases you?" he inquired, noticing her distress. Tears streamed down Shen Zhiyi's cheeks. Her throat tightened with emotion, rendering her speechless as she sobbed uncontrollably. She felt a profound resentment. Why was it that in this life, Xie Yanci boldly professed his feelings, whereas in her past life, he had been utterly indifferent, devoid of any affection? It was Xie Yanci who had caused her demise. Had he shown her the same warmth in her previous life, she would not have endured such suffering, which he had inadvertently inflicted upon her. She lamented her own worthlessness. What if his demeanor turned cold again after their marriage, repeating the past? Would she find herself ensnared in despair once more? Xie Yanci tenderly wiped away her tears, bewildered by her sudden outburst. Lacking experience in comforting a girl, he spoke softly, "Zhiyi, it is my fault for bringing you unhappiness." "Xie Yanci, do you truly understand what it means to love?" She challenged him. "Of course I do. The moment you are near, I cannot bear the thought of you glancing at another man. When I heard rumors of your betrothal to Gu Jinghe, an indescribable anguish pierced my heart. Yet upon seeing you, that pain dissipated. I have never loved anyone before and was unaware of what love entailed, but I am certain that you are my heart's desire. My affection for you is not a fleeting whim, but a lifelong commitment I intend to uphold." Xie Yanci lowered his head, his profound gaze fixed upon her, devoid of any pretense. Shen Zhiyi bowed her head, biting her lips in silence as the bitterness in her heart gradually subsided. She struggled to forgive his past self. The chasm between them felt like a fragile veil, one she could not lift. "If you do not appreciate these wooden carvings, I shall dispose of them all," Xie Yanci declared, moving towards the sculptures. Do not throw them away. What did I say? I dislike them. I simply mean, please do not discard them. Shen Zhiyi interjected, blocking his path. Let them remain. Xie Yanci exhaled in relief. These were his creations, painstakingly sculpted in her likeness, and the thought of their disposal pained him. An awkward silence enveloped them. Who crafted these? Xie Yanci secretly rejoiced, having crafted the pieces with my own hands, carving them meticulously over the past few days. Oh, Shen Zhiyi picked up each wooden sculpture, savoring them slowly. Xie Yanci explained, this one represents you at 1 year old, a delicate and lovely infant. This one captures you at 5, clever and well-behaved. And this is you at 10, playful and charming. This one is 12. As Shen Zhiyi examined each piece, she chuckled softly, recognizing her 17-year-old self in her grasp, noting the resemblance, and remarked, You've worked hard. Can I take these with me? She inquired. Of course, Xie Yanci replied. Creating these took me a considerable amount of time, and I even injured my hands in the process. He glanced at her expression, unaware that she was unimpressed. Is that little injury really painful? It pales in comparison to the wounds you've sustained on the battlefield. Show me, Shen Zhiyi insisted. Xie Yanci froze, concealing his hand behind his back. Never mind. Shen Zhiyi stepped forward, forcibly revealing his hand. She studied his long fingers, each joint distinctly visible, his palm broad and powerful yet slightly rough, with merely a small wound that was nearly healed. She regarded him in silence, wondering if he was feigning pity. The tall and imposing Prince Ning suddenly felt embarrassed, his dog-like eyes drooping, and he fell silent. Find something. I want to put these wooden carvings away. Your Highness, they're an assassin. Mo Bai shouted from outside, and the clamor of clashing weapons erupted. Both their expressions shifted dramatically. Xie Yanci positioned her behind him and drew his sword. Suddenly, countless arrows flew into the room. The cold blades gleamed ominously as they deflected the arrows. Xie Yanci swiftly enveloped her in his cloak and made for the back door. Outside, leaves rustled ominously, the only sound amidst the tense atmosphere. The assassins had already encircled the area. With a stern countenance, Xie Yanci handed a signal flare to Shen Zhiyi, urging her to find an opportunity to ignite it. The assassins, cloaked in black, exchanged glances and without hesitation, lunged at them with lethal intent. Xie Yanci was no novice either. Despite holding Shen Zhiyi, he fought with remarkable skill. 3 assassins charged him simultaneously. He evaded their attacks with agility and retaliated fiercely. Suddenly, one assassin collapsed. Seizing the moment, Xie Yanci plunged his sword into Shen Zhiyi's expression changed dramatically as she shouted. This is bad. Quickly hide. The silver needles were so diminutive that their origin was indiscernible. One could only ascertain the direction of the flute's melody. If only the player could be identified. Xie Yanci, having trained in martial arts since childhood, possessed keen hearing and sight, enabling him to immediately discern the source of the music. With a flash of his blade, he deflected the 2 silver needles aimed at Shen Zhiyi. Almost instantaneously, the flute's notes quickened, and a flurry of silver needles followed in rapid succession. There were precisely 30 needles in total. Shen Zhiyi cautioned him, a secret known only to her. Xie Yanci understood and swiftly drew her into the protective embrace of his cloak. Yet aside from the silver needles, the assailants were far from finished. The attackers continued their onslaught, but fortunately, Mo Bai arrived from the front to lend assistance. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves heralded the arrival of reinforcements. As the flute's melody ceased, the figures lurking in the shadows vanished. Chapter 15. Waiting when the main forces arrived, only a solitary assassin remained alive. Mo Bai had already incapacitated him by severing his tendons and dislocating his jaw, rendering him unable to poison himself. I have no concerns. It is this group of assassins that requires thorough investigation. Xie Yanci's brow was tightly furrowed, his gaze icy, exuding a chill that felt lethal. He regarded the assassin on the ground as if he were merely a corpse, his voice as cold as ancient ice, sending shivers down one's spine. Take him away for a thorough interrogation. Yes. A gentle tug on his sleeve drew his attention, revealing Shen Zhiyi peeking out. her clear eyes fixed upon him. The coldness on Xie Yanci's face vanished instantly, replaced by a smile, though a flicker of concern danced in his eyes. "Are you unharmed?" Shen Zhiyi shook her head, hesitating before confessing. "Actually, I can craft some hidden weapons. That bamboo flute was made by me, commissioned by the other party, and I never expected it to be used against me." Xie Yanci's pupils widened momentarily, then a smile graced his lips, his heart softening at the revelation of her capabilities. "Let us return. This place is not safe. I will secure the wooden sculptures." Having suspected her abilities before, he was astonished to find it true. He pinched her cheek, still somewhat fearful, recalling how she had broken free from his embrace and dashed away, nearly causing his heart to stop. He tightened his grip around her waist, guiding her away. Throughout their journey, Xie Yanci's expression remained taut and silent, his thick brows knitted together, and his sharp jawline exuding an air of low pressure. The atmosphere was subtly charged. Shen Zhiyi glanced at him sideways, biting her lip. "That bamboo flute seems familiar. I believe I've seen it before. Perhaps it belongs to the Li family." "Li Nanjia, did it frighten you?" Xie Yanci inquired. Shen Zhiyi shook her head. "They were merely a group of petty thugs. You are the formidable Prince Ning. How could you not protect me?" At her words, Xie Yanci finally relaxed his furrowed brow, a hint of amusement flickering in his dark eyes. A muffled chuckle escaped his chest as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "May I kiss your face?" Shen Zhiyi stiffened, all the affection she had just felt dissipating entirely. He truly was a creature of appetite. She replied coldly, "No." Xie Yanci withdrew his gaze, disappointment evident. "If this matter truly involves you, I will not let it slide." "But why would she seek your assistance?" Shen Zhiyi admitted, "Actually, I am the deputy master of Jin Feng Pavilion, though this is little known. I must have inadvertently crossed paths with her." "Jin Feng Pavilion? So you are the deputy master?" "Truly, my Princess Ning is extraordinary. Among the noble ladies of the capital, who could rival your prowess? None surpass your beauty in poetry, nor your skills in music. Now you can even craft hidden weapons. Only my Princess Ning possesses such remarkable talents." Xie Yanci's words brimmed with pride. "Do you not think it unbecoming for a woman to engage in such endeavors? Apart from my mother, only Lan Yu supports her. No one has ever spoken of her in such a manner." Xie Yanci remarked, "The women of the frontier are spirited and robust, unlike the delicate ladies of the capital. They ride and shoot as skillfully as men, embodying the essence of freedom. I hope you too can embrace this spirit." Shen Zhiyi felt a subtle stirring in her heart. In his previous life, he had never interfered with her personal matters. Regardless of her whims or nascent ideas, he seldom opposed her. That sounds rather pleasant." A smile danced in Xie Yanci's eyes as he leaned closer and softly asked, "Then, may I now follow my heart and steal a kiss?" Before Shen Zhiyi could react, he lowered his head and lightly brushed his lips against her cheek. A smile gradually appeared at the corners of her mouth, relaxing her heart somewhat, but in an instant, that smile faltered and her brow furrowed slightly. She felt uncertain about how to respond. If Xie Yanci continued to treat her this way, she feared she would eventually be ensnared in a web of emotions. Meanwhile, in the Li residence, Li Nanjia knelt in the courtyard, enduring relentless lashes from a vine thicker than her wrist. Blood flowed incessantly, draining the color from her face. The immense pain dulled her senses, rendering her nearly oblivious. She collapsed to the ground, struggling to breathe. "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this the woman punished for the failed assassination of Shen Zhiyi, that lowly wretch?" A richly dressed woman looked down upon her with malicious glee, her eyes cold and piercing. "You are but an external concubine, a filthy servant. How dare your father consider marrying you to the Prince of Ning? You have no worth. You deserve to live in disgrace." With a sharp slap, the woman reveled in her triumph. "Remember this. I shall always remain the esteemed legitimate daughter, while you are nothing but a worm in the gutter. Should you dare to scheme in my presence again, you may find yourself at the mercy of certain influential individuals." He. Li Nanjia closed her eyes, swallowing her humiliation and raw emotions. She was merely an unvalued external concubine of the Li family, a source of shame. Her worth was acknowledged only because of her intelligence. outshining every other girl in the family with her cunning. Skilled in disguise and possessing a shrewd mind, the Li family had brought her into their household as the legitimate daughter, publicly claiming she was being cared for in the countryside due to illness, recorded under her legitimate mother's name. Yet, with the engagement of the Prince of Ning, her value had diminished, especially after the assassination attempt failed. She longed for an escape from this wretched existence. The Li residence was a place that devoured its inhabitants without remorse, a place she utterly despised. As the wedding day approached, the Shen residence became adorned with red double happiness characters, growing increasingly lively. Shen Yanci had no time to trouble Shen Zhiyi, for today was her day of marriage. As she preened before the mirror, satisfied with her reflection, her eyes gentle like water, she smiled shyly. Glancing at the still drowsy Shen Zhiyi in the mirror, she pouted and reproached, "You are to be married soon, yet you still lack decorum. Be careful, or you may find it hard to manage a household once you are wed." Shen Zhiyi sat beside her, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at her in silence. To be fair, Shen Yanci was indeed quite beautiful, yet her words were rather unrefined. Rolling her eyes, Shen Zhiyi remarked, "Mind your manners. Have you even looked outside to see if dawn is broken? If it weren't for your impending marriage and my father's orders to rouse me, who would willingly linger by your side?" Shen Yanci turned to glare at her. "Shen Zhiyi, you truly lack respect. Ever since we were children, you have belittled me as your elder sister, and now, even on the eve of my wedding, you refuse to grant me peace." Shen Zhiyi's gaze turned icy. "Sister? What kind of sister would abandon her younger sibling at home, or push her into a pond?" Shen Yanci's eyes darted away. "That was ages ago. Why bring it up now? We were just children then, naive and foolish. I shall not hold it against you." She began to apply her makeup, ignoring Shen Zhiyi, though a flicker of anxiety stirred within her, fearing that the topic might arise again and be overheard. If her future in-laws were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be doomed. "Shen Yanci, I have warned you not to provoke me. Can you not comprehend simple words?" Shen Zhiyi's eyes were chillingly fierce. She had long severed pretense with Shen Yanci. She was acutely aware of the latter's nature. Unable to fathom whether Shen Yanci was simply foolish or perceived as easy to manipulate, constantly seeking to provoke her. An elderly maid watched the exchange with disapproval, letting out a sigh. "Second miss, today is the day of the eldest Miss's wedding. Do refrain from causing a scene. It is one thing to bully her at home, but today is her special day." Silence. Shen Zhiyi's expression darkened as she regarded the meddlesome maid, a mere bystander reveling in chaos. The maid, who had been a companion to the late matriarch, was notorious for her gossip. This instigator had long whispered in Shen Yanci's ear, blaming her mother for the matriarch's demise. Were it not for her position, Shen Yanci's wet nurse, she would have been dismissed long ago. Shen Yanci, however, was foolishly devoted to the wet nurse, who was untouchable, even shielded by their elder brother. No one dared to intervene. The maid, despite her age, seemed oblivious to decorum. How dare she interrupt the master's conversation? If her sister were to clash with someone, it would reflect poorly on the Shen family. Xingyue, teach this maid her place. Xingyue, quick to react and strong, retaliated with a swift slap across the maid's face. The stinging pain and humiliation left the maid wide-eyed. Second miss. "How dare you be so arrogant, striking me? You even insult the master?" Slap, slap, slap. Xingyue delivered 4 resounding blows to her aged face. The maid, unable to withstand the force, collapsed to the ground. Ouch! She clutched her face in agony, staring at Shen Zhiyi in disbelief, now rendered considerably subdued, hesitant to utter a word. Even though the maid had been the one struck, Shen Yanci was equally furious, her face pale with anger. "Shen Zhiyi, I told you, do not provoke me. You were the one who instigated. You are truly insane." Shen Yanci struggled to maintain her composure. Her words faltered, revealing her true nature. She had an affinity for bullying the meek while cowering before the strong. Whenever confronted by someone with a firm disposition, she would not dare to utter a sound. Chapter 16. Marriage to provoke me. Knowing full well my madness, do you not deserve a beating? Every encounter with Shen Yanci leaves Shen Zhiyi with a peculiar sense of calm madness. As long as she embraces her own insanity, Shen Yanci resembles a quail, easily intimidated. Different individuals require distinct methods of handling. Shen Yanci, accustomed to bullying the weak while fearing the strong, can only be subdued by someone even more formidable. Recently, Shen Yanci has been thoroughly trounced by her, leading to an ever-growing disdain for her adversary. Yet Shen Yanci finds herself powerless to retaliate, merely a victim of her own habitual bullying, unable to resist the urge to stomp down. Oomph. Shen Yanci turned her head away. Rolling her eyes and forcefully suppressing her rage, she spoke in a low voice. "Mama, remember this lesson and go apply the medicine." Mama stood frozen, expecting her to seek revenge, but was taken aback by her abrupt acceptance. Clearly displeased, Mama could only retreat with wide eyes. With several hours remaining before the arrival of the groom, Shen Yanci remained as quiet as a chicken, obediently following the arrangements, eager to avoid any mishap on her wedding day. At last, the Zhao family arrived to fetch the bride. Amidst the crackle of firecrackers, Shen Yanci was carried off by Shen Yinyang, finally ridding the Shen family of a plague. Little did she know that Shen Zhiyi had prepared for her a post-marriage gift, one potent enough to upheave her entire existence. With Shen Yanci no longer in the Shen household, Shen Zhiyi felt an immense sense of relief, as if the air itself had become significantly fresher. On this day, Shen Zhiyi focused her mind, determined to practice her calligraphy, which had long been an eyesore, undeniably lacking in beauty. Shen Zhiyi, Xie Yanci naturally climbed through the window, placing before her the flowers he had painstakingly gathered, this being the 20th bouquet. A fleeting glance revealed that her desk was adorned with his meticulously crafted wooden sculptures, arranged from childhood to the present in perfect order, resembling something quite remarkable. His heart swelled with joy. He diligently brought flowers to her room daily, and now it was nearly suffused with the fragrance of blossoms, though autumn's decay made fresh flowers increasingly rare. Shen Zhiyi? What a curious title, Shen Zhiyi mused, her pen never pausing, her gaze fixed ahead. My exclusive appellation. By the way, that live one has perished. The day after the Li family visited the Prince of Ning's residence, they died, and all traces were meticulously erased. I have investigated for quite some time, without a single clue, yet it is indisputable that this matter is inextricably linked to the Li family. Shen Zhiyi paused, lifting her gaze to him. What do you intend to do? The Li family's influence was deeply entrenched, making it impossible to strike at its core. The emperor had long harbored apprehension towards the Li family. Even the slightest disturbance could lead to significant losses for them. Yet such disturbances must be executed with precision. He lowered his eyes to conceal the ruthless glint within, slowly articulating his thoughts. The Li family has become audacious enough to attempt an assassination against me. Li Nanjia is quite the performer, creating an illusion that the outside world believes she harbors feelings for me. The Li family, I have heard in the markets, is led by the Empress's elder brother, the current patriarchally run, who seems to have associates involved in corruption. Perhaps we should investigate this avenue. The current sovereign harbors a profound disdain for corruption and bribery. The haunting memory of the He family massacre from over a decade ago remains vivid, as does the devastation wrought by the southern floods. The He family, entrenched within the Ministry of Revenue, embezzled hundreds of thousands of taels, resulting in the displacement of countless citizens. Nearly half of the populace perished, succumbing to plague, famine, and floods, with crops utterly annihilated in an instant. The entire Northern Dynasty teetered on the brink of chaos. This tale was something she had heard in her past life, though her focus had not been on it, thus she had gleaned little insight. I am grateful to you, Miss Shen. How many more surprises lie hidden beneath your surface? Xie Yanci smiled slightly. To prevent certain individuals from returning, I have stationed some shadow guards in the vicinity, ensuring they do not disturb you. As you wish. What brings you here today? To accompany you. Shen Zhiyi frowned. You, a prince of noble standing, are usually inundated with affairs. Why are you so free today? Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Yanci replied, because you have now become my foremost priority. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback, her gaze lingering on him in surprise. She realized that ever since he had uttered those sweet words, he could effortlessly produce such sentiments at any moment. Xie Yanci, under her scrutinizing stare, felt a hint of embarrassment, though his expression remained composed. He swallowed, turning his head to face her, his dark eyes deep as an abyss, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. His lips curved slightly, voice low. "What is it?" "Nothing." Shen Zhiyi, caught off guard, nearly succumbed to his gaze, quickly averting her eyes, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Why must he so brazenly entice her? The initially bashful Xie Yanci, witnessing her reaction, found his amusement growing. "I shall assist you in grinding the ink." This seemed a rather agreeable endeavor. An idea suddenly sparked within Xie Yanci's mind. He purposefully rolled up his sleeves, revealing the sinewy contours of his forearms, a result of years spent training under the sun, lending him a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, though his hands remained fair. His long fingers clasped the ink stick, faint veins appearing on his slender hands, inadvertently adding an allure to his presence. He dripped water onto the ink, gently stirring. Lifting his gaze, his long lashes, akin to dark feathers, occasionally locked onto hers, his lips curling slightly, exuding a subtle charm. Under his earnest scrutiny, Shen Zhiyi found it impossible to concentrate on her calligraphy. She wrestled with her own feelings, as well as with his. There existed an unbridgeable chasm, an insurmountable barrier. Often she pondered, these matters belonged to a past life. What relevance do they hold for the current Xie Yanci? Yet there was no denying they were the same individual, destined to make identical choices. Perhaps only time could mend such wounds. "The ink has seeped through the paper, my dear Miss Shen." Returning to her senses, Shen Zhiyi set down her brush and resolutely declared, "Xie Yanci, let us set a wedding date. Delaying further serves no purpose. The outcome is predetermined. All that continues to dwindle is time. It would be wiser for me to engage in other pursuits. The value of a heart is precious, yet only silver brings solace." "I must earn silver." Xie Yanci's pupils dilated in shock. "What did you just say?" "I said, let us set a wedding date. After all, I shall inevitably marry you." The smile that had just graced Xie Yanci's lips faltered in an instant. Was it truly for this reason? Shen Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, playfully inquiring, "Of course. Do you believe there is anything else?" She suddenly realized that taking the initiative felt delightful. The ability to act on her own volition whenever she wished and to decide when to withdraw was liberating. "Naturally, she assumed that you harbored feelings for me." The tall and robust Xie Yanci hung his head low, his elongated eyes drooping like a forlorn puppy. Shen Zhiyi couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor. Perhaps there was indeed something endearing about him. His gaze brightened once more as he lifted his eyes to meet her smiling dark orbs, a smile gracing his lips as he softly confessed, "I like you." Chapter 17. Pei Xian's fiancé. Shen Zhiyi, the business of the small tavern has gradually flourished. In addition to the tavern, she also needs to inspect her other shops every month. The date for her wedding is still being calculated by the Astronomical Bureau, and her primary concern at present is to earn money. She no longer wishes to revisit that coal backyard. "Miss, isn't that Miss Jiang?" Chang Xia pointed out the figure outside with curiosity. Shen Zhiyi, who was examining fabric, looked up and saw Jiang Langyue wandering aimlessly down the street with Jing Shui by her side, her face veiled, clearly reflecting her despondent mood. "Langyue." Shen Zhiyi approached her and, through the veil, noticed the distinct red handprint on her cheek. Furrowing her brow in concern, she inquired, "What happened?" Jiang Langyue paused, surprised to encounter her here. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head and choked out, "Zhi, it's nothing. I just wanted to take a walk." Shen Zhiyi frowned, remaining silent as she directly led her into the backyard of the shop. Inside, she insisted, "Do not say it's nothing. Who struck you on the face? Was it your mother?" "Chang Xia, go fetch some medicine." Jiang Langyue nodded, her lips quivering as tears began to fall. "Zhi, your dream is real. She truly wants me to marry that old man who beats me, a man over 20 years my senior, as a concubine. How can there be such a cruel mother in this world? I didn't listen to her, and she called me an ingrate, slapping me and saying that as long as I refused to marry the old man, I can't return home. She took away all my money and valuables. I've been staying at the inn with Jing Shui for 3 days, but now we have run out of money and must leave." As Jiang Langyue wiped her tears, she felt utterly wronged. "That old man is my father as superior. I've heard he has a penchant for chaos, and many of his concubines have perished under his torment. For the sake of a mere official position, my mother is willing to sell me off." Shen Zhiyi took out a handkerchief to dry her tears, her heart aching. "Stay with me for now. I will find a way." Since we were talking about the old man, it wouldn't be too much to wish for his demise. A glint of coldness flashed in Shen Zhiyi's eyes. In her past life, the one who forced Lanyu to her end was no good person either. "Zhi, do you have a plan?" Shen Zhiyi replied. "Let us not worry about that for now. Just come back to the Shen family with me for a while. You know I am about to marry the Prince of Ning, and with the title of Princess Consort, your mother wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Soon after, Chang Xia returned with the ointment, carefully applying it to Jiang Lanyue's face. Jiang Lanyue nodded, her heart, which had been wavering, suddenly steadied. She grasped Shen Zhiyi's hand tightly. "Zhi, thank you. Fool, we're good friends. Why say such things? Your troubles are my troubles. I will not let you fall into this pit of fire. Come, let us go back to my home." As Jiang Lanyue nodded, her stomach growled unexpectedly. Her ears flushed as she awkwardly explained, "I ran out of money today, and the inn does not provide food." Shen Zhiyi replied, "Coincidentally, I haven't eaten either. Today, I'll treat you to a meal at Zue Xianlu. You love their vinegar celery and duck-foot soup, don't you? Let us go." Thus, they made their way to Zue Xianlu. By a stroke of fate, Pei Xian encountered a charming young woman by his side. Her beauty was striking, fresh, and elegant, resembling a delicate bird nestling beside him. The pair shared sweet smiles, occasionally exchanging glances that reflected their intimacy, akin to a perfect couple. Upon noticing the two, Pei Xian's eyes sparkled momentarily before settling on Jiang Lanyue's reddened eyes, his brow furrowing slightly as he softly inquired, "What happened to her?" "Master Pei." Shen Zhiyi stepped forward, obstructing Pei Xian's gaze. "May I ask who this is?" Pei Xian was momentarily taken aback, but responded graciously, "This is my fiancée, Zhao Xiao, and this is Miss Shen. The one behind is Jiang Lanyue, whom you have met." Zhao Xiao nodded gently, her voice sweet as she greeted, "Miss Shen, Miss Jiang." Shen Zhiyi discreetly observed their interactions, smiling as she suggested, "Shall we go inside and have a seat?" The group proceeded to the private room at Zue Xianlu. As Zhao Xiao was new to the city, Pei Xian took extra care to attend to her, frequently turning to introduce her to various dishes. Once the introductions were complete, Zhao Xiao ordered a few dishes, her tastes differing from those of the locals. Jiang Lanyue, however, lowered her gaze, gripping her handkerchief tightly, unwilling to speak a word. Pei Xian attempted several times to steer the conversation towards Jiang Lanyue, yearning to exchange a few words with her, but each time, Shen Zhiyi skillfully redirected the topic. What could he do? He could only feign ignorance. It was inappropriate to pressure someone who was not inclined to speak. Yet, he resolved to inquire with King Ning later, for perhaps he held the key to the mystery surrounding Jiang Lanyue's silence today, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. "Master Pei, when is your wedding date approaching?" Shen Zhiyi's voice brought him back to the present. Pei Xian regained his composure, replying, "Oh, it will be a few days after Yuanzhong." "How wonderful! Congratulations to you, Master Pei." For some reason, Pei Xian found her congratulations somewhat awkward, offering a forced smile in return. Thank you. As he spoke, he noticed Zhao Xiao's bowl was lacking in food. Fearing she might feel uncomfortable, he felt it was his duty to take care of his fiancée. He then used the communal chopsticks to serve her some food. Zhao Xiao smiled shyly, saying, "Thank you, Xian." Shen Zhiyi remarked, "Miss Zhao does not appear to be from the capital." Pei Xian replied, "Indeed, she is not. She hails from my ancestral home. We were betrothed from a young age. She is rather shy and unfamiliar with the capital, so I take extra care of her." Jiang Lanyue felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, as if it were being squeezed. Unable to contain herself, she spoke slowly. "Indeed, Master Pei and Miss Zhao are a match made in heaven. With such a gentle and understanding fiancé, you are truly fortunate." Zhao Xiao humbly replied, "Miss Jiang, you flatter me." Pei Xian pursed his lips, feeling discomfort at her words. His gaze fell upon Jiang Lanyue's face, sensing something unusual about her today. One side of her face was noticeably flushed, He hadn't noticed it before when she wore a scarf, but now it was quite apparent. Upon observing the small area of redness and swelling, it became evident that she had been struck. Her temper was notoriously fierce. Only a family member would dare to lay a hand on her. Pei Xian's gaze grew notably colder, his own facial expression shifting without his awareness. Xian, why are you glaring so fiercely at Miss Jiang? Zhao Xiao gently tugged at his sleeve, furrowing her brows in concern. Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought, Pei Xian replied as he diverted his gaze. Yet he resolved to inquire about her later. It was perplexing enough that she was in such a state. The words she had uttered were equally bewildering. What had he done to incur the wrath of this little tyrant? The more he pondered, the less appetite he felt. Chapter 18. A Dilemma. Regrettably, just after finishing dinner, Shen Zhiyi hurriedly took Jiang Lanyue away. He had not managed to utter a single word. On the way back, Pei Xian was sullen, his exquisite brows knitted tightly. Zhao Xiao attempted to engage him in conversation several times, but he remained oblivious, seemingly lost in thought. Xian, what troubles you? Zhao Xiao placed her hand on his arm, tugging at him insistently. Oh, it's nothing, merely contemplating matters of business. Pei Xian instinctively shrugged off her hand. Though he cared for her, he had never engaged in physical contact. He found it uncomfortable and unfamiliar. Zhao Xiao squinted playfully and teased. You can't possibly have feelings for Jiang Lanyue, can you? Ever since you met her, you've been a mere shadow of yourself. Pei Xian hesitated, his expression evasive. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? I hope that's the case. If you truly harbor feelings for her, do tell me. I would not wish for my partner to be infatuated with another woman, for it would only torment us both, transforming us into resentful companions. Although we have been betrothed since childhood, this is our first meeting, and we are strangers to each other's true natures. Upon my arrival, I saw Jiang Lanyue by your side and thought you favored her. You've reassured me time and again that you do not, so I have found solace in that. While we may not yet share affection, I still wish for your heart to be unoccupied by another woman. Otherwise, should I develop feelings for you in the future and feel jealous, it would create an insurmountable dilemma. Pei Xian could not articulate his feelings and chose silence. He was uncertain himself. Zhao Xiao was perceptive and compassionate, and undoubtedly the best choice to be his wife. However, he resigned himself to the arrangements made by their parents. Jiang Lanyue possessed a tempestuous temperament. For every word he uttered, she could retort tenfold, and yet he found no anger in her today. Her heartfelt congratulations were evident. Perhaps her parents would select a worthy match for her. Jiang Lanyue stifled the tears welling in her eyes, unwilling to weep, not in the slightest. Leaning against the carriage wall, she gazed at the ceiling, silently shedding tears. Zhi, why is my life so wretched? If only I were Zhao Xiao, with her gentle disposition, a harmonious family, and such a wonderful fiancé. Shen Zhiyi grasped her hand firmly and spoke deliberately. Jiang Lanyue, how can a river ever embrace the moon? The mighty rivers flow ceaselessly, and to embrace signifies initiative and ambition, whereas the moon is high and sacred. You are Jiang Lanyue. Even the fortune teller has proclaimed your resilience. Why belittle yourself? Life stretches ahead. As long as we navigate this challenging phase, our future will undoubtedly be filled with brightness. There are countless men in this world, and aside from his intellect, what else does Pei Xian possess? He is no different from others, with no additional eyes or ears. Do you remember Xinglan? He shall return soon. In our childhood, you chased after him, wishing to be his bride. Jiang Lanyue chuckled, feeling that her greatest fortune in life was to have a steadfast friend like Shen Zhiyi. Yes, Zhi, thank you. Pei Xian does not harbor feelings for me. From this day forth, I shall release him from my heart. As for Xinglan, I seem to have lost all recollection of him. She had resigned herself to her fate. Only a woman as gentle and understanding as Zhao Xiao would be suitable for him, as she would serve as his devoted partner. If she could manage to avoid provoking his anger, that would be commendable. Rest assured, you may stay here comfortably. I shall find a way to deal with that old man. Shen Zhiyi openly brought her home, and given her status, Shen Zhong dared not voice any objections. The two, having not shared the same bed for quite some time, engaged in delightful conversation until the first light of dawn lulled them into a hazy slumber. Mrs. Shen was not particularly fond of imposing strict regulations on Shen Zhiyi. Thus, there were no daily rituals of morning greetings. Besides, with only a handful of people in the residence, adhering to such formalities would certainly become tiresome. With Jiang Lanhua present, Xie Yanci naturally could not sneak into the Shen household. In the Prince Ning's residence, Your Highness, I am aware that you have recently been seeking fresh flowers. Coincidentally, I have come across a splendid bouquet, perfectly suited for a beauty. This arrangement would complement Miss Shen exquisitely. By the way, are you not visiting the Shen estate today? Xie Yanci accepted the bouquet and scrutinized it closely. Your intentions are rather transparent, Minister Pei. Why are you inquiring about Miss Jiang? You clearly have a fiancé, yet are secretly gathering information about another woman. Minister Pei, you truly have piqued my interest. Pei Xian hastily clarified, Your Highness, please do not misunderstand, lest rumors arise. It was merely a chance encounter with the two young ladies a few days ago. I noticed Miss Jiang's remarkable demeanor. As you know, I am the Minister of Justice, dedicated to solving cases, and it is my duty to eliminate any doubts. Xie Yanci smirked. What a splendid excuse you have woven. But why should I divulge anything to you? Miss Jiang is yet to be married. What is your curiosity about her? Once she has a fiancé and subsequently a husband, what concern is it of yours? Pei Xian felt a pang of bitterness and a slight ache in his heart, though he could not fathom why. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I shall refrain from asking. Xie Yanci advised. Allow me to remind you to trust your own feelings. Chapter 19. A piece of cake. Pei Xian departed with a sense of perplexity. Xie Yanci presented a bouquet to Mo Bai, unwilling to have flowers from other men linger in the boudoir of his future wife. He would search again. What mattered was that they had arranged to meet today. Having not seen her for several days, he found himself restless, unable to sleep soundly. He had never realized how deeply he had become ensnared in his feelings. Fortunately, he recognized it in time. Had she truly become another's wife, he feared he would be filled with regret. A wave of trepidation washed over Xie Yanci, and at this moment, he was consumed by an urgent desire to see her. At Qingfeng Pavilion, Xie Yanci wore a frown. What couple in love meets at a tea house? Especially in a private room on the second floor? Below, the storyteller animatedly captivated the audience, drawing them into his tale. Why do you look so sorrowful? Do you not wish to see me? Shen Zhiyi approached him directly and took a seat. Not all. If only we could row a little boat together. Just the two of us, Xie Yanci replied, deliberately elongating his words. Shen Zhiyi smirked, noting how increasingly melodramatic he had become. Choosing to remain silent, she rested her chin on her hands, a smile playing at her lips as she quietly observed him. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with affection and a hint of mischief. As if teasing him gently, her upturned lips revealing a row of pearly white teeth, exuding a playful charm. Xie Yanci was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing as he stared at her, suddenly feeling parched. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists and coughed lightly into his hand. Please do not look at me like that, he stammered. Shen Zhiyi averted her gaze, inquiring, do you know Li Yuan? Li Yuan, the grand scholar? He possesses profound knowledge, yet is quite the lecherous man. Why do you ask about him? Xie Yanci replied. In a hushed tone, Shen Zhiyi gestured towards an elderly man below. Is he the one? Li Yuan appeared genteel and amiable. Despite his age, his countenance remaining quite handsome, devoid of any bulging belly, looking rather approachable. Indeed, why do you inquire about him? Xie Yanci asked, his gaze fixed on her eyes, feeling a sense of delight in their proximity. Shen Zhiyi mimed a gesture across her throat. What are the chances of success in this endeavor? Xie Yanci smiled. When I take action, it is certain to succeed. He must relinquish his position. There is no advantage in removing him, especially with your dear sister's father rumored to be seeking to ascend. Shen Zhiyi's expression turned icy, her voice laced with chill. Precisely for this reason, my father's intention is to marry me off to that old man. Yet, that man has tormented countless concubines. His eldest grandson is nearly 10 years old, practically old enough to be my grandfather. Li Yuan may seem refined, but he is quite vile beneath the surface. If we can gather evidence of his mistreatment of women, it would be enough to sentence him to death. Shen Zhiyi ominously suggested, what if he were to suddenly perish? Xie Yanci reached out, gently tapping her forehead with his finger, offering a tender smile. That cannot happen. He has countless disciples in the world, many of whom are now prominent officials. Even the current 9th and 10th princes are among them. A sudden demise is out of the question, especially with the autumn examinations approaching. Only when he is utterly disgraced shall I step forward to revoke his qualifications as an examiner, and executing him afterward will be a mere formality. Shen Zhiyi sighed, pondering, how should I proceed? As she contemplated, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes. I recall that in 5 days, his granddaughter-in-law is hosting an autumn banquet and has extended an invitation to the Shen family. It would be splendid if we could leverage this occasion. Xie Yanci responded, that is but a trivial matter. As long as his concubine dares to expose him with undeniable evidence, it suffices. At that moment, I shall lend you my support to eliminate a pest from the court. A straightforward task indeed. If he cannot even manage this, then this Prince Ning has wasted his title. Coughing slightly, he added, by the way, a few days ago, while getting dressed, I noticed something peculiar. Xie Yanci pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering as he occasionally glanced at her. What peculiar thing? Shen Zhiyi inquired, following his lead. I discovered that there's a bit of emptiness around my waist. Cough. Do you have any suggestions? Shen Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, turning to observe the rather unattractive sachet he wore, which she had embroidered herself. A blush crept on her face as she remarked, but you have this one. You must not wear it. It is utterly hideous. Yet, this is the only one that you crafted with your own hands, Xie Yanci replied, lowering his gaze, his expression darkening. He removed the sachet from his waist and presented it to her, the implication unmistakable. You did not express such sentiments before. Whatever sachet or sweets I made with my own hands, you never dismissed, he retorted. Immediately, he hooked his pinky around hers. I was wrong. Shen Zhiyi smirked, well, depending on my mood, I might find the time to create something. Then, may Miss Shen honor me with her company for a meal today? Xie Yanci inquired, a hint of charm in his voice. Shen Zhiyi raised her chin proudly, withdrawing her hand. Considering your handsome appearance, I might concede. In the imperial court, the Li family, led by Li Zheng, has been implicated in corruption. His subordinates have been arrested and executed. Li Zheng has also been suspended from his duties, awaiting the outcome of an investigation before he can resume his position. This is undoubtedly a severe blow to the Li family, as suspending him under the guise of awaiting results raises uncertainty about how long that may take. Today, they directly targeted Li Zheng, resulting in the dismissal of all officials closely associated with him. The Li family has suffered a significant setback. 5 days later, in the Prince Ning's residence, His Highness's hand is indeed ruthless. When Li Zheng was brought to the Dali Temple, he endured a beating of 20 lashes, and upon his release, he was suspended. Tut, tut. One should never offend His Highness. Pei Xian feigned civility, fanning himself with a folding fan, chuckling as he shook his head. Xie Yanci lifted his gaze, his demeanor cold. Is the esteemed minister of the Dali Temple so idle as to seek amusement at my residence? Not at all. I merely wish to understand how Li Zheng has offended His Highness, Pei Xian replied. With a sharp glance, Xie Yanci remarked, when did your curiosity grow so bold as to pry into my private affairs? Pei Xian quickly opened his fan to shield his face from Xie Yanci's icy stare. Laughing nervously, Your Highness, you are not always so reticent. Previously, you would readily share matters with me, unless this concerns the future Princess Ning. Would you prefer to keep to yourself? He tucked away his fan, widening his eyes in excitement as he speculated, could it be that Li Nanjia is consumed by jealousy? Perhaps when you and Shen Zhiyi were cultivating your feelings, she intended to eliminate both of you. You vented your anger on the Li family, for they tacitly approved of this scheme. Yet, how audacious of the Li family to conspire against the crown prince. Xie Yanci pressed his lips together, displeased as he averted his gaze. This was precisely what he admired most about Pei Xian. He relished conversing with intelligent individuals who could grasp one another's meaning with just a few words. Now, however, he felt a surge of irritation. Have you said enough? If so, be gone. Well, perhaps not just yet. Accompany me to the Li Yuan residence. Pei Xian inquired, what purpose does that serve? Xie Yanci shot him a glance. To assist you. You foolish one. At that moment, The Li residence was bustling with activity, filled with esteemed guests. Distinguished ladies and noble women flocked to the renowned Li household. After all, as a prestigious clan, the Li family was an esteemed lineage, and who would not wish to cultivate closer ties with them? Shen Zhiyi, soon to be the princess consort of Ning, though of slightly lesser birth, commanded respect nonetheless. Miss Shen. Upon raising her gaze, Shen Zhiyi spotted the long-unseen Li Nanjia, a figure she had nearly forgotten, the very one who had hastened her demise. A flicker of disdain passed through her eyes as she masked her expression, adopting a tone of indifference. To what do I owe the pleasure, Miss Li? Dressed in a pale green gown that lent her an air of innocence and fragility, Li Nanjia's complexion appeared significantly paler than before. She smiled gently. Oh, it is nothing. Merely that I am less acquainted with others than with you. May I join you inside? Shen Zhiyi raised an eyebrow in sarcasm. Why not? Li Nanjia maintained her composure, showing no signs of embarrassment after being unmasked. Previously, she had confidently claimed a close relationship with Xie Yanci. Subsequently, when Xie Yanci personally sought an imperial decree to marry her, Li Nanjia continued to engage in conversation with Shen Zhiyi as if nothing were amiss, exhibiting no sense of shame. Truly, the two entered side by side, their seats arranged together. Li Nanjia remarked, Indeed, a rosy complexion nurtures one's spirit. Once I marry into the Ning Wangfu, I shall be known as the princess consort of Ning. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. You possess an exuberant spirit, truly a match for ACI. My aunt often says I'm overly sentimental, prone to misunderstandings. I never imagined that my fate with ACI would be so entwined, yet unfulfilled. I hope you will take good care of ACI. He often gets so caught up in his affairs that he forgets to eat, and he merely grabs whatever is available for dinner. Shen Zhiyi raised her brow, bemused by Li Nanjia's ability to spin tales with such ease, insinuating that if not for her own sentimentality, the position of princess consort of Ning might have been hers to claim. Since you admire him so, why not let me speak to him on your behalf, so that you may marry him and we can become sisters? Li Nanjia's brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean by that? Do not misconstrue things. My relationship with ACI is in the past. After all, you are now the future princess consort of Ning. Shen Zhiyi retorted, So what is the meaning of all your words? No wonder they speak of you in such a manner behind closed doors. Let's not dwell on that, lest you overthink it. You're already prone to sentimentality, and if you were to hear what the noble ladies of the capital say about you, it would surely cause you even greater distress. As she spoke, she waved her hand dismissively and lifted her teacup to take a sip. Li Nanjia's complexion paled, her grip on the handkerchief tightened, and a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. Her background had always been a subject of scorn, although they were unaware of her status as an illegitimate child. The mere fact that she hailed from the countryside rendered those noble ladies to gaze upon her with condescension. The disdain she endured was unbearable. These affluent women, filled with self-importance, believed themselves to be of superior lineage. Yet what sins had she committed? If they were to be sullied by beggars, how would they maintain their lofty airs? Anger surged within Li Nanjia, and the moment her fury ignited, it aggravated the wound on her back, causing sharp pain that pierced her heart. In that instant, a calculating thought took root in her mind. Chapter 20 Plan 1. Shen Zhiyi smiled sarcastically. Truly a sentimental soul. How delightful it was to return their own tactics against them. Li Nanjia, with her exceedingly sensitive nature, was particularly fond of preserving her dignity, fearing any criticism of her character. After all, who among us is perfect? Renowned for her talents and esteemed lineage, she was a legitimate daughter, pursued by countless noble suitors, who had undoubtedly crossed thresholds of the Li family. Yet, she alone harbored an obsession with Xie Yanci, even attempting to incite discord before her. The Li residence, a bastion of refined lineage, was not immune to the arts of poetry and prose. Today, the young mistress of the Li household brought everyone to the garden, arranging seats. For reasons unknown, the wind was particularly fierce today. The autumn breeze howled, dark clouds loomed, carrying a hint of chill. As the host, the young mistress wore a smile, yet her uplifted gaze bore a touch of pride and sharpness. Since it was an autumn banquet, let us embrace the season's theme. Today's highlight was the exquisite peacock green hairpin crafted by Master Baoshan. Today, in my Li residence, let's commence in my fashion. The clear autumn mountains reflect the slanting sun, while the evening mist envelopes the lingering fall. The flying flower game was a favorite among the guests, each eager to showcase their talents, as the talented ladies yearned to outshine one another. The autumn sun tinged the evening clouds, and the gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blooming chrysanthemums, where frost and dew condensed into the essence of autumn. Shen Zhiyi's heart was not in this. Her poetry was merely passable, hardly remarkable. Just as she prepared to contemplate her response, a ragged woman suddenly burst forth from the crowd, her body marred with wounds and her hair in disarray. She dashed among them and knelt upon the ground, her voice wretched. "Noble lords and ladies, please save me. The Li family is not what it seems. I am a mere concubine of Li Yuan, a true demon. He has tormented countless women to death, wielding his power over us. I implore you all to save me. I shall never forget this. Remove this madwoman at once." The young mistress of the Li household's expression shifted dramatically, commanding her servants to take the woman away, her face contorted with displeasure. "She is but a deranged girl afflicted with hysteria. We have cared for her well." "No, that is not the case. Li Yuan is nothing but a complete scoundrel. I swear, if I speak even a half-truth, may heaven strike me down. If my words bear no falsehood, may the heavens bring retribution upon the west courtyard of the Li residence." The woman was forcibly dragged away, still shouting her final words. The west courtyard, the very place they occupied, would indeed face divine wrath if the allegations proved true. Li Yuan's sins would be unforgivable, and all present were witnesses. Shen Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the roof of the west courtyard, a faint smile playing on her lips. The young mistress's eyes were sharp as blades, her countenance resembling a pot's bottom. Utter nonsense. Dear guests, please do not heed her wild tales. She, as my father-in-law as concubine, has been involved with a servant. My father-in-law, out of pity, allowed her to remain here, yet she remains ungrateful, wandering about in madness and injuring herself. This is not the first time. She often descends into such insanity, and I ask for your indulgence. It is my mismanagement. I shall personally visit later to apologize for disturbing your enjoyment." The woman strained fiercely against her restraints, her face contorted in agony, with even a trace of blood seeping through her garments and trickling to the ground, drop by drop, akin to the very essence of life itself. "Release me," she cried. "Do you dare to swear?" The crowd began to murmur, casting curious glances at the unfolding scene. In such a grand residence, who was free from sordid affairs? Yet the intrigue was undeniable. There were those among them whose official ranks surpassed the Li family's, and with vested interests at stake, the revelation of scandal naturally beckoned deeper scrutiny. "Wait, this does not appear to be a fabrication," one remarked, noting the woman's wounds, likely the result of lashes or burns. What enmity could lead to such torment? What fate awaits her at the hands of the Li matron? Indeed, she speaks of madness, yet her logic is unclouded. Where is the semblance of insanity in her demeanor? They observed the Li matron, who prided herself on virtue, yet her current methods of handling the situation belied such claims. Countless lives hang in the balance. The Li family truly regards life with scant regard. The sight of the distressed woman evoked sympathy. Without hesitation, the Li matron branded her a lunatic. A storm brewed ominously overhead, dark clouds swirling. As the crowd debated, the Li matron's complexion drained of color. "Gentlemen, do not heed this woman's fabrications. Take her away," she commanded, her glare filled with fury. The woman cried out in protest. "This is unjust. How many innocent lives have perished at the hands of Li Yuan? He shall not escape retribution." Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated from the heavens, striking the western courtyard of the Li estate, igniting the structure in flames. Gasps of horror filled the air. The heavens have seen fit to deliver judgment. The crowd stood in stunned silence before instinctively fleeing, fearing the wrath of the divine. As if the thunderclap had sealed Li Yuan's fate, the Li matron, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, drained of all strength. Chaos erupted within the Li residence. Some rushed to extinguish the flames while others sought to escape. After all, the woman's allegations were now substantiated, and anyone associated with the Li family risked dire consequences. What transpired here? Xie Yanci inquired, pointing at the disarray of the western courtyard, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Li Yuan's smile faltered as he explained, "Your Highness, there is no need for concern. Someone, please, investigate the situation." The Prince of Ning saw this as a prime opportunity to align himself with Li Yuan. Not wanting to be caught in any misfortune, Pei Xian interjected, "Perhaps it is unnecessary. It seems merely a fire, yet the panic among the noble ladies is quite curious. Should we not venture forth to uncover the truth?" Many fled in disarray, colliding with Li Yuan, their faces pale with terror, as if they had seen a specter. Xie Yanci smirked, feigning inquiry, "What is the matter? Why do they gaze upon you in such fear?" "Your Highness," they exclaimed. Shen Zhiyi, in a state of panic, rushed out and without uttering a word, threw herself into his embrace, her body trembling as she stammered, "I am frightened." Xie Yanci felt the warmth of her delicate form in his arms, his heart pounding wildly, and instinctively he held her tightly, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, his voice laced with concern as he asked, "What has happened?" Shen Zhiyi turned her head to glance at Li Yuan, seemingly startled, and quickly shook her head, burying her face deeper into his embrace, sobbing softly, "Your Highness, I am scared." "Do not fear, do not fear." Xie Yanci soothed her in a gentle tone, then turned sharply to admonish, "Li Yuan, what on earth has transpired? Speak the truth at once. She is to be the future Princess Ning, yet she is treated in such a manner upon arriving at the Li residence. Does your household not regard this prince?" Li Yuan, bewildered, wiped the sweat from his brow. Utterly at a loss, he replied, "I do not know what has occurred either." Pei Xian, catching Xie Yanci's glance, promptly declared, "As the Minister of Justice, I shall investigate this matter forthwith." Chapter 21. Teasing him. After a brief moment, Pei Xian emerged, accompanied by Li Yuan's concubine. Upon catching sight of Li Yuan, her emotions surged, her eyes reddened with fury as she pointed at him, exclaiming, "It is he, the despicable fiend." Pei Xian maintained a stern demeanor, commanding the guards in his presence to seize Li Yuan, without allowing Li Yuan a chance to defend himself. Pei Xian's expression darkened as he ordered that Li Yuan be taken away immediately. In less than 2 hours, Li Yuan was imprisoned in the Dali Temple on suspicion of orchestrating the deaths of numerous innocent lives, leaving the Li family in disarray without a guiding hand. However, due to Li Yuan's status as a national scholar, many influential connections sought to protect him. Pei Xian, undeterred, reported directly to the emperor, leading to Li Yuan's suspension from his position. Given the severity of the situation, should the allegations prove true, the death penalty could be warranted, along with compensation of 500 taels to each family of the deceased, the confiscation of the Li residence, and the revocation of Li Yuan's qualifications for his entire lineage to serve in the court. This decision was met with widespread approval. Inside the carriage, Xie Yanci toyed with a slightly unsightly sachet, arching an eyebrow as he gazed at her expectantly. "Is there nothing you wish to discuss with me? I played my part flawlessly in this performance. Does Shen Zhiyi have no words for me?" Xie Yanci leaned closer, exposing his fair neck, his voice low and enticing, while his elongated eyes silently beckoned her. Shen Zhiyi crossed her arms, meeting his gaze with calmness. "Then, might I request His Highness to close his eyes?" Obediently, Xie Yanci complied, shutting his eyes while a smile crept upon his lips. Was she intending to kiss him? Would it be on the cheek or the lips? Ideally, it would be on the lips. His anticipation grew, a mixture of excitement and nervousness filling his thoughts. This was her initiative. Should he lose control, he could hardly be blamed. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, not a single sound broke the silence beside him, save for the faint sound of laughter. He promptly opened his eyes to find Shen nearly in tears from laughing, and he sighed, saying nothing, leaning helplessly against the carriage wall while quietly observing her. Shen Zhiyi covered her mouth in laughter, her eyes curving into crescent moons, her laughter clear and sweet like candied fruit, filling Xie Yanci's heart with warmth. Watching her delight, He found himself unbothered by her teasing. Instead, he felt a sense of joy. Her laughter was infectious, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. When Shen Zhiyi's laughter subsided, she tugged at the hem of his garment. Xie Yanci quickly masked his smile, feigning a stern expression and ignoring her, even turning his face away. She tugged again, but he continued to disregard her. "Are you upset?" Shen Zhiyi leaned forward, peering at him, then reached out to poke his cheek, only to withdraw her hands when he remained unresponsive. Deciding to remain silent, she propped her chin on her hands, observing how long he would stay annoyed. Upon noticing her demeanor, Xie Yanci had hoped she would soothe him. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Indeed, she no longer held the same affection for him as before. Yet, her willingness to tease him was a sign of progress. Upon reflection, Xie Yanci, with the clouds dissipating and the rain giving way to sunshine, explained slowly, "I am not angry." Shen Zhiyi nodded thoughtfully. If she were truly incensed, she would not indulge him. "That's good. I appreciate your assistance today. Without you, I would have expended considerable effort. With Pei Xian around, Li Yuan will not escape unscathed. Rest assured, the iron items in the western garden of the Li residence have been thoroughly cleared. You are quite astute, foreseeing today's storm and arranging for the iron items in advance. Otherwise, we would have struggled to substantiate Li Yuan's transgressions." As she contemplated this, Xie Yanci found himself admiring her for her knowledge of using iron wires to summon thunder, thereby invoking divine retribution. "You have much yet to learn," Shen Zhiyi retorted absent-mindedly. She was grateful for his help, especially in such perilous matters. Now her thoughts became increasingly convoluted. Would this lifetime Xie Yanci resemble his previous incarnation? Each time she sought to draw closer to him, the unresolved issues from their past life loomed like a vast river, dividing them. She felt vexed, unsure of how to proceed. Who could guide her in this dilemma? Had the various grievances from her past with Xie Yanci been mere misunderstandings or genuine? The loss of her child was a consequence of his abandonment of them. Never mind, she decided. The more she pondered, the more fatigued she became. So she relinquished her thoughts. Shen Zhiyi was eager to share this good news with Jiang Lanyue. The wretched Li Yuan had been dealt with. Now it rested upon the Jiang family to act. It was glaringly evident that Lanyue was residing at the Shen residence. Yet not a single soul from the Jiang family had inquired or shown concern for her, allowing Lanyue, an unmarried girl, to stay in another's home. The Jiang family was truly a den of wolves. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue grew increasingly anxious at the Shen residence, pacing back and forth, fearing an unforeseen mishap for Shen Zhiyi. Not that she worried about her being harmed, for no one could truly injure her, but rather she feared the repercussions of this incident on her. She had yet to secure her position as the Ning Wangfei, and any malicious gossip could jeopardize her standing. "Jing Shui, surely nothing will happen to Zhi." "No, I must investigate, even if I can offer no assistance." "No need," came the response. "I have arrived. That scoundrel Li Yuan has been apprehended and thrown into prison, captured personally by Pei Xian. With him involved, Li Yuan cannot possibly escape from the jail alive." Jiang Lanyue's eyes flickered. "Does Pei Xian know?" Shen Zhiyi gently patted the back of her hand. "Rest assured, I have not mentioned it to him. His indignation is solely for the plight of those dozens of women. With Li Yuan resolved, and the protection of the Shen family and the Ning Wangfu, your mother should refrain from recklessly arranging your marriage in the future. Do be cautious." Feeling a sense of relief, Jiang Lanyue did not wish for Pei Xian to discover her predicament. Her previously wavering demeanor gradually solidified. "It is a comfort to have you. I shall not allow myself to fall into such a situation again. As for the Jiang family, let them create a ruckus. I fear not their exposure. They acted unjustly first, so they cannot blame me for being unkind. There are some secrets of the Jiang family that I no longer wish to protect." Even in the presence of close friends, Shen Zhiyi felt it inappropriate to meddle in the affairs of others. She advised, "Focus solely on your own well-being. And should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Following the incident involving Li Yuan, the Jiang family's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Madame Jiang personally visited to implore Jiang Lanyue to return home, her fervent demeanor suggesting a stark contrast to her previous disposition. Aligning themselves with the illustrious Ning Wangfu proved far more advantageous than any association with the Li family. Who would dare to cast her disapproving glances now? Considering she was an esteemed confidant of the future princess consort, the Jiang family, having never before had any ties to the royal lineage across several generations, now found themselves fortunate that Jiang Lanyue had caught Shen Zhiyi's eye. For her sake, the entire Li household had crumbled. How could the Jiang family continue to exploit Jiang Lanyue? They would rather revere her as a treasured gem. Chapter 22. The accusation. Jiang Lanyue accompanied Madame Jiang back to their residence. As an unmarried woman of the Jiang family, remaining at the Shun household could tarnish her reputation. Moreover, with Shun Chong having a firstborn son, it was even less appropriate for her to linger longer. With Jiang Lanyue's matters resolved, Shen Zhiyi felt a significant weight lifted from her heart. Her business was gradually taking shape, and the monthly earnings from the trial restaurant were steadily increasing. On this particular day, the weather was splendid, the sky a brilliant blue. Shen Zhiyi instructed someone to bring her a chair, closed her eyes, and reclined to bask in the sunlight. Since her rebirth, she had yet to truly savor the warmth of the sun. In her current state of languor, she needed to absorb some sunlight. Only by feeling the natural warmth could she regain her sense of reality. Slowly, drowsiness began to envelop her. Hastily, Xingyue rushed over and, upon seeing Shen Zhiyi in such a leisurely state, hesitated to disturb her, yet felt it necessary to do so. She spoke softly, Miss, there's trouble. Shen Zhiyi abruptly opened her eyes, inquiring, What is it? There has been an incident at the small restaurant, Xingyue replied. The manager just sent someone to inform us that a customer has caused a ruckus, claiming that the food at the restaurant was problematic, resulting in severe gastrointestinal distress. They demand an explanation, or they will take it to the authorities. Instantly, Shen Zhiyi's lethargy vanished. Frowning, she rose and headed outside. What on earth is going on? If there's truly a problem, the small restaurant might have to close down. Xingyue elaborated. According to the message from the manager's envoy, the small restaurant has always maintained clean dishes, so it should be impossible for such an issue to arise. However, that customer is experiencing diarrhea, likely due to some incompatible food they consumed, and intends to use the restaurant as a scapegoat. Shen Zhiyi felt overwhelmed. With a serious demeanor, she pondered her strategy. A scapegoat? Do I appear to be a fool? Does that customer possess any evidence to substantiate their claims against the restaurant? If not, it would be nothing but slander. Alternatively, if it were indeed our fault, then we must offer an apology, and the restaurant would have no choice but to shut its doors for good. The small restaurant's profits were already meager, quite ordinary among its peers. Why would anyone wish to target it? Xingyue wiped the sweat from her brow, her expression troubled. Miss, as we approach the small restaurant, we see it surrounded by throngs of people, all discussing this matter. Despite the crowd, the shouts from within ring clear. Come quickly, everyone. This is the restaurant. The food is filthy, causing me to vomit and have diarrhea. Not just me. My 80-year-old mother cannot withstand this. Help. This restaurant is harming people. You must not patronize it. The speaker continued. They commit such acts but refuse to acknowledge them. Do they wish to kill us? We common folk cannot afford medical care, so we must endure. How can one tell if it's diarrhea and not poisoning? I've heard this restaurant is run by the current princess consort of Ning. Is she using her power to oppress the people, to exploit us for her gain, even to the extent of profiting from the impoverished? I will risk my life to ensure that the princess consort pays for this. The manager stood helplessly to the side, shaken and at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation and was uncertain whether the restaurant's food was indeed at fault. Trembling with rage, his face flushed. Moreover, he indeed dined at the small tavern, and this matter is irretrievable. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd immediately began to murmur, unreservedly criticizing Shen Zhiyi's actions. Her face darkened, as if ink could drip from it. Her expression was icy. Evidently, this incident was aimed at her, intending to drag Prince Ning into the fray. Did they truly believe that such a trivial matter could affect her? How naive. The voice belonged to a man, who seemed to be throwing a tantrum on the ground alongside his elderly mother. Xingyue forcefully squeezed through the onlookers, clearing a path for Shen Zhiyi. Since you allege that our family's dishes are problematic, May I inquire when you dined at the tavern and what exactly you consumed? The man, clearly aware, promptly replied in a loud voice, just some ordinary home-cooked dishes, a plate of peanuts, stir-fried vegetables, tofu, and cabbage soup. The dishes were exceedingly commonplace, appearing entirely unremarkable. A smirk tugged at the corner of Shen Zhiyi's lips. She then shifted her gaze to the elderly woman sprawled on the ground, her expression revealing understanding. She feigned surprise. "Ah, run. There's a snake on the ground." Startled, the elderly woman opened her eyes wide and sprang up, shouting robustly, "Where?" Shen Zhiyi chuckled softly, recognizing the ruse. In her past life, she often pretended to faint to elicit sympathy from Xie Yanci. Were they not claiming to be poisoned and fainted? What was this situation? Or were they bribed to tarnish Prince Ning's reputation? His Highness, Prince Ning, had valiantly fought on the battlefield in his youth, achieving remarkable feats in safeguarding the nation. How dare they slander him? Seize these two and send them to Jingzhou. Shen Zhiyi commanded angrily, pointing at the pair. The taverness attendants immediately seized the two with fierce expressions. The pair appeared flustered. Without hesitation, the elderly woman collapsed back onto the ground, preparing to play the victim. Shen Zhiyi coldly remarked, "To falsely accuse a member of the royal family is a graver offense. If you resort to deceit, expect 30 lashes." The elderly woman begrudgingly stood up. The surrounding citizens began to denounce the two. How disgusting. This mother and son duo are notorious for their trickery. Who knows how many times they have committed such acts, slandering various establishments. Now, they seek money without shame. They even dare to slander His Highness, Prince Ning. They truly are courting disaster. Indeed, whoever associates with them is bound to face misfortune. What a luck. The two were dragged away forcefully by several attendants, their mouths still spewing curses. Shen Zhiyi instructed the tavern owner, "You must follow up on this incident, uncover the mastermind behind it, and then inform me. The tavern shall remain open as usual. Today, the customers dining here will receive a 20% discount." The tavern owner nodded repeatedly, understood. Shen Zhiyi had initially thought that it might take some time for the mother and son to reveal their instigator. But as soon as they stepped into Jingzhou and saw the officials, their legs turned to jelly. They quickly divulged that the mastermind was a maidservant, one who served beside Xie Yanci. However, they could not escape punishment. Shen Zhiyi wiped the tea froth from the surface of her cup and smiled. "Xie Yanci? She dares to provoke me. What has become of the situation in Changsha?" "Xingyue, my lady, yesterday, Miss Changsha mentioned that the esteemed uncle is still resting in that outer chamber, claiming to have matters to attend to. However, having just married the young lady, one would assume their days are filled with sweetness. It seems the outer chamber holds greater favor. Shen Zhiyi, in due time, she shall pay for her vanity. Your martial prowess is commendable. Tonight, under the cover of darkness, infiltrate her establishment and wreak havoc upon it. Xie Yanci may not be foolish, yet she is prone to folly, repeatedly failing to learn from her past missteps. Having grown weary of her blissful days, she seems to seek out trouble. It appears that Xie Yanci has grown accustomed to bullying her since childhood. This is merely retribution for the last time she wed." Xingyue smirked slightly, "As you wish. My lady." Chapter 23. A disturbing scent. Shen Zhiyi's troubles could not escape Xie Yanci's keen ears. Upon learning of her grievances, he rushed over with evident concern. Yet, would he intervene on her behalf? Shen Zhiyi shook her head, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "I have my own methods to deal with her. There is no need for you, a man, to meddle in women's affairs. Last night, I had Xingyue smash her shop, and an even greater surprise awaits her." Xie Yanci observed her mischievous demeanor, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He reached out and playfully tapped her forehead. "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment." Just as Shen Zhiyi was about to respond, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, a scent typically associated with women. It could not possibly be hers. She turned her gaze to Xie Yanci, puzzled by the feminine fragrance that clung to him. Frowning slightly, she scrutinized his handsome visage. "Why do you have the scent of another woman?" Xie Yanci lowered his head to sniff himself, abruptly halting, an air of guilt washing over him as he averted his gaze. "What do you mean? It smells terrible, absolutely foul." Shen Zhiyi narrowed her eyes. If it is indeed unpleasant, why do you appear so flustered? Actually, it belongs to another woman. I swear, I have not touched her even with a single finger. She was sent by the Empress, supposedly, to instruct me on certain matters. Xie Yanci hesitated to voice the more intimate details, still retaining the innocence of youth. The last time he had dared to kiss her was under the influence of alcohol. Aside from that, he had never so much as held a woman's hand. Furthermore, he had never experienced the joys of intimacy, having lost his mother at a young age. The subsequent stepmother had shown him no affection. Fearing that Shen Zhiyi might be upset, he hurriedly clarified, I have no interest in her. However, the Empress insisted that if I did not accept this woman, she would send 10 or 8 more to me. I had no choice but to comply. So I arranged for her to be placed in the farthest room from mine. On ordinary days, we hardly cross paths. But today, she happened to twist her ankle as she passed by me. I barely made contact with her before retreating. Who knew her scent would be so overpowering? Oh, came Shen Zhiyi's simple reply, and she chose to trust him. Xie Yanci, mistaking her response for disbelief, became anxious. Zhi, I truly did not. I believe you. He was a prince, not a common man. The continuation of his lineage was of utmost importance. In her previous life, she had failed to bear son, and both the Empress and the Dowager Empress had covertly sent countless women to the royal residence, all of whom he had summarily dismissed. He had little patience for complications. Xie Yanci's genuine smile flickered and vanished. Her unwavering trust in him and lack of jealousy suggested that perhaps she no longer held him in such high regard. In the past, even the mere presence of a woman near him would send her into a fit of rage. A bandit stronghold had recently become increasingly audacious in Luzhou, near the capital, committing arson and robbery, leaving the nearby villagers in despair. Today, my father summoned me to the palace, commanding me to eradicate the bandits immediately. I shall depart the day after tomorrow, and I know not when I shall see you again. Shen Zhiyi's expression changed dramatically. Eradicate the bandits. She recalled the matter. Yet it was evident that in her past life, it was not Xie Yanci who handled it. Rather, the crown prince had taken the initiative to quell the bandits, achieving great success and earning considerable renown. The crown prince, being of mediocre talent, had indeed made a name for himself during that expedition. So how could this accomplishment have fallen upon Xie Yanci? It was simply implausible. Observing the ever-changing expression on Shen Zhiyi's face, Xie Yanci, perplexed, inquired, What troubles you? Is it hard to part with me? If so, I shall expedite this matter and return to you. Why should this merit fall upon you? Shen Zhiyi voiced the confusion that lingered in her heart. Xie Yanci suppressed a smile, realizing only now how astutely observant she was. He had previously assumed her affection was superficial, merely enamored by his appearance. But through their interactions, he discovered she was truly a treasure. Even as a woman sequestered in the inner chambers, her thoughts were agile and her horizons broad. She was not akin to the usual demure daughters of noble families. She understood courtly affairs and even offered him insights. He felt fortunate for having developed feelings for her, lest such a remarkable woman become someone else's. Why should this opportunity not be mine? Xie Yanci deliberately echoed her sentiments. Shen Zhiyi relaxed her serious demeanor, realizing her reactions had been excessive. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I merely find it strange that the crown prince, being mediocre and disfavored by the emperor, would forego such a splendid opportunity for merit. Xie Yanci paused. He too found it peculiar that Zhi seemed extraordinarily knowledgeable about court matters. Although he had previously been aware of some details, he sensed something was amiss. She even recalled the complexities of royal relationships and seemed to speculate on the emperor's thoughts. Perhaps it was all for him, he mused, feeling somewhat self-indulgent. This matter is certainly not for me. Moreover, I am currently serving in the Dali Temple. The Empress has whispered in the Emperor's ear, and this task was originally meant for the Crown Prince. However, with the recent near collapse of the Li family, the Emperor would never entrust him with such a responsibility. He has long harbored intentions to depose the Crown Prince. It's a wonder he hasn't already made a misstep, let alone grant him an opportunity for merit. A sudden unease gripped Shen Zhiyi. Then you must proceed with utmost caution. I have heard of that stronghold. It is fraught with peril, so you must be vigilant. This disruption of the established order since her rebirth had led to unforeseen changes, which was to be expected. Yet, not adhering to the predetermined path left her feeling inexplicably anxious, as though she were slipping from control. Xie Yanci smiled softly. Very well. Wait here. I shall prepare some small concealed weapons for you, just in case, for your self-defense. A warm current surged through his heart, filling it completely. How blind he had been to overlook such a remarkable Zhiyi. All right. A few days later, Xie Yanci departed the capital in grand fashion, heading towards Luzhou to quell the bandits. Meanwhile, Shen Zhiyi's heart raced incessantly, filled with an overwhelming sense of foreboding. She could not remain indoors, so she ventured out, wandering aimlessly to ease her mind. She wished to refrain from worrying about Xie Yanci, yet her heart could not quell its anxiety. What a contradiction! She strolled slowly through the fragrant garden, accompanied by Xingyue. Xingyue gazed at her with furrowed brows, filled with concern. Lowering her voice, she leaned closer and remarked, "Miss, you are unaware that the eldest young lady is furious." Upon discovering that her shop was vandalized and that no one could be found, she nearly fainted from the shock. How delightful it is to return the favor in kind. Shen Zhiyi offered a faint smile, her mind elsewhere as she replied absently, "Indeed." "Zhiyi." A gentle male voice called her name softly. Turning around, Shen Zhiyi found Gu Gongzi before her. It was Gu Jinghe, and she was surprised to encounter him here. Accompanying him was a charming young woman, presumably a daughter of the Lin family. The girlesque gaze held a hint of animosity. Gu Jinghe retained his usual gentle demeanor, though there was a flicker of emotion in his eyes. He clenched his right fist with evident restraint. His lips moved as if to speak, but remained closed. His eyes brimmed with affection, and after a slight nod in her direction, he averted his gaze, wishing to avoid causing her any distress. Feeling already troubled, Shen Zhiyi had no desire to instigate any conflict in public. She merely nodded and turned to leave. Gu Jinghe could not help but glance back, his gaze following her retreating figure. The Lin family young lady, incensed, bit down on her silver tooth, pulling him away while indignantly delivering a light punch to Gu Jinghe. "Why do you continue to stare after her? She is to be the future princess of Ning." Miss Lin exclaimed. Gu Jinghe's expression darkened. If it were not for Lin Jiao, Shen Zhiyi would be his wife. He refrained from voicing this thought. Though Lin Jiao appeared gentle and considerate, she was, in reality, quite temperamental and spoiled. Should she overhear such a comment, she might seek to trouble Zhiyi. He wished to leave no unfavorable impression in her eyes. With the Ning prince engaged in a campaign against bandits, she was already distressed, and he could not afford to exacerbate her troubles. "Let us go. I shall accompany her. And please refrain from mentioning this again," he suggested. At this, Lin Jiao finally smiled. News from the Lin family indicated that the Ning prince's expedition against the bandits was fraught with peril. A spectacle was sure to unfold. Chapter 24. A life hanging by a thread ever since Xie Yanci left the city to quell the bandits. Shen Zhiyi's heart has been restless, plagued by an inexplicable agitation. She found herself at a loss for the reason behind this turmoil. Gasping softly, she glanced down at her finger, which was now bleeding, and felt a twinge of helplessness. In an attempt to distract herself, she had decided to practice needlework, but her mind wandered, leading to the prick of the needle that brought her back to reality. "My lady," said Xingyue, "the prince is blessed by heaven and will surely return unscathed. You must not worry. Your lack of sleep and appetite these past few days will only distress him further upon his return." Xingyue had observed the prince's affection for her mistress. Although Shen Zhiyi claimed not to worry about him and resolved to sever ties, her heart betrayed her true feelings. "Xingyue, do you think Xie?" Before she could finish her thought, a young servant burst in, breathlessly exclaiming, "My lady, a decree from the Empress Dowager summons you to the palace for an audience." Shen Zhiyi paused, setting aside her work. "Who is it from the palace?" "The messenger is Zhang Mama, a close attendant of the Empress Dowager. The lady has already sent for tea," the servant replied. "Xingyue, prepare my attire." The Empress Dowager was known for her reclusive nature, preferring to spend her days in tranquility, dedicated to the royal lineage. In her previous life, Shen Zhiyi's most significant interaction with the Empress Dowager had been concerning Xie Yanci's selection of a concubine, which had resulted in the dowager harboring considerable displeasure towards her. This summons likely signified a reprimand, as well as an opportunity for the dowager to assess her. Every grandchild was cherished by the dowager, but Xie Yanci, having lost his mother at a tender age and taken to the battlefield early, was particularly favored. The dowager's expectations for his future bride would undoubtedly be stringent. However, being summoned to the palace in Xie Yanci's absence was unlikely to bode well. Dressed in a delicate yellow gown that exuded both charm and elegance, her hair styled in the latest fashion, Shen Zhiyi approached the front hall with grace. Madame Shen was engaged in conversation with Zhang Mama. She stepped forward and offered a slight bow. Mother Mama. Zhang Mama, dressed in a practical manner, looked up at her, her eyes narrowing slightly as she appraised her silently. Rising, she remarked, Miss Shen, indeed, your beauty captivates the capital. Seeing you in person certainly lives up to the reputation. Your kind words are excessively flattering, Mama. I am but a girl with distinct features. Shen Zhiyi replied humbly, a hint of stiffness at the corners of her mouth. Madame Shen chuckled teasingly. Indeed, Mama. Do not praise her too much, lest she becomes overly proud. Since Zhiyi is here, she should accompany you to the palace. We must not keep the Empress Dowager waiting. With a smile in her eyes, Zhang Mama responded, Then I shall escort the young lady. As they made their way to the palace, Zhang Mama occasionally posed questions, to which Shen Zhiyi replied with poise, maintaining her decorum, much to Zhang Mama's satisfaction. Upon arriving at Rinshou Palace, Shen Zhiyi followed Zhang Mama inside, where she could hear voices engaged in conversation. A swift glance revealed that it was the Empress and Li Nanjia, a most unfortunate encounter indeed. Your servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. May the Empress Dowager and the Empress enjoy peace and longevity. Shen Zhiyi performed a courteous bow, her demeanor dignified and impeccable. Rise, for you are soon to be one of us. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. A resonant and benevolent voice echoed through the hall. It was the Empress Dowager, adorned in resplendent imperial garb, exuding an air of grace and grandeur. Her gaze was profound and piercing, revealing a composure and wisdom that only time could bestow. Thank you, Your Majesty, she said, as she was guided to sit beside Li Nanjia. Mother, Miss Shen is truly becoming more beautiful, Li Nanjia remarked. No wonder the second prince is smitten. It seemed that the earlier praises from Zhang Mama, made upon their first encounter, were unintentional, while the Empress Dowager's comment was deliberate. Beneath the surface, it implied that Miss Shen was merely a pretty face with little substance, a mere embroidered pillow, as it were. It was no surprise that Zhang Mama had spoken thus. Someone had clearly been whispering sweet nothings in her ear. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Shen Zhiyi with an inscrutable expression, her presence commanding respect without uttering a word. Her gaze met that of Zhang Mama, and a silent exchange passed between them, whereupon Zhang Mama nodded with a smile, easing the Empress Dowager's concerns. The Prince of Ning had his own intentions. Having pursued this marriage himself, she could not oppose it, lest he grow distant. While she could not dictate the choice of the principal consort, she still held sway over the selection of a secondary wife. A warm smile graced her lips as she considered the handsome Prince of Ning and the exquisite Miss Shen, truly a match made in heaven. Shen Zhiyi feigned modesty, lowering her chin slightly, graciously receiving the compliment. Your Majesty's kind words are but a reflection of my youth. Who does not know of the Empress Dowager's renowned beauty and unparalleled talent in her youth? I have admired your grace and intellect since childhood. In her past life, the Empress Dowager had been displeased with her, and to win her favor, Shen had devoted considerable effort to mastering the skills of her youth, knowing well that the Empress Dowager relished flattery. Though some may consider such praise to be mere sycophancy, few dare to speak so openly before her. In her previous existence, a simple compliment had spared her from punishment, and she found this tactic consistently effective. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the Empress and Li Nanjia exchanged knowing glances, their amusement palpable. To be so overtly flattering was, in their eyes, a foolish endeavor, and they mused whether Shen truly understood the Empress Dowager's talents. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly, her spirits lifted by Shen's sweetly spoken words. Your tongue is as sweet as honey, truly adept at charming others. Li Nanjia was taken aback. surprised by the Empress Dowager's apparent favoritism. She tightened the handkerchief in her grip and spoke gently. I did not expect Miss Shen to hold such admiration for the Empress Dowager's talents. Perhaps she could share them with us. I, being younger, would very much like to witness it. Shen Zhiyi cast a glance at her, responding with grace. To say I am well-versed would be an overstatement. Rather, I am but familiar with a few superficial details. In her youth, the Empress Dowager composed the renowned Guzheng Peace Morning Spring Light, which garnered her fame. She also captivated the capital with her dance, having fought alongside the late emperor in battle, proving that her prowess rivaled that of any man. In those days of fierce conflict, she repelled the enemy forces, securing 10 cities for our Northern Dynasty. When the nation faced dire straits, it was the Empress Dowager herself who negotiated with the adversaries, securing vast sums of silver and grain for our people. The Empress Dowager looked at her with a sense of satisfaction. She never expected that her past would still be remembered by others, and suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over her, filled with contentment. The Empress Dowager smiled warmly and remarked, "It is truly delightful that you, as the Princess of Ning, still recall the events of my youth. This brings me great joy. You must come to the palace often to converse with me. Indeed, the Princess of Ning has brought me much surprise." Li Nanjia was astonished, her eyes nearly popping out. This was still the same Shen Zhiyi from before. When did she acquire such extensive knowledge about the Empress Dowager? Originally, Li Nanjia intended to embarrass her in front of the Empress Dowager, hoping to use the Empress's influence for her own advantage in the Ning Wangfu. Little did she expect Shen Zhiyi to rise to the occasion and earn the Empress Dowager's favor. Even before entering, the Empress Dowager referred to her as the Princess of Ning, which was the highest form of recognition. To be able to remain in the presence of Her Majesty was indeed a privilege for a humble servant. Perhaps this mischievous little monkey would even benefit from the Empress Dowager's fortune. Shen Zhiyi playfully replied, her lips curling into a charming smile. The Empress Dowager laughed heartily, clearly delighted. "You truly do surprise me," she exclaimed. The Empress, addressing her mother, said, "Mother, I have heard that Miss Shen is skilled in music. I would very much like to hear one of the pieces you composed in your youth, especially since I once had the honor of hearing your Xiao Chun." The Empress Dowager's smile dimmed slightly, tinged with regret as she replied, "This piece is quite difficult. Very few can play it, and gradually it has been neglected." "In response to your Majesty, I can," the Empress said. The Empress Dowager was both surprised and pleased, quickly summoning someone to bring forth the guzheng. The guzheng in her chamber was of the finest quality, with exquisite tone and superior strings. Shen Zhiyi gracefully placed her hands on the instrument, raising them slightly, and the melodious sound began to flow effortlessly, the notes crisp and the rhythm impeccable. The Empress Dowager's eyes glistened with emotion. Both the Empress and Li Nanjia were filled with frustration and anger. Shen Zhiyi continually thwarted their plans. However, once the Prince of Ning was no more, she would lose her significance. Who could have anticipated that someone so young could play the Empress Dowager's compositions so fluidly? Possessing knowledge of matters even the Empress had not grasped in her earlier years? A miscalculation, indeed. As the performance concluded, the Empress Dowager, with tears in her eyes, exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful! A reward!" Shen Zhiyi slowly withdrew her hands and was about to speak when Nurse Zhang rushed in from outside, her expression frantic, her steps slightly unsteady. "Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen. His Highness, the Prince of Ning, has been attacked by mountain bandits and is in critical condition. His Majesty has sent someone to Rinshou Palace to retrieve the Rue Xian Dan and 1,000-year-old ginseng." Chapter 25. Awakening Li Nanjia met the gaze of the Empress, and upon their eyes locking, both quickly averted their stares, each witnessing a glimmer of schadenfreude in the other's eyes, before immediately adopting expressions of disbelief. The Empress Dowager, aged and frail, nearly fainted upon hearing the news. Her complexion drained of color, prompting the Empress to support her. "Mother, Prince Ning, with his illustrious military achievements, is surely under the protection of the Buddha and will undoubtedly emerge unscathed." Taking a deep breath, the Empress Dowager raised her trembling hand and, with a quavering voice, urged, "Quickly, do not delay. Where is Prince Ning? Take me to him at once." Ning Wang is currently at the Ning Wang residence, responded Zhang Mama. The emperor has already dispatched the chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Your Highness need not worry. Shen Zhiyi stood in a daze, the color draining from her face as her heart constricted violently. The Ruixin pill. That was an item reserved for the gravest of emergencies. A safeguard for the heart's pulse. There were only 10 in all of the Ning, and now merely 3 remained. The last recipient of the Ruixin pill had been Prince Gong, who, after being brutally attacked by assassins, had only survived a month after consuming it. How could Xie Yanci be in such peril? She had explicitly cautioned him. He was far too intelligent to fall into the enemy's trap. It was inconceivable. Bewildered, she followed the Empress Dowager out of the palace and towards the Ning Wang residence. Princess Ning, dry your tears, the Empress Dowager reminded in a hoarse voice. Shen Zhiyi regained her senses, realizing her face was drenched in tears, rendering her vision nearly indistinct, and they continued to cascade uncontrollably. She pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her face, disregarding her disheveled makeup, and scrubbed haphazardly. It felt as though a piece of her heart had been hollowed out, leaving her spirit diminished. Upon arriving at the Ning Wang residence, they were met with a throng of people, blood-soaked basins being carried out. Fortunately, the steward was managing the situation with poise, ensuring everything proceeded in an orderly fashion without chaos. The sight of the blood sent the Empress Dowager's heart racing, her anguish palpable as tears welled in her eyes. She cried out, "My grandson!" Li Nanjia, standing beside her, felt a tumult of emotions. If Prince Ning were to be blamed, it would be for his own actions, had he not wielded military power and obstructed the crown prince. Perhaps he could have lived peacefully as a prince. Had he married her, this suffering would not have arisen. Tears began to well in her eyes, but were forcefully suppressed. Only with Prince Ning's demise could she marry the crown prince and ascend to a position of power. The sympathy in her gaze was swiftly replaced by a shadow of darkness. Upon the Empress Dowager's arrival, a court physician waiting at the entrance promptly relayed the situation within. Your Majesty, Prince Ning's condition is rather dire, yet he is a person of destiny. Having consumed the Ruixin pill, please try to remain calm, he offered, carefully choosing his words. The Empress Dowager remained unconvinced, instructing others to stay at the entrance and only allowing Shen Zhiyi to accompany her inside. Upon witnessing Xie Yanci lying in bed, the Empress Dowager was overtaken by a surge of emotions and fainted instantly. The physicians hurriedly carried her away. Shen Zhiyi, unable to move, remained by the bedside, unable to obstruct the physician's actions. Xie Yanci appeared to have lost all vitality. The color drained from his face, leaving it pallid and lifeless. He lay quietly with closed eyes, a deep gash running from his shoulder blade to his abdomen, and his stomach bore a wound that oozed blood incessantly. Shen Zhiyi sat silently by the bedside, uttering not a word, her lips trembling slightly. Never had she felt so helpless. She had never contemplated what it would mean if Xie Yanci were to leave her first. What would she do from this point onward? In her past life, she had departed first, filled with hatred towards him. Yet, her animosity was directed at the Xie Yanci of her previous existence, not the one in this life. If he were to succumb, she would never forgive him. Shen Zhiyi kept her eyes wide open, fearful of missing any sign of his awakening, until they grew sore and swollen. It felt like an eternity before the imperial physician concluded his examination. Miss Shen, once Prince Ning survives these next few nights, he will be out of danger. You should take some rest, the physician advised. Shen Zhiyi's eyes brimmed with tears, her throat parched. All right, she replied. Dragging her weary body, she sought out the steward, insisting on staying there until Prince Ning was completely out of danger, as she was to be the future Princess Ning. It was entirely reasonable. She ordered the steward to prepare a clean gown for her. Once she changed, she sought out unmoved Bai, eager to uncover the truth. Montak Bai, Xie Yanci's loyal attendant, had also sustained injuries, though not as severe as his master's. He lay upon the bed and, upon seeing Shen Zhiyi, attempted to rise. Shen Zhiyi immediately stopped him. Rest well. I need to know what transpired. How did he come to be so gravely injured? Unmoved Bai sorrowfully responded, It is all my fault. I failed to protect my master. When we first infiltrated the bandit hideout, I accompanied him inside and successfully dispatched their leader. We managed to take control of the entire stronghold, but unexpectedly, a group of bandits emerged while my master and I were alone in the leader's quarters. They struck with deadly precision, and it was only when I signaled for help that reinforcements arrived, allowing us to escape. A cold chill washed over Shen Zhiyi. And those bandits? They are dead. After being captured, they took their own lives, leaving no evidence behind. Their clothing was that of the bandits. By lamented, shaking his head in self-reproach. Is the prince all right? Rest assured, the prince is unharmed, Shen Zhiyi reassured him. Though whether the words were meant to soothe herself or by remained unclear. The emperor, in a fit of rage, ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Should anything happen to Prince Ning, all within the bandit stronghold would pay with their lives. Subsequently, the palace sent numerous precious medicinal herbs to Prince Ning's residence for his recovery. Due to the Empress Dowager's ill health, the Empress had taken her back to the palace. Only Shen Zhiyi remained by his side, while all the imperial physicians stood ready. In the dead of night, Shen Zhiyi supported herself on the edge of his bed. Exhausted from the day's emotional toll, she gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Her eyelids grew heavy, and as she dozed off, her head tipped forward, brushing against Xie Yanci. The heat, radiating from him, jolted her awake. Hastily, she reached out to touch his forehead. It was warm, and beads of cold sweat had formed upon it. She pushed the door open and immediately commanded someone to summon the imperial physician. After several exhausting hours, Xie Yanci's high fever finally subsided slightly. Over the past few days, his condition had fluctuated repeatedly, alternating between wounds and ailments, and it was not until the 15th day that Xie Yanci's situation finally stabilized. Shen Zhiyi, dragging her weary body, rested beside his bed, her long, curled eyelashes casting shadows on her face, dark circles under her eyes hinting at her fatigue, and her brow furrowed tightly. As if even in her slumber, she was not at peace. At that moment, Xie Yanci, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The pain coursing through him spread to every limb, causing him to frown. As he gradually opened his eyes and beheld the familiar surroundings, a sigh of relief escaped him. He had been rescued. Turning his head slightly, he caught sight of the woman sprawled on his bed, and a look of disdain crossed his face as he raised his hand to push her away. Xie Yanci's heart tightened abruptly. It was Zhiyi. So he had indeed seen Zhiyi in the underworld. Had she not perished? How could this be? What on earth was happening? Yet the pain he felt was undeniably real. Chapter 26. He has returned. Xie Yanci gently reached out and touched her face, lost in thought for an extended moment. Zhiyi's visage was marked by exhaustion, with dark circles under her eyes indicating that she had been vigilantly waiting for him for quite some time. Previously, her gaze towards him was filled with resentment. Now, it was a rare occurrence for her to lie quietly beside him after so many years. Observing Zhiyi, he noted how youthful she appeared, unburdened by the ravages of illness. It was truly a delight to see her again. He could not bear the thought of being separated from her, even if she harbored hatred towards him. But never mind. The mere fact that he had returned to life was a blessing, and being able to see her again was an even greater fortune. Even if this were merely a dream, it was worth it. After all these years, this was the first time he had dreamt of Zhiyi. She had always refused to enter his dreams, clinging to her resentment. A smile graced Xie Yanci's face as he entwined his fingers with Shen Zhiyi's, holding her hand tightly. "Your Highness, you are awake," exclaimed the butler, Chun Lin, with unrestrained joy as he hurried over. Furrowing his brow, Xie Yanci glared at him. "Sure. The princess is sleeping. Keep your voice down." Chun Lin looked at him quizzically, then reluctantly closed his mouth, a broad smile stretching across his face as he tiptoed closer. "Your Highness, you are awake. This is wonderful." Xie Yanci scrutinized Chun Lin's appearance. Now, in his 40s, Chun Lin seemed remarkably rejuvenated compared to the previous day. He was on the verge of inquiring what miraculous remedy Chun Lin had consumed to appear so youthful, but Zhiyi was still resting, clearly exhausted, and he couldn't bear to disturb her. Summoned Xingyue and Changsha to assist the princess to Xie residence for a proper rest, he instructed. Chun Lin stared at Xie Yanci as if he were a fool, his eyes widening in disbelief, and his gaze quickly turned red as he stumbled out, shouting, "Where's the imperial physician? Quickly, the princess mind is not right. Xie Yanci felt a surge of frustration. He glared at Chen Lin's retreating figure, contemplating how he had misinterpreted his words. Had Chen Lin truly not understood him? In his heart, Xie Yanci silently prepared a grave for Chen Lin. Feeling his audacity was utterly intolerable. Due to Chen Lin's loud voice, Shen Zhiyi stirred restlessly from her slumber and opened her eyes. Upon seeing Xie Yanci's fierce expression, she momentarily froze before breaking into a smile. You have finally awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? Does your wound still hurt? Are you hungry? Should I have Chen Lin bring you a change of clothes? Are you feeling dizzy? Xie Yanci gazed at Shen Zhiyi's concerned expression, his eyes inexplicably moistening. How long had it been since she had shown such care for him? Each encounter had been riddled with veiled barbs and heart-wrenching jabs. Even when he had resorted to self-sacrifice, she had only mocked him, declaring he deserved his fate. What is the matter? Shen Zhiyi asked, noticing his silence. Oh, I am just... Where is the imperial physician? Hurry. My heavens, the princess' body may be fine, but his mind is clearly not. He has not yet wed Miss Shen, yet he refers to her as the princess. And what is this Xie residence? There is no such place in the entire Ning Wangfu. Imperial physician, you must examine His Highness thoroughly. We cannot leave any lasting effects, Chen Lin's voice boomed, drowning out Xie Yanci's unfinished sentence as he dragged the imperial physician in to take his pulse. Xie Yanci gazed quietly at Chen Lin, ultimately saying nothing. Was Zhiyi not married to him yet? How could that be? Zhiyi had passed away nearly 5 years ago. What could possibly be meant by not yet residing in Xie Yanci? He had personally nominated it, changing the name from the original residence to Xie Yanci. Confusion filled his mind. What nonsense was Chen Lin babbling about? He truly wished to sew his mouth shut. My lord, you went to Lu Prefecture to quell bandits and were injured by that person, which was unfortunate enough, but how did you manage to injure your head as well? Alas, my poor lord. And what was this about carrying the princess to Xie Yanci? Surely, my lord must be hallucinating. Your wedding to Miss Shen is scheduled for next year, and she is but 17. She is not marrying you until then. Chen Lin chattered incessantly, and the imperial physician could hardly bear it. Xinguanjia, could you lower your voice? It is affecting my ability to diagnose. Only then did Chen Lin reluctantly cease his chatter. The prince has merely been in a stupor for half a month. Perhaps he was ensnared by nightmares and spoke nonsense. There is no grave concern. I shall prescribe a tranquilizing medicine shortly. Chen Lin finally felt at ease. Xie Yanci felt a sharp pain in his head and closed his eyes, but in an instant he opened them again. Memories flooded his mind like wisps of smoke, and he stared blankly at Shen Zhiyi, who coincidentally was also looking down at him. Xie Yanci was utterly astonished. Was he returning to a time before the calamity? What was happening? He had clearly perished. Was this a divine gift bestowed upon him? Yet how could the variables from his previous life differ so greatly? Fragments of memory had been continuously surfacing in his mind. Clearly, Zhiyi had married him because he had taken her virtue. Yet how could it be that he himself sought her hand before the holy throne? Moreover, Zhiyi had once adored him, yet now distanced herself from him, and the task of quelling the bandits in Lu Prefecture had inexplicably fallen upon him. He stared unblinkingly at Shen Zhiyi, a thought flashing through his mind. Had Zhiyi returned before him? The notion startled Xie Yanci. How could such a marvel occur? Unbeknownst to him, Shen Zhiyi shared the same thought. She stood there transfixed. Xie Yanci was the name he had personally written down just 2 months after their wedding in her previous life, and now it had reappeared here. Who could have imagined that a calamity would bring him back here, that the previous Xie Yanci had also returned? If she could be reborn, then surely he could as well. Shen Zhiyi sighed helplessly, turning to leave. She could not confront the Xie Yanci of her past, the one who had wrought so much havoc. He would forever remain a source of distress in her heart. She now wished for solitude, to be alone with her thoughts. Xie Yanci watched her retreating figure, realizing something in a panic. He hastily threw off the covers and attempted to rise, only to find his legs weak. His wound had yet to heal, and he fell unceremoniously to the ground. Ouch! Zhiyi, don't go. Shen Zhiyi rushed over, casting him an angry glance, while Chen Lin assisted her in helping him up. What are you doing? I was merely preparing to return to sleep. I've been by your side for so many days and am exhausted. Xie Yanci grasped her hand. My bed is large. Come sleep with me. My lord. Miss Shen has yet to enter the door. What are you doing? Shen Lin felt a sense of embarrassment for his prince. A faint blush appeared on Shen Zhiyi's face as she remarked, Shen Lin, your prince has probably been in a deep slumber for half a month, utterly befuddled. Take him away. With that, she forcefully released his hand and turned away without a shred of compassion. Xie Yanci could only watch her depart, acutely aware that Zhiyi must know of his return and was unwilling to forgive him. Yet, with the passage of time, should they marry, perhaps he could exert himself, and a child might soon follow. With this thought, Xie Yanci breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Zhiyi remained his princess. He could hardly fathom the madness he would endure if she were to become Gujing's wife. My prince, are you? Well? Shen Lin asked, his expression one of alarm. He felt that his prince seemed peculiar, lacking the vivacity he once had, as if he had endured some profound hardship. Xie Yanci cast a cool glance at him, replying, I am well, merely a bit disoriented from sleep. My prince, you have finally awakened. A graceful figure gently leapt into Xie Yanci's embrace. Chapter 27. He is finished upon her return. Shen Zhiyi discovered that her jade pendant had been left with Xie Yanci. She was reluctant to believe that he would use this as an excuse to summon her, for he was indeed adept at such manipulations. She was not yet prepared to confront him in solitude. After mustering her resolve, she attempted to stroll back nonchalantly, only to find herself on the verge of disrupting his intimate moment. A delicate woman had leapt into Xie Yanci's embrace, clinging to him, and he, instead of rebuffing her, seemed to revel in the soft warmth of her body. Throughout her stay at the Wang residence, she had never encountered this woman. It was clear now that Xie Yanci was harboring a secret lover. How audacious to reveal herself only after Shen Zhiyi had departed. The audacity of that scoundrel pretending to harbor deep affections for her was truly revolting. With gritted teeth, Shen Zhiyi shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel to leave. The collision had left Xie Yanci momentarily stunned, reopening an old wound and inflicting a pain so intense that he nearly lost consciousness, stars dancing before his eyes, rendering him unable to respond. Seeing his master in agony, Shen Lin, in a fit of frustration, forcefully pulled the young woman, Lu Li, away. My lord's injury has yet to heal. Your recklessness only exacerbates his condition. How dare you, a demure maiden, engage in such frivolities with a married man? What brings you so far from your own abode? Did I not make it clear that you were not to disturb my lord until he has recovered? Lu Li frowned, rubbing her wrist, unsure whether her discomfort stemmed from pain or a sense of injustice. Tears immediately cascaded down her cheeks. I am sorry. It was unintentional. I was merely too worried about my lord. It has been nearly half a month since I last saw him, and my concern has been overwhelming. Is my lord unharmed? At her weeping, Shen Lin fell silent, for he found it difficult to contend with a distraught young woman. Outsiders might misinterpret his actions as bullying a fragile maiden. Lu Li stepped forward, gently pushing aside the imperial physician, supporting Xie Yanci's arm. Lord Shen, I acknowledge my fault. Let us assist my lord inside first. Today, it was merely my excessive concern for him that caused my rash behavior, and I am willing to accept punishment. Xie Yanci's neck reddened in pain, and he could not extricate his arm from her grasp. Weakly, he uttered, You. Forget it. Shen Lin, help me inside. Oh no, my lord. Your wound is bleeding. Shen Lin exclaimed, hastily aiding Lu Li in escorting Xie Yanci indoors, with the physician following closely behind. Shen Zhiyi had not departed. She returned, anxious that she may have misjudged Xie Yanci. After all, in her past life, she had erroneously believed he had been entangled with Li Nanjia for years, presuming he held affections for her. In truth, Li Nanjia had merely manipulated Xie Yanci, who had never regarded her schemes with any seriousness. Their conflict had exacted a heavy toll on her alone. Thus, she had come back to confirm the truth. To her dismay, Xie Yanci indeed proved to be a scoundrel. He obediently allowed that woman to assist him inside, leaning into her as if he wished to enfold himself completely in her embrace, his arm deliberately brushing against her chest. Such lecherous behavior was utterly revolting. How despicable! Thus, it seems that in a previous life, Xie Yanci may indeed have had some connection with Li Nanjia. Otherwise, how could he have shielded her from danger, rushing to her side without a thought for his own wife and child? According to the timeline of that past existence, perhaps Xie Yanci had not yet developed feelings for Li Nanjia, waiting until marriage to grow weary of her, and then engaging with Li Nanjia. She, foolishly believing his words, was convinced he truly had no affection for Li Nanjia. How naive she was. After her death, it is likely that Xie Yanci and Li Nanjia became inseparable. Having been restrained by her fierce presence, he would probably have taken multiple concubines after marrying Li Nanjia, given her generous nature. She met her end in the Prince Ning's residence, while Xie Yanci, that scoundrel, thrived with a multitude of descendants. Truly absurd. She must call off the engagement. Shen Zhiyi packed her belongings and, accompanied by Xingyue, promptly departed from the Prince Ning's mansion, instructing that this news not be conveyed to Xie Yanci. She wished to avoid causing any disturbances to someone's affairs, which might incite the ire of his beloved. All her efforts over these past days could be seen as accumulating merit for herself. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her gaze sharpening with intensity. Xingyue swallowed nervously. Miss, what has happened? Shen Zhiyi shouted, nothing. Once we return home, instruct the doorman to deny entry to anyone from the Prince Ning's residence. Xingyue nodded, realizing it must have been a quarrel with the prince, and thought to inquire with Chen Lin. Upon returning to the Shen residence, several days passed without any news of Xie Yanci, bringing her a measure of peace. Xingyue, this bag of silver is a reward for you and the doorman for keeping the news of the Prince Ning's residence at bay. Shen Zhiyi handed a pouch of silver to Xingyue. Xingyue was taken aback and cautiously replied, Miss, the Prince Ning's residence hasn't sent anyone in these past few days. Shen Zhiyi felt a mix of emotions, realizing she had perhaps overestimated her importance. Never mind, you all may share the silver. At that moment, she felt an unusual calmness, her heart cooling inch by inch. This was the outcome she had longed for, yet it left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Shen Zhiyi closed her eyes and thought, enough. No more dwelling on this. What news from Zhaoqin? Xingyue's eyes brightened. Miss, had it not been for the prince's illness requiring your care, I would have told you sooner. Madame Zhou has been pregnant for a month, and the eldest master is overjoyed, currently planning how to bring her into the family. It seems the eldest daughter is suspicious of him and has sent someone to investigate. Thus, in recent days, the eldest master has been particularly attentive to the eldest daughter to dispel her doubts. Shen Zhiyi nodded. Very well. Let Changxia return. There is no need for constant vigilance. With Zhaoqin's protection, there should be no major issues. Occasional oversight will suffice. Understood. Mississippi, Shen Zhiyi gathered her thoughts, deciding to create a few concealed weapons to distract herself. Coincidentally, Jinfeng Pavilion had received several new batches, and she intended to test her skills. She remained occupied from dawn till dusk without emerging. When Changxia finally returned, Xingyue let out a sigh of relief. Changxia, you have returned at last. I need to step out for a moment. Do not mention this to anyone. Xingyue stealthily slipped out. Although Changxia was puzzled, she refrained from inquiring, trusting that Xingyue would eventually share her reasons upon her return. Xingyue made her way to the Ning Wangfu. After days of closely attending to her young lady, she had finally seized the opportunity to escape. The guards at the Ning Wangfu, upon recognizing Xingyue, allowed her entry without hesitation. Lord Chen, Xingyue exclaimed as she rushed over, just as Lord Chen was emerging with a basin of water. Xingyue, what brings you here? He asked. Well, it's for your esteemed prince. If it weren't for him, my young lady would have been driven away. Xingyue shot him an indignant glare. Lord Chen replied, she was driven away? I thought she wished to return to the Shen family on her own accord. I kept it a secret from the prince, believing it was her desire. What on earth is going on? Xingyue was incensed. How could this thick-headed fellow have concealed such a matter? Never mind. Just convey to your prince that he has upset the young lady. I came here out of goodwill to remind him. What he chooses to do next is entirely up to him. As she turned away, Lord Chen pondered her anger. Upon glancing back, he was met with the profound gaze of his prince, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Chapter 28. Supporting your third brother, Qinlin. What audacity do you possess? Xie Yanci felt a pang of pain in his chest. With a sorrowful expression, Qinlin explained, Your Highness, I have been wronged. I believe that Miss Shen was merely longing for home, which prompted her return. Given your nature, I thought you would insist on keeping her here. When she showed reluctance, I concealed the truth, fearing you might leave a negative impression on her. Get lost. Go find out what has upset Zhiyi. Yes. Qinlin dashed away in a hurry. Xie Yanci, still recovering from his wounds, had assumed that Zhiyi had merely gone home to rest, not wanting to disturb her, only to discover she had returned to the Shun residence. He had done nothing to provoke her, yet upon observing Xingyue earlier, it was evident that she was genuinely upset. After a prolonged reflection, he realized that since awakening, he had not engaged in any actions that would anger her. He had already dispatched Lu Li to a secluded orchard, instructing his men to monitor her and not allow her outside without his permission. Could it be that Zhiyi witnessed Lu Li's embrace that day? But hadn't Tishi left? Perhaps she had returned. In a fit of anxiety, Xie Yanci called out, Bring forth the horses. His Majesty arrives. Xie Yanci paused, compelled to go and greet the emperor. Emperor Jinghua entered the Prince of Ning's residence, clad in a splendid yellow dragon robe, exuding a quiet dignity. His tall and imposing figure radiated a steady aura, and the sharp lines of his face conveyed the authority of a sovereign. However, a slight furrow in his brow revealed an underlying concern. Following closely behind him were a retinue of eunuchs and palace maids, carrying an array of precious gifts. The Prince of Ning's residence fell into a hushed silence, as everyone sensed the weighty atmosphere, trailing behind the emperor with utmost respect. My son, I pay my respects to father. You are injured. There is no need for formalities. Please, rest well inside. Emperor Jinghua replied softly. The father and son entered the chamber. The emperor took a seat of prominence, scrutinizing the Prince of Ning closely. Does your wound still trouble you? In response to father, it no longer hurts. That is good to hear. I have brought many nourishing supplements for you to restore your health. As for matters of state, I shall entrust them to your sixth brother. Do you have any objections? Xie Yanci lowered his gaze, concealing a flicker of brilliance. I have no objections. Given my current state, my sixth brother is exceptionally astute. It is most fitting for him to take charge. Emperor Jinghua smiled, lifting his eyes with a hint of authority. It is well that you have no objections. I shall not conceal from you that the Li family has gained considerable influence, and the crown prince is rather moderate. You have trained on the battlefield since childhood and should understand the significance of a commander to the entire army. I trust you. Your sixth brother is still young and requires guidance. As his elder brother, you should support him. Your heir possesses a gentle nature and is deeply filial. Respecting you as his elder brother, you are aware of his character. If you lend him your support, he will undoubtedly repay you manifold in the future. Xie Yanci nodded in agreement with the emperor's words. Father speaks wisely. Your heir is profoundly devoted to filial piety and is indeed a rare talent. The words elicited great joy from Emperor Jinghua, who gently patted Xie Yanci on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration, along with an inscrutable expression. Among all the princes, you are the one I trust the most. Xie Yanci feigned surprise, promptly bowing down in gratitude. To earn the trust of my father, I am overwhelmed with gratitude. Emperor Jinghua remarked, You are injured. It is unwise to kneel. Rise. By the way, I noticed you hurriedly attempting to leave when I arrived. Where were you headed? Xie Yanci replied. I was going to appease Zhiyi, as she is quite upset with me. She even claimed she would no longer care for me and has packed her belongings to return to her family. Emperor Jinghua laughed heartily. Shen Zhiyi has not yet entered our family, and she is already returning to her own. Tell me, how did you provoke her ire? Xie Yanci explained. It was due to a woman bestowed upon me by the Empress, who Zhiyi encountered yesterday. You know how women can be petty. Yet I cherish her dearly and do not wish for her to feel wronged. Emperor Jinghua said, Well spoken. Even heroes find it challenging to navigate the whims of beautiful women, and you are no exception. However, you need not worry. From now on, no woman will appear in the Ning Wangfu. ensuring that you and your Miss Shen remain in mutual affection without doubt. Shortly, I shall issue an edict allowing you to move away once your injuries have healed." Xie Yanci rejoiced. "Thank you, father." Following this, the father and son engaged in casual conversation before Emperor Jinghua took his leave. Once he departed, Xie Yanci slowly closed his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. "It has been apparent for some time that my father harbors intentions to depose the crown prince. The Li family is powerful, and the crown prince is deeply enmeshed in indulgence. Presently, the Li family's influence has waned considerably, and the crown prince is on the verge of being discarded. Though Xie Yanci is neither the legitimate son nor the eldest, he is the one most favored by the emperor and is the offspring of the cherished consort Li. At 15 years of age, Xie Yanci possesses no remarkable talents. He is merely a man with lofty ambitions, but devoid of the intellect or means to realize them. Ironically, consort Li has been whispering in the emperor's ear, highlighting the crown prince's shortcomings, thereby elevating Xie Yanci's position. Furthermore, Xie Yanci's thoughts align closely with those of the emperor, making him easy to manipulate and thus winning the emperor's favor. Consequently, the emperor envisions him assisting Xie Yanci in ascending to power, a position complicated by his command over military forces, which makes him difficult to control. The emperor has begun to harbor reservations. The emperor's recent and unequivocal agreement not to take concubines serves as the clearest testament to this. After all, everyone desires to see their lineage flourish, and the emperor, who places great emphasis on progeny, readily acquiesced to my mere suggestion, indicating his intent to ensure I remain without heirs. It is clear that he aims to secure a future for Xie Yanci. A sudden pang of sorrow pierced Xie Yanci's heart, yet he remained untroubled by this matter. One person, Xie Zhiyi, is more than sufficient for him. He harbors no desire for the throne, only a sense of coldness in his heart. Though grievously injured, his father has not once visited him, arriving solely for matters concerning the sixth brother. Everyone assumes he enjoys the emperor's favor, yet the warmth and chill of such benefits, the authenticity of feelings, are known only to him. After all, in a previous life, his military power had threatened Xie Yanci's position, and the emperor cruelly allowed Xie Yanci's flawed schemes to imprison him in a celestial dungeon. In a previous life, the Prince Xie Yanci was deposed, and Xie Yanci ascended to the throne. Having held the position of crown prince for less than 3 years, he found himself besieged by a flurry of impeachment petitions. Xie Yanci had never successfully managed a single affair. His grandiose proclamations were mere flights of fancy, ultimately proving to be futile and easily dismantled. Yet, the emperor harbored an inexplicable favoritism towards him, never once contemplating the removal of his status, regardless of the relentless criticisms from ministers. He staunchly defended Xie Yanci, clearing all obstacles from his path, a mystery that perplexed him deeply. If fate had granted him a second chance at life, then the crown prince's position could not possibly belong to that inept Xie Yanci. He would not let the one who had harmed Xie Zhiyi escape unpunished. Li Nanjia, and even, despite that person's significant standing in her heart, a secret she concealed deep within, he was determined to unveil the true nature of that despicable creature to Xie Zhiyi. Chapter 29. The cause of Xie Yanci's death. In his previous life, the imperial decree arrived at the Shen residence. Shen Zhiyi was so amused that he couldn't help but smile, immediately instructing someone to package Shen Zhiyi and send her to the Prince of Ning's residence. Shen Zhiyi had no choice but to comply. "Xingyue, how could the emperor possibly know about this matter, let alone issue an imperial decree?" Shen Zhiyi regarded Xingyue with a half-smile, aware that in her previous life, this girl had united with Chun Lin, and now, unexpectedly, this life seemed to unfold just as swiftly. Xingyue, flustered, rubbed her hands on her thighs, and confessed, "Miss, I only worried about your relationship with the prince, so I took the liberty. Please punish me." Shen Zhiyi chuckled and shook her head. "Then I shall punish you by having you cook for Chun Lin every day." Xingyue froze, a charming blush creeping across her cheeks. She clasped her hands together and playfully protested, "Miss, please don't jest like that." Changsha, curious, interjected, "Oh," as Xingyue turned red. "Miss, who is this Chun Lin?" Shen Zhiyi replied, "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Shen Lin is the steward of the prince of Ning's residence. This girl, who has strayed, went to inform Chen Lin of our affairs. Hence, the imperial decree has arrived, and I must go to the prince's residence. Xie Yanci hastily clarified, Miss, in my heart, no one is more important than you. Shen Zhiyi was well aware of her loyalty. All right, I know you well. The three of them chatted amiably along the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the prince of Ning's residence. The moment Shen Lin saw Shen Zhiyi, it was as if he had seen a savior. He rushed over and immediately ordered her belongings to be taken to the master bedroom. Shen Zhiyi exclaimed, Hey, where are you moving my things? I only intend to stay in the place I've been residing. I shall not occupy any other space. Who could foresee what arrangements Xie Yanci had in store for her? As soon as she spoke, Chen Lin's expression faltered. Miss Shen, this matter must be discussed with the prince. Shen Zhiyi's demeanor darkened instantly. Her lips pressed tightly together in silence. Chen Lin quickly altered his tone. Although it requires consulting His Highness, Miss Shen is not an outsider. She is the future mistress of the prince of Ning's residence, and ultimately, it is up to you. Only then did Shen Zhiyi's expression soften. Though she was not particularly pleased with the title of mistress, she conceded, Very well, let us proceed. News of this could not be concealed from Xie Yanci. Upon arriving at her designated abode, Chuni Garden, she beheld a tree with but a few green leaves left, beneath which Xie Yanci stood, clad in pale moonlight-colored attire. Leaning on a cane, he gazed quietly into the distance, revealing a trace of sorrow and anguish. His pale lips and handsome visage bore a sickly pallor. Upon hearing her approach, he turned, his silent eyes resembling an ancient well, disturbed only by the ripple of a small stone cast within. He regarded her quietly. Despite his youthful appearance, one could still perceive the depth and maturity in his gaze. Shen Zhiyi commanded everyone to leave, forbidding entry without her permission. She approached slowly, delivering a veiled taunt. Xie Yanci, how long do you intend to maintain this facade? Your appearance has long ceased to hold any allure for me. Xie Yanci raised his chin slightly, gesturing for her to take a seat, his voice betraying an air of guilt. I'm not pretending. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Shen Zhiyi naturally took a seat, letting out a cold snort. If you were in your 20s, I might believe you, but alas, you are not. I never anticipated that you would also be favored by fate and return. Had I known, I would have preferred to perish rather than marry you. Xie Yanci felt a sharp pang in his heart. Must our relationship really be this way? I understand your feelings regarding that child, but at that moment, I was also hanging by a thread. Yet all you could see was the unborn child. I, too, felt heartache. He was my first child. Do you think I felt no pain? Her eyes reddened. Since you are aware, let us end our connection here. Xie Yan's heart raced with panic. Under the imperial edict, there is no room for retreat. Since we have returned, and he has not yet appeared, if we strive diligently, he may yet come back. Shen Zhiyi's heart was ablaze with anger. Do you think he is the only issue between us? When did you become so foolish, Xie Yanci? The child is merely the catalyst for our problems. You should understand that we are a pair of resentful partners. Neither of us finds happiness when together. So why persist in this union? You claim you harbor no feelings for Linanjia, yet in our past life, during the assassination attempt, you were the first to shield her, causing my miscarriage and injury to my body. You even let my mother perish at the hands of others without lifting a finger to protect her, denying me even a final farewell. After all these years of marriage, how many rumors have circulated about your relationship with Linanjia? Are you truly oblivious? Everyone insists that I, as your princess, am clinging desperately to my position, and that she is the woman you cherish most. They say I ruined your union, and that you would marry her as your legitimate wife only after my death. You have never clarified a single word. During my years with you, your heart was always close to Linanjia. I found her lipstick on your clothes, and your gaze towards her was filled with affection. You personally gifted her a jade pendant, and your presence always carried her scent. I dare not inquire, for I feared the answer. I was reluctant to shatter the fragile facade we maintained. When I finally summoned the courage to ask, you impatiently dismissed it as mere conjecture, urging me not to take it seriously. If there were no truth to it, why would there be smoke without fire? Your attitude towards me has always been indifferent, akin to courteous strangers, far removed from the warmth of this life. Tears streamed down Shen Zhiyi's face, and she let out a self-deprecating laugh. Thus, it seems our fate has run its course. Xie Yanci, will you grant me and yourself the mercy of release? If not for the you of this life, I would not have softened my heart. I can only blame myself for this moment of weakness, which has led us to this dire situation. Xie Yanci felt deep sorrow within him. I must clearly state that I have never harbored feelings for Linanjia. During that assassination, my intention was to protect you. How could you think otherwise? I fear you may not believe me, but if I speak a single untruth, may the heavens strike me down. In that moment, I intended to shield you, yet Linanjia, in her fear for her life, pushed me in front of the blade when I was not paying attention. To you, it appeared as if I willingly took the blow for her. Do you know how frantic I felt? I wished to rush to your side and protect you and your child, yet I was powerless, forced to watch helplessly. My heart was in agony. As for your assertion that I should not have informed you of your mother's passing, and that you did not even get to see her one last time, I must apologize. At that time, your health was so fragile that had you learned of this news, I would have forever lost you. Regarding the rumors, they stem from a traitor within the Ningguang residence. I was previously unaware of such matters, including the jade pendant's fragrance. The individual responsible has already been dealt with. Moreover, I discovered that the cause of your demise was the handiwork of a maidservant in your quarters, who, along with several others, had been bribed by Linanjia. They insidiously used poison concealed in the incense to gradually consume you. In my past life, I personally eliminated Linanjia, and I shall not hesitate to do so again in this life. Additionally, you must exercise caution around Jiang Xinglan. I am aware. Shen Zhiyi seethed with anger. Xie Yanci, silence yourself. How dare you even mention Xinglan? I am well aware of his character, and there is no need for you to tarnish his reputation before me. Xie Yanci clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with despair. Ah, Xinglan, such an intimate address. After marriage, disregarding his status, he exchanged letters with Xinglan and even arranged to dine together. Yet, Xie Yanci refrained from voicing these thoughts. The mere mention of Jiang Xinglan's name made it clear to him that he would lose. Do you know the reasons behind our deaths in the previous life? Chapter 30. Quarrel. Shen Zhiyi gazed at him with a deep melancholy. I am dying because of you, because of your actions that led to my demise. Xie Yanci felt a tightness in his heart. He could not deny the truth of her words. Indeed, I cannot absolve myself of blame. However, do you know who spread those malicious rumors? It was your brother Xinglan who indulged Linanjia in bringing them forth. I was unaware that Linanjia had drugged you. That was my gravest mistake. I am sorry, Zhiyi. They are all complicit in your demise. Shen Zhiyi's pupils trembled. Her hands clenched tightly as she glared at him in indignation. This is utterly absurd. The influence of the Ningguang Fu extends even to Linanjia. It is a miracle I am still alive. Xie Yanci, do you think the Ningguang Fu is so invulnerable? From now on, refrain from fabricating stories about Brother Xinglan. Should I hear it once more, I shall retaliate. Besides, what motive would Brother Xinglan have to harm me? He has known me since childhood. I am well aware of his character. How could Xie Yanci have changed so drastically to slander him? If memory serves in my past life, Brother Xinglan even saved his life. Disappointment clouded Shen Zhiyi's expression as she regarded Xie Yanci, a hint of estrangement in her demeanor. She could hardly fathom that the reborn Xie Yanci would possess such cunning. Xie Yanci found himself at a loss for words. He could not absolve himself of the responsibility regarding Linanjia's intrusion into the Ningguang Fu. It was due to his negligence in overseeing his subordinates, his defenses too lax. However, Jiang Xinglan was a figure of great complexity. Even if he were to reveal his background, Zhiyi might not believe him. Yet, planting a thorn in her heart was sufficient. If he continued, she might resort to violence, not to mention the true nature of Jiang Xinglan. Though her skills were mediocre, her speed with hidden weapons was remarkable. In his previous life, he had escaped from prison, only to meet his end at Jiang Xinglan's hands, succumbing to hidden weapons crafted by Zhiyi herself. He had claimed it was revenge for her, but in truth, it was driven by his own sordid desires. Countless poison needles had pierced his body, and he could only feel the poison coursing through him, his body gradually decaying, dying in agony. It was a tragic fate, likely leaving no remains to preserve. Very well. Continuing this argument is futile. You should rest well. In any case, Jiang Xinglan is not as simple as you imagine. Reflect on whether you understand him better or me. If you require anything, do not hesitate to speak to Qinlin. By the way, when you stormed out the other day, did you see a woman holding me? Shen Zhiyi averted her gaze, her lips pursed, her expression subdued, the fierceness in her demeanor dimming slightly. Xie Yanci felt a sense of relief. As long as she was angry, it proved he still held a small place in her heart, and that was enough. Even though they often quarreled, if she were to cease berating him, he would feel discontent. He quietly remarked, "That woman is Liu Li, Xie Yanqing's future concubine. In my previous life, she did not appear this early. It must be due to my actions. I sought to marry you, causing the Empress to panic, leading her to summon Liu Li. I shall leave her in your hands. You may handle her as you wish. I must take my leave now." Shen Zhiyi paused, her gaze fixed, yet she remained silent. Xie Yanci, leaning on his cane, limped away in resignation. Alas, both of them needed a moment of tranquility. The ice between him and Xie Zhiyi was difficult to break. There was a chance their marriage might never materialize. It would be best for her to gather her thoughts. If she truly despised him, he would release her from any obligation. He blamed himself for being emotionally reserved, failing to provide her with a sense of security. At the entrance, Qinlin was anxiously awaiting, and upon seeing Xie Yanci emerge, he could not help but voice his reprimand. "Your Highness, I knew you would argue with Miss Shen. I heard something about Nanjia, and it must be related to this. I have told you countless times that women are most concerned with such rumors, yet you refuse to believe it. You insist that one tea affect you, dismissing the antics of clowns. In my opinion, Your Highness, you are the one." Xie Yanci turned his face away, quietly regarding him, causing Qinlin to abruptly fall silent. Qinlin had always been forthright in speaking to Xie Yanci. They had grown up together since infancy. Qinlin's mother had been Xie Yanci's wet nurse, and after her passing, Qinlin had stayed by his side. They had fought side by side on the battlefield for years, nearly inseparable. Had it not been for the injury Qinlin sustained in a battle years ago, which caused him pain whenever he walked, especially in the rain, he might have become a stoic guardian like Mo Bai. Now, he had no choice but to serve as the chief steward of the Ning Wangfu. Xie Yanci shot him a glance. Qinlin's words held no falsehood. All future rumors must be addressed, and the entire Ning Wangfu must respect her as they would respect him. In his absence, she was to be regarded as the authority. Qinlin nodded in agreement. After Xie Yanci departed, Shen Zhiyi stood frozen in place for a long while until her legs became numb, and the chill of the air seemed to freeze her skin before she finally retreated indoors. Her eyes were rimmed with red veins, and fatigue was evident in her brow. Slowly, she closed her eyes, surrendering to exhaustion as she reclined in a chair, lowering all defenses. Changxia immediately placed the warm soup pot into her hands, gently cradling her icy face and softly pressing her head. Shen Zhiyi's sore throat managed to utter a few words. "Changxia, can a man's word be trusted?" As she poured water for her, Changxia replied, "Of course not. The young master claims to love the eldest young lady above all, with no other women in his heart. Yet he turns around to call Madame Zhou darling, proclaiming his fondness for her. Men are rarely trustworthy. Their words are merely deceptions crafted to ensnare women deeply entrenched in love, leading them in circles to serve their own interests." A sudden pang of unease gripped Shen Zhiyi. It seemed inappropriate to ask Changxia to keep an eye on Madame Zhou. This girl, despite her tender years, had already seen through the complexities of love, harboring a dismal view of romantic relationships. However, she could not recount any tales of blissful marriages. Her own parents were a dismal example, and her situation was even worse. Shen Yanci needed no mention. He was more of a failure than she. As for her elder brother, while he and his wife appeared harmonious, he too had taken several concubines, leading to quarrels with his sister-in-law over them. Lanhua was not worth discussing, leaving only Yi Zhiqiu, her cousin, as a positive note. They had been betrothed since childhood, two childhood friends growing up together, always playfully bickering. "Changxia, do you wish to marry in the future?" Changxia pondered for a moment and decided it was best to refrain. "In the future, when a young lady becomes a princess, I shall be her foremost maid. Even in old age, I would still hold the esteemed title of a matron." Once married, I must consider the family of my husband. A man is unlikely to have only one woman. Observing the demeanor of the eldest sister, I feel it is best to let it be. Shen Zhiyi smiled. You, little maid, possess quite a far-sighted perspective. Changsha chuckled playfully. Hee. Then, my lady, you cannot possibly allow me to marry off. I aspire to be a dignified matron. Very well. If you do not wish to marry, I shall not compel you. What do you think of the prince? Although Changsha was innocent, she possessed a discerning eye. After contemplating for a moment, she glanced at Shen Zhiyi but hesitated to speak. Do not hold back. Speak as your heart desires. After some reflection, Changsha ventured. I believe the prince is a hero, upright, generous, and caring for the world. He does not mistreat his subordinates and rarely concerns himself with romantic entanglements. However, it is said that he has had numerous liaisons with charming ladies. It is only because of you, my lady, that he has kept his heart solely for you. Overall, he is a good man in matters of great importance, serving the country and its people, punishing the wicked. And no one in the realm has ever spoken ill of him. However, to you, my lady, the prince may not seem virtuous. He clearly harbors feelings for you, yet feigns indifference, causing you to squander precious time. Just as you are about to marry, he reappears, disrupting your destiny. But the prince acknowledges his missteps. He dares to admit his faults and humbly apologizes to you, something many men cannot accomplish. He treats you well, cares for the nation, and is indeed a truly good man. Shen Zhiyi chuckled and nodded with resignation. And what do you think of young Master Xinglan? Changsha replied, Young Master Xinglan, well, I find him somewhat mysterious, as if he bears a heavy burden. Perhaps it is merely my illusion. More than that, he is gentle and considerate, making interactions with him far more pleasant than with the prince, like a refreshing spring breeze. He is eager to assist us, the humble maids, in the Shen residence. Many maids admire him. Young Master Xinglan is handsome, kind, and unpretentious. He remembers all matters, great and small, possesses martial arts skills, speaks eloquently, and is well-versed in literature and geography. He has no concubines, maintains his integrity, and excels in painting and calligraphy. Were it not for his background, young Master Xinglan would undoubtedly be the dream lover of every woman. Dream lover? Shen Zhiyi chuckled. One is a truly good man, and the other is the dream of all women. Yet, young Master Xinglan indeed possesses such qualifications. But mysterious? Burdened? I have never perceived that in him. Rubbing her eyes with a tinge of bitterness, Shen Zhiyi asked, Is young Master Xinglan truly mysterious? Does he seem to carry something? Do you think he would harm me? Changsha was taken aback, too frightened to speak, and quickly knelt, trembling in fear. My lady. Shen Zhiyi reassured her. All right, rise. I was merely jesting. Look at you. Changsha, you have terrified me, Mississippi. While my acquaintance with young Master Xinglan may be limited, it is evident that you are his savior, the most significant person in his life. He is courteous, humble, and cherishes you deeply. You are his Achilles heel, which is an unassailable truth. Shen Zhiyi felt a tumult of emotions. She acknowledged that everything Xie Yanci had said today had profoundly affected her. She understood Xie Yanci. He was not one to unjustly tarnish another's reputation, despite his claims of disbelief. However, young Master Xinglan could not possibly be of such a character. Perhaps there lies some misunderstanding. Miss Shen, Liuli has arrived. Shen Zhiyi turned her head and, through the shimmering curtain, beheld a graceful woman outside. Chapter 31, Bridges to Bridges. Roads to roads, Shen Zhiyi slowly rose, and Changsha gently lifted the curtain beside her. Their gazes met, and she locked eyes with Liuli. The beauty of her gaze held a hint of coolness as she scanned Liuli with an impassive expression. A faint smile tugged at her lips, and then her eyes flickered with a touch of astonishment. You are Liuli? Her beauty was nothing short of enchanting, reminiscent of a delicate lotus emerging from water. With a graceful oval face and sparkling eyes that were wide and innocent, evoking a sense of endearment. Dressed in a gown of tender purple, cinched at the waist, her figure appeared slender and elegant. The simplicity of her hair adornments was pleasing to the eye, rendering Liuli almost irresistible to Shen Zhiyi. The Empress certainly had an eye for selecting the right candidates. Liuli hurriedly knelt and softly replied, "Yes, Miss Shen." Shen Zhiyi smiled, finding Liuli's behavior rather excessive. She was neither a princess nor a lady of high rank, and such deference seemed unwarranted. Before she could voice her thoughts, Liuli's maid swiftly pulled her up. "Miss, why are you kneeling to her? She's not a princess yet." "Ah, but did the prince not summon you?" Shen Zhiyi glanced at the maid trailing behind Liuli, noting that her beauty paled in comparison to the exquisite Liuli, although she was still more appealing than the average maid. Liuli bent slightly and answered yes. "The prince instructed that from now on, Liuli shall attend to you as your maid." Seated in her elevated position, Shen Zhiyi remained silent. Was it not peculiar that a woman sent by the empress to serve Xie Yanci now stood before her as a maid? Should Liuli relay this information, Xie Yanci might very well attract trouble. Is that so? Yet the prince did not convey it in such a manner. He mentioned that I should instruct you in the proper decorum, as I shall be the primary consort and you the secondary. You are to serve the prince diligently. After all, you are a person sent by the empress. How can you be reduced to a mere servant? Liuli and her maid's eyes brightened at this revelation. Really? Perhaps Liuli misremembered. We shall rely on Miss Shen's guidance from now on. Shen Zhiyi scoffed lightly, thinking how naive they were. I, Shen Zhiyi, have no inclination to share a husband with another woman. The prince merely said to leave you to my management, and nothing more. What do you mean by coming to serve as a maid? Do you truly believe the prince cares for you? If you feign weakness before me, it will only diminish your standing in the prince's eyes, or worse, provoke his ire. How laughable! If you wish to be a maid, so be it. Changsha, henceforth, assign all cleaning and watering duties at Chunhua Pavilion to Miss Liuli. Liuli's gaze dimmed, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Understood. Very well, you may leave now. With that, she departed in a rather dejected manner. Observe this Liuli over the next few days. She harbors ulterior motives and must be treated with caution. Yes, Miss, Changsha replied. Just now, Lord Shen sent word that this evening you are to serve the emperor's command and administer medicine to the prince. That evening, Shen Zhiyi arrived at the newly named Xie residence of Xie Yanci, where Chen Lin had just finished preparing the medicine. Miss Shen, the medicine has just been brewed and is still somewhat hot. I shall take it in, and I have also prepared the ointment for the prince. Thank you for your assistance these days, Chen Lin said with a radiant smile. As Chen Lin entered the room and set down the medicine, he quietly departed. Xie Yanci was leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a book, when his gaze caught a glimpse of Shen Zhiyi. He hastily set his book aside and exclaimed with delight, "Zhiyi, what brings you here?" Shen Zhiyi crossed her arms, her expression indifferent, and replied, "I've been assigned to attend to you." She moved purposefully towards him, picked up the porcelain bottle, and casually placed her hand on Xie Yanci's belt, deftly unfastening it. Xie Yanci naturally reclined, fully cooperating, spreading his arms and legs as she worked, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon her. In the next moment, a sharp intake of breath escaped Xie Yanci as he grasped her delicate hands that were probing at his chest. Be gentle. Shen Zhiyi narrowed her eyes, her composure unwavering. Understood, but you must first release your grip. Be gentle, it hurts, he insisted. You really are overly sensitive, she retorted. Her movements became swift, yet considerably lighter than before. Xie Yanci's wounds were an intricate tapestry of injuries. Numerous scars marred his skin, leaving only patches of unblemished flesh on his chest and back. Shen Zhiyi remained silent, tending to his injuries. Xie Yanci lay back on the bed, tilting his head to observe her soft hands. And as he looked up, he was met with her exquisite visage, his heart racing uncontrollably as he unabashedly gazed at her. Zhiyi, after navigating this world of complexities in the court, I assure you it shall not affect you. Pursue your desires freely. Shen Zhiyi shot him a glance. You are being overly sentimental. I had no intention of meddling. I am not foolish. By the way, did you say that Liuli is to be your fifth brother Xie Yanqing's future concubine? He is still unaware, isn't he? Liuli is extraordinary, both in grace and beauty, qualities I cannot rival. Are you certain you do not wish to accept her? A profound light flickered in Xie Yanci's eyes as he smiled slightly. His tone relaxed. Xie Yanqing is infatuated with her, and I have no habit of seizing another's affection. Moreover, you know me well, I am loyal and steadfast. One woman is sufficient for me. More people mean more mouths to feed. Jewelry and clothing do not come without cost. And I'm not wealthy. Oh, then why not keep Liuli? She is gentle and considerate, with a lively disposition and stunning beauty. With some cultivation, she would indeed be a match made in heaven for the prince. Xie Yanci scoffed, his expression turning serious. Miss Shen, your suggestion is intriguing. I shall contemplate it thoroughly tonight. Indeed, to gift my brother such a rare gem would be a loss for me. Shen Zhiyi nodded in agreement. Her hands continuing their work, the prince should certainly take this into serious consideration. Such a captivating creature is desirable even to me. Xie Yanci, maintaining a stony expression, turned away, allowing her to apply the ointment to his back. Is it necessary for you to be so sharp-tongued with me? Shen Zhiyi, momentarily distracted, pressed down with more force than intended. Ouch! What are you doing? Xie Yanci turned his head, a look of feigned grievance on his face. Oh, my apologies. My hand moved too quickly. Fine, Liuli belongs to Xie Yanci. Do not use her against me. However, I believe they are incompatible. In due course, while the Empress is not paying attention, I shall arrange for her departure. Shen Zhiyi provocatively inquired, Are you upset? Xie Yanci, indeed it vexes you. Since fate has granted us a second chance, why should we not cherish it? Gigi, I once harbored arrogance, but I have transformed. I shall protect you and our child with utmost diligence, ensuring that no harm befalls you. Whether you choose to distrust me or harbor resentment, I shall repay the debts I owe you. This is the pain that lingers between us. Yet now, as we return to the time before the calamity, there is still hope for restoration, provided we strive for it. If you continue to find me bothersome, resentful, or detestable, then I shall acquiesce to your wishes. I shall release you, and from henceforth, our paths shall diverge. Do you understand the meaning of separating bridges from roads? It signifies that whatever I choose to do henceforth shall not concern you. Our bond will be severed, and your existence, be it life or death, will hold no relevance to me. In kind, my affairs, including the women who may grace my side, the favors I bestow, or the children I father, shall remain beyond your scrutiny. Are you truly willing to let our relationship descend to such depths? Shen Zhiyi, the dissolution of our connection is not a matter to be taken lightly. Furthermore, your brother Xinglan is not a man of virtue. He must be approached with caution. Even if he causes you harm involuntarily, it is rooted in his true nature. Chapter 32. Pursuing one's own path. Shen Zhiyi paused, her gaze shifting toward him. Are you aware of my reasons for wishing to marry Gu Jinghe? It is simply to sever ties, to ensure that our paths diverge and remain unentangled. Otherwise, why would I choose to wed another? Despite having loved you fervently in the past, who among us has not acted foolishly in their youth? When I adored you, I willingly humbled myself, disregarding my dignity to follow you. Yet when my affection wanes, you hold no significance in my heart. Xie Yanci felt a pang of heartache upon hearing her words, as if his heart were being pricked by needles. She knew. His deep-set eyes began to well with tears. He realized that the pain she had once endured was a result of his own actions. A tightness gripped Xie Yanci's throat. Gigi, do we still have a future together? After tending to his wounds, Shen Zhiyi helped him dress again, but did not provide a direct answer. You need to take your medicine. Xie Yanci, feeling frustrated, furrowed his brow and refused her assistance. He snatched the bowl from her hands and swallowed its contents in one hurried gulp. Had he not acted first, Gigi would have wed Gu Jinghe and chosen to spend her life with that man. Anger surged within him, prompting him to speak thoughtlessly. Very well, you may leave. Without uttering a word, Shen Zhiyi turned to depart. The moment she closed the door behind her, she heard the sound of a porcelain bowl shattering within. She chose to ignore it. Returning to her room, she dragged her weary body into the warm bath. Not all matters can be resolved merely through words. Not every misunderstanding can be cleared away for two people to live in peace afterward. Perhaps it was a matter of stance, perspective, or character. She felt the need to wait a little longer. At that moment, she was uncertain whether there would be a future for her in Xie Yanci, and thus could not provide him with an answer. She had not entirely let go of her feelings for him. She could deceive Xie Yanci, but not herself. She still cared deeply deeply about whether other women might appear in his life, whether he still held affection for her as he once did, and whether his feelings for her were truly love. With a sigh, Shen Zhiyi forced herself to refrain from dwelling on matters concerning Xie Yanci. After a while, she said, Chang Xia, observe Liuli and Xing Yue closely in the residence. Tomorrow, accompany me to explore the streets. Xing Yue was taken aback. Miss, the streets are not a safe place. I am aware. I merely wish to pursue my own endeavors. This life has been fraught with changes, and I hope the streets remain unchanged. In my previous life, my brother inadvertently purchased a property along the street, which appreciated several times over the following year. Once I leverage the profits from the street tomorrow, I intend to acquire all the rice in the Jiangnan and Zizhou regions and their surroundings. If memory serves me right, there is an impending flood in Zizhou that will displace countless citizens, leaving many to perish in the wilderness, their grain spoiled, resulting in the ruin of thousands of families. Unscrupulous merchants will seize the opportunity to inflate prices, further exacerbating the suffering of the populace. The small tavern and other shops have improved significantly and no longer struggle to survive as they once did. Yet my financial resources remain limited. With sufficient funds, regardless of future turmoil, I shall have the means to survive. The following morning, Shen Zhiyi stepped outside, with no intention of concealing the matter. After all, it was something that could not be hidden within the confines of the Ningguang residence. Along the street by the moat's lower reaches, this area had once flourished, but its prosperity waned following the untimely demise of the previous dynasty's legitimate princess, leading many fortune-tellers to proclaim it a place of ill omen. People, wary of inviting bad luck, gradually distanced themselves from it. Now, only a few homeless beggars and vagrants inhabited this desolate locale. Who would have imagined that after some years, the same fortune-tellers, in their struggle to survive in the capital, would concoct tales that breathed life back into this place? It was once again considered a land of auspiciousness, and everyone sought to crowd in. Miss, what brings us to this place? Xing Yue said with a frown, surveying the scene where only a handful of shops had opened, and the buildings were scarce. Most have been torn down, leaving only overgrown plots of land. This place is utterly deserted. It must be the least prosperous area in the capital. Indeed, the least prosperous, Shen Zhiyi replied, but one must not underestimate it. Fortunes shift like the flow of the river. She glanced around, counting the mere 20 or so souls present, including passers-by, and noted that the wares on offer were predominantly for the deceased, casting an undeniably gloomy atmosphere. However, it occurred to her that property prices here might be remarkably low. She casually inquired with an elderly man about the land prices. The prices were shockingly low. A smile of contentment spread across Shen Zhiyi's face. The silver in her possession could purchase the entire street. Yet, she hesitated to do so, fearing entanglements should any troubles arise later. Purchasing half the street, however, seemed feasible. Young lady, are you considering buying property here? I happen to have a place available. As soon as the locals learned of Shen Zhiyi's intent to purchase, the few remaining individuals surged forward, eager to pitch their offerings. Everyone, please calm down, Shen Zhiyi implored. How many properties do you possess? I shall return tomorrow with silver to buy them all. The crowd erupted in excitement, thrilled to have encountered a potential benefactor, and began extolling the virtues of their homes, which were purportedly abundant and splendid. Xing Yue, protective of Shen Zhiyi, angrily exclaimed, "Stop pushing. I've already said she will buy. Just wait for tomorrow. If you keep crowding, she won't buy anything." Her words proved effective, and the throng dispersed. Very well, no more pushing. But miss, you must come tomorrow. Our prices are particularly low, and the houses are all ready for occupancy. Our family has properties too, and ours. Shen Zhiyi chuckled helplessly. Everyone, please be patient. I assure you, I shall come tomorrow. It was evident just how desperate they were to rid themselves of these properties. As the crowd thinned, silence reclaimed the area. Let's go. Sister, help. At the sound of a familiar voice, Shen Zhiyi turned to see Yi Zhiqiu rushing towards her, clutching her skirt and panting. Sister, save me. Shangguan Yi is coming to hit me. Yi Zhiqiu hid behind Shen Zhiyi, casting a triumphant glance at the approaching Shangguan Yi. Shen Zhiyi paused. What brings you both here? Shangguan Yi possessed an exceptional demeanor, his hair elegantly tied up, exuding the essence of youth. Anger etched across his face. His brows furrowed as he pointed towards Yi Zhiqiu behind him. Sister Zhiyi, it is none other than this girl who deliberately lured my beautiful concubine out, causing her to lose her way. My exquisite concubine hails from Jiangnan and is unfamiliar with the surroundings. She did not return last night, but fortunately, she was deceived into this desolate area, hiding beneath the bridge, where I finally found her. I did not. Shangguan, we have known each other since childhood. How many years have passed, and yet you choose to trust her over me? Yi Zhiqiu questioned loudly, tears silently welling in her eyes. How many times have I proclaimed? It is not me. It is not me. Do not deny it. I am aware of your thoughts. You and I are destined to marry. You shall become the future matriarch of the Shangguan family. However, is it not difficult to burden a concubine? Shan Guanyi. Shen Zhiyi raised her voice to halt him, for both of us are all too aware of what kind of person Zhiqiu is. Before me, you should not speak ill of her. Shangguan nodded helplessly, conceding that they were indeed family and ought to support one another, prioritizing kinship over reason. He cast a fierce glare at Yi Zhiqiu, his eyes ablaze with fury, warning, I caution you, should you ever lay a finger on her again, I shall not spare you. She turned and walked away. Yi Zhiqiu held back her tears. Sister, sob. Shen Zhiyi sighed and helped her onto the carriage. Little did she expect to encounter such a situation upon stepping outside. She distinctly remembered that in her previous life, Zhiqiu and Shangguan Yi lived in a blissful harmony. So how could this be? No, it was Zhiqiu, that foolish child, who always spoke sweetly to her, feigning a facade of happiness, leading her to believe that she was truly content. What on earth was happening? Shen Zhiyi took out a handkerchief to wipe away her sister's tears and spoke softly. Yi Zhiqiu lamented, some time ago, Shangguan Yi took a concubine, a fallen noblewoman from Jiangnan. I have known him since childhood, often visiting him to play, but unexpectedly, that woman harbored resentment against me. Upon discovering that I am to become the future mistress of the household, her jealousy grew. She deliberately fell into the water and even struck herself, cunningly framing me for her misfortunes. Oh, sister, I did not do this. You must believe me. Shen Zhiyi gently patted the back of her hand, assuring her, I trust you completely. Yi Zhiqiu, feeling utterly wronged, huffed, Shangguan Yi is nothing but a superficial fool, blessed with strikingly beautiful eyes, yet tragically blind. Humph! That woman feigned fragility, running into his embrace and weeping. Without a moment's hesitation, he accused me, harboring his disbelief. This morning, he brazenly stormed into the Yi residence and dragged me out. He proclaimed that if he could not locate his beautiful concubine, he would annul our engagement. For the Shangguan family would never accept a jealous matron like me. This wretched creature, do not even mention Shangguan Yi, it is truly bothersome. By the way, sister, what brings you here? To purchase a house. Yi Zhiqiu wiped away her tears. Buying a house, sister, have you lost your mind? Is it possible that you've heard some rumors about the houses here? Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. Rumors? What rumors? In the autumn of the leaves, it has come to my attention that recently a number of Taoist priests and wandering sorcerers have arrived in the capital. They proclaim that the misfortunes that have plagued the streets have now dissipated, and that during the days surrounding the cold and lively festivities in November, a double rainbow is destined to grace the skies. Those fortunate enough to witness this celestial phenomenon shall be blessed with auspicious tidings. Shen Zhiyi's pupils widened in surprise. You know all this? Yi Zhiqiu patted her chest and replied, Indeed, I am not merely idling away my time in this world. I am well informed, even about the private matters of your sister, Xie Yanci. Her husband has taken a mistress who is several months pregnant now, and it seems she will give birth in a couple of months. Shen Zhiyi's eyes grew even wider. You know this too? Zhiqiu, are you the head of some intelligence bureau? How do you come by such intimate details? It's simply that I have many acquaintances, Yi Zhiqiu explained. I often find myself bored at home, so I accompany Shangguan Yi to the casino, where I encounter a myriad of individuals, from the nobility to beggars. There is hardly anyone I do not know, and thus news travels swiftly to me. Do not underestimate my youth. I have indeed begun to establish an intelligence network, albeit still in its infancy. Shen Zhiyi clapped her hands in disbelief, exclaiming, Zhiqiu, your future is limitless. A remarkable woman indeed. But why is your intelligence network not fully developed yet? If it's this effective without being fully formed, imagine how much more powerful it could be once it is. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu brushed aside thoughts of Shang Wanyi's endeavors, sighing, it's simply a matter of finances. My mother is quite strict, and I have only a limited amount of money. It is hardly enough to support anyone. Shen Ziyi's eyes flickered, and she promptly retrieved 1,000 taels of silver from her belongings, handing it to her with a smile. I shall invest. I have the funds. What do you say? Yi Zhiqiu's eyes nearly fell out in astonishment. Sister, how on earth do you possess 1,000 taels of silver? When did you come into such wealth? This is an impressive sum. Shen Zhiyi proudly lifted her chin. Are we in business or not? This money is clean. I earned it myself. In the future, the funds for your intelligence network can come from me. I provide the finances, you provide the labor. Shall we split the profits? Yi Zhiqiu eagerly accepted, exclaiming, absolutely, sister. You truly have a knack for business. Since you're looking to purchase property here, I shall join you. Using that scoundrel Shang Wanyi's money, if there are losses, they will be his. Chapter 33. The purpose of Liuli after reaching an agreement with Yi Zhiqiu. Shen Zhiyi sent someone to escort her home before returning to the Prince Ning's residence. Changsha stood nervously beside her, watching intently. Miss, would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? The bad news, Shen Zhiyi replied. Changsha pouted. Madame Zhou's child has been lost. Miss Zhou discovered Madame Zhou's existence and, without hesitation, caused her to miscarry. Fortunately, Lord Zhao rushed over, but now things are in chaos. The young lady is still not satisfied with the commotion and has invited both Lady Zhao and our master's wife over, making quite a stir. Shen Zhiyi pressed her lips together, feeling a mix of concern and pity. Has Xie Yanci truly caused a miscarriage? Changsha nodded. Furrowing her brow, Shen Zhiyi lamented. She does not even spare the child. Zhao Qin has never loved her. If she had feigned ignorance and taken Madame Zhou into the household, perhaps Zhao Qin would have regarded her more favorably. Managing a concubine should have been within her grasp. I never expected she would discover it so soon and nearly beat the poor woman to death. Now, her troubles have begun. After killing Zhao's first grandson, Lady Zhao will undoubtedly not spare her. She has brought this upon herself. What a good news. Changsha responded. Young Master Xinglan is returning. A letter from Jin Feng Pavilion indicates that he has been fighting at the border and will return with the main army. It is said there will be rewards, and perhaps he may even receive an official title. Shen Zhiyi, troubled, grew cold in demeanor and mused, perhaps. Go to the Zhao residence and ascertain the situation. Upon your return, inform me. If necessary, we shall push Shen Yanci's predicament to the point of no return. Understood. Mississippi. Shen Zhiyi then turned to Xingyue. Tomorrow, take several trusted individuals to a street nearby and acquire half of it. Remember to keep it discreet. The name should be under yours. This is Zhiqiu's money. She will also make a purchase. Ensure this matter is handled properly. Xingyue nodded. Yes, Mississippi, noticing that Changsha had not yet left and appeared hesitant. Shen Zhiyi could not help but inquire, what is it? Do you have something else to say? Changsha complained. Miss, did you not assign Liuli to clean? Today, for some unknown reason, she called others to assist her, and she herself has vanished. She seems innocent, but I suspect she harbors ulterior motives. Perhaps visiting the prince to ingratiate herself. Shen Zhiyi paused, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Once bridges are crossed, paths diverge. I have no right to intervene in any woman's presence around him. The words of Xie Yanci echoed in her mind. When she returns, bring her to see me. Just then, Chun Lin hurried over. Miss Shen, the prince requests your presence urgently. Shen Zhiyi sprang to her feet, anxiously asking, is something wrong with the prince? Chun Lin's gaze faltered, something like that. Unaware of his unusual demeanor, Shen Zhiyi hurried towards Xie Yanci's residence. Your Highness, I have erred and shall not dare again. Please spare me. Liuli has recognized her mistake and vows to behave in the future. Woe is me. I beseech your mercy. Xie Yanci, in a fit of anger, hurled the teacup at her, his eyes ablaze with fury. I have never encountered such a shameless woman. Soon, Zhiyi will arrive. Let her handle this matter. Do not think that just because the Empress sent you, I would hesitate to eliminate you. Xie Yanci felt a sharp pain in his chest from the rage. Lu Li, enduring the pain, knelt on the ground, fervently knocking her head against the floor. At that moment, Shen Zhiyi entered, unaware of the turmoil, and inquired, "Is this what Shen Lin spoke of, that the prince is in trouble?" Xie Yanci limped over to her, tugging at her sleeve, and lamented, "Today she acted without shame, taking off her clothes and climbing into my bed while I was napping. Luckily, I reacted swiftly and threw her out. She did not even touch me. I intended to send her away after some time, but this girl, ungrateful as she is, attempts to sabotage our relationship. Zhiyi, you must handle this." Shen Zhiyi replied, "You go sit down first." Xie Yanci insisted, "You must support me." Reluctantly, Shen Zhiyi assisted him as he hobbled over. "Lu Li, it appears that the warnings I gave you were mere whispers in the wind. Do you realize that your demise would bring no loss to the Ning Wangfu? Do you think the Empress would seek vengeance for you?" Lu Li's face flushed with shame as bitter tears streamed down her cheeks, her hands trembling. "I did not wish for this. It was the Empress who sent word insisting I must climb into the Ning Wang's bed and conceive before his marriage, or face certain death. Lu Li was at a loss for what to do. I merely wished to survive. I am sorry, Your Highness, and I apologize, Miss Shen." Shen Zhiyi and Xie Yanci exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Lu Li appeared innocent, yet indeed, she was genuinely naive. Lu Li continued, "I was once a slender horse from Yangzhou, nurtured by my mother due to my stunning beauty. I was purchased by the Empress at great expense without having learned the necessary skills of all slender horses. If I do not take action now, I am left with no path but death. Given how affectionate the Prince and Miss Shen are, I have no desire to disrupt your bond, as that would be immoral. Therefore, if Miss Shen and the Prince are willing to rescue me from this peril, I would willingly toil for you in gratitude." Subsequently, Lu Li knocked her head several more times. Shen Zhiyi interjected, "Cease this at once. Such a lovely face must not bear scars." Lu Li paused. "Thank you, Miss Shen. Oh, and I have evidence. This is a letter sent to me by the Empress." Shen Zhiyi smirked. "Are you not afraid I might relay this matter to the Empress?" Lu Li trembled slightly, feeling a hint of fear, but she believed Shen Zhiyi was not that kind of person. "Miss Shen, you are a good person. One can discern a person's nature by their eyes." Shen Zhiyi chuckled softly. "Though this Lu Li may be innocent, one must always be wary. What is the background of the maid beside you?" Liu Li froze, nervously lowering her head, her face betraying her discomfort. She. Chapter 34. Accepting Liu Li. Shen Zhiyi remained unhurried, sitting comfortably as she poured herself a glass of water, savoring it slowly. Liu Li lowered her head, confessing, "Miss Shen, forgive me. She is a frail mare from the same place as I, albeit 4 years my senior. Now at 18, her beauty has caught the attention of officials from other regions. However, she knows I have been chosen by Her Majesty the Empress, and she insisted on accompanying me, claiming she wished to climb into the prince's bed, promising my mother that if she bore the prince's first son, immense wealth would surely follow." Liu Li's face flushed as she spoke, her hands tightly gripping her sleeves. Clearly embarrassed, "I am sorry," she murmured. She understood that merely uttering the words "climb into bed" from her lips branded her as anything but a virtuous woman. A lowly frail mare from Yangzhou, now intent on disrupting another's marriage. Liu Li was utterly mortified. Shen Zhiyi set down her cup, her expression one of surprise. "I see now, the Prince of Ning is quite the coveted figure indeed. Everyone seems to have their eyes on him. Shen Lin, please send her maid back to her original place." As the mare meticulously nurtured by her mother, the consequences of being cast aside would be dire. As one could easily imagine, Xie Yanci gazed at her intently, allowing her to dictate the course of their conversation, as if she were the mistress of the household. A warmth enveloped him, prompting him to heed her words. "And what about this?" Shen Zhiyi turned to him. "Did you not say to keep her for now, to discuss after our marriage?" "Liu Li, the prince has mentioned his poverty. Hence, the prince's residence does not accommodate idlers. What skills do you possess?" She had heard of the frail Mares from Yangzhou, renowned for their beauty and grace. A girl like Liuli should be among the finest, skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Yet, she claimed to have been sold before completing her studies and thus lacked certain virtues, such as cunning. Liuli's eyes brightened. I am most adept at needlework, and I have some knowledge of the arts. I excel in preparing dishes from both the north and south, possess a delicate hand in writing, can style hair beautifully, and am skilled in makeup and go. Shen Zhiyi nodded. Being able to prepare meals is commendable. Starting tomorrow, you shall be responsible for my culinary needs. As for the Empress, as long as you refrain from wandering outside, you shall remain unharmed in the prince's residence. With him present, do not concern yourself with the delivery of those letters. You will move into my quarters tomorrow, and the small kitchen will be under your care. Liuli, thrilled by her new task, exclaimed, "Yes, I will do my utmost. That will be all for now." Xie Yanci waved his hand dismissively. "Zhiyi, have you not considered the implications? You trust her to cook for you without knowing her true nature? What if she were to poison you?" Shen Zhiyi replied, "I am merely providing her with an opportunity. Liuli appears innocent and not malevolent. Should she truly harbor ill intentions towards me, her demise would not be far off. If she refrains from harming me, I will draw her closer. Did you not mention how desperately Xie Yanci adores her? By winning Liuli over, you will eliminate a rival in your political endeavors." Xie Yanci's hand stealthily reached for hers, entwining their pinky fingers when she was not paying attention. His deep-set eyes glimmered with a hint of gratitude as his lips curled into a faint smile. "Zhiyi, thank you. Xie Yanci harbors aspirations for the world, and I intend to assist him in ascending to power. With Liuli by our side, the task becomes significantly more manageable. My father desires my sixth brother to take the throne. However, he is merely a decorative cushion, pleasing to the eye but lacking substance. Shen Zhiyi yearns to break free from his grasp, yet he clings to her tenaciously. Helpless, she resolves not to struggle any longer. Assist him? Have you never contemplated claiming that position for yourself?" Xie Yanci shook his head, for the tumult of bloodshed and danger is too great. Furthermore, the court and the harem are locked in a delicate balance of mutual restraint, which I find tiresome. Having experienced a lifetime, I wish for nothing more than to have you by my side. In the future, let us traverse mountains and rivers, retreating from the world, unless you desire otherwise. Then I shall strive to compete for it." Shen Zhiyi disdainfully cast him a glance, exclaiming, "Hey, who agreed to accompany you? What do you mean by traversing mountains and rivers and seeking seclusion? Did I consent to that? What is this nonsense? Are you not my husband? Naturally, we should support each other." Xie Yanci tightened his grip, enveloping her palm entirely, preventing her from departing. Shen Zhiyi retorted, "Let us discuss this later." When Xinglan returns, Xie Yanci paused, tension tightening within him as he stared at her, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. He scoffed, "Xinglan, Xinglan, Xinglan, what is so significant about him? Why do you care so much for him? Why bring him up in matters concerning us? Has he been away for so long? Yet you still think of him? Or is it that upon his return, your feelings for him will be rekindled?" Shen Zhiyi stood up, shaking off his hand, her voice laced with anger. "Are you out of your mind? Xie Yanci, what madness is this? What do you mean by rekindling feelings? You're just looking for a reason to argue." Xie Yanci was seething with rage, yet he could not bring himself to shout at her. Instead, he questioned, "I'm looking for trouble? Zhiyi, I know you once harbored feelings for him. After he left, you pursued me as a mere substitute, and it was only because of his prolonged absence that you grew fond of me. But you are my wife. Why should you still think of another man? What do you consider me to be?" Shen Zhiyi's eyes narrowed as she asked in confusion, "What substitute? What feelings? What do you mean by thinking of him? Xie Yanci, what nonsense are you spouting?" Xie Yanci let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Do you not understand? In a previous life, after you married me, you clandestinely met with him multiple times, even calling his name while intoxicated beside me. Even when we engaged in our marital duties, you unconsciously uttered his name. Thus, when we engaged in intimacy, I was reluctant to linger. Who would want to hear that scoundrel's name? After your passing, I discovered letters exchanged between you and him. Do you have any inkling of the pain I felt? You addressed him as Xinglong, and your private correspondence brimmed with affection. I found it hard to believe, yet the handwriting was undeniably yours. I questioned your attendance, Changxia and Xingyue, and only when they denied it could I ease my heart, suspecting it was an act of treachery by outsiders. Until my rebirth, I warned you that Jiang Xinglan was not a good man, yet you chose to believe him rather than me. Or have your maidservants been complicit in concealing the truth from me? Why must you bring him up when it concerns us? Zhiyi, do you truly have feelings for him? Did you only turn to me out of loneliness and boredom after he departed? Whenever a woman appears beside me, I am filled with trepidation, fearing that you may misconstrue my intentions, and I hasten to clarify myself. But what of you? Why does your heart still harbor feelings for that Jiang Xinglan? What virtues does she possess? You would rather choose other men than grant me a single opportunity. Shen Zhiyi, do you truly have any affection left? Xie Yanci's dark eyes glistened with unshed tears, his gaze fixated upon her, his expression marked by palpable tension and a hint of fury, his brows slightly furrowed, veins throbbing upon his forehead. His voice emerged low and hoarse, saturated with an uncontainable surge of emotions. His thin lips pressed tightly together as if he were striving to suppress his feelings. His hands were clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale from strain. Chapter 35. Collaborating with the Dali Temple on a case, Shen Zhiyi furrowed her brow in confusion. Xie Yanci, what nonsense are you speaking? My relationship with Xinglan has never been what you imagine. It has always been purely that of brother and sister. Where did you hear such things? As for the letters you mentioned, I have never exchanged private correspondence with Xinglan, nor have I ever harbored feelings for him. Moreover, although I am married to you, I retain the right to have friends. Yes, I often invite Xinglan, but I'm always accompanied by Xingyue and Changxia. Am I to understand that after marrying you, I am deprived of even the right to dine with my family? As for your remark about being a substitute, Xie Yanci, those words chill me to the bone. With a tight throat, tears unexpectedly welled in her beautiful eyes, yet her gaze remained resolute. She stood up, stating, "Let's both take a moment to calm down. For now, let us give each other some space." With that, she turned and rushed out. Shen Zhiyi, with reddened eyes, was spotted by Chun Lin, who immediately sensed another quarrel had occurred. He sighed and walked inside. "Your Highness, wasn't everything fine between you and Miss Shen just a few days ago? What happened during your outing that led to this? You seem to argue daily. Your Highness, as a man, you should be more accommodating to women. Why must you insist on being so stubborn? Miss Shen will soon be your princess, the mother of your children. Why do you persist in making her cry?" Xie Yanci, vexed, closed his eyes. She cried? Indeed, just a moment ago, Miss Shen left with red-rimmed eyes. It would be unnatural if she hadn't cried. Your Highness, you should quickly soothe her. Otherwise, the night may bring more complications. Women are prone to overthinking, and by morning, you could find yourself in a precarious position in her heart. Xie Yanci pressed his lips together and sprang to his feet. "Let us go. Quickly, take me to her." Chun Lin, understanding, offered his support. "Your Highness, remember to be more sweet-tongued from now on. Miss Shen will soon be the princess, the lady of the house. Regardless of what happens, that will not change. You should not always be so calculating." Xie Yanci shot him a glare. "You know best, don't you?" Chun Lin, chastened, fell silent. The two of them limped toward the courtyard where Shen Zhiyi resided. "Where is Miss Shen?" A young servant replied. "Your Highness." Miss Shen hurriedly left with Miss Xingyue, saying there was an issue at the Zhao residence. Chun Lin, puzzled, asked, "Zhao residence? Where is that?" Xie Yanci narrowed his eyes. "The Zhao residence? That is the home of her sister, Shen Yanci. Since she has gone to handle matters there, I shall wait here for her. Shen Yanci's affairs do not concern her. She is likely called upon merely for support, and Z should be unharmed. Chun Lin, send some hidden guards to protect her. Ensure she does not encounter any danger." "Yes, Your Highness." As Xie Yanci had predicted, trouble had indeed arisen for Shen Yanci, who summoned Shen Zhiyi to exert her influence. For after all, Shen Zhiyi was to be the future princess of Ning. The Zhao residents would not dare to offend her. Smack! "Grandmother, I'm the daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, your granddaughter-in-law. A child conceived by a concubine would only tarnish my husband's reputation. My action in eliminating him would be for the greater good of the Zhao household. Only my child can rightfully inherit this lineage. And you, Zhao Qin, how dare you consider casting me aside, even contemplating my demise? Do you truly believe the Shen family is so easily trifled with? Your betrayal is deeply disheartening. Shen Yanci sat in her seat, fury radiating from her as she pointed accusingly at those around her. Her gaze laced with venom directed at the frail woman nestled in her husband's embrace, as fragile as a delicate doll on the verge of shattering. Wretched woman, what pretense is this? You merely lost a child, and yet act as if your life is forfeit. Zhao Qin, I am your legitimate wife, and you dare to spend each day in the company of this harlot. Do you even regard me at all? Madame Zhou shrank back in fear, her pallid face a portrait of grievance, weeping softly for her beloved. Zhao Qin regarded Shen Yanci with cold disdain. You're the eldest daughter of the Shen family, yet you dare to call her a harlot. What do you mean by merely a child? My lineage is vital. My grandmother awaits the arrival of great-grandchildren. You are unable to bear children yourself, and yet deny me the right to take a concubine, even wishing death upon my firstborn. You vile woman, consumed by jealousy. With the events having unfolded, your Shen family has yet to come to your aid. It seems they are prepared to abandon you. Should you continue to target her, I swear I will not hesitate to end your life. Shen Yanci's eyes widened in disbelief as she shattered a cup upon the ground, incredulous. How can you speak thus? My husband? I am your wife, the one destined to bear your children. Our marriage is not yet a year old. How could I possibly be with child? I am your lawful wife, and now you would consider killing me for this concubine? You have been bewitched. Enough. The matriarch's face turned pale. From now on, Madame Zhou shall be my grandson's concubine. Shen Yanci, as the officially recognized wife, you must possess the grace to tolerate this. Your jealousy disqualifies you from being a Zhao matron. Henceforth, you are to return to the Buddhist hall, fasting and praying for a year, to seek blessings for the Zhao household. You are forbidden from leaving without my command. Should you err again, the Zhao family will not tolerate it. As Qin stated, you shall be cast aside. This is ultimately a matter for the Zhao family, so do not summon the Shen family on your behalf. If this escalates, it will reflect poorly on us. Zhao Qin's association with a concubine is already scandalous. To have his legitimate wife resorting to violence against her would bring disgrace upon the family. In the future, we will have to tread carefully in the capital. Shen Yanci is a fool, parading around as if she fears the matter one tea spread. Shen Yanci, aghast, widened her eyes. Grandmother, you would imprison me in the Buddhist hall for a concubine and wish to include her? I refuse to accept this. Zhao Qin, in a fit of rage, released Madame Zhou, allowing her to sit cautiously before striding towards Shen Yanci and striking her. Vile woman, why do you have to object? Were it not for my grandmother, I would have already discarded you. Shen Yanci covered her bruised face, momentarily stunned, tears the size of beans streaming down her cheeks. You actually struck me for the sake of a concubine? Zhao Qin, do you possess any semblance of heart? She is but a contemptible mistress. Even if I were to end her life, no one would utter a word of dissent. She is utterly vile. Slap. Zhao Qin delivered another resounding blow. Silence. The chief of the Dali Temple received a report of a homicide. The Zhao residence was the scene of the crime. Pei Xian, accompanied by a contingent of officials, stormed into the Zhao estate, brandishing the Dali Temple's official seal as they presented their authority. Madame Zhao, leaning heavily on her cane, struck the ground with force. Her malevolent gaze fixed upon Lady Zhou, realizing that she too was a troublesome individual. Pray tell, esteemed Lord Pei, from whom did you hear of this alleged murder occurring here? Pei Xian replied, Madame Zhao, Shen Yanci has sent word to the Dali Temple, claiming that her husband intends to kill her for the sake of another woman. We kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. Chapter 36. A period of calm, Shen Zhiyi stood in the shadows, observing Pei Xian as he entered Zhao Manor accompanied by a throng of people. A subtle smile graced her lips. The old matriarch of the Zhao family was particularly concerned with her reputation, adhering strictly to the belief that family disgrace should remain concealed. Earlier, she had exploited Shen Yanci's name to report to the authorities, thus disseminating the matter widely. Henceforth, Shen Yanci would be regarded as a mere specter within the Zhou family. Madame Zhou and Zhao Qin would undoubtedly spare no effort in pursuing her. Shen Yanci's demise was imminent, and the remaining task was to ensure she had no opportunity for redemption, ultimately leading her to self-destruction. Changsha, you have performed splendidly. I shall reward you upon our return. Changsha smiled shyly. Thank you, Mississippi. Fortunately, Changsha had acted swiftly today, intercepting all those sent from Shen Yanci to the Shen residence. Presently, no one in the Shen family was aware of this incident, and thus they would not intervene on Shen Yanci's behalf. Should the Shen family choose to intervene, it would merely be her mother, and it would be better to avoid such a humiliating spectacle altogether, preserving whatever dignity the Shen family had left. Let us depart. The hour grows late. We shall dine at Zhuai Xianlu before heading back. At the Ning Wangfu, Xie Yanci had been waiting in Chuni Garden for Shen Zhiyi, having skipped dinner, his stomach grumbling as he awaited her arrival. His gaze remained fixed on the entrance, lifting his head at the sound of footsteps, only to be met with disappointment time and again. Miss Shen, you have finally arrived. The prince has been waiting for you for the better part of the day. In that moment, Xie Yanci found Chun Lin's voice to be as melodious as a celestial chorus. He promptly rose, a smile illuminating his face as he walked towards her. Zhiyi, you have returned. Shen Zhiyi merely pouted, choosing silence with a soft grunt of acknowledgement. Perceiving the awkward atmosphere, Chun Lin hastily interjected, Miss Shen, the prince has specifically awaited your presence today. Dinner has yet to be served. Bring forth the dishes. Let us dine first, Shen Zhiyi replied, casting a glance at Xie Yanci without uttering a word. They exchanged silent glances, both anticipating the meal. Xie Yanci had so much to say, yet found himself at a loss for words in her presence. Chun Lin's eyes were practically pleading, nearly cramping from the strain, and upon witnessing that Xie Yanci was unresponsive, he sighed and retreated. As the dishes were laid out and all others departed, only the two of them remained. Xie Yanci's lips moved, his voice barely a whisper. Zhiyi, I have reflected deeply on what you said today. I am truly sorry. I was too hasty. I have kept my feelings bottled up, only to erupt today, and I regret raising my voice at you. Forgive me, Zhiyi. I am not the man you deserve. Our relationship has been plagued by insecurity. I implore you to trust me moving forward, as I will trust you. Heaven has granted us another chance. Let us cherish it, shall we? Shen Zhiyi lowered her gaze. You should eat. I have already dined. Xie Yanci nodded. Very well. The room fell silent save for the clinking of utensils. Xie Yanci, I believe our relationship is fraught with issues that cannot be resolved with mere words. Perhaps we should take some time apart to reflect? Shen Zhiyi shook her head helplessly, bowing her head to conceal the tears that streamed down her face. Yet the tears flowed freely, unstoppable, her eyes stinging. I feel we cannot continue like this. I am so tired, truly exhausted. Every day filled with suspicion and doubt. I long to return home. I no longer wish to remain in the prince's residence. I long to return home. I yearn to go home. She felt utterly exhausted, as since her arrival at the prince's estate, she had been inundated with a myriad of affairs, particularly the incessant quarrels with Xie Yanci, which left her in a state of agitation, resulting in sleepless nights. It was truly exhausting. Perhaps a temporary separation would be beneficial. Xie Yanci paused, gently wiping away her tears, his lips pressed together, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Yet, there was no alternative. He choked out, I am sorry, Zhiyi, for causing you so much distress. Very well. You may return to the Shen family. We shall both take some time to reflect. Shen Zhiyi finally felt a weight lift from her heart as she looked up at him. All right, take care of your injuries. I shall return home now. Xie Yanci managed a bittersweet smile, replying, okay. The following morning, Shen Zhiyi packed her belongings and returned to the Shen family, merely dispatching someone to inform Xie Yanci. There was no farewell. It was merely a normal morning when she returned home. Your Highness, why did you allow Miss Shen to leave? Shen Lin inquired, watching the carriage gradually disappear from view, feeling a profound sense of regret. He had pressed her too tightly in recent days, perhaps. A moment of calm was necessary for both of them. His return from the afterlife had compelled her too forcefully. A period of tranquility would benefit them both. They had said all that needed to be said, yet some changes cannot be achieved solely through words. True transformation lies within oneself. Ziyi's feelings towards him were intricate, encompassing love, resentment, and hatred. Even the strongest of affections cannot withstand relentless torment. Let us depart. It is time to return. Shen Lin nodded in resignation, hoping for the best for both the prince and Miss Shen. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Shen Zhiyi enjoyed the best sleep she had in days. Nearly a full day and night. Without Xie Yanci present, she felt a significant sense of relief. Changxia, I am hungry. Miss, I have prepared your favorite century egg and lean meat porridge, along with buns, dumplings, and pickles. Please rise and eat. Shen Zhiyi turned over and perked up her ears. Who are you? It is me, Lu Li. Mississippi. Shen Zhiyi sat up in surprise. How did you come to the Shen residence? Lu Li entered with a wash basin, lifting the curtain and smiling cheerfully. You asked me to follow you, didn't you? When Sister Changxia went to the restroom, I came to attend to you. Can you really attend to others? Shen Zhiyi questioned it. Lu Li shook her head. Not really. I have never attended to anyone before. In Yangzhou, it was always others attending to me. However, I can learn. It's not difficult. Come, miss. Let us wash your face. I can even help with your makeup and ensure you look splendid. Shen Zhiyi asked, is that true? Moments later, before the dressing table, Shen Zhiyi gazed at her reflection in satisfaction, her lips rosy and teeth white, her makeup exquisite. Wow, Lu Li, you truly have a knack for this. By the way, you are so beautiful and skilled. Why would you choose to be a courtesan in Yangzhou? Lu Li chuckled. Miss, you have misunderstood. It is not my beauty or skill that led me to be a courtesan. Rather, I became one first and learned these skills thereafter. I do not even know how I arrived in Yangzhou. All I remember is that I have been here for as long as I can recall. So, it is... Now, let us savor the breakfast you have prepared. Have my parents already dined? Lu Li replied. Miss, the sun is already high in the sky. Both the lady and the master have finished their meal. Shen Zhiyi religiously nodded and acknowledged. Approaching the dining table, she took a bite of the steamed bun and porridge, her eyes lighting up with delight. Subsequently, she devoured every morsel in her bowl. Lu Li, your cooking is exquisite. From now on, prepare my meals daily. Seeing her culinary creations enjoyed so thoroughly filled Lu Li with a profound sense of accomplishment and joy. Certainly, miss. I can also prepare various pastries from the Jiangnan region. I shall make some for you now. Shen Zhiyi waved her hand, urging her to go ahead. Returning home brought a sense of ease. She had not expected that a trip to the Ning Wang's residence would result in the acquisition of such a splendid culinary talent like Lu Li. Yet, she pondered the depths of Lu Li's background, hesitant to place her trust too readily. It would be prudent to keep a watchful eye on Lu Li for her own peace of mind. Nevertheless, in the presence of so many witnesses at the Shen mansion today, she felt assured that Lu Li would not dare to act against her. Lu Li had once been a mistress, accustomed to being served. Could she truly be content in her new role as a servant? Over time, if Shen Zhiyi were to lower her guard, it would become far too easy for Lu Li to harbor ulterior motives. Cousin, guess who I've brought along? Chapter 37. A play starring three women. Shen Zhiyi lifted her gaze, set down her chopsticks, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Langhua, it has been such a long time since we last met. Sister, I ran into Sister Langhua on the road and decided to accompany her here. By the way, I shared our plans with her, and she expressed her desire to invest alongside us. Jiang Langhua poured herself a glass of water, shaking her head. Let us not dwell on that. If it weren't for my mother, I would have sought you out much earlier. Ever since that engagement with that old man fell through, I have had a brief respite at home, but now she is pressuring me to marry again. These days have been a battle of wits with her. Upon hearing about your plans from Ziyiqiu, I thought I might as well give it a try. One cannot venture forth without some silver to lean on. If it works out, I shall establish myself independently and sever ties with them, never to associate again. Shen Zhiyi chuckled lightly. No wonder I haven't seen you lately. But are you considering purchasing property on the street with us? Or are you aiming to create an intelligence network? Jiang Langhua's eyes twinkled. On the street? With the little silver I have, I could probably acquire 2 plots there. I have saved quite a bit over the years. But I cannot muster the funds for the intelligence network. Ziyiqiu interjected with a knowing look. I'm short on funds as well, so I will handle the arrangements, while my sister will provide the capital. Jiang Langhua pointed at Shen Zhiyi, her mouth agape in surprise. I never expected you to be wealthy as well. But pray tell, what is the purpose of establishing this intelligence network? For me, it merely serves a gossipy function. Yi Zhiqiu replied, indeed, it serves as a source of gossip. I am quite the adept gossip monger. I am privy to all the news. The faster the information, the more lucrative it becomes. Thus, when others pay for information, they need not feel guilty about it. Once Shen Zhiyi finished her last bun, she inquired, how did you two come meet? Jiang Langyue propped her chin on her hand, her expression one of bitterness. It was to outsmart my mother, of course. She has been trying to matchmake me with several suitors. One a humble scholar who has passed the imperial examination but is already a widower with 2 children and a favored servant. Another, an old man with 18 concubines who already has grandchildren. And then there is the dissolute young master of a prominent family who idles away his days in debauchery. The only decent candidate is the legitimate grandson of the Duke of Su. Although he is a wayward son, he has no concubines and values filial piety. Merely a gambler who eschews education. Shen Zhiyi exclaimed indignantly, these are hardly suitable choices. It is akin to finding the least rotten fruit among a pile of decayed ones. Why must you settle for these wretched individuals when there are plenty of better options? Yi Zhiqiu chimed in, exactly. Jiang Langyue sighed heavily. I have been preparing to meet him in a few days. Running away is not the best solution. My mother insists that I choose from these candidates, all of whom would benefit my father's career. There is no escape for me. I cannot defy my family, and I do not wish to involve you in this turmoil, which is why I kept it from you. Shen Zhiyi's expression turned frosty as she addressed Jiang Langyue, emphasizing the necessity to contemplate the matter thoroughly, for it pertained to a lifetime commitment. Have you and Pei Xian met during this period? Jiang Langyue awkwardly nodded, her gaze dimming. Do not mention it. We have crossed paths a few times, and each time I found him with his fiancée. Their affection seems to flourish, their eyes almost glued to one another. On one occasion, I stumbled upon them just as they were about to hold hands, and they could only part awkwardly. Yeziu intajishtet suredinot. Perhaps you misinterpreted the situation. Pei Xian and his fiancée are not that enamored, merely exhibiting mutual respect, and there was certainly no hand-holding. Last month, when Shangguan was embroiled in a brawl and fortuitously encountered an escaped murderer, he was taken to the Dali Temple. I was there too, and it did not appear as exaggerated. Pei Xian's demeanor can at most be described as caring. There is no hint of affection, let alone love. He regards me with more of a protective concern akin to that of an elder brother. Jiang Langyue paused, murmuring softly, perhaps I was mistaken. Even if their relationship is not as warm, they are nonetheless publicly recognized as an engaged couple. My connection with him is utterly impossible. I would never dream of disrupting their bond. Speaking of which, what trouble has your Shangguan found himself in? Brawling and landing in jail? Yi Zhiqiu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Shangguan is carefree and charismatic, skilled in both the arts and martial endeavors, kind-hearted as well. Yet, it is due to his attachment to that concubine from Jiangnan that he has become so indiscriminate. He no longer treats me as he once did. His focus is solely on her, unwilling to tolerate any harm to his concubine. She even contrived to fall into the pond to frame me. Shangguan commanded that the pond be filled in, a pond that was excavated because of me. How infuriating. Last month, he took his frail concubine out and encountered some ruffians who harassed her. He could not contain his anger and retaliated, but he has never fought for me. Yi Zhiqiu fumed. My sister is fortunate to have met Prince Ning, such a commendable man. Although there were some past complexities, at least he is capable of reform. Shen Zhiyi chose to remain silent, acknowledging that Xie Yanci was indeed the most admirable among this group of men, gifted in both talent and appearance. He was also a prince, known for his integrity and fidelity. Let's not dwell on that wretched Shangguan any longer. He has been reveling nightly with his concubine, and my mother can no longer tolerate it, nearly confronting him in anger. I cannot fathom what qualities his concubine possesses. She is merely average in looks, yet she is cunning and manipulative. Shen Zhiyi felt a flicker of curiosity. Is it common for men to hold such affection for their first lovers? Is the concubine exceptionally beautiful, or but does she possess other remarkable traits? Yi Zhiqiu spat in frustration. Indeed, I concede she possesses some beauty and a commendable figure. But her intentions are nefarious. She has attempted to ensnare me multiple times, tarnishing my reputation in Shangwan Yi's eyes as a jealous and malicious person. Thankfully, Lady Shangwan trusts me. Have you considered explaining your side? Shen Zhiyi inquired. Yi Zhiqiu rolled her eyes even more dramatically, her cheeks flushing as she stuttered. Do you know what a scoundrel Shangwan Yi is? Hee. I'm almost too embarrassed to speak of it. 10 times I sought him out for an explanation, yet each time he was engaged with his concubine. Jiang Lanyue waved her hand dismissively, saying, let's not dwell on this. By the way, is it truly feasible to purchase a place along the street? What purpose would it serve? Shen Zhiyi smiled gently, assuring, trust me, the street will undoubtedly flourish by next year. I intend to establish a service for women, offering attire, cosmetics, hairstyles, and jewelry, catering to both noble ladies and ordinary folk. Jiang Lanyue gave a thumbs up, replying, I shall heed your advice. I have no particular plans. Yi Zhiqiu concurred. I too will follow my sister's guidance. Shen Zhiyi snapped her fingers, suggesting, since we have no pressing matters today, why not take a stroll along the street? I must forewarn you, profit is not guaranteed. We still need to find seamstresses, artisans, and raw materials. Miss, I have prepared osmanthus cake and pearl cake for you to taste. Lioli chimed in, bringing in the pastries, still warm and steaming. Enjoy, ladies. I shall take my leave. Yi Zhiqiu and Jiang Lanyue stared at her in astonishment until her figure disappeared. Yi Zhiqiu turned in shock, exclaiming, Sister, who is she? How can she be so breathtakingly beautiful? Jiang Lanyue agreed, indeed. When did you acquire such a stunning companion? The descriptions of beauty, like a fallen flower or a moon concealed in clouds, seem insufficient to capture her allure. Shen Zhiyi regarded the two, explaining, she is Lioli, a concubine sent by the Empress to Prince Ning. She is a renowned beauty from Yangzhou, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her handwriting is exquisite, and her culinary skills are exceptional. Try her pastries. The two quickly sampled a piece, swiftly following it with another. Jiang Lanyue, puzzled, inquired, why is Prince Ning's concubine here? Cooking for you? Her creations are truly remarkable. Why not open a shop? If she were to share her skills, she would surely captivate the capital. Shen Zhiyi took a piece herself, stating, it's a long story, which need not be elaborated upon. Let's finish our meal before we set out. Although Shen Zhiyi was reluctant to elaborate, they refrained from pressing her further. However, the inquisitive Yi Zhiqiu could not resist. Sister, didn't the emperor decree that you serve in the Prince Ning's residence? Why have you returned home? By the way, how is your relationship with him? Some are saying you two have quarreled. Shen Zhiyi lightly tapped her head, replying, he recovered, and naturally, I returned home. As for our relationship, that is a matter for another time. We are bound by many ties. In this lifetime, we cannot be separated. By the way, Zhiqiu, being well informed, do you know where I can find the finest seamstresses or fabric shops? I already have a selection of artisans in mind. Just a few from Jinfenggu will suffice, as it boasts abundant talent. Yi Zhiqiu responded, I happen to know a few individuals in that regard, so you need not worry. I will take care of it. If I cannot manage, I shall enlist Shangwan Yi's help. What about the shop's establishment? Jiang Lanyue suggested. Let us three collaborate, sketching out the desired plans and overseeing the construction. I shall handle the necessary official paperwork, Jiang Lanyue declared. Shen Zhiyi entered the bedroom to retrieve the land deed. I have purchased half of the street. Here is the deed. Lanyue, you may expend your funds elsewhere. As for the three of us, we shall divide the profits according to the amount of silver contributed. Then, let us first inspect the street. Long Xia puffed her cheeks and entered with an air of displeasure. Mrs. Jiang strode in with an imposing demeanor, unstoppable in her approach. Jiang Lanyue's complexion paled, revealing traces of embarrassment. I must apologize. My mother, noticing my absence from home for several days, has surmised that I have come to cause trouble at the Shun residence. I shall step outside to see. Chapter 38. Compromised. Jiang Lanyue's complexion turned pale. She never anticipated that her mother would dare to cause a scene at the Shen residence, which left her eyes reddened with anger. In a flurry, she rushed outside, only to encounter her mother advancing with an intimidating demeanor. "Mother, you slap?" Zhang's mother offered no courtesy, striking her daughter in plain view of onlookers. Her slanted eyes glimmered with malice and authority as she coldly mocked, "Do not presume that by associating with Shen Zhiyi, you can disregard my words. So what if she is to be the future princess consort? Does she intend to meddle in the affairs of the Jiang family? Bring this unfilial daughter, Jiang Lanyue, away." Jiang Lanyue felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She covered her face, tears welling up. It was inconceivable that her mother would act so recklessly in another's home. "I can leave on my own, mother." Are you truly so dismissive of their hospitality? This is the Shun residence, not the Jiang estate. It is not a place for your unruly antics. Zhang's mother glared sideways, asserting, "I shall apologize another day. You have no right to lecture me. Just hurry back home." Naturally, she feared trouble. Shen Zhiyi was not someone to be trifled with, and if she became entangled with her, Jiang Lanyue could very well be left behind in the Shun residence, which was unacceptable. Taking advantage of Shen Zhiyi's absence, Zhang's mother hastily escorted Jiang Lanyue away. By the time Shen Zhiyi emerged, the pair had vanished. Inquiring with a nearby servant, "Where did Miss Jiang go?" The servant replied, "Just now." Madame Jiang struck Miss Jiang and took her back to the estate. Shen Zhiyi narrowed her eyes, finding Madame Jiang's behavior utterly excessive. It was clear that she was aware of Lanyue's friendship with her, yet she chose to humiliate Lanyue at the Shun residence, overtly disregarding her. This was an attempt to sever Lanyue's support, leaving her vulnerable. Ultimately, this was a matter of the Jiang family's affairs, and, as an unmarried woman, Shen Zhiyi felt it prudent not to intervene, fearing that her involvement might lead to further complications for Lanyue. This incident was a profound humiliation for Lanyue, one she would prefer to keep concealed. That shameless woman is insufferable. "Sister, why don't we gather a few men and storm the Jiang estate to bring Lanyue back?" Yi Zhiqiu, youthful and impulsive, suggested. "Zhiqiu, wait. Let us pretend we know nothing of this for now. Lanyue will surely inform us later tonight," Shen Zhiyi responded. With a pouting lip, Yi Zhiqiu relented. "All right." Meanwhile, Zhang's mother, dragging Jiang Lanyue along, was already noticed by numerous onlookers. Without a hint of concern, she glared fiercely at Jiang Lanyue once they were inside the carriage. "What are you crying for? If you hadn't gone to the Shun residence, I wouldn't have had to make such a fuss. You're not a child anymore, and you are still unmarried. Do you intend to make things difficult for your two younger brothers? If you do not marry, how can they find wives? I have identified suitors for you who are far above the Jiang family status. While not all may be exceptional, most hail from affluent families. You would be the legitimate wife, not a concubine. Many desire to marry into such families yet cannot. Do you truly believe you're being wronged?" Jiang Lanyue let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Mother, at times I even question whether you're my true mother. How could a parent so brazenly use their daughter's future to further their own ambitions, pushing their child into the flames?" Smack! Madame Jiang extended her hand, striking her face and vehemently rebuking her. "You unfilial daughter, how could you utter such words? All these years have been in vain. You say that marrying is akin to being cast into a pit of fire. Very well, if you refuse to marry, then marry you must. If you do not choose, I shall choose for you. Lord Zhang is a fine option, being of considerable age and possessing a gentle disposition." Jiang Lanyue panicked. "Mother, Lord Zhang's grandson is already 5 years old. I refuse to marry him. If you're forcing me into marriage, then I would rather wed the legitimate grandson of the Duke of Su." At this, Madame Jiang finally smiled. "Now that is more agreeable. I shall return and arrange a time with the Duke's household to exchange the marriage contract." Jiang Lanyue's gaze fell, the light in her eyes gradually fading, her dark eyes slowly closing as she clenched her fists. As Shen Zhiyi had remarked, Jiang Lanyue had sent letters and a sum of 10,000 taels of silver. Upon reading this, Shen Zhiyi was engulfed in a fiery turmoil. The letter stated that Lanyue was to marry the legitimate grandson of the Duke of Su and would meet him at the tavern the day after tomorrow. Madame Jiang was eager to finalize the arrangements, likely within the next couple of days. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, Shen Zhiyi thought of someone. Xinglan was returning soon. Perhaps he could marry Lanyue. No, that would not do. Madame Jiang was proud and haughty. Her choice had to be a family of power and influence, and only those of the Jiang family's caliber would suffice. Alas, she had wealth. Perhaps it would be better to simply abduct Lan Yue and flee to a life of freedom rather than marry into a wretch's family. Her mind was in disarray. Shen Zhiyi rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window where the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating a charming wooden carving, a miniature version of herself. It stood there obediently, wearing a radiant smile, as if untouched by the world's troubles. This carving was made by Xie Yanci. Shen Zhiyi smiled faintly, reaching out to retrieve it and playfully poking its face. Why do you smile so carefree? What shall we do about Lan Yue's predicament? I do not wish for her to plunge into another pit of fire, yet it seems there are no other choices or solutions available. Perhaps we can only choose to observe the unfolding events. There is always a way to resolve matters. Chapter 39. Pei Xian's counsel the following day. Shen Zhiyi arrived at the Zue Xian Lu based on the information contained in a letter from Jiang Lanyue. She was supposed to meet a gentleman in one of the private rooms, but alas, upon her arrival, the room had already been reserved. Undeterred, she chose to sit in the main hall, where the expansive view would allow her to clearly see the gentleman when he arrived. Shen Zhiyi, what brings you here? Where is His Highness, the Prince of Ning? Are you dining alone? Shen Zhiyi looked up, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. Pei Xian, what brings you here on this particular day? Lord Pei, he replied casually, lifting his robe to sit across from her. There is no other seating available, so I might as well share a table with you. You're not expecting anyone, are you? Shen Zhiyi shook her head in negation. Since Pei Xian was here, she thought it best to let him stay. As the Minister of Justice, he was surely well-versed in the criminal records of various officials. By the way, do you happen to know the legitimate grandson of the Duke of Su? Pei Xian tossed a peanut into his mouth and pondered for a moment. Ah, Sen Cheng. I know him. He has spent time in jail due to gambling. Why do you inquire about him? Feigning nonchalance, Shen Zhiyi took a sip of water. Just out of curiosity, what else do you know about him? Pei Xian's eyes flickered, and he replied, he is a gambler, a glutton, and rather indolent, barely literate. Yet, with two elder brothers who have achieved success, he doesn't need to exert himself. The only redeeming quality he possesses is his filial piety and his inclination to maintain a clean reputation, although he has had his fair share of fleeting romances. Fleeting romances? Shen Zhiyi echoed, surprised. Pei Xian smiled slightly. Indeed, he has had entanglements with several women from the brothels, but he has swiftly severed those ties. As for any clandestine affairs, I cannot say. Shun, wait, is that Jiang Lanyue? He paused, turning his gaze toward Jiang Lanyue, who entered alongside the man he had just mentioned. Both of them engaged in light-hearted conversation. Shen Zhiyi followed his gaze and spotted Jiang Lanyue with Chen Cheng. Her attention faltered. While Chen Cheng was not particularly remarkable, he did possess a certain handsome charm, and when tidied up, he resembled an elegant young gentleman, exuding a refined demeanor. His every movement betrayed the air of a wealthy heir, devoid of the greedy recklessness typical of gamblers. Perhaps he was simply adept at concealing his true nature. Pei Xian's tone grew noticeably colder. He had initially thought Shen Zhiyi was inquiring about Chen Cheng due to some grievance towards him, but seeing Jiang Lanyue's friendly demeanor with the man, he suspected there was more to the story. Shen Zhiyi, I advise you to inform Jiang Lanyue that Chen Cheng is not a man of good character, nor will he make a suitable husband. If she is enamored with his appearance, please convey this message to her. Beneath that handsome facade lies an ugly heart. If Jiang Lanyue is blind to his flaws in daily life, how can she be so foolish regarding such a significant matter? She ought to ascertain the truth before rushing in. You must tell her that Chen Cheng is not worthy of marriage. As Shen Zhiyi listened to Pei Xian's tirade against Jiang Lanyue, a sudden impulse struck her. Oh, how do you know she intends to marry Chen Cheng? Indeed, the discerning Minister of Justice possesses remarkable insight, for with just a few inquiries, the truth is unveiled. However, it appears that they have already exchanged their marriage contracts. Pei Xian felt darkness envelop him. What? How could she be so foolish? Did her mother truly consent to this? Shen Zhiyi shrugged, explaining that the union was orchestrated by her mother, leaving her no choice but to comply with her parents' wishes. Pei Xian, overwhelmed by disbelief, stood abruptly and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What? How could this be? But what of her own consent?" Shen Zhiyi offered an awkward smile to those around them, gently pressing his shoulder to coax him back into his seat. "Please, sit down. There are many eyes upon us." Surely, Lan Yu would not agree to this arrangement. She had a beloved, yet her affections were unreciprocated. Thus she resigned herself to fate. It was not a matter for persuasion between them. The issue lay with her parents. Pei Xian's dark eyes flickered, his delicate brows furrowing as he excused himself. "Where are you going?" Shen Zhiyi called after him, but he departed too swiftly, vanishing from sight. Did Pei Xian truly not harbor feelings for Lan Yu? Alas, even if he did, what good would it do? Their union was impossible. Pei Xian did not leave, however. He stealthily entered the private room, where Jiang Lan Yu and Chen Cheng were seated, eager to discern Jiang Lan Yu's demeanor towards Chen Cheng. "Miss Jiang," Chen Cheng began, "my mother speaks highly of your poetic talents and exceptional intellect. As I am somewhat of a brute, I hold great admiration for those who possess such artistry. Might you consider imparting some wisdom on the subject in the near future?" Jiang Lan Yu responded absently, "Of course." Chen Cheng, unfazed, remarked on her beauty, recalling how he had heard tales of her exquisite looks in years past. Indeed, she had only grown more radiant. Jiang Lan Yu awkwardly managed a smile. "You flatter me, young Master Chen." Chen Cheng served her a piece of succulent rib, grinning as he said, "How could that be flattery? Miss Jiang, your beauty is undeniable. Your humility is excessive. Here, try this rib. The meat is tender and flavorful." Jiang Lan Yu forced a smile. "Thank you, young Master Chen." "Miss Jiang, you are too courteous. There is no need for such formality between us. As the Frost Festival approaches, may I invite you to join me in its festivities?" Pei Xian, concealed behind a pillar, felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, as if pierced repeatedly by a needle. His brow instinctively knitted together, his expression darkening, growing increasingly unsightly, almost as if he might collapse. Jiang Lan Yu, truly, why engage in conversation with Chen Cheng? The atmosphere was so awkward. Why not find an excuse to leave? He could not fathom her reasoning. How could she endure conversing with a man she did not favor? And to plan outings for the Frost Festival. What audacity Chen Cheng possessed. Oh, had he but taken a moment to inquire about which suitor Jiang Lan Yu favored before rushing in. Just then, a rumble emanated from his stomach, causing Pei Xian to freeze in place, holding his breath in dismay. He closed his eyes in resignation, lamenting the timing of his hunger. In an instant, Pei Xian had concocted 100 excuses for his presence here. Little did he know that the two dining companions were utterly oblivious to him. Chen Cheng wore an embarrassed expression, his gaze cast downward as he ate, silently lamenting. "Had I known, I would not have engaged her in such lengthy conversation." Leaving her in hunger, Jiang Lan Yu also lowered her head in silence, contemplating, what is wrong with Chen Cheng? Did he not have a meal before coming out? I shall feign ignorance. I wonder if he feels awkward at this moment. Ahem, young Master Chen. The cuisine at the Drunken Immortal restaurant is truly delightful. Indeed, indeed. Pei Xian sighed with relief, grateful that the two were exchanging such insipid dialogue, blissfully unaware of his presence. I have finished my meal, young Master Chen. I sincerely apologize. I suddenly recalled an urgent matter that requires my attention, so I must step out for a moment. Just as Pei Xian was preparing to find a place to hide, he was taken aback by the sight of Jiang Lan Yu standing before him, frozen in place. Chapter 40. Jiang Xinglan has returned. Jiang Lan Yu stood in astonishment, her eyes wide and round, gazing at him in sheer disbelief. Pei Xian's lips twitched slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he silently chided himself for his sluggishness. Regaining her composure, Jiang Lan Yu glanced back, relieved to find that there was a small distance between the dining table and the door, allowing her a moment to assess the situation outside. With that thought, she felt a sense of gratitude and quickly opened the door, preparing to pull Pei Xian along with her. "Lord Pei, what brings you to the guest room?" Chen Cheng's head popped in, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Jiang Lan Yu and Pei Xian locked eyes, feeling the tremors of an unspoken understanding. In the main hall of the Drunken Immortal Tower, Shen Zhiyi, Jiang Lan Yu, and Pei Xian were seated at a table, with Chen Cheng having departed. "Lord Pei, I thought you had vanished." To think you were hiding in the guest room. How fortunate you managed to evade suspicion, Jiang Langyue remarked. Indeed. Why were you eavesdropping on their conversation, Pei Xian? Since when did you adopt such sneaky behavior? Jiang Langyue continued. Pei Xian looked at Jiang Langyue with a sense of helplessness, a pleading tone in his voice. Ancestral spirit, please allow me to explain. My actions were solely for your sake. If you weren't to marry that Chun Chung, I would hardly concern myself with his affairs. Firstly, he will undoubtedly make a poor husband, so please do not marry him. There are countless fine gentlemen in the world. Consider someone else. At these words, Jiang Lanyue's face flushed crimson. She hastily retorted, You, a grown man discussing my marriage? And in broad daylight, no less. Moreover, my marriage is not solely my decision. It is my mother who will decide. Enough of this topic. Let us depart swiftly. We have matters to attend to. I must take my leave for today. With that, Jiang Lanyue eagerly grasped Shen Zhiyi's hand and hurried away. Watching their retreating figures, Pei Xian pressed his lips tightly together, a flicker of disappointment and helplessness in his eyes. He understood that Jiang Lanyue was unwilling to discuss this subject, yet he sensed there were hidden depths to her reluctance. He could not stand idly by and watch her leap into a perilous situation. As Jiang Lanyue dashed away, she glanced back, relieved to see Pei Xian had not followed. Why was he there? She asked. Shen Zhiyi's expression darkened. While I was dining, he audaciously sat across from me. Later, when I inquired about Chun Chung, you two appeared. It was evident he strongly opposed your betrothal. Jiang Lanyue snorted softly, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. What good does his opposition do? Moreover, refrain from mentioning me in his presence. What if his fiancée, he finds out? If my fiancée were anxious about another woman's marriage, I would certainly be heartbroken. Shen Zhiyi pursed her lips, contemplating the situation. Very well. Suddenly, Shen Zhiyi's expression shifted. She hurried a few steps to catch up, but the figure had vanished. Looking around, she confirmed that he had indeed disappeared. What troubles you? A hint of anxiety washed over Shen Zhiyi's face. I believe I just spotted Xinglan, she said. You should head back first. I will check on Jinfeng Pavilion. Since its establishment, Xinglan had not returned to the Shun family, residing solely within Jinfeng Pavilion. Last time, Changxiao mentioned that Xinglan would be returning soon, and she hoped she had not been mistaken. However, it struck her as peculiar that Xinglan had not returned with the main group. Jinfeng Pavilion was situated in a relatively secluded area, appearing to be an ordinary inn on the surface, but it was in fact the stronghold of Jinfeng Pavilion, housing various experts in crafting hidden weapons. Those who attempted to ambush or infiltrate Jinfeng Pavilion rarely returned. The deputy chief's guard at the entrance greeted Shen Zhiyi with respect. Has the chief returned? The guards exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating otherwise. Shen Zhiyi's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she sighed in frustration, realizing the truth. Yet, she was certain she had seen Xinglan return. Upon arriving at Jiang Xinglan's bedroom, she pushed the door open, only to find it empty. Fortunately, someone came by from time to clean for Xinglan. Otherwise, dust would accumulate, as he was particularly fond of cleanliness. Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on Shen Zhiyi's shoulders. She lowered her gaze and turned around, only to be met with a grotesque mask as the figure lunged toward her. Ah! Shen Zhiyi gasped, swiftly sidestepping. In the next moment, countless silver needles flew toward the assailant as she brandished the whip concealed in her sleeve. Her expression darkened, and her almond-shaped eyes glinted with fury. Who are you to trespass here? The intruder, however, appeared unfazed, seemingly well acquainted with the trajectory of the silver needles, skillfully evading them. Shen Zhiyi, quick on her feet, flicked her whip again, launching more silver needles, but the figure nimbly dodged once more. Shen Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing as she recognized the familiar silhouette and movements. She hastily retracted her whip. It was Xinglan. Her face brightened with a smile. Xinglan, you're back. Jiang Xinglan lazily leaned against a branch, clad in a robe of azure adorned with intricate vine patterns. His long, elegant fingers slowly removed the grotesque mask, revealing a handsome visage with sun-kissed skin, thick brows, and large eyes. Perhaps due to his military training, there was a sharpness in his gaze, and his jawline was defined and strong. He appeared significantly more robust than before. With a slight smile playing on his lips, he said, "Long time no see." He lightly landed on the ground and strode forward. His martial skills had diminished somewhat, but his weaponry was impressive. Approaching her, Jiang Xinglan ruffled her hair, his bright eyes reflecting Shen Zhiyi's image. "You've grown taller and more beautiful. I heard you are to be married, and to your true love. Congratulations. May your wishes come true." Shen Zhiyi felt a surge of emotion, her eyes reddening, and her throat constricted, rendering her speechless. Jiang Xinglan bent down to meet her gaze, noticing her teary eyes, and teasingly pinched her cheek. "Still such a crybaby? You're about to get married. No more tears allowed." Shen Zhiyi irritably swatted his hand away. "You're the real crybaby, so out of sorts, Xinglan Ge. How have you fared all these years? Has it been difficult for you? You haven't even bothered to write to me after all this time." Jiang Xinglan gently tousled her hair. "It hasn't been hard. Come with me. I have brought you something special." In the room lay a bundle, which Jiang Xinglan opened to reveal its contents. It consisted of property deeds, not many, just about 10, along with 20 shops. "This is the dowry I've saved for you over the years, kept in a money house. This deposit ticket must be safeguarded. It holds 200,000 taels of silver. Take it." As he spoke, the smile that Shen Zhiyi had maintained faltered, replaced by tears cascading down her cheeks. She bit her lip, attempting to restrain herself, yet found it impossible. In her previous life, she had been entirely besotted with Xie Yanci, and had long since forgotten the exact moment of Xinglan Jiyi's return. She had assumed the dowry was a product of her father's newfound conscience, not realizing it was a gift from Xinglan Ge. Xinglan Ge had never possessed much wealth. It was likely that this 200,000 taels represented all his savings. In their childhood, Xie Yanci had often bullied her, while Xinglan Ge had secretly helped her. When she refused to practice martial arts, he would endure the scorching sun to accompany her. If she lost her earrings, he would be the first to find them. When she struggled with embroidery, he would stay up all night assisting her, even if his hands were pricked with countless tiny holes. How could such a wonderful Xinglan Ge ever harm her? Shen Zhiyi choked back her sobs, calling out, "Xinglan Ge." Jiang Xinglan's lashes glistened with moisture. He swallowed hard, stifling his own tears as he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her face, drawing her into his embrace. "It is only right for an elder brother to prepare a dowry for his sister. You will always be my dearest sister." Shen Zhiyi was reduced to silent tears. "So, will you leave again this time?" Jiang Xinglan's dark eyes froze momentarily. "I want to leave. From now on, I will stay." Chapter 41. Celebration Feast. A wave of joy washed over Shen Zhiyi, and she wiped away her tears. "How wonderful! Does this mean I can visit you often?" Jiang Xinglan smiled indulgently. "I wish I could, but who told you to marry the Prince of Ning? I've heard tales of his fiery temper in the army, and if he sees us dining together, he might come looking for a fight." Shen Zhiyi chuckled softly. "That is quite an exaggeration. He is a good person and doesn't he lose his temper easily, unless provoked. By the way, Xinglan, 20,000 taels of silver is far too precious. I cannot accept it. What will happen when you marry? Your wife shouldn't endure hardship alongside you." Jiang Xinglan frowned, feigning annoyance. "Are you underestimating me? A mere 20,000 taels is nothing to me. Take it. In a few days, the main forces will arrive, and the emperor will bestow titles. I will be a man of the court, and I've heard there are rewards as well. I don't need so much money. You're getting married, and your dowry must be substantial. Otherwise, the Prince of Ning may take you lightly. It would be wise to dig a well at your residence for self-sufficiency to avoid future quarrels." Shen Zhiyi felt warmth in her heart. "You truly need not." Jiang Xinglan stepped back. "If you refuse, I shall be angry. Do you look down on me?" With no choice, Shen Zhiyi accepted. "All right, I shall take it. It's not that I look down on you. Don't speak nonsense. That is more like it. Now it's getting late. I secretly left to see you, after days and nights of travel without much sleep. Also, you must not disclose my whereabouts to anyone." Jiang Xinglan tossed the package in her arms and nudged her toward the exit, yawning. "All right, you may go. I need a rest." With a snap, the door closed behind him. Shen Zhiyi stood there, somewhat taken aback. Is he really sending me away? Well, who could argue when he is wealthy and in charge? Upon returning to the Shen residence, Shen Zhiyi excitedly hid the package in her little treasury, ensuring it remained a secret. With the money in her possession, she could purchase several Zue Xianlu establishments. Miss, what brings you such joy? Changxia and Xingyue exchanged glances, playfully inquiring. Xinglan has returned. Both were astonished. Master Xinglan has returned. This is splendid news. Indeed, but this matter must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone. Understood, miss. Approximately 5 days later, the main forces finally arrived in the capital. Emperor Jinghua, accompanied by the 6th Prince, Xie Yanci, personally welcomed them at the city gate. Having achieved a significant victory over the northern barbarians, they secured a 50-year peace treaty, allowing the northern citizens to recuperate. Emperor Jinghua was overjoyed. According to the list of names, he personally conferred titles, while other soldiers received increased military pay. Jiang Xinglan was awarded the title of a 5th-rank cavalry general. He also hosted a grand banquet for officials of the 4th rank and above, inviting their families to the palace to celebrate the soldiers' achievements. Organizing 3 days of flowing feasts for the citizens to partake in the festivities. The Shen family of 4 entered the palace to attend the celebration feast. Riding in their carriage, Shen Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of calculation in his expression as he chuckled. I never expected that the impoverished lad we took in back then would ascend to the rank of a 5th-grade general. Indeed, one must possess discernment. He resided in our Shen residence for so many years without charge. His character is humble, and now that he has been bestowed with honors, he will undoubtedly return to pay his respects to us. Madame Shen smiled with her lips, but not her eyes, retorting, My dear husband, you think too highly of yourself. Back then, your poor judgment forced him to leave. It is no wonder he feels too embarrassed to visit. If you truly rejoice for Xinglan, why not gift him a residence? The emperor may have conferred upon him a title, but no estate has been granted. Shen Zhong's expression darkened as he prepared to counter her remarks. Shen Zhiyi interjected, Yes, father, although your relationship with brother Xinglan is not particularly close, it would be wise to provide him with a house in his time of need. He shall remember the Shen family's kindness for years to come. Shen Zhong's eyes gleamed with understanding. Indeed, Jiang Xinglan had a promising future ahead, and he might yet bring benefits to their family. Thus, he decided he would offer him some of the land he owned in due time. Shen Zhiyi secretly chuckled. It was no easy task to extract generosity from this miserly man. A gust of chilly wind seeped through the carriage window, sending a shiver down Shen Zhiyi's spine as she gazed outside. The weather was turning increasingly frigid. Brother Xinglan was often alone and rather rough around the edges. She thought to bring him a few warm cloaks from the storeroom the next day. Upon reaching the palace gates, they encountered numerous ministers, presumably promoted from humble origins due to the recent war. Many new faces Shen Zhiyi had never seen before. It was Brother Xinglan's first visit to the palace. She wondered where he might be and if he could enter. Miss Shen, she heard a familiar voice. She looked up to see Li Nanjia, holding a lantern, and smiled warmly as she approached. Lord Shen, Madame Shen, young Master Shen, I have a few words to discuss with Miss Shen. May I? Naturally. Madame Shen disapproved. What could a former rival possibly wish to discuss? Very well. Shen Zhiyi interjected with a charming smile, stepping forward. Mother, father, you may go ahead. I have matters to discuss with Miss Li and shall return shortly. Madame Shen remained apprehensive, but relented upon seeing the resolute glint in her daughter's eyes. Li Nanjia led her to a secluded, sunlit spot, casting the lantern carelessly to the ground. She raised her gaze, perplexed. I expected you to be more cautious. Yet here you are, so easily following me out for a private conversation. Aren't you afraid I might harm you? Shen Zhiyi maintained her composure, a serene smile gracing her lips, her eyes clear and untainted. Li Nanjia, perhaps a few months ago I would have been wary of you. Yet now our interests do not collide. There is no need for you to pose a threat to me, as it would yield you no advantage. Was it you who instigated the actions against the bandits during the Ning Prince's campaign? Shen Zhiyi's beautiful eyes glinted with a hint of menace, bloodshot veins creeping into view. This fierce gaze startled Li Nanjia, compelling her to steady her nerves. As long as you are aware, there is no need to question me further. I only came to inform you that the Empress seeks to possess leverage over Prince Ning and insists I share his bed. I will take action tonight. Remain vigilant. Shen Zhiyi turned her head, seemingly perplexed by her words. When did you become so benevolent? Li Nanjia scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Am I perceived as a villain in your eyes? Very well. Human nature is inherently flawed. I merely manifest this truth. Whether you believe my words or not is of little consequence to me. But should trouble arise, do not blame me. With that, she turned and walked away. Shen Zhiyi let her arms fall, clenching her fists tightly. What on earth was Li Nanjia trying to achieve? She had already severed ties with Xie Yanci. How could she possibly marry into the family? Even if she did, would she not fear a life worse than death? How could she possibly manage Xie Yanci? Yet, this was a decree from the Empress. Could it be that the Empress herself was muddled? Could a mere Li Nanjia truly wield such influence in the Prince of Ning's estate? Chapter 42. The celebration feast. 2. Shen Zhiyi returned to her seat at the banquet. There were no familiar faces from the palace. Changxia and Xingyue were unable to enter, leaving her to observe the unfolding events in silence. Lady Shen anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Shen Zhiyi shook her head, assuring her mother that in the palace, where rules were stringent, nothing could possibly go awry. Only then did Lady Shen's heart settle. The Shen family seating was neither at the front nor at the back, positioned in the middle. Fortunately, Shen Zhiyi could catch a glimpse of Xie Yanci's seat, which was currently unoccupied, suggesting he had yet to arrive. Her hand instinctively clenched. What exactly was Li Nanjia scheming? Was it possible that the Empress had instructed her to administer poison, and she, wishing to feign compliance, had divulged this to Shen Zhiyi? Or perhaps the very order to poison was a ruse, concealing some ulterior motive. As all the officials took their seats, the Emperor and Empress entered hand in hand, followed closely by the upright Xie Yanci. Everyone immediately knelt in unison. Once the Emperor and Empress were settled, Emperor Jinghua proclaimed, "Rise, my esteemed ministers." He paused to survey the gathered officials and generals before continuing. Today is a day of great joy. Our nation has achieved a resounding victory against the northern barbarians. Our valiant soldiers have fought bravely to protect our homeland, and my heart is filled with gratitude. Therefore, I have decided to reward the troops to honor their contributions. As soon as his words concluded, the officials and soldiers below knelt in gratitude, shouting their praises. It was nothing short of an impassioned display of encouragement. Shen Zhiyi diverted her gaze to Xie Yanci, who, after many days of absence, appeared still unwell. His lips were somewhat pallid, and the once vibrant sparkle in his eyes had dulled, shadowed by his illness. With the biting cold outside, how could he not have dressed more warmly? The true stars of the celebration were the returning soldiers, while the others served merely as supporting characters. Amidst the bustling lights and clinking goblets, schemes and intrigues lurked in the shadows. Shen Zhiyi's gaze was fixed resolutely on Li Nanjia. Her intense scrutiny prompted Li Nanjia, who had been conversing with the crown prince, to turn her head slightly and smile softly. "Your Highness, I am feeling unwell. I shall step outside for a moment." With that, Li Nanjia gradually withdrew from the hall under Shen Zhiyi's watchful eyes. A sudden unease gripped Shen Zhiyi as she quickly glanced towards Xie Yanci's seat, only to find him already absent. She composed herself, hurriedly exchanged a few words with Lady Shen, and discreetly made her exit. "Shen Zhiyi," Li Nanjia called out from behind. "What do you intend to do?" A flicker of ferocity glinted in Shen Zhiyi's eyes as she stepped forward, swiftly grasping Li Nanjia by the throat and pressing her against the wall. Taken aback, Li Nanjia struggled to pry Shen Zhiyi's grip away. However, Shen Zhiyi's hold only tightened, and Li Nanjia's face reddened from the exertion until she finally managed to push her away. "Cough, cough. Shen Zhiyi, you are truly insane." "I cough. I was trying to help you. How dare you lay a hand on me?" Shen Zhiyi turned her head with a cold smile. "Dare to strike me? Yet you previously sent someone to ambush me in the wilderness?" Li Nanjia's eyes were dim, and she coughed lightly. "So you are aware? But I truly do not wish to engage with you this time. You're not my target. His Highness, Prince Ning, is in the western side hall, and it would be prudent for you to refrain from causing any trouble. Remain with him, or I cannot guarantee what may transpire." Shen Zhiyi, her expression devoid of emotion, swiftly whipped out a slender whip from her sleeve. Without mercy, she lashed it before Li Nanjia, stopping just a palm's breadth from her cheek. In a quick motion, Li Nanjia evaded it, feeling the whip graze the wall beside her ear, leaving a trace of blood. Li Nanjia, do not let your petty schemes involve us. Next time, the whip will not miss. With that, Shen Zhiyi retracted the whip and turned towards the western side hall. Meanwhile, Li Nanjia, shaken to her core, collapsed onto the ground. Her strength drained. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat gradually beading on her forehead, her complexion paling inch by inch. Shen Zhiyi was truly a madwoman. How dare she be so audacious within the palace? A lunatic, a lunatic. She could hardly believe the extent of her transformation. The whip had almost struck her face, so narrowly escaping its grasp. Chapter 43. Celebration Feast 3. The West Side Pavilion stood unguarded, devoid of palace maids or eunuchs. Shen Zhiyi cast a vigilant glance around before pushing the door open, exhaling in relief upon seeing Xie Yanci with his eyes closed, reclining in a chair. She pressed her lips together, her expression shadowed yet subtle. Are you all right? Xie Yanci slowly opened his eyes, clarity shining within, accompanied by a hint of amusement. I'm fine, though I must say, you were quite impressive just now. Shen Zhiyi paused, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. You saw that? Where were you? Xie Yanci raised an eyebrow in the shadows. It's not arrogance on my part. Did you truly believe that those two could scheme against me? Shen Zhiyi puffed her cheeks. As long as you're fine, that's good, but your complexion seemed off. Xie Yanci rose and approached her. Miss Shen, are you expressing concern for me? Shen Zhiyi took a step back, extending a finger to press against his chest. Well, we are publicly engaged. If another woman has designs on you, it is only natural for me to be concerned. That aside, do you know their plan? Xie Yanci smirked, his lips curving into a mischievous smile, his deep-set eyes swirling with intrigue. Well, Miss Shen, you may need to pay a small price. One cannot obtain something for nothing. What price? Xie Yanci leaned down, lightly tapping her delicate face, smiling as he said, a kiss. Shen Zhiyi rolled her eyes in exasperation, turning to leave. In a moment of urgency, Xie Yanci stepped in front of her. Don't go. I'm not finished speaking. You see, having lived long, I am privy to many of their secrets. I have already replaced their informants within the palace with my own. The Li family is feared by the emperor and is on the brink of collapse. The queen still believes in the once dominant Li family. Thus, she aims to harm me. After I survived that bandit purge, I became a thorn in her side. She intends to use Li Nanjia against me. On this joyous occasion, if I were to be embroiled in a scandal with Li Nanjia, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished, resulting in the loss of the emperor's favor. And I might also lose my military power, eliminating one of the crown prince's greatest rivals. Shen Zhiyi lowered her gaze, revealing a hint of confusion. Well, Li Nanjia, Xie Yanci chuckled derisively. She is aware of the queen's intentions, but does not wish to align herself with her. Her aim is the crown prince. She desires to become the crown princess. She understands that the Li family will not fall swiftly. As long as she marries the crown prince and bears a legitimate heir, she can turn the tables. Shen Zhiyi questioned, does she not fear for her reputation alongside the crown prince? Surely the queen would not let her off easily. According to your reasoning, if the crown prince were to disgrace himself, would he not lose the emperor's favor? Xie Yanci reached out and gently tapped her forehead, stepping closer. She likely believes she can masquerade as a victim. As for the queen's retaliation, she must have her own plans. Even if the crown prince loses the emperor's favor, he remains the emperor's son. As long as he does not engage in actions detrimental to the state, he can ultimately become a prince and return to his fief. Shen Zhiyi nodded, understanding now. Then why does the queen wish to use her? With so many daughters in the Li family, why choose Li Nanjia? Xie Yanci patiently elucidated. For Li Nanjia was a woman of clandestine origins, a secret she must navigate to create value and survive within the Li household, thus rendering her a mere pawn in their game. Shen Zhiyi was taken aback, for she had never anticipated this additional layer of identity. It was no wonder Li Nanjia endeavored so fervently to ascend the social ladder. Xie Yanci coughed delicately into his hand, feigning nonchalance, and inquired, has your brother Xinglan returned? Shen Zhiyi replied, yes, he has returned. We met briefly. He presented me with a dowry, an array of shop deeds, and 200,000 taels of silver. How could someone so impoverished? Xie Yanci interjected, Have you perhaps misconstrued the situation? Brother Xinglan has always treated me exceptionally well. It cannot be as you suggest. Xie Yanci remained silent, his brow furrowing. He wished to avoid another quarrel with Jiang Xinglan. Jiang Xinglan had once saved Li Nanjia by chance, and the person she had long held at her heart was indeed Jiang Xinglan. Alas, she was oblivious to his name, recalling only his visage. Witness her reaction tonight, for one must understand that Li Nanjia, who cherishes life so dearly, would risk it all for Jiang Xinglan. Shen Zhiyi was reluctant to delve deeper into this topic. So, how long must we remain here? Xie Yanci responded, we shall wait until Li Nanjia accomplishes her plan. Then we can make our appearance. Have you dined sufficiently? I have instructed someone to procure a dish of peach blossom cakes, red bean cakes, and a bowl of sheep's milk for you to sample. Shen Zhiyi, playfully tugging at his sleeve, suggested, let us eat together. Xie Yanci, in an exaggeratedly haughty manner, replied, very well, I shall reluctantly join you. As a piece of red bean cake found its way in her mouth, Shen Zhiyi nodded in surprise, admitting, to be honest, Liuli's culinary skills are nearly on par with those of the imperial chef. Xie Yanci expressed disbelief. Liuli followed you back to the Shun residence without permission, and you aided her? I cannot believe anyone could surpass the imperial chef's prowess. She is indeed better. I do not believe you. Really? Do you doubt my word? I do not believe you. You, believe what you wish. Their banter, laced with youthful folly, continued. Xie Yanci remarked, unless you invite me to the Shun residence to savor Liuli's craftsmanship, I shall remain unconvinced. Shen Zhiyi gazed at him in silence, finding his immaturity amusing. Xie Yanci resignedly nodded. Indeed, he was quite the child at heart. As they lingered in the west side hall, their conversation continued until their throats grew parched. Yet no one arrived to summon them. Shen Zhiyi pulled out her handkerchief to wipe her mouth and carelessly placed it on the table, propping her chin on her hand as she asked, have you arranged for someone to notify us? The pastries are all gone, the sheep's milk has been consumed, and even the peanuts you pilfered from the imperial kitchen have been devoured. When will this end? It is truly dull. Xie Yanci nonchalantly took her handkerchief to wipe his own mouth before casually pocketing it. Why not step outside to check? Shen Zhiyi readily agreed. All right, I shall be discreet. With that, she crouched and slipped out the door, only to suddenly hear a loud crash, the sound echoing in the empty west side hall. What could possibly have fallen in a place so devoid of company? Shen Zhiyi felt a twinge of confusion, as she seemed to have heard a woman's cry for help. Hesitant to act rashly, she hurried back to find Xie Yanci. Xie Yanci, someone is being murdered outside. Xie Yanci sprang to his feet, drawing her into his embrace with concern etched on his face. Are you unharmed? Shen Zhiyi twirled in front of him, asserting, look, how could anything be amiss? We must hurry. I fear that if we delay, a tragedy may unfold. This individual must possess considerable power to commit murder within the palace. Xie Yanci firmly grasped her hand, cautioned her against impulsive actions, and urged, stay close to me. Lead the way. As they stepped outside, a loud crashing sound echoed through the air. Shen Zhiyi anxiously glanced back at him. Hurry. Could it be some horrific method? Xie Yanci's ears perked up, and suddenly, a string of realization snapped in his mind, a flush of crimson creeping up his ears. His throat tightened, and his voice dropped to a low, husky tone as he pulled Shen Zhiyi closer from behind. Leaning down, he teasingly whispered in her ear, are you certain you wish to witness this? No regrets? Shen Zhiyi, filled with indignation, retorted, what are you talking about? Lives are at stake. I swear, if this is an unnecessary conflict, I will return immediately. Xie Yanci nodded thoughtfully, wrapping his arm around her waist. With a light push off his toes, he leaped onto the eaves of the building where the commotion originated. Gently lifting a tile, he swiftly covered her eyes with his long fingers, instructing her not to look but to listen instead. Just as Shen Zhiyi prepared to retort, the sounds from within reached her ears, leaving her stunned and immobile. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe shrimp, her heart racing wildly. Chapter 44 Reconciliation. Shen Zhiyi gently nudged him with her elbow, turning her head away as she spoke in a shy whisper, go. Xie Yanci seized the moment and leaned closer, saying, then you should kiss me first. Shen Zhiyi's eyes widened in surprise. Inside the room, they seemed oblivious to the presence above, instead becoming increasingly animated, the sounds escalating as if they might tear the roof off. Blushing deeply, Shen Zhiyi had no choice but to wrap her arms around his neck and lightly kiss his lips like a dragonfly skimming the water. True to his word, Xie Yanci embraced her waist and leaped down. As they landed, Shen Zhiyi retaliated fiercely, stepping hard on Xie Yanci's foot and turning to leave with an air of nonchalance. Ouch, you ungrateful wretch. Shen Zhiyi's hair seemed to bristle with indignation, and fearing she might raise her voice too high, she quickly pulled Xie Yanci back inside, pointing at herself. Me? Ungrateful? Xie Yanci, have you lost your mind? You. Oh. Flustered and angry, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, having no idea it was Li Nanjia and the crown prince involved. Xie Yanci, fully aware, continued to tease her. With a charming smile, he naturally wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice low and sincere. I was wrong, all right? Who told you to be so innocent? Li Nanjia surely had us stay in a West Side Hall because it was part of their plan. Shen Zhiyi, already flushed like a ripe shrimp, felt her heart race even faster at his embrace. Just talk normally and let go. Yet Xie Yanci tightened his hold, saying softly, Zhiyi, I won't let go, not ever. Let me hold you just a little longer, okay? You let Jiang Xinglan hold you. Why can't I? The mention of Jiang Xinglan made Shen Zhiyi feel a pang of guilt. Regaining her composure, she asked, how do you know? No one has ever breached Jin Feng Pavilion. Xie Yanci raised an eyebrow, turning her around and pressing her against the door, his words dripping with jealousy. So, he really did hold you? How delightful. One Gu Jing in front and one Jiang Xinglan behind. They can embrace you, but I cannot? Shen Zhiyi avoided his gaze, feigning bravado. Fine, you explode then. Xinglan is my brother. It's just a normal hug between siblings. You. Xie Yanci's eyes turned red at the corners, his dark gaze tinged with a hint of grievance, stubbornly staring at her, as if slightly dejected. Zhiyi, do I not seem closer to you than they do? Fine. Do whatever you want with your brother Xinglan. I will not interfere. In the next moment, Xie Yanci turned and walked towards the windowsill, leaning on it and quietly gazing into the darkness outside. He never referred to himself as this prince in her presence, except when he was angry, subtly indicating his feelings. He feared that her dense mind might not grasp the implication. Shen Zhiyi approached and glanced at his expression, which appeared as if it might fall to the ground. She paused, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Clenching her fists in frustration, she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her heated cheeks pressed against his back. Are you angry? Xie Yanci, I assure you, my relationship with Xinglan Gu is purely that of siblings. If we were meant to be together, why would I provoke you? Xie Yanci remained silent, his body rigid, his face taut, his jaw clenched tightly, and his deep, dark eyes clouded with an undercurrent of desire. Noticing his silence, Shen Zhiyi released her hold and nestled into his embrace, gently pinching his face, exclaiming in exasperation, Xie Yanci, we are practically an old married couple. Why the theatrics? Xie Yanci pursed his lips, offering no response, even refraining from meeting her gaze, curious to see how far Zhiyi would go to appease him. Shen Zhiyi cupped his face, licked her lower lip, and thought how strikingly handsome Xie Yanci was, his towering figure nearly obscuring her completely. Being so close to him, she found it hard to summon any anger. After gazing at his lips for a moment, her throat tightened, her long lashes fluttered, and her expression deepened as she rose on her toes to wrap her arms around his neck and kissed him. However, she pulled away shortly after. Still angry? Shen Zhiyi poked his cheek playfully, remarking, what a temper you have. I wonder who indulged you so. With a sudden motion, Xie Yanci tightened his embrace around her, his voice tinged with annoyance. Is this what you call temper? I am genuinely angry. Imagine if I took in a woman with no blood relation to us, calling each other brother and sister, embracing each other daily. Would you not feel upset? Oh, and when you get angry, I would merely insist that our relationship is purely platonic, that you are overthinking things, and then we would continue our embraces, just a simple sibling bond, right? Shen Zhiyi frowned, realizing he had a point. Had she been in his position, she would have likely returned to her family in anger. Quickly, she plastered a smile on her face and playfully blinked her eyes. But I assure you, my bond with Jiang Xinglan is truly that of siblings. I would never harbor feelings for him. Fine, I will refrain from any physical contact with him. But you cannot deny us the right to converse. Xie Yanci responded in a muffled tone. Then you're not angry anymore, right? Shen Zhiyi lifted his chin with her finger, inquiring with a cheerful smile. Xie Yanci averted his gaze, leaving his feelings uncertain. Shen Zhiyi found it amusing, then playfully leaped into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist and kissing him. Xie Yanci was momentarily taken aback, his throat constricting. If he could still hold back, he wouldn't be a man. He set Shen Zhiyi on the windowsill, one hand firmly around her waist while the other cradled the back of her head, drawing her close as he kissed her with increasing intensity. Xie Yanci possessed an uncanny ability to ensnare Shen Zhiyi quickly. She instinctively closed her eyes, her hands clutching his shirt, her mind blank as she surrendered to the moment, holding him tighter and tighter. With a free hand, Xie Yanci shut the window, his arms enveloping her as he continued to kiss her deeply, pulling her closer as if wishing to merge their very beings. His warm breath cascaded over her nose, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as she lay in his embrace, eyes closed like a boneless kitten. Her flushed cheeks bore an alluring charm, while her long, delicate lashes had unknowingly gathered a few tears. Xie Yanci, feeling satiated and refreshed, reached out to gently caress the corner of her mouth, lifting her chin to gaze into her eyes. They shimmered like a wounded fawn, quivering softly. He had kissed her so fervently that her lip balm had nearly vanished, with some smudge beyond her lips. He tenderly wiped away the remnants of her balm. His voice husky. Just now, I nearly forgot we were in the palace. Shen Zhiyi raised her beautiful gaze, nestled softly against him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I truly would have forgotten. Moments earlier, her mind had been a blank slate, allowing him to act freely, casting all concerns aside. Oh dear, my lips aren't swollen. Are they? What if someone notices? A wave of panic surged within her. It's nothing to worry about. They aren't swollen. It's unnoticeable. Just a little touch-up later will suffice. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from the doorway. My lord, concubine Li has noticed the commotion here and has sent for the empress and the emperor. Understood. You may return to your mother. This matter concerns me alone and does not involve you. Taptik warantasim, Li nanjias ragaret. How do you respond? Let us be straightforward. Let us unite as one, and later, we shall declare ourselves as engaged, longing for each other, and arrange to meet, Shen Zhiyi remarked, her bright eyes sparkling with sincerity. Xie Yanci gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied softly, No, this is a royal banquet. You must return. Reluctantly, Shen Zhiyi acquiesced. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Do take care. Xie Yanci nodded. Yes, please hurry. Shen Zhiyi climbed through the window and discreetly made her way back to the banquet via a concealed path. At that moment, the royal banquet was embroiled in a commotion as concubine Li presented her grievances. Standing in the hall, she indignantly proclaimed, Your Majesty, there are those who dare to disrupt the palace's tranquility. Ever since I became a child, I have found it difficult to remain still. I merely stepped out for a brief stroll to ease my discomfort, only to discover unspeakable acts occurring nearby. I commanded the doors to be opened, but they were locked tight, and I could not gain entry. The western side hall has always been uninhabited. How could such an incident transpire? I had no intention of troubling your majesty with this matter, but it is of great significance. It appears that the individual inside might be His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The Empress, who was poised to support concubine Li, instantly darkened at the mention of the Crown Prince, her slender eyes flickering with a hint of malice. Concubine Li, do refrain from speaking such nonsense. Not long ago, the Crown Prince caught a chill, yet it seems that amidst the time it takes to take medicine, one can freely slander him? Could it be that sister pair is only speaking ill of others in their absence? It appears that the esteemed Ning Wang is also absent. The pair concubine was immediately startled, her complexion paling as she knelt gracefully upon the ground, expressing her fear, I dare not presume. Since the Empress has declared it is not His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, then it must indeed be so. Perhaps I am merely ignorant of the customs and have inadvertently caused a stir. The corners of the Empress's mouth twitched, barely managing to suppress her ire. She would not permit her plans to slip from her grasp. This scheme was clearly devised against Xie Yanci. So how could it possibly involve the Crown Prince? That insolent girl had not even deemed it necessary to inform them of the outcome. Just as the Empress was consumed by frustration, a eunuch approached to pour her wine, placing a cup adorned with peach blossoms before her. The Empress inwardly chuckled, her heart now at ease, emboldened. "Your Majesty, look at what my sister pair concubine has said. One might think it concerns the Crown Prince. Tonight is a celebration banquet, a welcoming gathering for the officers. Yet my sister's words compel me to investigate further, to discover who is so oblivious to the customs. Knowing full well the significance of tonight's feast, how could anyone dare to engage in such disgraceful acts that would mar the atmosphere and tarnish the reputation of our royal family?" Emperor Jinghua rested his hands upon his thighs, leaning forward slightly, his profound gaze revealing a flicker of displeasure, exuding a silent authority. He cast a glance at the Empress and remarked in a low voice, "Very well, since the Empress has made such a suggestion, let us proceed accordingly. As the foremost among the 6 palaces, it is your duty to fulfill your responsibilities. Do not disturb the soldiers' enthusiasm." Emperor Jinghua spoke each word with deliberate emphasis, striking deep into the Empress's heart. The Empress composed her expression, her hand instinctively tightening within her voluminous sleeves as she forced a smile and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Subsequently, the Empress, accompanied by Consort Li and several esteemed noblewomen, proceeded grandly towards the western side hall. In the very next moment after their departure, as Xie Yanci quietly made his appearance, he caught the gaze of Shen Zhiyi and promptly raised his wine glass, flashing a radiant smile. Shen Zhiyi returned the look with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the Empress felt a pang of unease within her. She was acutely aware that this underhanded tactic was glaringly obvious and could easily attract the Emperor's attention, yet it was undeniably effective. No other method could rival its utility. Xie Yanci had obstructed the Crown Prince for far too long, and it was time for him to step down. In the western side palace, a solitary light flickered, accompanied by indistinct sounds emanating from within. "Your Highness, I beg you, spare me. I am your own cousin. Please have mercy." A cacophony of laughter responded. "Spare you? The pleasure you provide is truly captivating. Thus, I shall bring you into the palace, and we shall revel together day and night. Help! Let me go. You have lured me here for this scandalous act. You scoundrel." In just a few exchanges, everyone grasped the unfolding situation. The Empress felt her blood run cold, her vision darkening as she nearly fainted, her countenance turning dreadfully pale. "Break down the door," she commanded. Recently, the Emperor had not been in good spirits, and today's celebration banquet was the only time she had seen him genuinely joyful. This feast was meant to honor the soldiers. Tonight's events must not be whispered beyond these walls, lest they tarnish the ears of the brave men. Following the Empress's stern warning, no one dared to retort. It was clear that tonight's debacle could be concealed, but what about tomorrow? With concubine Li present, the Emperor was bound to be aware of the situation. The Empress felt a chill of despair wash over her. The Emperor had surely uncovered the Crown Prince's misdeeds. With her eyes closed in hopelessness, she lamented the decline of the Li family. This time, it seemed the Crown Prince might truly be deposed. That wretched Li Nanjia, a blundering fool who only brings ruin. As the eunuch burst through the door, silence enveloped the room, only to be replaced by the Crown Prince's irate voice. Just as he had finished donning his garments and approached the door, the eunuch collided with it, resulting in a chaotic tumble. "Ouch! You've caused me great pain. You wretched servants, be gone." Li Nanjia, clad in tattered garments revealing marks upon her skin, knelt before the Empress, tears streaming down her face. "Auntie, please. Auntie!" The Empress slapped her across the face, exclaiming, "Today is a celebration banquet, and you dare to entice the Crown Prince here? Utterly shameless. Take her away and punish her with 50 strokes." Feigning distress, Li Nanjia turned to the Crown Prince. "Auntie, please don't." The Crown Prince, aided to his feet, bravely positioned himself before her. "Mother, this matter has nothing to do with Jia. The fault lies solely with me. I shall take her as my consort henceforth. If you insist on punishment, let it be upon me." The empress looked at him in disbelief. He had the audacity to plead for her. Anger surged within her, yet she felt helpless. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes. "It has come to this, so let it be. You shall return and admit your fault before your father." The crown prince knelt, replying serenely, "As you wish." As the farce concluded, the empress felt utterly drained. With no path of retreat, she could only muster the courage to press onward. Lin Nanjiao was taken by the crown prince to the eastern palace to change her attire. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate, as the lustful crown prince had already become her close confidant. The crown prince, in his laziness, ordered a palanquin to be brought, and Lin Nanjiao found herself seated beside him. "Jie, are you cold? Allow me to embrace you," he said, draping his large cloak over the petite figure of Lin Nanjiao, a ruse to facilitate his unwelcome advances. "Lin Nanjia's tux flushekrimsun. Your Highness, we are in the palace. If the emperor finds out, you shall be punished. I am worried for you," she expressed with concern. The crown prince chuckled foolishly, clasping her wrist and planting a kiss upon it. "You little enchantress, you truly care for me," he replied. Lin Nanjia giggled softly, turning her head to the side. It was a simple motion, yet upon doing so, she found herself gazing upon the visage she had longed for over the years. Her smile faltered. Chapter 46. The injustice of fate. Lin Nanjia fixed her gaze intently upon the visage of the man before her, a face that had occupied her thoughts day and night. Crimson veins gradually crept towards the corners of her eyes, tears instantaneously filling her orbs. She grasped her hand tightly, ensuring that this was not a mere figment of her imagination. It was indeed him. How could he possibly be in the palace? After years of entering and exiting its gates, she had never before encountered him. No, upon closer inspection of his attire, he must be one of the warriors attending the banquet. He had received a title, granting him the privilege to enter the imperial court. Jiang Xinglan was engaged in conversation with a colleague nearby, yet seemingly sensing something amiss, he abruptly turned his head. Lin Nanjia, in a flurry of panic, quickly draped the prince's grand cloak around herself, fearful that he might catch sight of her disheveled appearance. She wished for him to remain oblivious to her present state. Why? Oh, why was she not allowed to meet him sooner? If only she had known he was in Kyoto, she would have never become entangled with the prince. Her heart brimmed with resentment. She lamented the missed opportunity, wishing she could have turned back time, even by just a moment, to avoid stepping into this treacherous harem that is His Highness the Prince. "Do not stare," a colleague cautioned Jiang Xinglan, hastily bowing his head in respect. Lin Nanjia withdrew her gaze and pointed towards Jiang Xinglan, urgently inquiring of the prince. "Your Highness, do you know who that man is? How is it that I have never encountered him before?" The prince casually glanced in the direction she indicated and shook his head, responding, "I do not know. Why are you inquiring about other men? I have no interest in that. Upon our return, I shall surely punish you." Feigning bashfulness, Lin Nanjia playfully punched the prince's chest, her voice sweet as honey. "I merely wish to consider your well-being, Your Highness. With a fresh batch of generals rising in the court, you ought to seize the opportunity." The prince paused, his heart leaping with joy, and he swiftly pressed a fragrant kiss upon her cheek. "You little enchantress truly knows how to captivate. I adore you." Lin Nanjia forced a smile, yet her heart was laden with bitterness. Reluctantly, she turned her head, etching Jiang Xinglan's image deeply into her memory before returning to embrace the prince once more. With a teasing tone, she murmured, "Then, Your Highness, I do not wish to become your favored consort. Side consorts are typically overbearing, and given our affection, she would surely be envious." Whispering a few words into the prince's ear, he paused, then was overcome with delight, his hands trembling in excitement. "Very well. I shall speak to mother and declare you as my princess." Lin Nanjia responded with a smile, knowing that even if the empress did not wish to, she would have to comply. The prince was already firmly in her grasp. Outwardly composed, Lin Nanjia's heart was already in tatters. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the banquet remained unaffected by the earlier incident. The empress casually brushed it aside, and the emperor, well aware of the situation, chose to let it pass for the moment. Upon seeing Xie Yanci seated comfortably, engrossed in animated conversation with Xie Yanci, the empress nearly lost her composure, yet maintained a facade of calm to uphold her dignity as the nation's matriarch. In her heart, she had mentally chastised Li Nanjia dozens of times. Once the banquet concluded, she vowed to make Li Nanjia's life a living hell. This wretched woman had dared to scheme against her. The queen appeared distracted, while the emperor was engulfed in anger, leading to the hasty conclusion of the banquet after just an hour. Yet, Xie Yanci and several princes remained behind. After casually grooming herself in the East Palace, Li Nanjia eagerly awaited the end of the festivities at the palace gates. Her heart was a tumult of anticipation and anxiety. She was determined to uncover his identity. As night descended, the lights within the court gradually dimmed, signaling the imminent conclusion of the banquet. Li Nanjia concealed herself in a shadowy corner, her gaze fixated on the palace entrance, her heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. When the final lantern was extinguished, the palace gates creaked open, and a throng of elegantly attired individuals emerged. Li Nanjia's eyes darted across the crowd, searching for that familiar figure. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to one man stepping forth from the palace. He possessed a tall and graceful stature, moving with a light and elegant stride. Bathed in the faint glow of the palace lights, he flashed a radiant smile, his bright eyes seemingly brimming with the vastness of the starry cosmos. He was sunlight incarnate. Li Nanjia found herself holding her breath, captivated by his visage. His features were exquisitely defined, arched brows and bright eyes, a noble nose, and lips that curved slightly upwards, revealing a subtle smile. At that moment, Jiang Xinglan lowered his head, engaged in conversation with others, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "I have seen Prince Ning," he remarked, "and frankly, he is quite handsome. Your taste is commendable. When is your wedding date?" "In mid-December. Do remember to come and celebrate my joy." Jiang Xinglan replied with a squint and a smile. "It's just over a month away." Indeed, after a casual exchange, they parted ways. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nanjia stepped forward to intercept Shen Zhiyi, her demeanor now entirely amiable, devoid of her previous arrogance. "Shen Zhiyi, may I inquire about the identity of the gentleman you were just speaking with?" Shen Zhiyi suddenly recalled what Xie Yanci had mentioned, her eyes flickering. "Are you referring to Jiang Xinglan?" Li Nanjia softly repeated his name, her gaze suffused with warmth. "Jiang Xinglan, which family does he belong to?" Shen Zhiyi lifted her chin, pondering for a moment before replying. My family." Li Nanjia hesitated. "He is your cousin?" Shen Zhiyi countered with a question. "What business do you have inquiring about him? I have never heard of any connection between you two." I merely thought he looked familiar. If you choose not to divulge, that is fine. Thank you nonetheless." Knowing his name was a significant revelation. She felt it would not be difficult to learn more about him. This was the first time she had ever expressed gratitude to Shen Zhiyi. Filled with delight, Li Nanjia walked away, softly murmuring the name as if to etch it into her heart forever. Meanwhile, Shen Zhiyi's expression grew less pleasant. Xie Yanci had claimed that Li Nanjia and Jiang Xinglan had conspired to harm her. She could not accept the notion of Jiang Xinglan being involved. She composed herself and entered the carriage, needing to uncover the secret behind Jiang Xinglan. Why would he cause her harm? If he truly did, she could not bear it. Chapter 47. Choosing the wedding attire, the biting cold wind swept through the barren old trees, stripping them of their lush green leaves, leaving behind only a few resilient ones that dangled defiantly in the air, braving the winter's embrace. The chill in the air grew ever more intense. Shen Zhiyi, averse to the cold, had long since tucked a hot water bottle into her arms, seated comfortably indoors, savoring the noodles prepared by Lu Li while admiring the wintry landscape outside. Through the reddish wooden window, her gaze casually wandered over the pavilions and waterside structures, the artificial hills and flowing streams, the fallen leaves and withered branches, as well as the lively maidens frolicking outside, all creating a unique charm. "Miss, I feared you might not be full, so I made you a portion of red bean soup with glutinous rice balls, along with some pearl cakes." Lu Li cheerfully presented the dishes on the table. "Recently, we procured lamb from the kitchen. I plan to roast a leg of lamb for you tonight." This cold weather is perfect for warming your body with some hearty meat. Shen Zhiyi licked her lips, then suddenly sighed as a thought crossed her mind. Pinching her round belly. In just half a month, I've become this plump. It's all your fault for being such a good cook. Chang Xia and Xing Yu had secretly kept an eye on Lu Li, even testing her intentions. However, it was clear she harbored no ill will and lacked any martial prowess, merely possessing a beautiful face devoid of scheming. Thus, they felt at ease consuming her dishes. Yet she was exceedingly cautious about her own life. Anything that posed a threat to her existence, she would not resist. Much like when the Empress compelled her to seduce Xie Yanci. Indeed, not just you, miss. Chang Xia and I have also gained a bit of weight. This cannot continue. Xing Yu entered, holding a plate of pastries, nibbling as she walked. I believe Lu Li shouldn't remain in the kitchen any longer. Lu Li's eyes reddened, hastily kneeling on the ground, pleading, please miss, do not dismiss me. Shen Zhiyi was startled. What are you doing? Get up. Who is dismissing you? I think you should stay in the kitchen, but I have a task for you. Tomorrow, several chefs will arrive. Your duty will be to teach them how to cook and make pastries. As long as the mist does not send me away, I can do anything. Shen Zhiyi smiled charmingly, albeit with a hint of pressure. Rest assured, I am kind-hearted. As long as you do not betray me, I shall not dismiss you. Although the Shan residence may not be as fortified as the Ningguang residence, no one shall harm you while you are by my side. Lu Li obediently nodded. Thank you, miss. I feel that my days in the Shan residence have been the most relaxed and joyful I've had in many years. Shen Zhiyi paused momentarily, realizing that Lu Li had never served anyone before and thus should not have experienced such hardship. However, given her words, it seemed her past had not been pleasant, and Shen Zhiyi did not wish to unearth old wounds. All right, you may go now. Xing Yu, continue to keep an eye on her. Shen Zhiyi scooped up some red bean soup with glutinous rice balls. The beans were soft and tender. The rice balls melted in her mouth, and the milk was fresh, sweet, yet not cloying. Lu Li truly had a talent for cooking. She immediately raised an eyebrow. What are you eating? I want to try some. Not bothering to lift her head, Shen Zhiyi recognized the voice of Xie Yanci, who treated the walls of the Shen residence as mere illusions, coming and going freely without a care. Lu Li made this for me. Here, some pearl cake. Would you like to taste it? As Xie Yanci observed her gluttonous demeanor, his own appetite was stirred. He casually picked up a piece and tasted it, remarking on its delightful flavor. No wonder you've rounded out quite a bit recently. Which one do you fancy? He inquired, placing the album upon the table and sliding it toward her. Shen Zhiyi opened the album, flipping through several pages and marveling at the array of wedding attire. So many wedding dresses? They are all exquisite, but our wedding attire is intricate. Do you think the embroiderers can complete them in a month? Xie Yanci couldn't help but gently tap her forehead, a smile gracing his lips. All of these dresses are already made. Didn't we take your measurements not long ago? I assumed you might struggle to choose, so I had them create the ensemble from our previous life, along with 2 new wedding dresses. He gestured to the 2 new pieces. Take a look. Do you like them? Shen Zhiyi appeared somewhat bewildered. I actually thought our previous wedding attire was quite nice. What shall we do with the extra 2? Wouldn't that be a waste? Xie Yanci nonchalantly picked up the red bean soup dumpling milk before her, taking a sip. Then we shall simply play the roles of newlyweds every night. Shen Zhiyi's cheeks flushed. You rogue. No more drinking. Give it back to me. Xie Yanci raised a hand to block her, feigning innocence. I was merely jesting. Pei Xian is also to be wed. He is purchasing from us, and the extra set can be sold to Li Nanjia, as she is set to marry the crown prince. Shen Zhiyi remarked, you have quite the knack for business. Aren't you supposed to be avenging your past self? How is it that you've turned to commerce with her? At the mention of Li Nanjia, her voice softened. She had always hesitated to inquire about Xinglan's affairs. Xie Yanci's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of chilling intent crossing his features, imbued with a hint of malice. First, let her earn her keep. Death can wait. The Eastern Palace is a place that devours its own without remorse. Once she marries into the Eastern Palace and it descends into chaos, her existence will become redundant. Shen Zhiyi propped her chin up, studying him. TSK, TSK. You've so casually determined her fate. One might think you're the king of hell. Xie Yanci replied with solemnity. In our past life, They dictated our fates in such a manner. Now, we simply return the favor. Shen Zhiyi asked, "What the crown prince? Has his majesty not punished him?" The crown prince's position is but a facade, confined by the emperor in the eastern palace, publicly declared gravely ill. The emperor favors the sixth prince, biding his time for his growth. However, he may not have the opportunity to mature. Shen Zhiyi couldn't help but cautiously advise, "The court is fraught with peril. You must tread carefully." Xie Yanci lightly tapped her brow, smiling. "Rest assured, might Miss Shen honor me with her company at the Hoof Festival? Let me see your sincerity." Shen Zhiyi challenged. Xie Yanci produced a delicate square box for his breast pocket. "How about this for sincerity?" Shen Zhiyi, initially unimpressed, opened the box and was suddenly taken aback, her eyes sparkling. A jade butterfly orchid gold hairpin. "It's stunning. I shall graciously accept this token of sincerity." Xie Yanci's lips curled into a smile, a hint of pride evident. "I knew you would like it. I crafted it myself, just as I did those wooden dolls. My hands are quite skilled." Shen Zhiyi gazed at the exquisite hair ornament before her heart brimming with joy. She leaned in and gently bestowed a kiss upon Xie Yanci's cheek, saying, "Then I shall thank His Highness, the Prince of Ning." A flicker of delight sparkled in Xie Yanci's eyes as he tenderly caressed Shen Zhiyi's hair, declaring, "As long as you are pleased, I am willing to do anything for you." Shen Zhiyi tilted her head slightly, speaking earnestly, "For the upcoming Hoof Festival, I shall adorn myself splendidly, so as not to waste your highness's efforts." They exchanged a knowing smile. Knock, knock. A voice called out, Miss Lan Yu has arrived." Xie Yanci quickly grasped Shen Zhiyi's hand, visibly displeased. "After all my effort to find you, now I must yield to her?" With an apologetic expression, Shen Zhiyi placed a kiss on his lips, explaining, Lan Yu has been having a tumultuous time with her mother. I must offer her advice and analyze the situation. Besides, she is my dear sister. I cannot allow her to marry that wastrel, Chun Cheng." Xie Yanci was not satisfied with just a single kiss. "Is it all you offer me? Such a meager token." Bending down, Shen Zhiyi planted 4 or 5 kisses on his thin lips, then whispered softly in his ear. Xie Yanci's throat rumbled, his dark pupils deepening, as his voice lowered with palpable delight. "Very well, I shall not speak of regret." With a flushed face, Shen Zhiyi replied, "No regrets, no regrets. You should leave now." Xie Yanci turned back thrice as he departed through the window. "Has your Prince of Ning left? I just saw him climbing out the window. It was quite amusing." Jiang Lanyu chuckled, covering her mouth. "To witness the renowned warrior of the Northern Dynasty scaling walls. How fortunate I am." Shen Zhiyi chuckled softly. "Enough about him. What of you? How are things with Chun Cheng? Have you settled on a betrothal?" Jiang Lanyu shook her head, her face lighting up as she replied, "No. Pei Xian has imprisoned him." Chapter 48. The date Shen Zhiyi was utterly astonished. "What? Imprisoned?" She couldn't help but stifle a laugh, perplexed by the situation. Jiang Lanyu found it amusing as well, remarking that it was simply due to a gambling loss, resulting in a brawl, and by coincidence, he encountered Pei Xian, leading to his confinement for 15 days. Soon, he would be released again. Initially, she had thought to delay the marriage for a few days, but ultimately, that was not a feasible solution. She had feigned illness before, yet her unyielding mother insisted that even in death, she must marry, ensuring the Zhang family secured a kinship. How heartless indeed, Shen Zhiyi hesitated, her brows slightly furrowing. "In truth, I possess a permanent solution, rather than becoming entrenched in adversity. It would be wiser to escape this place and live under a new identity. I have enough silver to sustain you for a lifetime. As for household registration and documents, one could create a new identity or perhaps borrow someone else's." Jiang Lanyu deemed her notion fanciful. Having lived in the capital all her life, she dismissed the idea of fleeing. The trouble alone was daunting, not to mention the constant fear of being apprehended. Although Chun Cheng was not a virtuous man, he was at least a notable figure. The Duke of Su's residence was a household of great renown. It was better to let it be. After all, she harbored no affection for Chun Cheng. Whether he took a concubine or not would not wound her heart. She preferred to focus on pleasing her mother-in-law instead. Having already endured much turmoil regarding her affairs, perhaps this was her best fate. Now, in the midst of marriage preparations, She did not wish to be burdened with additional worries. Jiang Lanyue's bright eyes dimmed slightly, forcing a smile. Shen Zhiyi lowered her gaze. Since it was her own choice, she would respect it. Very well. As long as you have made up your mind, be wary of the many rules within the Duke of Su's household. Jiang Lanyue blinked and noticed an album on the table. Curiosity piqued. Is this a wedding dress? After flipping through a few pages, she exclaimed, "How beautiful! Which one will you and the prince wear?" Shen Zhiyi smiled as she pointed to a magnificent phoenix design. Jiang Lanyue's face lit up with envy, a smile spreading across her lips. As thoughts of her own wedding crossed her mind, a wave of melancholy washed over her. It's truly gorgeous. When your wedding attire arrives, may I come to see it with you? Of course. A few days later, at the Xie garden of the Shen residence. Miss, the prince has arrived and is waiting in the front hall. Chang Xia hurriedly rushed over, rousing the slumbering Shen Zhiyi. Shen Zhiyi merely grunted and turned over, returning to her dreams. Seeing this, Chang Xia grew more anxious. Raising her voice, "My beautiful miss, please awaken. Today is the cold food festival, and you promised the prince you would attend. He is already waiting in the front hall." Finally, Shen Zhiyi opened her eyes, stretching her hands from the warm blankets. Chang Xia promptly helped her up. After Xingyue brought in hot water, she gently wiped Shen Ziyi's face with a wrung cloth. By the time Shen Zhiyi fully regained her senses, she was already dressed and seated at her vanity. Liu Li meticulously adorned her, her skilled hands delicately shaping her brows and styling her hair into an elegant serpent bun, accentuated by a few small floral hairpins and a golden hairpiece, all exuding a distinct charm. "My lady, what do you think?" Shen Ziyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded in satisfaction. "It's truly beautiful. Liu Li, you possess such deft hands." She then retrieved the jade butterfly orchid hairpin that Xie Yanci had gifted her the previous day, inserting it into her hair. Rising to her feet, Shen Zhiyi anxiously inquired, "Would he have to wait long, would he?" Liu Li reassured her, "Do not fret, my lady. The master is conversing with the prince in the front hall. I prepared a bowl of tremella soup and some meat buns. If you are in a hurry, you can eat on the way. You mustn't starve yourself." Observing Liu Li's obedient demeanor, Shen Zhiyi patted her shoulder and smiled. "No need for that. You eat. I shall dine with the prince." Liu Li acquiesced, then placed a warm soup pot into her hands. Upon entering the front hall, they indeed found Shen Zhong flattering Xie Yanci, their conversation flowing casually. "This girl, Ziyi, is rather impulsive and lacks decorum. I hope the prince finds it amusing. Since she has arrived, I shall not delay your time any further," Shen Zhong remarked, departing with newfound tact. The moment Xie Yanci glimpsed Shen Zhiyi entering, his eyes lit up with a radiant smile, his dark gaze sparkling with a hint of astonishment and a barely perceptible affection. He naturally stepped forward, taking her hand, and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "I must thank Miss Shen for her efforts. You look exceptionally beautiful today." Shen Zhiyi beamed with pride. "Of course. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Let's go out to eat." Xie Yanci readily agreed. "Splendid. I will take you to the old woman's noodle stall. Her cooking is renowned throughout the capital." Shen Zhiyi's mouth watered at the thought. "Then let us hurry." Xie Yanci glanced around, noticing no one nearby, and leaned down to softly whisper to her, "You truly are stunning today." "Humph, as if you needed to say that. I am naturally beautiful, but you look quite handsome yourself today. Then we are indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect pair." You shameless flatterer. As their figures receded, their voices gradually faded within the Shen residence. In the courtyard, the grand tree quietly unfurled a small bud amidst the winter chill. Xie Yanci had not deceived her. The noodles at the old woman's stall were indeed delectable, though she wished it were a proper shop, as the outside air was rather brisk. Shen Zhiyi slurped a few mouthfuls, the steam rising from the noodles, blowing on them before savoring each bite. Unable to suppress her amazement, she exclaimed, "Who would have thought we could enjoy breakfast here together one day? After this, I must go for dumplings, buy some hair accessories, and get pastries from Chunfeng Tower. Oh dear, I nearly forgot the most important thing. Has the Coal Moon Festival begun yet?" "Not yet. Take your time eating," Xie Yanci replied, his eyes filled with boundless affection. Once their hunger was satiated, the two strolled leisurely side by side through the bustling streets of Kyoto. "Lanterns for sale. Lanterns for sale. Who wants a lantern?" Pear syrup candy. Pear syrup candy. Our pear syrup candy is the best. Candied hawthorn. Candied hawthorn. Selling candied hawthorn. The calls echoing in her ears made Shen Zhiyi feel profoundly grounded. This was the essence of earthly vitality. She turned to Xie Yanci, expressing her contentment. How reassuring this feels. Xie Yanci lightly tapped her brow and replied, Indeed, after all these years. This is the first time we've strolled through the streets together, embracing the vibrant atmosphere. As noon approached, a group of men, women, and children clad in the traditional attire of the Western regions exuberantly performed songs and dances in the capital. Undaunted by the winter chill, their exquisite garments swayed, revealing their arms as they danced. With smiles still gracing their lips, they celebrated joyously, lost in the rhythm of their performance. Some citizens joined in, swaying to the music. Look, how delightful this is. Let's join them. Shen Zhiyi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she took Xie Yanci's hand and stepped into the lively crowd. She quickly blended in, dancing alongside a woman dressed in Hu attire, her smile radiant. In contrast, Xie Yanci stiffened, awkwardly raising a hand in an attempt to join, only managing a sheepish smile. Perhaps we should. Before Xie Yanci could finish his thought, a sudden, icy splash of water unexpectedly seeped into his clothing, startling him. His expression immediately turned cold, the narrow depths of his eyes clouding with displeasure as he glanced back. A burly man, beaming with enthusiasm, strode forward with a bucket of water. He positioned himself in the center of the crowd, hoisting the bucket high and dousing the revelers with abandon. Sweep away the old, welcome the new. Ha ha ha, he bellowed, his voice booming and vibrant. The crowd echoed his jubilant words, laughter and cheers rising in a cacophony of merriment, creating an extraordinarily lively scene. People splashed water upon one another, the pure water cleansing away a year's worth of misfortune. Xie Yanci understood that this was the essence of the cold splash festival, and he resigned himself to it, concerned for Shen Zhiyi, who, unbeknownst to him, had acquired a basin and was gleefully engaging in the water play. Xie Yanci. Chapter 49. The not Shen Zhiyi was in high spirits, her laughter echoing through the air. By the time the festivities concluded, she resembled a drenched bird. Her carefully arranged hair and makeup, styled by Liu Li, now in disarray. With her head bowed like a child caught in a mistake, she donned Xie Yanci's large cloak and obediently prepared to leave. Xie Yanci, filled with concern, inquired, Are you cold? Shen Zhiyi shivered, her lips tinged with a shade of purple from a chill. Yes, I only intended to have a bit of fun, but I had no idea they would splash so fiercely. My hair has been completely drenched. Xie Yanci, feeling helpless, could only suggest, We must first find you some dry clothes. Suddenly, Shen Zhiyi halted in her tracks, pointing in a particular direction. Hey, look, isn't that Ling Nanjia and Xinglan? Why are they so close? Xie Yanci cast a cursory glance before gripping her by the nape of her neck and leading her away, his expression stern. What do their actions concern us? You are soaked through. Be wary of catching a chill. Shen Zhiyi playfully poked his stiff face. Look at you. I was merely having a splendid time. Do not be upset. I promise not to do this again. Meanwhile, Ling Nanjia was being supported by Jiang Xinglan. Limping as they walked, Jiang Xinglan, filled with remorse, said, I sincerely apologize, my lady. I did not mean to bump into you. I was in haste to find someone. Allow me to take you to a doctor. Ling Nanjia suppressed her joy and feigned calmness, furrowing her brow before offering a gentle smile. As she clutched Jiang Xinglan's arm, her grip tightened around his wrist, and gazing closely at his features brought her a sense of satisfaction. He had transformed from a youthful boy into a striking young man, charismatic and poised, with a voice as smooth as jade, sharp features, and captivating eyes. Thank you, kind sir, but might we pause for a moment? I am quite fatigued from walking. My leg is injured, and I am uncertain how far I can go. If you do not mind, would you carry me? By the way, may I ask your esteemed name? Jiang Xinglan replied with utmost decorum, I am Jiang Xinglan. It is only fitting that you do not disdain my company. Ling Nanjia chuckled. Why do you not inquire about my name? Jiang Xinglan, his gaze lowered, refrained from looking at her. It would be presumptuous of me to ask for a lady's name. Ling Nanjia laughed softly. You may call me Song Ning. That was my name before entering the Li residence. Then, please step in front of me, crouch down, and carry me. Jiang Xinglan complied, his ears flushing as he hoisted Li Nanjia onto his back. She turned her face sideways against him, finding humor in his reddened ears. Feeling the warmth radiating from him through their garments, her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, wishing they had met sooner. She closed her eyes, quietly attuning herself to his heartbeat. "Thank you, kind sir. May I inquire which family you belong to?" Jiang Xinglan answered candidly, his tone tinged with bitterness. "There is no need for such formalities, Miss Songning. Just call me Jiang Xinglan. I am unaccustomed to being addressed as sir. I am merely a fallen noble, an orphan with no kin." Unable to hold back her tears any longer, they spilled down her cheeks, landing upon Jiang Xinglan's clothing. "I am so sorry." Jiang Xinglan remained wholly unconcerned. After so many years, he had long since grown accustomed to such indifference. Xie Yanci stood at the entrance of the ready-to-wear store, observing as the two figures gradually receded into the distance. He let out a cold scoff, pondering who among them was the prey and who the hunter. Jiang Xinglan, in his eagerness, had audaciously carried the young lady in their very first encounter, displaying an utter lack of shame. Fortunately, the other party was Li Nanjia, hopelessly ensnared in love, oblivious to the lasciviousness of such conduct. A shadow crossed his face, and a chill unfurled in his eyes. Jiang Xinglan had always been an obstacle between him and Zhiyi. After today, he would surely reveal everything to Zhiyi. After all, Jiang Xinglan's thoughts were profound, his identity complex, and he harbored wolfish ambitions. This man must be eliminated. "Young master, that young lady is calling for you to come in," the servant stammered, trembling before the imposing figure, whose stern expression seemed almost predatory. Xie Yanci retracted his gaze, allowing a smile to grace his lips as he pushed the door open. Shen Zhiyi had changed into new attire, though her hair remained damp. "Come and help me dry my hair," she urged. Xie Yanci approached, naturally, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek. "You are quite comfortable, lounging on the bed while I assist you with your hair. This is too slow. Rise, and I shall dry it with my internal energy." "Internal energy? How delightful!" Shen Zhiyi exclaimed, quickly sitting up. "You have never used your internal energy to style my hair before. How many secrets have you been keeping from me?" Xie Yanci lightly tapped her forehead, chuckling, Internal energy should not be used frivolously. We cannot afford to squander time here. It's nearly been half a day. Just now, I saw your brother Xinglan carrying Li Nanjia away. I wonder where they are off to. This is their first meeting, after all. Shen Zhiyi pinched the flesh at his waist. "Look at you, harboring biases against brother Xinglan again." Xie Yanci sulkily fell silent, urging her to close her eyes. He then utilized his internal energy to dry her hair, and during this time, they exchanged not a single word, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense. "All done." Shen Zhiyi quickly wrapped her arms around his waist, gazing up at him with caution. "Are you angry?" Xie Yanci bent down to kiss her lips, his eyes bright with warmth. "I am not. Do you truly think me so petty? I shall tell you more about him tonight. Today is our time. I do not wish for him to interfere." With that, Shen Zhiyi's worries dissipated. Once she was fully dressed, she linked her arm through Xie Yanci's as they stepped outside. Tilting her head, she inquired, "So where are we headed now?" "To buy you some jewelry," Xie Yanci replied. "But you said you had no money," she countered, puzzled. "Money is meant to be spent on you. I have no need of it. Just a little jewelry, that's all." Shen Zhiyi beamed with joy. Today is quite a gathering of acquaintances. Look over there. Is that Lan Yu and Chun Chung entering the tavern together?" Xie Yanci turned her head towards the scene. "Indeed, that is your friend. I wonder how they are faring." Chun Chung seemed quite dashing earlier, yet just now he was grinning at Lan Yu like a sly fox. Chapter 50. The identity of Jiang Xinglan. Since that fateful day during the cold festival, Shen Zhiyi had succumbed to a fever, lying in bed in a daze for 2 days. Mrs. Shen, unable to leave her side, was deeply concerned, lamenting, "My child, your health has always been fragile, and yet you insist on recklessly engaging with others until you fall ill." Shen Zhiyi's face was flushed with fever, her eyes tiredly fluttering open, unable to muster a smile due to her discomfort. "Mother, please do not be angry. I promise to behave from now on." Mrs. Shen, torn between worry and exasperation, replied. You are soon to be married, yet you still act so mischievously. How can you manage in the Grand Prince Ning's residence? Shen Zhiyi took her mother's hand. Feigning innocence, Mother, I was wrong. Please do not let your health suffer. Very well, I shall not be angry. I am merely worried for you. Come, have some porridge. Shen Zhiyi's eyelids felt heavy, her mind clouded. After consuming a bowl of porridge and taking her medicine, she succumbed to slumber, her eyelids growing heavy and eventually closing in sleep. Unbeknownst to her, she felt as if her body was weightless, as if she were walking on clouds. A fleeting vision appeared. Prince Ning, surrender. The emperor doubts you, and the crown prince envies you. Do you know who sent me? Jiang Xinglan smirked with arrogance, his eyes glimmering with malicious glee as he gazed upon the broken figure of Xie Yanci, who lay defeated on the ground, his body marred by whip marks. Torn and bloodied, Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. What had happened to Xie Yanci? Her heart ached for him, and she hurried to assist him, only to find herself unable to reach him. Xie Yanci, Xie Yanci, she cried out, but no one could hear her. Jiang Xinglan strode arrogantly before him, lifting Xie Yanci's chin with disdain. It is the emperor who commanded me to deal with you. Do you think the emperor cares for you princes? You are mistaken. He is of noble stature and never wishes for anyone to defy him. And you are no exception. Defiance leads to death. He favors that foolish crown prince. The emperor is both incompetent and a cold-hearted monster, yet he dotes on the crown prince, who is as dull as a pig. Do you know why? Because you are too opinionated, too concerned for the people, and your actions only serve to diminish the emperor's prestige among the populace. The emperor is gradually becoming inept, and with the incompetent crown prince ascending the throne, your Xie family's reign is destined for ruin. Ha ha! Even if you know my identity, what of it? You shall perish tonight. Xie Yanci's dark eyes bore into Jiang Xinglan, burning with fury. Even if I must die, I will drag you down to hell with me. Jiang Xinglan swiftly rose and kicked Xie Yanci forcefully aside. Your tendons have long been severed. How dare you compare yourself to me? Xie Yanci crashed against the wall and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood as the pain surged through him, his forehead veins bulging, a tremendous agony radiating throughout his body. Xie Yanci. Shen Zhiyi's heart ached, her eyes reddening, yet she remained unable to touch him, pondering whether this was merely a dream. What was happening? Was this a glimpse of a past life? She dreamt of Xie Yanci confronting Jiang Xinglan in his final moments. Biwa, even if the Xie family's reign is utterly defeated, it is not for you to occupy the throne, utilizing women to ascend. A scheming petty person like you shall never sit upon the imperial seat. Jiang Xinglan was momentarily taken aback, but her anger swiftly surged as she fiercely pressed her foot against Xie Yanci's chest. Ha! The Xie family is nothing but a bunch of spineless fools. What is wrong with relying on women? The end goal remains achieved. What about you? You deserve to be trampled beneath my feet, barely clinging to life. Even your father seeks to bring about your demise. Today, I shall avenge Zhiyi. I will kill you, heartless wretch. Xie Yanci spat in disdain. You are unworthy. She is my wife and also your sister. She took pity on you, brought you back home to spare you from suffering, nurtured you, and cared for you as a brother. And you? You stood idly by while Li Nanjia tormented her. You feign innocence while knowing everything. Jiang Xinglan. You are the most despicable person. Furious, Jiang Xinglan continued to stomp on his chest. Silence. It is not as you say. Xie Yanci writhed in pain, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Huh, not as it is. If she had not brought you back to the Shen family, do you think you would be where you are today? You would merely be a beggar, trampled upon. Jiang Xinglan lashed out with a crimson whip, her bloodshot eyes striking Xie Yanci. Countless silver needles rained down, piercing his body. You lie. If it were not for your Xie family's incompetence, if it were not for that corrupt case misjudged decades ago, would I be in this situation? My family is a prestigious lineage. My father diligent in his role as Minister of Revenue, yet due to Emperor Jinghua's accusation of corruption, the flood disaster in Jiangnan, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands, was unjustly placed upon my family's shoulders. My entire family, hundreds of lives, perished overnight, blood flowing like rivers. Had it not been for my luck back then, I would have never had the chance to seek revenge. Emperor Jinghua is revered as a sage among the people, while my family is cursed for eternity. Why should this be so? Your Xie family deserves to perish. Xie Yanci could no longer articulate a response, the excruciating pain gnawing at his flesh. The whip belonged to Zhiyi. His fingers twitched, his throat tightened. Blood smeared across his face as he fixed his gaze on the whip. Prince Ning, had you not discovered my secret, I would not have sought your life. Blame your own cleverness. This whip belongs to Zhiyi. You disregarded her, leaving her to languish in the backyard until her demise. Today, let it be your end at her hands. Jiang Xinglan coldly observed Xie Yanci on the ground, watching as his vitality slowly ebbed away. Her heart filled with a sense of satisfaction. No, no. Save him, save her. Woo-woo, Xie Yanci. Xie Yanci, woo-woo, Xie Yanci. Shen Zhiyi abruptly opened her eyes, crystalline tears rolling down her cheeks. Zhiyi, have you been plagued by nightmares? I am here. Xie Yanci, having just brought over the freshly brewed medicine, hurriedly set it down and embraced her, gently patting her back. Tears streamed down Shen Zhiyi's face as she regained her composure. Gently cupping Xie Yanci's face, she tenderly touched him and whispered, Xie Yanci. He lifted her chin and pressed a kiss to her brow, then enveloped her in his embrace, his voice deep and reassuring. I am here. Shen Zhiyi clung to him tightly, unable to suppress her tears as she quietly wept. Gripped by fear, she repeated his name over and over, Xie Yanci, Xie Yanci, Xie Yanci. Unaware of the dream that troubled her, Xie Yanci softly comforted her, responding repeatedly, I am here, I am here, I am here. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Please don't leave me, she sobbed. Xie Yanci playfully pinched the tip of her nose, wiping away her tears, and teasingly asked, What happened? Why are you apologizing to me? Have you found another man? Feeling guilty towards me, and now you want me to stay? Shen Zhiyi, frustrated, poked his heart and declared, My feelings for you are as constant as the sun and moon. I dreamt of your death in a past life. Chapter 51. Embarrassment. Xie Yanci gently wiped away her tears, a look of confusion crossing his face. Dream? What did you dream about? Wasn't a nightmare just now? Shen Zhiyi, filled with compassion, embraced him, shaking her head. No, I dreamt of Jiang Xinglan and you. In my dream, he appeared terrifying, his face contorted with rage, determined to kill you. At that time, you were imprisoned, and he used my silver needles too. Xie Yanci paused, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes as he realized that she had dreamt of his most humiliating and desperate moments. You must have dreamt of a past life. At that time, Jiang Xinglan was manipulating Lin Nanjia to control the crown prince, dismantling the Li family, while the dominion of the Xie family was already firmly in his grasp. Shen Zhiyi asked, It must have hurt terribly, right? For some reason, I dreamed of the past. What about the emperor? Wasn't he the one who cherished you the most? Why did father and son end up in conflict, while the ministers schemed for power, becoming something neither human nor ghost? Previously, she had believed that Xie Yanci harbored a dislike for Jiang Xinglan due to her influence. But only through this recent dream did she comprehend that his hatred was justified. What had transpired in their past lives? Xie Yanci sighed heavily. It was painful, excruciatingly so. After your death, I had already uncovered Jiang Xinglan's secret. Do you remember the massacre of the He family over a decade ago? At that time, the He family was a prominent noble house in the Northern Dynasty, and Jiang Xinglan's father was the reigning power of the He family, the former Minister of Revenue. Due to the floods in Jiangnan, his entire clan was exterminated. Jiang Xinglan was originally named Hihua, and he had returned home to visit his mother a month before the massacre, only to discover that his entire family had been slaughtered. His mother fought fiercely to protect him, and it was then that he encountered you. He harbored a deep-seated hatred, resenting the royal family, and even more so the emperor, for it was indeed the royal family's incompetence that led to his family's demise. I cannot refute that. His rescue of Lin Nanjia was purely coincidental. Yet he did not foresee that she would become his greatest pawn. I had already uncovered his secret, and Lin Nanjia knew that my greatest weakness was you. As long as you remained unharmed, I would remain composed. Your loss would disorient me, serving as a warning. Thus, Jiang Xinglan never intended to intervene in Lin Nanjia's actions against you. Li Nanjia loved him, considering his words paramount, but my own negligence led to my downfall. Li Nanjia, much like in this lifetime, married the crown prince, using him and the Li family to pave the way for Jiang Xinglan. On the day of your demise, I succumbed to drink, and they seized the opportunity to conspire and wrest away military power. Subsequently, the crown prince was deposed, the Li family suffered repercussions, and that useless Xie Yanci ascended to power. Li Nanjia faked her death to enter Zhang's residence as his advisor, while Jiang Xinglan became the emperor's and Xie Yanci's most trusted confidant, leaving me with no chance of resurgence, subject to their relentless oppression. Every time I saw Li Nanjia, I wished for her demise. Later, I orchestrated a grand scheme, provoking her to madness upon witnessing Jiang Xinglan in close proximity to another woman. Long Xia, wielding a long blade, brought her to an end. He whose objective was to overthrow the imperial authority and avenge the entire He family. Yet the He family incident was an unjust case. However, he had no choice but to kill. Shen Zhiyi pressed her lips together, her mouth opening and closing. Yet she remained silent. The weight of the information overwhelmed her, leaving her mind in a fog, devoid of coherent thoughts. Her thoughts were tangled like a mass of threads. Xie Yanci's expression was stern, his eyes shadowed with intensity. You need not worry about these matters. In this life, I have seized the initiative and have already woven a web in the shadows. Not a single deserving soul shall escape their fate. Shen Zhiyi furrowed her brow. Then, what about Jiang Xinglan? Xie Yanci replied, I will seek justice for the He family, but only if he chooses to end his own life. His cunning is profound, and his ambitions are boundless. Until he is removed, peace will elude us. Shen Zhiyi's expression tightened. I should take my medicine first. Xie Yanci released her and brought the medication closer, feeding it to her spoonful by spoonful. There's a reason for every pitiful soul. Do not harbor pity for him. Shen Zhiyi fought back tears, stunned to realize Jiang Xinglan's true nature. The last survivor of the He family, he merely sought revenge for his clan. Xie Yanci, do not mention him in my presence again. You may act as you wish. She did not wish to know. She could forgive his past ruthlessness towards her, but she had no right to forgive Xie Yanci, who had taken Jiang Xinglan's life, regardless of any previous rescue, which may have been a mere facade, lacking sincerity. Xie Yanci spoke in a hushed tone. All right, finish your medicine and then have a meal. Do not dwell too much on it. Otherwise, I could have your cousin come to keep you company, sharing the latest gossip from the capital. She's quite the source of joy. He understood her distress. There's no need for that. I will move on. Besides, I am to be married soon. I must find happiness, mustn't I? Xie Yanci felt a pang in his heart. Once she finished her medicine, he immediately placed a candied treat in her mouth. In this life, let us strive for joy. Allow Yoli to prepare delicious food for you. How about I come to accompany you every day, tomorrow, the day after, and so forth? A faint smile graced Shen Zhiyi's face as she reached out to embrace him. All right, but you must not go back on your word. Xie Yanci's eyes crinkled with delight as he leaned down to gently kiss her lips. One hand tenderly encircled her slender waist while the other lifted her chin slightly, drawing her closer. Their heated breaths intertwined, having just emerged from a vivid dream. Shen Zhiyi found herself inexplicably more reliant on him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and slowly closed her eyes, forgetting everything and surrendering herself to him. Xie Yanci's throat moved gently, as if suppressing some emotion. His hands cradled her delicate face, and unbeknownst to him, a subtle hint of desire had taken residence in his gaze. As he looked into her tear-filled eyes, he could not help but tremble, then lowered his head. Closing his eyes, at some point, Shen Zhiyi's hand fell, tightly clutching the fabric of his shirt. Inhaling the faint scent of pine and feeling a sense of security wash over her. Instinctively, she began to unfasten his clothing, her soft fingers brushing against his warm skin. Miss, just now the prince said you were awake, I prepared. Suddenly, Liuli, startled, hurriedly carried the food out, closing the door behind her, forbidding anyone to enter. Intruders would face dire consequences. Longxia, observing Liuli's startled demeanor, assumed something was amiss inside and rushed in. What are you doing? Sister Changxia, it is nothing. I was merely startled by the sight of a cockroach. The young lady is still asleep. so please do not disturb her. Changxiao, perplexed, remarked that just moments ago you claimed the young lady had awakened, yet now you say she is asleep again? Liuli nodded, explaining that the young lady, fatigued, has fallen back into slumber. Changxiao leaned forward to peek inside, but Liuli swiftly rose, playfully obstructing her view with a cheerful grin. Observing Liuli's innocent and easily deceived demeanor, Changxiao chose not to comment. Very well, you may take the meal back. We shall wait until the young lady awakens to discuss it. Liuli breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 52. The anomaly of Jiang Lanyu. The two individuals in the room blushed to the roots of their necks, utterly unprepared for their moment of indiscretion to be so brazenly interrupted. Shen Zhiyi's face was aflame with embarrassment. Being of delicate constitution, she swiftly dove under the covers, aghast at her own actions. What had she just done? The very thought of nearly crossing an irrevocable line within the confines of the Shen Manor, her own boudoir, was mortifying. How could she have dared to reach into Xie Yanci's chest? Heaven above, how shameful! Though Xie Yanci felt a tinge of awkwardness, being a man of stature, did not consider it as shameful as she did. He meticulously buttoned her disheveled garments back into place. After all, they were a married couple. What was there to be embarrassed about? It was all rather normal. Ahem, Zhiyi, she has left, he murmured, leaning down to gently lift a corner of the blanket. Shen Zhiyi reacted strongly. Do not move. Let me be for a moment. A portion of her distress stemmed from her own desires, but a greater part was rooted in her astonishment at her own burgeoning feelings. How had things escalated to this point? Just moments ago, they had been engaged in a serious discussion. Now, the situation had transformed entirely. Had it not been for the interruption, she could scarcely fathom the potential consequences. Zhiyi, we are already a married couple. It is perfectly natural for you to explore my body. Moreover, in a month. Shut up. Just stop talking. Shen Zhiyi tugged at the covers, revealing her glistening, tear-filled eyes as she muttered, You should leave. I wish to sleep. Xie Yanci raised an eyebrow, caressing his own lips, and replied with a smile, Very well. I shall take my leave. Wait. Shen Zhiyi hastily stopped him, rising to scrutinize his lips, which were red and swollen. It was evident to any observer what had transpired. You should not leave. Your lips are injured, and I likely am no exception. Oh dear, considering how far we have come, please fetch something to eat. Shen Zhiyi rolled her eyes before closing them again, feeling a deep sense of shame for her own desires. Xie Yanci dispatched Wang Lao to the Shen Manor for her treatment, and within 10 days, Shen Zhiyi's ailment was cured. Coincidentally, the palace had delivered the completed wedding attire to the Shen household. The princess's wedding gown was intricate, consisting of layers upon layers of fabric. Sister, you have been dressing for nearly half an hour. Why are you not ready yet? It is so complex, don't you think so, Lanyue's sister? Yi Zhiqiu observed the wedding gown intently, only to turn and find Jiang Lanyu lost in thought, unresponsive. Lanyue's sister, what is the matter with you? Jiang Lanyu snapped back to reality. I was momentarily distracted. My apologies. What were you saying? Yi Zhiqiu regarded her with suspicion. Oh, nothing. I was merely commenting on how lovely my sister's wedding gown is. Jiang Lanyu smiled in agreement, though her smile carried a hint of stiffness, indeed. While the process is rather cumbersome, the final effect is quite beautiful. Yi Zhiqiu silently noted her peculiar demeanor. It was rather odd. Unbeknownst to Shen Zhiyi, who stood like a wooden doll, completely oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around her, she allowed the matron to dress her in silence. In her past life, the prospect of marrying Xie Yanci had filled her with unbridled joy. Even the weight of the wedding gown had not dampened her spirits. However, what took her by surprise was that when she donned the wedding gown once more, she found it to be extraordinarily heavy. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe. And with a pale complexion, she inquired, Mama, are we almost ready? Just one last piece remains, the maid replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhiyi finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the end was near. Wow, sister, you look stunning. This wedding dress is truly exquisite. The vibrant red base adorned with golden phoenix embroidery is so lifelike, and the headpiece is simply magnificent, crafted from pure gold. Yi Zhiqiu exclaimed, rising to her feet, clearly enamored by the attire. Unable to resist, She reached out to gently caress it. Sister, you've truly outdone yourself. It's too beautiful. Jiang Lanyue's eyes sparkled with amazement, wishing that her own nuptials could be met with such heartfelt blessings. Indeed, it was breathtaking. A blush graced Shen Zhiyi's delicate cheeks as she thought, well, I graciously accept your compliments. With merely half a month until the wedding, Xie Yanci will never witness my beauty. Sister, speaking of Prince Ning, it suddenly reminds me of the affairs between Li Nanjia and the Crown Prince, Yi Zhiqiu remarked, shooing the maid away and commanding Changxia to guard the door, permitting no one to enter. Discussing the Crown Prince was a serious offense, yet her lips betrayed her thoughts. With a mischievous smile, Yi Zhiqiu continued, Sister, what is the story behind Li Nanjia and the Crown Prince's impending marriage? It's rather perplexing. There are no prior signs at all, but I've heard some inside gossip. She leaned in closer, beckoning them conspiratorially, her voice lowered. Word has it that Li Nanjia is carrying the Crown Princess child. What? You know this? Shen Zhiyi was astounded. How could Li Nanjia possibly be pregnant so soon? It hasn't been long since her last encounter with the Crown Prince. Yeziyu Huseter Froning in Urgenji. Sister, keep your voice down. I've heard that they've been involved before marriage, and she is already 2 months along. She consulted a doctor, and, fortuitously, that doctor is the father of my wet nurse, which is how I learned of it. What? This time, it was Jiang Lanyue who was taken aback, nearly losing her footing. You mean to say that Li Nanjia and the Crown Prince have been intimate, and as a result, she is pregnant? Yi Zhiqiu's face flushed. You don't need to be so blunt. I'm still an unmarried girl. Jiang Lanyue's eyes widened. Are you implying that one can conceive simply by sharing a bed? Yi Zhiqiu, being inexperienced, nodded. Yes, but why do you ask? We seem to have strayed from our topic. Shen Zhiyi, blushing, interjected, it's not merely about sharing a bed. You will come to understand these matters naturally before marriage. As her words settled, it was evident that Jiang Lanyue relaxed, realizing the truth. Yi Zhiqiu, ever straightforward, remarked, Sister Lanyue, what is with your peculiar demeanor today? You were just lost in thought, and now you're posing such unusual questions. What is wrong? Jiang Lanyue hastily shook her head. No, it's nothing. I merely have my monthly cycle, and my stomach feels uncomfortable. Ah, so that is it, Yi Zhiqiu responded. After trying on the wedding attire, Shen Zhiyi could hardly contain her eagerness to remove the garments. But even more impatient was Yi Zhiqiu. Sister, allow me to assist you. I have heard that your maid, Liuli, is exceptionally skilled in the culinary arts. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to sample her creations today. Shen Zhiyi let out a chuckle. Is this the primary reason for your visit today? Yi Zhiqiu replied, Not at all. Sister, I must tell you, I have heard tales of Liuli's exquisite cooking. We absolutely must indulge ourselves later. Sister, please ask her to prepare several dishes. 10 or 8 would suffice. I am in a period of growth and require ample nourishment. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Shen Zhiyi called out, Sister Lanyu, Sister Lanyu, Sister Lanyu. Jiang Lanyue was caught off guard by the sudden call and quickly regained her composure. Huh? What is it? Yi Zhiqiu and Shen Zhiyi exchanged glances before inquiring. What's the matter with you? Jiang Lanyue, her gaze evasive, replied, I'm fine. It's just that my monthly cycle has caused some discomfort, making me a bit distracted. I assure you, I am quite all right. Chapter 53. Jiang Xinglan's visit at the dining table. Yi Zhiqiu, drooling slightly, stealthily observed Jiang Lanyue, who appeared to be in a state of turmoil, her gaze evasive and her demeanor restless. Surely, there was something amiss. Had she encountered some distressing situation? With her distracted appearance, was it possible she had lost at gambling, or perhaps been bullied by that scoundrel Qin Chong? Meanwhile, Shen Zhiyi was also quietly scrutinizing Jiang Lanyue. She had been persistently inquiring about matters of pregnancy. Could it be that Lanyue had indulged in forbidden fruits with Qin Chong? No, that cannot be right. Pei Xian had once mentioned that Qin Chong had numerous fleeting romances. Could it be that he had mistreated Lanyue? The mere thought of it caused Shen Zhiyi's expression to darken with rage. That wretch. At that moment, Jiang Lanyue was acutely aware of the 2 penetrating gazes fixed upon her, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. She hastily attempted to divert the conversation. Ahem, this stir-fried pork is truly delicious. Oh, and this dish is quite delightful as well. You must all try it. This soup smells heavenly, she declared, lifting her bowl to shield herself from their scrutiny under the pretext of sipping soup. Alas, she was still too inexperienced. They had seen through her faade. Yet, she would never confess the truth. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave now, Jiang Lanyue exclaimed, hastily putting down her utensils and fleeing, her ears covered in anxiety lest someone call her back, glancing over her shoulder as she ran. Sis, it's evident that Lanyue is hiding something. Ye Zhiyi remarque it. Shen Zhiyi furrowed her brow. Do not pry or investigate quietly. This is her private matter. Since she is unwilling to share, it signifies that she wishes to keep it from us. It is rather apparent that she is concealing something that she does not wish to disclose. Very well, Yi Zhiqiu conceded, returning her focus to her meal. Though Shen Zhiyi verbally insisted there was no need for investigation, her heart was still laden with worry. As the wedding date approached, the royal residence was abuzz with preparations for the ceremony, adhering to the standards befitting a princess. Shen Zhiyi was so preoccupied that she felt more dizzy than atop. After meticulous arrangements, her dowry was finally ready. The process of assembling her dowry had indeed been arduous, with Madame Shen sparing no effort, extracting a hefty sum of over 100,000 taels from Shenzhong, causing this frugal man to feel a pang of anguish at the sudden loss of such a vast fortune. He fell ill from the distress. Madame Shen returned in full the betrothal gifts given by Xie Yanci, adding them to Shen Zhiyi's dowry. It goes without saying that Madame Shen contributed the majority of her life's savings, including properties and assets under her name. Though Shen Yinyang, the eldest son of the family, usually maintained a low profile, he also contributed several thousand taels to augment Shen Zhiyi's dowry. As for the 200,000 taels sent by Jiang Xinglan, Shen Zhiyi had discreetly arranged for its return, placing it back into the Jinfeng pavilion. Miss, do take a moment to rest. The weather outside is cold. Please have a sip of mutton soup, someone suggested. In recent months, due to Liuli's presence, most of the maids and servants in the Ziyuan have gained several pounds, not to mention Shen Zhiyi, whose face has rounded considerably. Shen Zhiyi had just finished counting her dowry when she casually took a sip of the steaming mutton soup, feeling as though she were enveloped in a furnace. Warm and cozy. Why has an additional 200,000 taels appeared? It was I who placed it there. Jiang Xinglan entered from outside, his eyes carrying a hint of chill, and raindrops clung to his cloak, his sharply defined features reflecting some displeasure. Zhiyi, is it because of Prince Ning that you have distanced yourself from me? Shen Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to enter so directly. She felt somewhat flustered. Indeed, he had lived in the Shen residence before, and the maids and servants were all familiar with him. She had yet to determine how to approach him. So she could only respond stiffly, "What brings you here?" Jiang Xinglan replied with a wry smile, "If I hadn't come, would you still acknowledge me as your brother? In the past, you would smile and rush to call me Brother Xinglan, but now, you greet me coldly with a mere, 'What brings you here?' Is it possible that Prince Ning is jealous of our relationship, commanding you to sever ties with me? Even the 200,000 taels and the land deed you returned discreetly, along with a note stating that I must tread carefully as I enter the officialdom." Zhiyi, what transpired? Shen Zhiyi's expression grew uncomfortable, and she bit her lip, forcing a smile as she stood. "Brother Xinglan, you are overthinking this. It has nothing to do with the prince. It is my own matter. As you step into the official world, you must rely on your own efforts. You need these 200,000 taels more than I do." Jiang Xinglan lowered his gaze, his expression deeply hurt. "You are the one wishing to distance yourself. I have longed to see you these days. You are to be married, and as your brother, I wish to support you. Yet, it seems even meeting you has become a challenge, so I had no choice but to come uninvited." He looked at her helplessly, unsure of what he had done wrong. Zhiyi was his closest sister and the most important person in his life. He couldn't comprehend that even she might no longer want him. Shen Zhiyi felt a pang in her heart, forcing a smile as she attempted to mimic their former intimacy. "Xinglan, please bring the mutton soup. It's cold outside, and you need to warm yourself after coming in. Brother Xinglan, please sit. I apologize for being so busy lately with wedding preparations. There's much to attend to." Shen Zhiyi moved over to gently push him into a seat, pressing on his shoulders. Brother Xinglan, please do not be upset. It is all my fault. Jiang Xinglan's expression was dark and obstinate. Then accept this 200,000 taels, if you still acknowledge me as your brother. Shen Zhiyi smiled in response. Very well. Then I shall accept it. Brother Xinglan, how do you find your entry into the officialdom? Is it enjoyable? She asked with a smile, and at that moment, Jiang Xinglan felt as if he had returned to the past. His expression softened, the tension in his face easing. The official world is complex. It cannot truly be described as enjoyable. My position is not high, but it is manageable. Then let us congratulate our brother Xinglan. Surely, he will contribute to the Northern Dynasty, serving the nation and its people, becoming a great hero. Right, brother Xinglan? Jiang Xinglan's gaze flickered. Who could truly predict what the future held? Shen Zhiyi felt a pang in her heart and spoke earnestly. Brother Xinglan, with such remarkable abilities, intelligence, and martial prowess, you are destined to carve out a place for yourself in this world. Surely, you will become a beloved general among the people of the Northern Dynasty. Jiang Xinglan, wishing to steer clear of the subject, masked his expression and inquired, "Zhi, what is it that you truly wish to convey?" He was not oblivious to the underlying meaning in her words, sensing that she was alluding to something. Had someone perhaps divulged information to her? A glint of sharpness flickered in Jiang Xinglan's gaze. Chapter 54. The Wicked One in My Dreams. Shen Zhiyi hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's quite amusing, really. The last time I had a fever, I was plagued by nightmares, dreaming that Xinglan Ge wanted to kill me. He uttered those words night after night, and I grew fearful. The Xinglan Ge in my dreams was terrifying, with a gaping maw as if to devour me. I kept insisting, 'I am Shen Zhiyi, your sister,' yet the dream version of Xinglan Ge would not listen and was determined to consume me." Jiang Xinglan's lips curled into a slight smile, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze before he returned to his usual demeanor, speaking gently. "That dream version of Jiang Xinglan is truly wicked. However, Zhi, dreams are often inverted. You will always be the most important person in my world. I would never harm anyone without harming you first." Shen Zhiyi felt a wave of emotion, nearly brought to tears, but she managed to hold back. Had it not been for her past life, she would never have believed that someone as wonderful as Xinglan Ge could wish her harm. "Xinglan Ge, please take care of yourself. Live well, marry, and have children, will you?" Jiang Xinglan smiled indulgently, ruffling her hair. "Why, it seems you are preparing for marriage and becoming more mature, even giving me advice. How touching." Shen Zhiyi replied, "Indeed, I think about how once I marry, I will bear children. My only wish is for everyone around me to live a healthy and peaceful life." Jiang Xinglan was no exception. Though Jiang Xinglan smiled, the warmth did not reach his eyes. He had not anticipated this layer of dreams that had caused Zhi to distance herself from him. Whether it was a sign from the heavens or a reminder, he bore a grudge steeped in blood, which destined him to be unlike ordinary individuals. The pain of his clan's destruction would haunt him eternally. This burden should not fall upon Zhi. He would never harm her. Yet for Xie Yanci, it was another matter. He desired the demise of the entire royal family. "Very well, I shall take good care of myself." After Jiang Xinglan departed, Shen Zhiyi sat in a daze, tormented by conflicting feelings. Her mind a tangled mess akin to an unraveling thread. She closed her eyes in anguish, rubbing her temples, wishing that the world were devoid of such complexities. Why must she stand in opposition to Xinglan Ge? Yet, she had no choice but to be at odds with him. The one in the wrong was not him. Why should Xinglan Ge bear this burden? Who would not go mad under the weight of such a blood feud? But he had killed Xie Yanci. "Miss, do you have a headache?" Xing Yue approached to massage her temples, offering comfort. "Do not worry, miss. Everything will resolve itself in due time." Shen Zhiyi absent-mindedly responded with an yearning for that day to arrive swiftly. "Miss, you're to pay a visit to the Empress Dowager tomorrow. Do not dwell on it too much, lest you lose sleep tonight and find yourself troubled when you enter the palace." Shen Zhiyi sighed in frustration, nearly forgetting that the Empress Dowager wished to summon her for a lecture, undoubtedly about the responsibilities of a royal woman to propagate the family and maintain decorum. "Ah, tonight? Lioli need not cook. I have no appetite." Xing Yue bit her lip and replied, "Understood, Mississippi." The next day, Shen Zhiyi rose from her slumber, adorned with dark circles beneath her eyes, having spent a restless night. Sleep eluded her, and the more she pondered, the more alert she became. Last night, she had summoned Changxia and Xingyue to engage in a game of leaf cards, only to lose throughout the evening, winning not a single hand. Fortunately, Liuli's adept makeup skills concealed her fatigue with a generous application of powder, rendering her complexion fairer from a normal distance. She felt so weary. Liuli, today Changxia and Xingyue are taking a break. Accompany me outside and keep watch in the carriage. Liuli nodded eagerly. Yes, miss. This is the first time you're taking me out. Upon reaching the palace gates, Shen Zhiyi noticed the absence of her sedan chair and realized she would have to walk inside. Her beautiful eyes, half open, struggled against the drowsiness as the biting winter wind fiercely swept across her face and crept down her neck, whisking away her sleepiness. Her stomach audibly protested, and she could only swallow, regretting not having eaten something before leaving. It seemed the Empress Dowager was deliberately testing her character, even denying her a sedan chair. She feared there might not even be food later. What a misfortune. Ah well, if food were scarce, she would have to bear her hunger with grace, knowing that Xie Yanci would be there to support her. After walking for what felt like an eternity, Shen Zhiyi's legs were nearly frozen, her complexion pale from the cold, and her lips chapped. She was on the verge of fainting from hunger. Ahead, the matron walked briskly, seemingly impervious to the chill. With no choice, she steeled herself to follow. Why had they constructed such an enormous palace? The carriage was not permitted to pass, and being carried in a sedan chair was even more exhausting. Truly, it was exasperating. Miss Shen, we have arrived. Shen Zhiyi's eyes brightened as if she had glimpsed hope, and she hurried inside. In the Rinshou Palace, silver charcoal burned warmly, and the inner chamber was exceedingly cozy, adorned with thick carpets brought as tribute from the western regions. The Empress Dowager, clad in a golden sable coat, held a warming pot in her hands, while Zhang Mama gently massaged her shoulders. Upon seeing Shen Zhiyi finally enter, she cast a sidelong glance, initially displeased, but upon noticing her haggard visage, she refrained from uttering any reprimand. Had it been any other noble lady walking from the palace gates, she would have already lost her temper. Yet, Shen Zhiyi remained composed, displaying remarkable fortitude. This little hardship was nothing to her. Your servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager enjoy boundless blessings and peace. Shen Zhiyi felt as though her legs no longer belonged to her, as she stiffly knelt. Rise, Mama. Assist the Princess Consort of Ning to sit. Supported to her seat, Shen Zhiyi was soon handed a warming pot by Zhang Mama, and a steaming bowl of ginger soup was presented to her. When she consumed it, she felt revitalized. Thank you for your grace, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager smiled gently. My dear child, did you find the walk from the palace gates to Rinshou Palace exhausting? Shen Zhiyi replied honestly, in response to the Empress Dowager, it is indeed tiring. My legs tremble from fatigue, yet fortunately, this distance is manageable. The Empress Dowager nodded kindly, appreciating her sincerity, far more than the pretense exhibited by other noble ladies who would feign that such a walk posed no challenge. She favored the authenticity of the Princess Consort of Ning. Young people should engage in more exercise. Grandmother, prepare some pastries. I notice that the Princess of Ning appears somewhat unwell and may have missed her morning meal. Shen Zhiyi's eyes brightened, and she joyfully replied, Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty. Her stomach, in accordance with her sentiment, audibly echoed her hunger. The Empress, finding it amusing rather than disrespectful, remarked, I heard you caught a chill a few days ago. Shen Zhiyi obediently responded, I appreciate your Majesty's concern. It was merely a fever, nothing serious. I have long since recovered. The Empress continued, You are to marry the Prince of Ning soon. You must take good care of your health to contribute to the royal lineage. The royal family is currently lacking in descendants, and I am eagerly awaiting the arrival of great-grandchildren. Shen Zhiyi feigned shyness and nodded, committing the Empress's teachings to memory. The Empress looked at her with satisfaction, saying, You are a perceptive girl. It is good that you understand. Remember to nurture your health. Zhang Granny, prepare the nourishing tonics I arranged for the Princess of Ning. She is delicate and must be supported. Granny Zhang smiled and complied. The Empress advised, Princess of Ning, once you enter the royal household, You must learn to manage both the internal and external affairs, overseeing the kitchen. The prince has many responsibilities, and everything must prioritize him. Have you selected any concubines? A large royal residence cannot have only one princess. Your primary duty should be to ensure the continuation of our lineage. Shen Zhiyi narrowed her eyes slightly and responded, I shall heed your majesty's counsel. However, the matter of concubines must depend on the prince's preferences. If he desires them, I will certainly make arrangements. She felt that she should not overstep, as the topic of concubines had been broached before she had even fully entered the door. The empress pondered and conceded that the Prince of Ning was rather stubborn. If he disapproved, no persuasion would suffice. Ah, your majesty, the imperial physician has arrived. The empress beamed with delight, urging, quickly, let him examine the Princess of Ning. She fell ill recently, and I worry about her health. The physician diligently checked Shen Zhiyi's pulse and examined her complexion, reporting to the empress, the princess's pulse is steady, and her vital energy is balanced. Overall, her health is satisfactory. However, there are signs of slight deficiency in her vitality. This is not indicative of a serious ailment, but rather due to mental strain or insufficient dietary nourishment. A brief period of rest and proper supplementation should restore her vitality. The empress sighed in relief. That is good. Please prescribe some medicinal ingredients for the Princess of Ning. Your Majesty, Wang Quan has finally prepared the sweet soup you love. A graceful young woman playfully entered, her voice as melodious as chimes, and she affectionately linked her arm with the empress. Chapter 55. Luo Wanwan, the Empress Dowager, with a gentle gaze, chuckled softly, You wild child, so mischievous. This is Shen Zhiyi, the future Princess of Ning. Why not greet her? This is Luo Wanwan, a child of my maternal family, she continued. Luo Wanwan's clear eyes turned, scrutinizing Shen Zhiyi. The future Princess of Ning? The Empress Dowager's expression subtly shifted, revealing that Shen Zhiyi had already entered the royal family and would soon be wed as the legitimate consort of the Prince of Ning, her most favored princess. Luo Wanwan beamed, her round eyes curving into crescent shapes. So that's how it is. But, Miss Luo, since I have yet to enter the household, how could I be treated as a princess? Just call me Zhiyi. Shen Zhiyi hastily rose to stop her. Luo Wanwan had never heard of this person before. Yet she must be of considerable status to accompany the Empress Dowager, and their rapport suggested a significant connection. The Empress Dowager's gaze lingered on Shen Zhiyi, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Please sit. Let Shen Zhiyi taste this sweet soup. She hasn't had her breakfast yet. Shen Zhiyi paused, but Luo Wanwan promptly set the soup before her. It's nothing. Since the Empress Dowager has spoken, you should eat. It's quite delicious, especially when paired with pastries. With this encouragement, Shen Zhiyi ceased to decline. Adopting her best dining posture, she savored the soup in small bites, acutely aware of the Empress Dowager's watchful gaze. In the palace, forging a bond with the Empress Dowager would shield her from future misfortunes. The sweet soup made by Miss Luo is truly delightful. It seems only heavenly beings could concoct such a dish. Shen Zhiyi exclaimed dramatically. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but laugh heartily. Wanwan's culinary skills are commendable, but you overestimate her talents. It's not that extraordinary. Luo Wanwan, feeling playful, linked her arm with the Empress Dowager and pouted, Your Majesty, that is simply not true. Everything I make is delicious. The Empress Dowager smiled contentedly. Very well, I concede. You, my dear girl, have reached the age of maturity, yet still choose to accompany this old woman in the palace. You ought to consider marriage. Luo Wanwan's face flushed crimson, her demeanor turning bashful. Your Majesty, I have no intention of marrying. If I were to wed, it would be to the great general, a man of formidable prowess, so I would not be bullied. However, the current generals are all as old as my father. Thus, I shall not marry. The Empress Dowager remarked, The Prince of Ning is a legendary warrior of the north, renowned and illustrious, my own grandson. You have met him. He is charming and graceful. Why do I not see any interest from you towards him? Luo Wanwan quickly glanced at Shen Zhiyi, her face burning with embarrassment as she lowered her head, nearly burying it in her garments, unable to utter a word. Shen Zhiyi felt a wave of desolation wash over her. Ah, it seems she has taken a liking to Xie Yanci again. With the Empress Dowager as her backing, if she were to enter the royal residence. She could do as she pleased. Luo Wanwan, blushing furiously, twisted her handkerchief and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, one must not arbitrarily matchmake. The Prince of Ning and Miss Shun are a perfect pair. Oh dear, I must take my leave." With that, Luo Wanwan dashed away. The Empress Dowager was not angered. Her smile gradually widened. This girl appeared daring, yet in truth, she was akin to a paper tiger, as evidenced by her hasty retreat. Having spent some time in her company, the Empress Dowager had never discerned her subtle intentions. To her astonishment, it seemed she had caught the attention of Prince Ning. Soon, she would be wed to him. Surely, being a secondary consort would suffice for her. Would you agree? Shen Zhiyi replied, "Of course. I could not wish for anything more. My lively sister Wanwan would undoubtedly bring much joy to the royal residence." Such naive sentiments. The Empress Dowager's icy demeanor returned. Upon her return, Shen Zhiyi wore a stoic expression as Lioli observed the palace servants unloading numerous packages of medicinal herbs into the carriage, filled with curiosity. During the journey home, the carriage became cluttered with the herbs, forcing Shen Zhiyi and Lioli into a corner, leaving them with no space to sit comfortably. "Miss, why are there so many medicinal herbs?" Lioli inquired. Shen Zhiyi closed her eyes, curled up in the corner, utterly speechless. "These were gifts from the Empress Dowager, presumably to ensure I bear children. After a visit to the palace, I was made to transcribe the imperial regulations, the virtues of women, and the tenets of femininity, each 10 times, while also being required to consume tonics to restore my health. And to top it off, I must accept a secondary consort for Xie Yanci." The more she spoke, the more her indignation swelled, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What nonsense is this?" Lioli, feeling a pang of sympathy, bit her tongue, remembering her own past as one of the prince's concubines. "This is truly intolerable. It is incessantly about expanding the lineage and taking concubines. With so many herbs, do they expect me to consume medicine for every meal?" "Shoo, miss, you mustn't speak so loudly. We are still in the streets." Shen Zhiyi was furious, her temper flaring. "I awoke early, without breakfast or a sip of water, braving the biting cold from the palace gates to Rinshou Palace, my legs nearly frozen. Once inside, I was met with stern lectures, only to be offered an unknown sweet soup and a secondary consort for Xie Yanci, along with a myriad of fertility prescriptions." The more she lamented, the more aggrieved she felt, eventually bringing herself to tears. It is utterly unfair. This was the first time Lioli had witnessed her weep, and she was taken aback, suspecting it might be due to her monthly cycle, which often brought about emotional lows. Miss, we need not consume these herbs. As for the writing, I can help you with that." Shen Zhiyi wiped her tears. "Really?" "Indeed, just as we arrived at Chunfeng Tower, renowned for its delectable pastries. I shall go buy some for you." Lioli promptly called for the carriage to stop and hurriedly descended. "Wait, Lioli, you forgot your money." Shen Zhiyi dried her tears and hurried down to hand her some coins. "Miss, be careful." Chapter 56. Assassination amidst the crowd. Shen Zhiyi was poised to hand over some silver to Lu Li when suddenly she heard a warning cry. Startled, she turned around just in time to see a gleaming dagger thrusting towards her. Lu Li instinctively raised her hand to shield Shen Zhiyi, the blade piercing her arm and blood gushing forth. Shen Zhiyi's pupils dilated in shock, and she swiftly kicked the assailant away before hurriedly tending to Lu Li. With concern etched on her face, Shen Zhiyi asked, "Lu Li, are you all right?" Lu Li's complexion turned pale, and pain rendered her speechless. "I'm in agony, Mississippi. My arm hurts terribly." "Shen Zhiyi, you wretched harlots!" A familiar voice rang out, causing Lu Li to pause in disbelief. "Jianshui, what are you doing here?" "Miss, she was my maid before, at the Prince Ning's residence. I thought she was in Yangzhou. I cannot fathom why she has appeared here." Jianshui glared at them with malice. "If you hadn't sent me back to Yangzhou, I wouldn't be in such dire straits. I could have been a favored concubine of Prince Ning, but you two have ruined my life. You deserve to die." With a twisted expression, Jianshui lunged at them, dagger dripping with blood in hand. Shen Zhiyi pushed Lu Li aside and quickly maneuvered to seize Jianshui's wrist. Just then, the hidden guard protecting them appeared and subdued Jianshui. Miss, are you unharmed? One of the guards inquired. Shen Zhiyi coldly shook her head. I am fine. Take her to Jingzhou. Let me go. Let me go. I will kill you. Jian Shui struggled fiercely against the guard's grasp. Shen Zhiyi stepped forward, delivering 2 slaps across her face. Consider yourself fortunate. Silence her and take her away. Yes. Jian Shui glared at them, her eyes glinting with venom. Liu Li, why is she here? Wasn't she supposed to be in Yangzhou? Shen Ziyi's expression darkened. I do not know. To attempt an assassination in broad daylight, does the law of the land hold no sway? Do not worry about this matter. First, let us attend to your arm. Though Liu Li harbored doubts, her primary concern was her injury. It hurts so much blood. Will I survive? Upon reaching the nearest clinic, Liu Li succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen Zhiyi had staunched the bleeding, but their appearance still caused quite a stir, both women covered in blood, startling the physician into fearing the worst. Fortunately, Liu Li's injury was merely a stab wound to her arm, and once the bleeding was controlled, she was deemed to be out of danger. Shen Zhiyi breathed a sigh of relief. If anything befell Liu Li, Jian Shui would surely pay with her life. Sister, what brings you to the clinic? Yi Zhiqiu, the little gossip, exclaimed upon seeing Shen Zhiyi covered in blood, her face blanching in fear. Sister, are you all right? This isn't my blood. Liu Li took a stab for me during the attack. The assailant has been apprehended and taken to Jingzhou. Yi Zhiqiu patted her chest, attempting to calm herself. You scare me to death. With the wedding approaching, nothing must go awry. But sister, who have you offended to warrant such an assassination attempt? It was someone named Jian Shui. She was previously Liu Li's maid, a thin horse from Yangzhou, who aspired to marry into the royal household. I thwarted her and sent her back to Yangzhou. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. What? Jian Shui? It's actually her. Shen Zhiyi never anticipated that she would recognize such a notable figure. Zhiqiu, you know her too? Yi Zhiqiu's head drooped. It's all because of Shang Wanyi. This girl is his concubine. Due to a rivalry with another concubine from Jiangnan, his beloved ended up getting hurt and was sold off. Shen Zhiyi's lips twitched. Shang Wanyi truly had an affinity for collecting people. So this was the situation. Dear sister, you must be cautious of her. She has already orchestrated one assassination attempt. Who knows what she might plan next? I have matters to attend to. I must deliver medicine to that scoundrel Shang Wanyi. Deliver medicine? Is he injured? Ye Ziyu, Buluxing, whispered in her ear. He inadvertently had relations with a woman at the inn yesterday and ordered me to bring him contraceptive medicine this morning, as he intends to take her as a concubine. Shen Zhiyi stopped her, pulling her back, incredulously staring at her. What did you just say? He asked you to deliver that? Is he out his mind? Shen Zhiyi, in a fit of anger, snatched the medicine pouch from her hand. If you still regard me as your sister, you are not to deliver it. It's outrageous. You are his fiancée, not his maid. Hush, hush. Sister, keep your voice down. Shen Zhiyi's displeasure was evident as she admonished. I will not allow you to buy this medicine, nor to deliver it to him. Now, come, let us take Liu Li to the carriage. You are coming back with me. Yi Zhiqiu clung to her arm, swaying it. Sister, my dear sister. Shang Wanyi is anxiously awaiting it. Shen Zhiyi found herself both amused and exasperated. Zhiqiu, you are the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, a precious gem. You are his future fiancée, not his servant. Why should you run errands for him over such intimate matters? Yi Zhiqiu pouted. It is precisely because I am his future wife that I must handle this. Otherwise, it would be bad if word got out. Shen Zhiyi's expression darkened. It is not my meddling. It is that he's gone too far. Are you truly willing to do this? Yi Zhiqiu lowered her head, her eyes slightly reddened. What can I do? I simply like him too much. I can't refuse him, no matter how unwilling I may feel. Sister, please stop. If you want tea, let me deliver it. Then I want tea. Liu Li has been injured. We must help her back. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhiyi, whose anger had reached its peak, managed to rein it in. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Liu Li was carried back inside. Shen Zhiyi brought some restorative medicine that the Empress had gifted her into Liu Li's room, thinking that if it weren't for Liu Li, she would have been the one injured. Xing Yue, take good care of Liu Li. Zhiqiu, come inside with me. Yi Zhiqiu entered with her head bowed, like a child who had done something wrong. Sister, I have already done so much for him. I can't change my habits. Shen Zhiyi replied. You should not treat someone as despicable as Shangguan Yi with kindness. The more you diminish yourself for him, the less he will see you. If you keep giving, he will only perceive you as easy to manipulate. Yi Zhiqiu was troubled. But sister, I like Shangguan Yi too much. I cannot ignore his requests or refuse to help him. Shen Zhiyi pursed her lips. It is true that you like him, but do you like yourself? When someone dares to trample upon your dignity, can you truly permit such indignities to befall you? Henceforth, you shall not acquiesce to any unreasonable request from Shangguan Yi. You are entitled to decline, for one must first cherish oneself before extending love to others. Yi Zhiqiu hesitated for a moment before nodding. I shall endeavor to do so. But enough of that. By the way, sister, our intelligence network has been preliminarily established, and I have stationed our headquarters at, the Baiwa building. A brothel? Well, if that is the case, I have no objections. Chapter 57. The grand wedding. The matter concerning Jian Shui was transferred to Jingzhou Yi. After leaving the Shangguan family, she was not sold by Shangguan Yi, but remained as a servant within the household. Upon her return to the capital, she harbored deep resentment, believing that her beauty could pave her way to success. However, she was unexpectedly exiled back to Yangzhou, where her existence became a living hell. After returning to the capital, she clandestinely plotted her revenge, aiming to exchange a life for a life. As the truth unfolded, Jian Shui confessed that the act was solely her doing. Naturally, Shen Zhiyi was skeptical. The timing and location of the assassination attempt at Chunfeng Building were too coincidental, indicating that someone had orchestrated the attack against her. In the past, her first suspicion would have fallen upon Li Nanjia, but now, Li Nanjia was preoccupied with the crown prince, leaving no opportunity for such machinations. And killing her would serve no benefit to Li Nanjia. Furthermore, Lu Li had never gotten along with Jian Shui. During these days, Lu Li had behaved herself, displaying a pure and kind-hearted disposition, ruling her out as a suspect. Shen Zhiyi found herself perplexed. As the wedding day approached, there was no room for further contemplation. The grand red silk decorations adorned the Shen residence, and Shen Zhong was in high spirits, beaming with pride as he strode into the court. Now related to the emperor by marriage, he was also a royal relative, and everyone treated him with deference. Before dawn, Shen Zhiyi rose to prepare herself. Lu Li, injured, could not assist her in makeup, so a matron from Madame Shen's side came to attend to her. With no matriarch in the Shen household, Madame Shen styled her hair. As Madame Shen gazed at her daughter, so radiant and soon to be wed, her heart ached, nearly bringing her to tears. Today was a day of joy, and she could not afford to weep. The Ning Wangfu was far more stringent than the Shen residents. It was imperative that Xing Yue and Changxia roused her from sleep. Unlike the Shen household, where one could rise leisurely. Upon marrying, she was to serve the prince diligently and gradually learn to manage the household. Within the palace, she could not act capriciously. As the mistress, she needed an air of authority, refraining from frivolity. Madame Shen offered a plethora of advice. At that moment, Shen Zhiyi wished fervently for her mother to speak even more, for having married twice, they shared a similar mindset. Mother, I shall heed your teachings. Dressed in her bridal attire and adorned with a coronet, all preparations were complete. Just as Xie Yanci's wedding procession arrived, Shen Yinyang carried her out. Shen Yinyang and she had never been particularly close, nor had they quarreled. In an unprecedented display, he remarked, Sister, the Wangfu is not far from the Shen residence. If you miss Mother, feel free to return and visit her. Shen Zhiyi's heart tightened. In her memories, she and this brother had little interaction, seldom exchanging words. His demeanor always distant, unaffected by their father's mercenary nature. His words echoed those from her previous life, supported as she exited. Shen Zhiyi saw Xie Yanci clad in a red ceremonial robe, his gentle demeanor captivating. He swiftly dismounted and lifted her into the bridal sedan chair as firecrackers erupted in celebration. Xie Yanci rode forth, taking his beloved bride home, all for the grand wedding of Ning Wang. The Emperor Jinghua graciously visited the Prince Ning's residence, accepting the reverent kneeling of the newlywed couple. Accompanying him was the Empress, who, albeit reluctantly, sought to assert her presence. The Prince Ning's mansion was teeming with guests, predominantly members of the aristocracy and noble youths. However, Xie Yanci had also organized a 3-day banquet in the nearby streets, providing sustenance for the common folk. Upon their arrival at the prince's residence, Xie Yanci dismounted and extended his hand to assist her from the carriage, guiding her across the fire basin and into the hall. He was brimming with joy. Bending close to her ear, he exclaimed, "Zhiyi, I am so delighted, so very delighted. I feel like jumping for joy." Shen Zhiyi smiled faintly, finding his exuberance rather childish. What was the point of such antics at their age? Xie Yanci retorted, "What of age? Even at this age, I wish to leap with joy." As they entered the main hall, they beheld the Emperor Jinghua and the Empress seated regally above, both adorned with smiles, though the Empress's was tinged with insincerity. She was quite displeased, secretly wishing for some disruption. Why should her son, the crown prince, be met with disdain while Prince Ning reveled in happiness? Such sentiments stirred her ire. The celebrant, with a beaming countenance, announced loudly, "Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall." The couple bows to each other. Lastly, the celebrant joyfully proclaimed, "To the bridal chamber." The crowd erupted in applause, the atmosphere charged with enthusiasm as the celebrant declared, "The ceremony is complete." Emperor Jinghua chuckled heartily, declaring, "Today I am elated. For the wedding of Prince Ning, my esteemed ministers need not be restrained." Despite his jovial words, he was an emperor, and none dared to act recklessly. Xie Yanci's comrades, all seasoned in the military, adhered to decorum, especially with the emperor present. Shen Zhiyi was escorted into the bridal chamber, while Xie Yanci remained to partake in the festivities. The emperor, feeling out of place, soon took his leave with the empress. As soon as they departed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The crowd began to cheer, urging Xie Yanci to drink until inebriated. "Your Highness, on this joyous occasion, you must partake in libations." They laughed heartily. "Indeed, I raise a glass to your Highness. I too toast to your Highness." Xie Yanci, possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol, found it increasingly difficult to withstand their fervent toasts. His initially clear gaze became slightly clouded, and a rosy hue spread across his fair complexion. He signaled to Pei Xian, who promptly stepped forward to help shield him from further drink. Xie Yanjing also rose to assist, though young and of moderate drinking capacity. He understood his brother's impending nuptials and sought to spare him from excessive indulgence. With their support, Xie Yanci seized an opportunity and discreetly slipped away. I knew you must be hungry. I just went to the kitchen and brought you plenty of food, steamed fish, pork rib soup, and several vegetarian dishes. Hurry, eat." Jiang Lanyue stealthily entered their bridal chamber, delivering the meal to Shen Zhiyi. Thankfully, he had just sent word to her. Shen Zhiyi, overlooking everything else, removed her bridal veil and began to eat with gusto. "Thank goodness for you. Today has been so busy with Xing Yue and Changsha's matters, and Liuli has fallen ill. I was starving. Let's eat together." Jiang Lanyue initially had no desire to eat, but upon observing how savorously she indulged, she decided to try a piece of fish. However, as soon as it touched her lips, she grimaced and could not suppress the urge to spit out. Lanyue, what is the matter? Is this fish unclean?" Jiang Lanyue took a moment to recover, sipping water to ease her discomfort, and shook her head. "No, it's just that my stomach has been uneasy lately. Whatever I consume seems to come back up. I've lost several pounds, and the smell of fish is particularly off-putting. It looks appetizing, yet my stomach protests." Shen Zhiyi replied, "Well then, it's best if you avoid such oily and fishy dishes. I shall have someone prepare a bowl of congee for you shortly." Jiang Lanyue responded, "No need for congee. It won't make any difference. There's no point in going to that trouble." Shen Zhiyi regarded her with some concern, recalling an earlier incident that fell amiss. Could it be that she was experiencing morning sickness? With this thought, Shen Zhiyi's expression changed dramatically. "Lanyue, have you seen a doctor?" "No, why do you ask?" Shen Zhiyi hesitated to voice her thoughts, but felt compelled to caution her. "I think it might be wise for you to refrain from seeing a doctor for now. Just wait. I will summon Old Wang to check your pulse immediately." Jiang Lanyue chuckled nonchalantly. "Oh, you're overreacting. I'm merely experiencing a lack of appetite. There's no need for a doctor. My health is fine, and my sleep is excellent. Once I decide to sleep, I do so without issue. Shen Zhiyi said quietly, Lanyue, are you perhaps a child? Chapter 52. The Grand Wedding 2. Upon hearing those words, the color drained from Jiang Lanyue's face inch by inch. As a realization struck her, she abruptly rose, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? I did not. She cast a fleeting glance at Shen Zhiyi, her eyes betraying her unease. Initially, she intended to flee, but upon witnessing the worry etched on Shen Zhiyi's face, her eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching painfully. Why would you say such a thing? Shen Zhiyi felt the world around her darken. Her retort inadvertently confirmed the possibility of pregnancy. Indeed, Jiang Lanyue was concealing a significant matter from her. This is what my mother informed me. Your reaction last time was rather peculiar. A pregnant woman often experiences aversions to certain smells, craves sour foods, and feels excessively drowsy. Do you exhibit any of these symptoms? Jiang Lanyue nodded, wiping away her tears. What should I do? Shen Zhiyi propped her head in her hands, feeling overwhelmed. Whose child is it? Jiang Lanyue lowered her gaze, her expression one of distress. I am a terrible person. The child belongs to Pei Xian. For the moment, Shen Zhiyi refrained from probing into the details of what had transpired, softly comforting her. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone for now. It is not certain that you are pregnant. Let's wait for the physician's diagnosis. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence that you are experiencing these symptoms. Do not panic. Jiang Lanyue felt utterly helpless, unsure of how to proceed. Pei Xian was devoted to his fiancée, Yi, and should she learn of this, it would mean she had disrupted another's relationship. Now, she must seek assistance from Shen Zhiyi. She felt like a burden. She had lost her virtue before marriage. And now, she might be with child. She had thought her recent lack of appetite was inconsequential. Now, she was at a loss. What should she do? How could she face this? In the depths of guilt, Jiang Lanyue contemplated her next steps and resolved to handle the situation herself. Let's discuss this later. Today is your joyous occasion. Do not waste your thoughts on me. I will take care of this matter. With that, she turned and left. Wait, Lanyue, don't do anything foolish. Just then, Xie Yanci returned, watching Jiang Lanyue hurriedly exit with a puzzled expression. Zhiyi, what happened? Your good friend seems to be in tears. Shen Zhiyi cast her eyes downward, offering a casual dismissal. It is merely a secret among women. She gathered her thoughts and redirected her focus back to Xie Yanci. Xie Yanci raised an eyebrow. Since she did not wish for him to know, he refrained from pressing further. He approached to admire Shen Zhiyi in her resplendent crimson wedding gown, adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing silk, her delicate lips and fair skin accentuating her beauty, reminiscent of her past life. His heart inexplicably softened, filled with affection. Zhiyi, you have worked hard today. Allow me to assist you with your crown. Shen Zhiyi swiftly halted him. But you have yet to lift the veil. She donned the veil she had removed and sat quietly on the bed, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Xie Yanci chuckled softly, thinking they were seasoned partners now, and such formalities were unnecessary. Since she insisted, he would lift the veil. He took hold of the joy scale, gently lifting a corner of the veil, then bent down, slipping beneath it to gaze at her with a tender smile. Kissing her gently, moments later, he released her. Now, let us partake in the ritual of mingling the wine. The two intertwined their arms. And after a cup of nuptial wine was consumed, Xie Yanci gently removed her phoenix crown, which had become quite burdensome atop her head. Zhiyi, you look particularly beautiful today. Shen Zhiyi couldn't help but let out a laugh. We're already an old married couple. It's not the first time you've seen my beauty. Ouch, my head still aches a bit after taking this off. I'll help you with that, he offered. Shen Zhiyi closed her eyes, savoring his skillful touch, feeling much more at ease. Though the crown was exquisite, it truly was a torment to wear for an entire day. Xie Yanci smirked. Just wait. I'll make you feel even better. Shen Zhiyi readily agreed, casually remarking, all right, I wonder if His Highness Ning Wang's skills have improved? Xie Yanci's gaze darkened, his throat rolling slightly. Noticing the spread of food on the table, he surmised she had already eaten. He promptly swept her into his arms, a smile gracing his lips. In that case, let the princess consort be the judge. Before Shen Zhiyi could react, he had tossed her onto the bed. She quickly raised her hand to press against his chest, exclaiming, Hey. I haven't even had my head massaged yet. It still hurts? Why the rush? Xie Yanci bent down, his eyes crinkling with mirth. With a playful grin, he pressed his lips to hers like a chick pecking at grains. His fair skin tinted with a hint of pink, his eyes shimmering with unabashed desire. In a low, husky voice, he said, "We are already an old married couple. I'll attend to your head later. For now, I implore the princess consort to assess whether I have made any progress." As Shen Zhiyi prepared to retort, he silenced her with a kiss. Xie Yanci wrapped one arm around her waist while the other supported her head, slowly guiding her down. Shen Zhiyi bit down hard on his shoulder, her eyes closed tightly. Beads of sweat cascaded down Xie Yanci's neck, and as he gazed at Shen, a muffled chuckle escaped his chest. Embarrassed by his laughter, she playfully punched him. His laughter only grew louder. Meanwhile, outside, Xie Yanci and Pei Xian sheltered Xie Yanci from the wine, consuming so much themselves that they collapsed onto the table, utterly inebriated. Chen Lin ordered someone to assist them and prepare a hangover remedy. Pei Xian stumbled about, losing track of direction in his drunken haze. In a dazed state, he heard a familiar voice. "Let go of me. Just because you're a prince doesn't mean you can do as you please." Jiang Lanyue tried to shake off the grip of King Jing, but to no avail. Angrily, she glared at him. "Release me." King Jing squinted at her lively demeanor. Unable to suppress a gulp. Having let another take advantage last time, he was determined not to let her escape this time. He drew her into his embrace, lowering his head to inhale her delicate fragrance. Jiang Lanyue was startled and retaliated with a sharp slap. Trembling with indignation and red-eyed, she mustered her courage, declaring, "This is Ning Wang's residence, not a place for your recklessness. Last time, you conspired with Chun Sheng to drug me, and I let it slide. But this time, if you dare to touch me, we shall both meet our doom." After all, she had already become a wretched being. She had no qualms about dragging a prince down with her. The Duke of Jing puffed his cheeks, massaging his face while casting a dangerous glance at her, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I almost forgot that this is the residence of the Duke of Ning. Let me take you to my own estate." Jiang Lanyue, initially hesitant to harm him due to his status as a prince, knowing that such an act would lead to dire consequences, found herself devoid of alternatives. She discreetly retrieved a concealed weapon that he had previously given her. "How amusing, Your Highness," Pei Xian remarked, allowing Chen Lin to assist him in concealing his intentions from the Duke of Jing, his voice gravelly. "This is Miss Jiang from the Jiang family, who is already betrothed. What is Your Highness's purpose in such intimate engagement?" Miss Jiang has always been on good terms with the Princess of Ning. Should the princess learn of your actions within her residence? The Duke of Jing scoffed coldly, releasing Jiang Lanyue and regarding Pei Xian with displeasure. It was merely a case of mistaken identity. There was no entanglement. It seems that Minister Pei has misjudged the situation due to inebriation. This is the residence of the Duke of Ning. I cannot act recklessly. Yet, Jiang Lanyue is someone I must possess. The day I chanced upon her arguing in the streets was utterly fascinating. I am drawn to this woman. That useless Chun Sheng, Humph. He had the audacity to send her to my chambers during the Hu festival, only to have her escape in the end. Chapter 59, the piercing gaze of Prince Jing fell upon Jiang Lanyue, who felt the weight of his intense scrutiny. He lingered for a moment, a flicker of brilliance shimmering in his eyes before he reluctantly departed. He had nearly succeeded earlier, his enchanting beauty. Yet it was truly amusing. Having been thwarted twice only served to heighten his curiosity about her. If he was not mistaken, she appeared to be brandishing something with the intention of striking him. "Are you all right?" Pei Xian stepped forward, gripping her shoulder to check for any injuries. However, after just a few steps, the entire world seemed to sway around him. Jiang Lanyue felt a strong aversion, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. "I'm fine. Please don't stand so close to me." Pei Xian, his head swirling with inebriation, felt his legs weaken, and he collapsed against Jiang Lanyue, enveloping her in a haze of alcohol-laden breath as he gasped for air, clinging to her tightly. Chen Butler, hurry. You're crushing me." Jiang Lanyue, petite in stature, struggled under his weight. "Oh dear, what a rogue." Chun Lin hurriedly pulled Pei Xian away, casting a look of disdain at him. Little did he realize that Pei Xian had an iron grip on Jiang Lanyue, rendering her immovable. He muttered incoherently, his words barely audible. "Oh my heavens, Lord Pei, wake up!" Chun Lin slapped his face a few times, but Pei Xian felt no pain. Instead, he only tightened his embrace further. Jiang Lanyue, exasperated, turned her gaze to Chen Butler. "Could you please assist him to the nearest guest room? Just toss him onto the bed when we get there." All right, be careful," Chun Lin replied as he supported the two of them towards the closest room. This Lord Pei was not like this before. Now, he was suddenly intoxicated and acting lewdly. Chun Lin shook his head in disbelief, realizing that Miss Jiang was a close friend of their princess, and he needed to inform her of this incident. Jiang Lanyue moved cautiously, stealing glances at Pei Xian, her thoughts a tangled web of emotions. His lips parted and closed, though the words eluded her understanding. His thick, dark lashes quivered slightly, and at first glance, she had thought him to be a reckless playboy. Yet, she soon discovered that he possessed a sense of loyalty and justice unmatched by others. We've arrived. Oh no, it's locked. Who locked it? Really? Miss Jiang, please wait a moment while I fetch the key from the storeroom. I'll be right back. Jiang Lanyue leaned against the door, Pei Xian still draped over her, and turned her head to respond. All right. Hey, Pei Xian, wake up. Why are you so drunk? She pondered, summoning Zhao Xiao to assist him. What is the meaning of you clinging to me? Pei Xian, hazy and disoriented, blinked his eyes open, loosening his hold on her, but then propping himself up, effectively trapping her in his embrace. His gaze was somber, his eyes rimmed with red, and his voice was gravelly, as if coated in sand. Why have you been avoiding me these past days? I searched for you everywhere, at the Jiang household, at the Shen residence, but you were nowhere to be found. Why do you hide from me? Jiang Lanyue's expression turned panicked, and she immediately averted her gaze, stammering, Why, you're drunk. Please let go, I want to go home. Pei Xian lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, his expression composed. What are you so anxious about? Ever since that night, I've been unable to find you. You left your purse with me. What transpired that evening? Jiang Lanyue turned her head away, breaking free from his grasp. Let us not speak of this any further. Nothing happened that night. We are to be wed soon. Please maintain a respectful distance. Pei Xian chuckled coldly. Maintain a distance? That day, I saw Chun Cheng lurking about, carrying something suspicious. I followed him to the King Jing's residence, only to discover that the bag contained you. Do you comprehend the implications of this? If you do not sever your engagement with him to uphold a distance, why do so with me? Had I not rescued you that day, you might have. Pei Xian hesitated, unwilling to continue. He watched as Jiang Lanyue's eyes grew redder, tears eventually spilling over, causing his heart to race. I am sorry. Please do not cry, my dear. I wasn't wrong. Jiang Lanyue trembled, weeping silently. You know nothing, yet you lay blame upon me. Just moments ago, I was nearly taken by the King Jing. Do you understand the terror I felt? He is a prince, and I am but a frail woman. Why must I bear such cruelty? Why does everyone choose to torment me? Aside from Yi. No one treats me kindly. Everyone seeks to bully me. Jiang Lanyue cried, gasping for breath. For the first time, Pei Xian felt a sense of defeat. No words of comfort seemed to alleviate her sorrow, her tears flowing endlessly. He gazed downward at her cherry-red lips, which parted incessantly, and could not resist leaning down to silence them with his own. In that moment, he was consumed by a singular thought. Jiang Lanyue was taken aback, staring at him in shock, momentarily forgetting her tears. Pei Xian gently soothed her, drawing her closer, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his dark eyes softly closing, his heart racing violently within his chest. Oh my goodness! Chun Lin approached with keys in hand, startled by the scene before him, hastily covering his eyes with his hand, exclaiming, Master Pei, you rogue! Release her at once. Jiang Lanyue, embarrassed, pushed Pei Xian away, her face flushed crimson. Pei Xian coughed awkwardly, turning his back. Chun Lin peered through his fingers, relieved to see they had parted, and walked over to open the door. It seems Master Pei is in much better spirits. Miss Jiang, you may leave now. Wait, we still have matters to clarify. Pei Xian insisted, seizing the keys from Chun Lin. Chun Lin, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Master Pei, what is the matter with you? Are you merely acting a rogue? I must warn you, do not take advantage of the inebriation to behave erratically. Miss Jiang is already betrothed. What shall we do if rumors arise from your solitary confinement together? Jiang Lanyue lifted her gaze towards Pei Xian, only to find him fixated upon her. Steward Chun, I have matters to discuss with Master Pei. If we do not clarify this issue, it may lead to further entanglements. We are within the esteemed residence of the Prince of Ning. I trust there are no gossips lurking about. Given her insistence, Chun Lin had no choice but to relent. As he exited, he glanced back at Pei Xian thrice, conveying a silent message. However, Pei Xian paid him no heed, his attention unwaveringly focused on Jiang Lanyue. Chapter 60. Jiang Lanyue prepares to flee the room was illuminated by candlelight, and the two sat facing each other at the table. Pei Xian, with a flushed face, stammered, Did I frighten you earlier? I'm so sorry Jiang Lanyue turned her face away, her previous shyness replaced by an icy demeanor. There is no need to discuss this any further. I appreciate your help in escaping the predicament with King Jing. It's best for both of us to go our separate ways and build our own lives. Pei Xian, let us part as strangers from now on. As Jiang Lanyue turned her head, their eyes met, but she quickly averted her gaze and stood to leave. Pei Xian hurriedly grasped her hand. Wait, what do you mean by acting as if we don't know each other? I still don't understand what happened. You intend to marry Qin Sheng after all he has done? Jiang Lanyue forcefully shook off his grip. This is my affair. It's none of your business. Perhaps, under the current circumstances, leaving was indeed the wisest choice for her. She cast a lingering glance at Pei Xian, imbued with a touch of restraint, before turning to depart. Yet, Pei Xian was unwilling to let her go. Just as her hand reached the doorknob, he enveloped her in his arms and pressed her against the door, feigning ferocity. You shall not marry him. Tell me, what truly transpired that night? Jiang Lanyue pushed against his chest, turning her head to evade his scrutinizing gaze. Nothing happened. Let me go. Pei Xian chuckled softly. If nothing occurred, why do you avoid looking at me? Jiang Lanyue's emotions surged, instability coursing through her. She pushed him away with all her might. I told you, nothing happened. If you do not believe me, why ask? Or is there an answer lurking in your own heart? Pei Xian paused, then explained, I distinctly recall you. I mistreated you. That day, seeing Chun Sheng acting suspiciously with a bundle. I presumed he was involved in the recent abduction cases and secretly infiltrated King Jing's residence. To my astonishment, it was you, unconscious on the bed. I took you away, and you insisted on overpowering me, even tugging at my clothing. Then, everything is a blur, except for... Pei Xian glanced down at her bosom, his face growing increasingly crimson, his voice dwindling. When I awoke the next day, you were gone, and my clothing was removed, leaving only the pouch you had dropped. Did we? Jiang Lanyue raised her hand to shield herself, glaring at him. You, ugh! The sudden wave of nausea startled Pei Xian. He stared at her, incredulously asking, Do you find me repulsive? Jiang Lanyue was retching, turning to the corner to heave. She could no longer contain herself. Pei Xian gently rubbed her back, bringing her water. Are you all right? Is it necessary to feel disgusted by me? Here, drink some water. After downing a glass of water, Jiang Lanyue felt somewhat alleviated, though her face remained pale from the ordeal. Pei Xian, concerned, helped her sit down. Did you eat something that didn't agree with you? Hey! Jiang Lanyue bent over the water cup, retching once more, expelling nothing after a prolonged struggle. Pei Xian, in a state of half-consciousness, suddenly recalled a matter. He remembered that the Ning Wangfu had a doctor named Wang. You rest here for a moment. I shall fetch the doctor, he said. Jiang Lanyue quickly grasped his hand, her voice weak as she replied, Wait, I merely have an upset stomach. It is nothing. You need not summon a doctor. Reluctantly, Pei Xian halted his steps. Fearing he might dash out again to seek medical help, Jiang Lanyue tightened her grip on his hand and reiterated, I truly am fine. It's just my stomach acting up. Pei Xian found it peculiar. Some thought flitted through his mind, only to be forgotten. He dismissed it, allowing her to lean against him, gently rubbing her head, and softly inquired, Do you still feel unwell? Jiang Lanyue, her face pale, replied, No, I feel better. Please do not go for a doctor. Very well, no doctor. I shall stay with you for a while. As Jiang Lanyue regained her composure, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. What was she doing resting in his embrace? I feel much improved, but it's getting late. I should return. I shall escort you, Pei Xian said, his eyelids drooping, fatigue evident in his features. No, you must rest here. Jiang Lanyue beamed, then rose on her toes, playfully pinching his face before guiding him back towards the bed. Pei Xian was momentarily entranced by her smile, as if his very soul had been whisked away, and he followed her lead in a daze. You care for me quite a lot. Sleep now, she said, tossing him onto the bed and covering him with a blanket, gently shielding his eyes with her hand. Pei Xian, genuinely fatigued, soon found his breathing steadying. Jiang Lanyue cautiously withdrew her hand, glancing at him, and finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. A longing to escape, to flee from the capital, stirred within her. She had not anticipated this turn of events. The Jiang family was a den of tigers, and Chun a lair of wolves. To ensure her own survival, retreat seemed the only option. The Duke of Su's residence could be left to the Jiang family to handle. Jiang Lanyue sat quietly beside him, torn with reluctance, as she brushed her fingers against his eyes and cheeks. She felt like a villain, having monopolized another's fiancé for so long. And she owed an apology to Zhao Xiao. Her very existence felt erroneous. By the morrow, Jiang Lanyue would no longer be a presence in the capital. Tears welled in her eyes as she lowered her head and placed a kiss upon his lips. A tear, unbeknownst to her, slipped down and fell on a Pei Xian's cheek, trailing down his neck. Then, Jiang Lanyue rose to depart. Princess, it is not my intention to gossip, but yesterday, I must mention Lord Pei. Next time your sister visits, please exercise caution. After all, Lord Pei is a close brother to the prince. While Miss Jiang is your dear friend, Chen Lin hesitated before finally speaking up. Shen Zhiyi sat in her seat, with Xingyue massaging her shoulders. She sipped her tea, watching Chen Lin, amused that he had finally mustered the courage to speak after such a long preamble. And then, what of them? She queried with a hint of humor. Early in the morning, Chen Lin rose with urgency, expressing that he had pressing matters to report. The previous night, he and Xie Yanci had toiled until dawn, utterly exhausted. Upon awakening, Xie Yanci physically reprimanded Chen Lin. Despite his fatigue, Chen Lin struggled to articulate the core issue. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he hesitated, knowing it was a delicate matter. However, as the steward, it was imperative he inform the princess. Yesterday, while attempting to assist Lord Pei, who was inebriated, Chen Lin encountered Miss Jiang on the way. Lord Pei had embraced her tightly, unable to release her from his grasp. To make matters worse, he had overstepped boundaries, kissing Miss Jiang, who, I must add, is already engaged. This situation is quite concerning. Alas, princess, what do you think of this predicament? Oh dear, Lord Pei is still asleep in the palace, oblivious to the chaos he has caused. Shen Zhiyi is utterly confused. What? They kissed? How did this transpire between the two? Truly, it is a tangled web. You must go to the Pei residence and summon Lord Pei's fiancé. Take him away, and remember, this matter must remain confidential. By the way, princess, are you not aware that Lord Pei has long since annulled his engagement with Miss Zhao? She departed from the capital quite some time ago. Chapter 61. Zhao Xiao Saro Shen Zhiyi was taken aback. An annulment of engagement? When did that happen? Chen Lin replied, Your Highness, are you not aware? It transpired not long ago, though I am not well informed about the specifics. Shen Zhiyi took a moment to compose herself. In that case, the situation was considerably simpler. She must inform Pei Xian. There was no need for Lan Yu to marry that Shun anymore. This was indeed fortuitous. If Lan Yu were truly with child, then Pei Xian would have gained an extraordinary fortune. How splendid! Take me to Pei Xian's chamber. Yes, in the chamber, Pei Xian remained in a deep slumber. Lost in dreams, he envisioned Lan Yu, imagined holding her as they departed from the Prince Jing's residence, only to encounter unforeseen events. Shen Zhiyi pushed the door open. Pei Xian, rise and shine. Chen Lin approached and gently tapped Pei Xian on the head. Sir Pei, Our Lady has matters to discuss with you. Pei Xian drowsily stirred, still reeking of alcohol, his expression hazy, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Shen Zhiyi turned her back. Lin, please tidy him up and escort him to the main hall to meet me. Now that she was the princess of Ning, it was inappropriate to linger at Pei Xian's place. There was still time. It would not be too late for Pei Xian to awaken. In the main hall, Xie Yanci was seated, instructing servants to serve breakfast. Upon seeing Shen Zhiyi, he hurried over, taking her hand with a gentle demeanor. What did Lin wish to speak with you about today? Last night, Pei Xian, inebriated, kissed Lan Yu, and I learned that he has annulled the engagement. Sigh, what do you think your good brother feels for Lan Yu? Fondness, clearly. Can you not see? Shen Zhiyi suddenly slapped her thigh. I knew it. I knew that Pei Xian's gaze towards Lan Yu was anything but innocent. He adamantly denied it before, but now it's clear. However, he is fortunate considering Lan Yu. She paused, realizing that the situation was still uncertain. Xie Yanci leaned down, affectionately kissing her lips, and softly said, do not dwell on him. Let us have our meal. That blockhead Pei Xian, I have warned him numerous times. Curiously, Shen Zhiyi inquired, how did Pei Xian suddenly annul his engagement with his fiancée? Xie Yanci replied, I'm not quite sure either. He mentioned himself a few days ago, stating that he had been the one cast off by the lady. The lady? How peculiar. Xie Yanci naturally fed her a spoonful of porridge, Zhiyi, during this period. Our Prince Ning's residence has a formidable battle to engage in. We shall not spare any lurking malevolence. Shen Zhiyi understood whom he referred to and grasped his hand tightly. I will always stand by your side. My lord, my lady, Sir Pei has arrived. Upon regaining his senses, Pei Xian was restored to his usual vitality, his eyes bright and his posture upright. Greetings, my lord, my lady. Pei Xian, you arrived just in time. Sit and join us for breakfast. Thank you, princess. Pei Xian was no stranger to dining at the Prince Ning's residence. He adeptly took his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. My lady, what matters do you wish to discuss with me? Shen Zhiyi dismissed those around her, leaving only the three of them in the room. She restrained her expression, furrowing her brows, appearing exceedingly grave. Do you recall what transpired with Lan Yu last night? Pei Xian's hand paused mid-motion, his pupils quivering as he replied, I do remember. Lin, that blabbermouth. It was not an accident. I shall take responsibility for Lan Yu. You ought to be accountable for her. Yet I have heard that you have already severed your engagement with Zhao Xiao. Pei Xian's expression turned bitter. Indeed, it was she who took the initiative to dissolve the engagement. Everything is my fault. I failed to comprehend my own heart. However, now, I see with utmost clarity. That day occurred before the Cold Dew Festival. Upon learning that Jiang Lanyue was betrothed to Chun Cheng, Pei Xian felt a sudden panic. A mix of bitterness and anguish washed over him, and he maintained a pained expression until he reached the Pei residence. Xian, why do you look so ghastly? Are you unwell? Zhao Xiao reached out to place her hand on his forehead, but was abruptly pushed away by Pei Xian. What? What are you doing? Zhao Xiao gazed at him hurt. I am your fiancée, your future wife, not your subordinate. Only then did Pei Xian realize his mistake. I am sorry. It was unintentional. Zhao Xiao, feeling aggrieved, remarked, it's fine. What was wrong with you just now? Have you lost your senses? Pei Xian forced a smile, feigning calmness. It's nothing of great consequence. I merely feel pity for Jiang Lanyue. She is to be wed to that wastrel Chen Cheng. Just a trivial matter. Truly a trivial matter. Nothing significant. Zhao Xiao looked at him with concern. You need not emphasize it so many times. Do you realize how you appear? Your smile is more sorrowful than tears. Pei Xian, admit it, you are fond of Jiang Lanyue, are you not? Your heart has always leaned toward her. You just fail to see it clearly. Fortunately, I, Zhao Xiao, am not one to cling stubbornly. I can let go easily. Thankfully, I have not developed feelings for you, so you need not feel burdened. Let us annul our engagement. Allow me to withdraw, and once the engagement is dissolved, you may pursue your happiness, while I too can seek my own. With that, Zhao Xiao turned away in disappointment, tears streaming down her face. Her heart pierced by countless wounds, leaving her breathless. She walked slowly, hoping Pei Xian would stop her, but he did not. Pei Xian, the boy she had cherished since childhood. The first time she saw him, the adults proclaimed her his fiancée. At that tender age, she had no concept of it, only knowing she was destined to be Pei Xian's wife. Later, disregarding her family's opposition, she secretly traveled to the capital to see him, her heart irrevocably ensnared. He was intelligent, brave, and cunning, a luminous presence. She had never before encountered anyone as remarkable as Pei Xian. One visit led to another. She would sneak into the capital 2 or 3 times a year just to catch a glimpse of him. Yet, in Pei Xian's eyes, there had never been a place for her in his heart, and he naturally assumed that her visits to the capital were their first encounters. She was acutely aware that Pei Xian harbored affections for Jiang Lanyue. She had known from the very beginning, for his gaze invariably lingered upon that girl. Unable to be diverted, he would engage in playful banter with her, affectionately pinching her neck, frolicking and laughing together, even calling her his little ancestor. In contrast, Pei Xian's demeanor towards her, his betrothed, was devoid of any warmth. It was merely a sense of duty, an obligation to care for her. Whenever she approached him, he would instinctively flinch, and their moments together were often characterized by silence, as if he were rendered mute, incapable of uttering a single word. She had once endeavored to warm his heart, but to no avail. It was utterly fruitless, as if she could not even find the path to his heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue seemed completely oblivious to any crossroads, as Pei Xian, with his wooden demeanor, led her effortlessly onward. Perhaps it was destined that she and Pei Xian were fated to be apart. Yet, undeniably, Pei Xian was hers. He was her betrothed. Chapter 62. The disappearance of Jiang Lanyue, and so it was that she departed. I personally ensured her safe return. Pei Xian lowered his gaze, abhorred by his own actions. He was indeed a rogue, inadvertently inflicting pain upon 2 women. Shen Zhiyi and Xie Yanci exchanged glances, surprised to uncover the truth of the matter. Zhao Xiaoxiao was a person of considerable discernment, adept at knowing when to advance and when to retreat. In the grand scheme of things, it was undoubtedly Pei Xian's fault. The young lady's decision to break off the engagement was entirely justified, had she encountered unreasonable or insincere individuals. It was clear that Pei Xian and Lanyue would have had no future together, perhaps relegated to the status of a concubine. Her gentle, generous, and kind-hearted nature assured that she would encounter someone far better suited for her. Given the circumstances, I must inquire, have you and Lanyue already engaged in marital intimacy? Considering Pei Xian's profound affection for Lanyue, it seems improbable that he would not have initiated something substantial during their intimate moments. The prolonged ambiguity suggests there may be misunderstandings at play. Pei Xian was momentarily taken aback, his face ablaze with embarrassment, as the usually stoic Chief Justice of the Dali Temple became flustered. What do you mean, my lady? Shen Zhiyi's gaze turned icy. Because Lanyue might be pregnant. Pei Xian was struck by a wave of astonishment and joy. What? Is she truly with child? Shen Zhiyi furrowed her brow. Not necessarily. It is merely a possibility. Pei Xian, I must ask you, if she truly is pregnant, what will you do? The Zhang family initially arranged her marriage to Chen Cheng for their own gain. Her father is weak, greedy, and troublesome, while her mother is notoriously difficult. Have you devised a plan to confront them? Overcome by elation, Pei Xian grinned broadly. I shall certainly take her as my wife. If she is indeed pregnant, then that night, I sensed something might have occurred. But I was under the influence of the drug. My mind was clouded. That day, the king of Jing took a fancy to Lanyue, and that scoundrel Cheng flattered her, rendering her unconscious before delivering her to the king. I immediately sensed something amiss when I saw him carrying a large bundle. I stealthily infiltrated the king's residence and discovered Lanyue within. Perhaps the room was infused with the Huan powder, which I inadvertently inhaled. Consequently, when I took her away, we engaged in intimacy, yet when I awoke, she was nowhere to be found. Rest assured, I have my means to compel Chen Cheng to retract his proposal. The Zhang family's wicked lot need not concern you. I have a plan. Now I must seek out Lanyue. Thank you, my lady, for revealing this matter. Pei Xian chuckled as he exited, forgetting to lift his leg and tripping over the threshold, falling in a most undignified manner. Ow! He paid little heed to such trivialities, laughing louder, appearing quite foolish, and one might mistake him for being unwell. Xie Yanci felt a pang of jealousy, pondering why he was so pleased. After all, it remained uncertain whether she was truly pregnant. He mused that he might find himself with nothing for his efforts. Shen Zhiyi was amused by his antics. Why the sourness? Lan Yue and he share a bond. Let us await his return after he finds her. They have endured much, and perhaps they will find solace together. However, Chen Cheng is truly despicable, and that king of Jing is no better. They are cut from the same cloth. Thank heavens for Pei Xian. Should anything unfortunate befall Lan Yue, I shudder to think. Chen Cheng deserves to suffer 1,000 deaths. Shen Zhiyi inwardly berated those two individuals countless times. Xie Yanci remarked, indeed, Pei Xian, that fool, is fortunate in his own way. There are causes and effects, and the current situation is ultimately favorable. They have yet to wed, yet she is already with child. How remarkable! He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, we must strive diligently. We cannot allow Pei Xian to surpass us. Meanwhile, Chun Lin had already prepared a carriage for Pei Xian, positioning it before the gates of the Prince of Ning's residence. Pei Xian appeared lost in thought, seemingly transported to the heavens, entirely absorbed in his own musings. Upon seeing the carriage, he unhesitatingly leapt aboard, not waiting for the driver, and took off himself. Sitting in the carriage, he wore a foolish yet contented grin, resembling a simpleton. Hey, Lord Pei, I haven't boarded yet. Chun Lin shook his head at Pei Xian's antics, who was now preoccupied with thoughts of marriage. Eager to wed the little ancestor, Jiang Lan Yue. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, he dispelled his thoughts and transformed back into the stern and impartial Minister of Justice. He boldly entered the main hall under Shen Zhiyi's banner, only to be met with the sounds of cursing and weeping. This unfilial daughter is driving us to despair. Lady Jiang dabbed at her tears, lamenting, what shall we do, my husband? She has run away, and the Duke of Su's estate will surely bring our ruin. What to do, oh dear? Mr. Jiang's face flushed with anger. What else can we do? While the wedding date has yet to arrive, we must send someone to retrieve her. Her fish token cannot be altered. Command a search along the route. She will surely be found. Upon her return, I will ensure she pays dearly. Unless I can beat her to a pulp or strip away her skin, my rage will remain unquenched. Cry, only tears. Yet no one is dispatched to search. What use are tears? It vexes me. Mr. Jiang scolded vehemently. Remember, do not report this to the authorities. Search discreetly. Just then, a voice interrupted. Lord Jiang, Lady Jiang, I come on the order of the Princess of Ning to invite Miss Jiang to the prince's residence for a discussion. However, I believe I overheard you mention that Miss Jiang has fled? Concern flickered in Pei Xian's eyes. She was a fragile woman. Where could she possibly escape to? Moreover, she was with child. If she encountered danger, the consequences would be dire. Mr. Jiang's expression soured. It is Lord Pei. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. However, you seem to have misunderstood. My daughter has merely gone outside the city to pray. Please inform the princess accordingly. Pei Xian's brows knitted tightly, a cold glint emanating from his eyes. Does Lady Jiang truly presume me deaf? If Miss Jiang has indeed gone missing, then, as the Minister of Justice, I am obligated to investigate. Mr. Jiang, startled by his outburst, stammered, You. Very well. The unfilial Jiang Lan Yue has vanished without a word, taking with her all the valuables from her chamber. However, Lord Pei, this is a family matter. Your involvement is rather excessive. Pei Xian stepped forward, his height imposing, and his dark eyes seemed to harbor an icy glacier. Lord Jiang, you are merely afraid of the troubles that might arise with the Duke of Su's estate. Rest assured, as long as you disclose the truth of the matter to me, I, Pei, shall shoulder the burdens from the Duke's side. Father Jiang scoffed. Master Pei, you jest. We are neither kin nor acquaintance. What obligation do I bear? It is utterly illogical. Pei Xian replied, If that is the case, I must report the matter to the Duke of Su. I trust they will make their own determination. Alarmed, Father Jiang interjected, Master Pei, very well. If you must intervene, do so, but on the condition that you do not inform the Duke of Su. Displeased, Father Jiang continued, I would appreciate Master Pei's assistance in retrieving my daughter. Pei Xian cast him a sidelong glance before hastily heading to the city gate to conduct an investigation. Dispatching word to the Ning Wangfu, Lan Yu, with her delicate disposition, had ventured from the capital alone, a thought he could scarcely entertain. The outside world was fraught with peril. In recent years, bandits had proliferated. should she fall into their hands? The mere contemplation sent him into a spiral of despair. He must locate her swiftly. She had been present just last night, and now she had vanished. Chapter 63. A collision. And where has Lan Yu disappeared to? Was she not here just yesterday? Shen Zhiyi stood in bewilderment, contemplating that she must have either left last night or this morning. Regardless, the time was not late. I shall seek out Ji Qiu to inquire about the situation. She is well informed. Xie Yanci gently pinched her cheek, expressing his concern. You toil so hard for the sake of those two. Rest assured, I shall have a word with Pei Xuanzai later. Go on. I will also discreetly send someone to search for her. Shen Zhiyi replied, Thank you, Xie Yanci. I believe I understand why Lan Yu fled. She must be unaware that Pei Xian has already annulled his engagement with Zhao Xiao. She likely feels she has disrupted their relationship and believes leaving is the best course of action. However, she cannot defend herself. The only weapon she possesses is the concealed dart I gifted her. If she encounters any bandits, it will be utterly inadequate. I must find her quickly. Xie Yanci affectionately placed a kiss on her forehead. Why thank me? We are one as husband and wife. Shen Zhiyi stood on her toes and lightly kissed his cheek. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Xie Yanci gazed at her with a hint of disappointment. Having finally married her, he had been granted a 10-day honeymoon by the emperor, and he had hoped to spend the first day in tender intimacy. Yet, she was off to attend to other matters. Alas, Chun Lin had prepared the carriage, which was quite warm inside. It featured a small stove and was carpeted with a thick layer of fabric, adorned with an assortment of pastries, quite exquisite. Shen Zhiyi was pleasantly surprised at Chun Lin's attention to detail, despite his rough exterior. Xing Yue remarked, Miss, the Ning Wang's residence is indeed lavish. Their generosity is evident. Shen Zhiyi smiled. Chun Lin is meticulous. Otherwise, how could he manage such a large estate? How is Liuli's arm healing? Xing Yue replied, Do not worry, Mississippi. It has already scabbed over. Liuli says she has not cooked in days and is eager to prepare a grand feast for you once her hand is fully healed. Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with amusement. Just as I have finally slimmed down, she shall surely fatten me up again. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to a halt with a loud bang. What do we hit? Your Highness, I shall go and see. Xing Yue lifted the curtain and jumped down from the carriage. The opposite carriage was resplendent, clearly belonging to a wealthy family. What is the matter? She inquired of the coachman. The coachman, exasperated, replied, Our carriage was traveling smoothly when this one suddenly crashed into us, and now our wheel is damaged. You are mistaken. It is clearly your poor driving, retorted the coachman of the other carriage, defending his position. The emblem of the Ning Wang's residence? Wait, Brother Ci, are you up there? A sprightly young woman leapt down from the carriage, her voice lively, sweet, and melodious. Dressed in a pale, pink silk gown, cinched at the waist with a white ribbon and adorned with jade accessories, she accentuated her slender figure, which appeared delicate enough to grasp with a single hand. Shendi pondered silently, still curious about the identity of this woman, but upon recognizing her, her expression turned icy. It was Luo Wanyan. Without a hint of courtesy, she lifted the curtain and met Luo Wanyan's gaze with a cold stare. Upon hearing the affectionate address of elder brother Ci directed at Ning Wang, Luo Wanwan felt emboldened. However, her previously radiant smile faded in an instant, her expression growing somber and her voice descending into a low, almost unrecognizable tone. Oh, it is Miss Shen. Shen Zhiyi could not suppress a mocking laugh. It was rather amusing how Luo Wanwan pretended not to know. The entire capital was aware that Ning Wang had just married a new princess yesterday, and as someone close to the Empress Dowager, how could Luo Wanwan possibly be oblivious to such news? It seemed she genuinely intended to enter Ning Wang's residence as a concubine, yet Shen Zhiyi, with her narrow-mindedness, would never permit it. Since we are all acquaintances, Miss Luo, I shall overlook this matter. Let us consider it settled. She instructed Xing Yue to procure another carriage and have the damaged one taken for repairs, her eyes flashing with displeasure. Luo Wanwan's countenance soured. Miss Shen, that cannot be right. My coachman stated that you were the ones who collided with us first. Shen Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. Oh? How would you like to resolve this, Miss Luo? Luo Wanwan pressed her lips together. I came out today on the Empress Dowager's orders to seek elder brother Ci. As long as Miss Shen does not interfere with my meeting him, I shall not hold this against you. Shen Zhiyi was rendered speechless. It sounded as though Luo Wanwan had an intimate relationship with Xie Yanci. Was the Empress Dowager truly so eager to cultivate their bond merely a day after his marriage? You are overthinking, Miss Luo. This matter does not require us to assign blame, especially since neither of us witnessed the incident firsthand. There is no need for pettiness. Should you wish to go to Ning Wang's residence, please do so. As the rightful mistress, I have no reason to bar guests at the door. Luo Wanwan clenched her teeth, her youth betraying her composure. Miss Shen, you truly possess a magnanimous spirit. With a huff, she turned on her heel and departed. Wang Fei, who is she? She lacks even the most basic manners. Shen Zhiyi jumped from the carriage, watching Luo Wanwan's retreating figure. Do not mind her. Let us go. She held no regard for someone like Luo Wanwan, who, aside from her connection to the Empress Dowager, lacked any significant leverage compared to Li Nanjia's tactics. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu was recuperating at the Yi residence, having absorbed Shen Zhiyi's recent counsel. She had muted all news concerning Shangguan Yi, focusing instead on her calligraphy and establishing an intelligence network. Greetings, Princess Ning. Zhiqiu. Shen Zhiyi rushed over, urgency evident in her tone. Lan Yu has gone missing. She left on her own. You are well informed. Please help me investigate. Yi Zhiqiu paused, setting down her brush. What? Sister Lan Yu is missing? All right, take a breath. I will summon people to search immediately. How long has she been gone? She has likely been missing since last night. Do not fret. It is a small matter. I will be quick. Wait for my news. With that, Yi Zhiqiu darted out like a slippery fish, her reputation for extensive contacts and intelligence making the task far easier. Lan Yu could not have strayed too far on her own. Shen Zhiyi exhaled slowly, rising to pour herself a glass of water, her gaze drifting to Yi Zhiqiu's desk. She has recently been practicing her calligraphy, and it appears quite commendable. Is it all about Shangguan Yi? So much paper filled with the name Shangguan Yi? Shen Zhiyi clicked her tongue in disbelief, initially thinking it was something significant, only to realize that it was solely the name of Shangguan Yi. She nearly believed that Zhiqiu had made some progress. Chapter 64. Luo Wanquan investigates the Prince of Ning's mansion due to the need for further information. Shen Zhiyi decided not to linger any longer. As soon as news arrived, it would undoubtedly reach her. Lan Yue was not far away. With so many people searching for her, she would surely be found at the Prince of Ning's mansion. Preposterous! How dare you block my way? Luo Wanquan seethed, glaring at the guards at the entrance. On what grounds do you obstruct me? The guard replied coldly, Miss, we have already inquired with the prince, who claims not to know anyone by the name of Luo Wanquan. We kindly ask you to refrain from causing a disturbance. Luo Wanquan's face flushed with anger. Impossible. Go tell him again that I am from the Luo family. He cannot possibly not recognize me. I am Luo Wanquan, a confidant of the Empress Dowager. Does he dare disregard her face? Upon observing Luo Wanquan's attire, the guard noted that she did not appear to be an ordinary person. Perhaps the prince had simply forgotten. Miss, please wait. Allow me to inquire once more. Luo Wanquan's anger subsided slightly. Her maid tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Miss, what if the Empress Dowager finds out? You clearly left the palace to return to the Luo family. Yet now you detour to the Prince of Ning's mansion, and he was just married yesterday. Luo Wanquan paused. As long as you don't speak of it, who will know? Who would dare mention this to the Empress Dowager? Miss, please. Luo Wanquan haughtily stepped inside, confident that her brother would surely remember her. As she departed, she cast a disdainful glance at several guards, vowing to take her revenge on them once she married in. She was led to the main hall, and her gaze immediately fell upon a familiar figure. Her heart began to race, pounding as if it would leap from her throat. It had been a long time since she had seen this person. Xie Yanci wore a sky-blue robe, draped with a plush cloak that accentuated his elegance and nobility. His features were sharply defined, and his deep-set eyes revealed a hint of confusion and indifference. He gently set down the cup he had been holding, the jade ring on his thumb adding an extra touch of refinement. His expression remained aloof as he calmly inquired, Who are you? Luo Wanquan felt a rush of excitement. Her cheeks flushed, and eyes sparkling with hope. She silently rejoiced, knowing this visit was not in vain. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she spoke softly, "Brother Xie, is I Quan. I am currently accompanying the Empress Dowager in the palace, as her health is not well. She often mentions you. So I came to visit you at the Prince of Ning's mansion on her behalf." Xie Yanci furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of displeasure. He could not recall this girl who called herself Quan, but he seemed to remember the Empress Dowager mentioning a younger maid in her company. "Apologies, miss, but I do not recall you. You may address me as Prince Ning," he replied coolly. Luo Wanchuan's expression darkened, looking at him with a hint of grievance. "Brother Xie." Xie Yanci's demeanor grew more distant. "Miss, please take a seat. What brings you here today? I am quite busy with official matters, and the princess is not present. I kindly ask you to return." Luo Wanwan clutched her handkerchief tightly, addressing Prince Ning with a hesitant tone. "Your Highness, we met when we were children. I am merely here on behalf of the Empress Dowager to see you. It has been quite a while since I last visited the Ning Wang Fu. Might you allow someone to show me around?" Xie Yanci dismissed her request curtly. "This is not the Ning Wang Fu nor the Grand View Garden. If you wish to stroll, you need not spend your time here. Chunlin, show her out." Desperate to hold back tears, Luo Wanwan pleaded, "Prince Ning, that is not my intention. Miss Shun, yes, Miss Shun, she spoke of me. I encountered her on my way here. Her carriage collided with mine, causing damage to my vehicle." The aloofness in Xie Yanci's gaze softened momentarily. "A collision? Is she unharmed?" Luo Wanwan pouted slightly. "Miss Shun is fine. We are acquainted. I have already informed her of my visit to see you, and she approved." Chun Lin interjected, "Your Highness, it is true. A report just came in that the princess consort's carriage was indeed damaged, and the description of the woman matches this Miss Luo." Xie Yanci furrowed his brow. "In that case, Chun Lin, escort this young lady away. We shall discuss this matter upon the return of the princess consort. Furthermore, if you lack the common courtesy to understand that Miss Shun is the princess consort of Ning Wang Fu, I would not mind instructing you. I have official duties to attend to, so you may proceed as you wish." With that, Xie Yanci rose to leave. As he passed by Luo Wanwan, her emotions surged, nearly overwhelming her. The brother she had longed for, Prince Ning, she was determined to marry him, regardless of his cold demeanor. She believed that once she became his secondary consort, he would surely treat her with kindness. "Miss Luo, the Wang Fu is heavily guarded, so I advise you not to wander aimlessly," Chun Lin cautioned. Once Xie Yanci was out of sight, Luo Wanwan lost all pretense of politeness towards Chun Lin. "Oh, let's go. Show me around the Ning Wang Fu. I wish to familiarize myself in advance." Though Chun Lin felt discomfort at her casual references to the princess consort, as the head steward of Ning Wang Fu, he maintained his composure. The surroundings of Ning Wang Fu were indeed pleasant, adorned with pavilions and towers. Why hasn't the snow been cleared from the grounds after these recent heavy falls? Is this how Ning Wang Fu conducts its affairs? Luo Wanwan questioned. Chun Lin pursed his lips. "Our princess consort enjoys playing in the snow. This area has been intentionally left for her." Luo Wanwan smirked. "How childish." Taking a deep breath, Chun Lin chose to remain silent. With her head held high, Luo Wanwan strode confidently, oblivious to how she might be perceived as a figure of significance. "What is this vacant space for?" she inquired, pointing at a patch of bare earth. Chun Lin thought to himself, "It is reserved for a purpose. Well, I've heard rumors suggesting that your prince and princess consort do not share a particularly strong bond. The Empress Dowager has been quite worried during my stay here," she remarked. Chun Lin regarded her with disbelief. "Luo Wanwan, our prince was only wed yesterday. What did you hear such rumors?" "Well, I had heard them even before the marriage. In any case, your prince and princess consort are to visit the palace the day after tomorrow to pay their respects to the empress. You should remind them to visit the Empress Dowager in the Rinshou Palace." Chun Lin took a deep breath and suppressed his feelings. "Oh." Luo Wanfang, unfazed by his demeanor, reminded herself that the empress had promised to grant her to Brother Xie as a concubine. She resolved to be magnanimous and not to hold a grudge against the steward, aiming instead to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. "You still haven't answered my question. Are they in love?" Chun Lin replied, "Miss Luo, I have heard you are yet to be wed, And given that the prince and you are not well acquainted, how could an outsider like myself speak on matters of their affections? What do you mean? Am I an outsider? Chun-Lin responded. I believe you must be weary, and it is getting late. I kindly suggest you take your leave. Luo Wanfong fumed. How outrageous. A mere servant dares to offend me. Am I not free to leave? Chun-Lin countered. Could it be that you intend to spend the night at the Ning Wang's residence? I have been sent by the Empress to check on Brother Xie, who is presently occupied. Regardless, I must dine with him before departing to fulfill the Empress's wishes. Can you bear the consequences of delaying her decree? The maid beside Luo Wanfong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Miss, Lord Chun, I sincerely apologize. Our young lady did not rest well last night. What do you mean she did not rest well? Step aside. Let me warn you. If you continue to be rude, I shall have Brother Xie teach you a lesson. With patience wearing thin, Chun-Lin, as the chief steward of the Ning Wang's residence, was accustomed to being treated with a measure of respect. He understood that Luo Wanfong was merely making a fuss over trivial matters. Someone, please escort our guest out. Chapter 65. News from Jiang Lanyue release me. How dare you treat me this way? As a young lady of the Luo family, I shall inform the Empress Dowager of your disgraceful behavior, and you will pay dearly for this insult. Let me in. If you have the audacity, tell Brother Xie. How can a mere steward dare to demean me in such a manner? This is utterly intolerable. Chun-Lin looked triumphantly at the expelled Luo Wanwan, grinning broadly as he raised his head high and walked away. With both princes indifferent to her, she truly believed herself to be of great importance. Before they even reached the Ning Wang residence, Shen Zhiyi had already heard Luo Wanwan's piercing screams. What on earth had transpired? Xing Yue was the first to alight from the carriage, assisting Shen Zhiyi down. Upon seeing this, Luo Wanwan stormed over, her fury palpable. Shen Zhiyi, is this how you conduct yourself as the head matron? The Ning Wang residence is in disarray under your management. Perhaps it would be best to dismiss you. How could you not be reprimanded the other day? Greetings, Lady Wang. A maid hastily stepped in front of Luo Wanwan, clearly anxious. My lady suffered from nightmares yesterday, and, after consulting a physician, has been in poor spirits lately and somewhat disoriented. Please do not take offense, esteemed Lady Wang. Luo Wanwan was about to retort, but fell silent upon receiving a subtle glance from a maid. As soon as Shen Zhiyi dismounted, she was met with a barrage of insults. Not only was she taken aback, but Xing Yue was also furious, unable to fathom that such words could emanate from a young lady of noble birth. Xing Yue stepped forward, casting a fierce glare at her. Miss Luo, this is the Ning Wang residence. Our Lady Wang has been bestowed in marriage by the Emperor himself. Why do you not kneel and pay your respects? Instead, you resort to vile insults. Is this the conduct expected of a young lady of the Luo family? Our Lady Wang is of royal lineage. Your repeated threats of dismissal are nothing short of an affront to the imperial dignity. Do you truly believe your own pride surpasses that of the entire royal family? Luo Wanwan's face turned a ghastly shade, alternating between pallor and flush. She had never anticipated being chastised by a mere maid. Surrounded by admirers in the Luo household, she had never faced such humiliation. Enraged, she struck Xing Yue across the face. The maids nearby were stunned. They knew their mistress was willful, but this was beyond comprehension. Years of etiquette lessons had seemingly gone to waste, revealing her as nothing more than a ruffian. Enough! Luo Wanwan, how long do you intend to create such a ruckus? Shen Zhiyi admonished. A crowd of onlookers had begun to gather around the Ning Wang residence, pointing and whispering about Luo Wanwan. Miss Luo is here on the Empress Dowager's orders to express concern for the prince, not to cause chaos, Shen Zhiyi declared. This is the Ning Wang residence, not a place for your antics. Since you wish for the Empress Dowager to intervene, then prepare the imperial token. I intend to enter the palace. Luo Wanwan, realizing the gravity of her situation, was struck with panic. As she observed the townspeople murmuring about her, her complexion shifted dramatically. She understood she had landed herself in deep trouble. Shen Zhiyi, the princess consort, I implore you, forgive me. I did not mean to offend. I simply lost my temper in a moment of confusion. Please, do not enter the palace. I sincerely apologize. Luo Wanquan stepped forward, clutching Shen Zhiyi's sleeve, seeking refuge behind her. Surely, you do not wish for matters to escalate into a scandal. I am a lady of the Luo family. What harm is there in striking a servant? You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? Shen Zhiyi's expression darkened as she shook her off. Your actions reflect poorly on the entire Ning Wangfu and the imperial family. Do not presume I did not overhear your earlier words. Jian, is it Jian Shuima? Luo Wanshuan's demeanor faltered, her words stumbling as she struggled to respond. Having long been accustomed to her reckless ways at the Luo household, her brief time in the palace had made her forget the need for discretion. Shen Zhiyi recognized the folly before her. It was the first time she encountered someone so foolish, even more so than Xie Yanci. It was hard to believe she was a noble lady of the Luo family. Aside from her attire, nothing about her seemed to reflect that status. A servant kneeling beside Luo Wangquan spoke up. Your Highness, though our young lady may be somewhat impulsive, she is inherently kind-hearted. She has never behaved in such a manner until recently, plagued by nightmares that have led her to offend you. We beseech your Highness to pardon her. She cast a furtive glance at Luo Wangquan, who, in humiliation, knelt upon the ground. Shen Zhiyi scoffed, if you wish to kneel, do so at the Ning Wangfu, lest others think I am bullying you. I must inform the Empress Dowager of this incident. With that, Shen Zhiyi turned on her heel and departed, accompanied by Xingyue, leaving Luo Wangquan alone to endure the whispers of onlookers. Luo Wangquan thought to herself, I must hurry and inform the Empress Dowager to prevent that woman from slandering me first. Xingyue questioned, Your Highness, what is the matter with Luo Wangquan? Having been near the Empress Dowager for so long, one would expect her to be well-mannered. How could she act in such a way? Shen Zhiyi rubbed her temples in frustration. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Please, tend to your injuries with some medicine. I too find this perplexing and quite bothersome. In truth, she felt no sense of grievance, but rather found Luo Wangquan to be willful and headstrong. It was peculiar that her existence had gone unnoticed for so long in the capital. Xingyue noticed her weariness and said, You may retire for a while. I will handle things. Shen Zhiyi nodded, feeling drained. Shortly thereafter, Liu Li brought forth some sweets, saying, Your Highness, I have prepared some delicacies. Please do not dwell on that woman any longer. Shen Zhiyi acknowledged her, stealing an admiring glance at Liu Li. You and Luo Wangquan share a semblance in appearance, yet your beauty is truly unparalleled, far beyond hers. Liu Li blushed, Your Highness. Another servant approached, Your Highness, a letter from the Yi residence. The guard presented the envelope. Shen Zhiyi opened it, her eyes widening in surprise. There is news of Lanyue. It appears Zhiqiu is well informed. The letter states that someone spotted Lanyue aboard a fishing vessel outside the city last night. Liu Li, send someone to pay Xian with this information, instructing him to follow the trail. Chapter 66. The Origins of Luo Wanwan in the Northern Dynasties. It is customary for a prince to enter the palace to express gratitude the day after marrying his primary consort, and Xie Yanci was no exception. Early the next morning, Shen Zhiyi and Xie Yanci made their way to the palace. As the emperor was occupied with state affairs, they first paid their respects to the empress. Initially, it was believed that the empress had fallen out with Li Nanjia. However, now that she was with child, she had become a favored guest in the empress's court. Even today, she was in the empress's palace, conversing with her, showing little interest in the couple, and thus simply bestowed a casual reward before sending them away. How perfunctory of her, Xie Yanci mused, a smirk playing on his lips as his eyes narrowed. Her attention is consumed by her precious grandson, eagerly awaiting Li Nanjia to deliver her first imperial grandson. She has no time to involve herself with us. Nonetheless, the empress could only gaze upon her unborn grandchild during this period. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Xie Yanci's gaze. He was not known for his leniency. In Renshou Palace, the Empress Dowager had risen early, eagerly awaiting their arrival. She instructed her attendants to prepare Xie Yanci's favorite pastries, her heart filled with affection for this grandson, not only because he was a formidable general safeguarding the nation, but also due to his filial piety and the loss of his mother at an early age, which stirred her compassion even more. Grandson pays his respects to the Empress Dowager. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager approached and helped Xie Yanci to his feet, her voice laced with concern. Rise, my dear. You have grown thin in these recent days since I last saw you. You must join me for a meal. You young ones seldom keep me company. Xie Yanci assisted the Empress Dowager, smiling as he replied, Grandmother, I acknowledge my fault. I have brought my wife along this time, and we shall dine together properly. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Shen Zhiyi and nodded in satisfaction. She has the demeanor of a princess. Excellent. I have been awaiting your assurance. Princess Ning, I have seen the letter you wrote to me. I understand there was some misunderstanding yesterday with Wanwan. Do not hold it against her. She is rather impulsive. Xie Yanci's expression darkened. Grandmother, it is not that I am petty, but this Luo Wanwan, who is she? How is it that I have never come to know her? Yesterday, she showed no regard for propriety, affronting me, and while I may tolerate her disrespect towards me, the princess is dear to my heart, someone I have sought with great effort. She had the audacity to claim that Zhiyi is unworthy of being a royal woman, and when faced with her, did not even offer a proper greeting, referring to her merely as Miss Shen, even going so far as to strike her personal maid before Zhiyi. Grandmother, I know she is one of your trusted confidants, having been sent to the Ning Wangfu to investigate me, but her arrogance and poor character are intolerable. Just yesterday, I contemplated having Luo Wanwan brought back and disciplined, but Zhiyi intervened. She acts with such impunity only because she has your backing. If you were to withdraw your support, who would care for her? He had to endure it for now, but he intended to lodge a serious complaint today. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. What? Is this truly the case? Yesterday, she returned to the palace in tears, embellishing tales of the Ning Wangfei's faults to me. I had no idea the reality was such. Even using my name to her advantage. How outrageous. Madame Zhang, immediately drag her out and administer 20 strikes, then send her back to the Luo family. Command that she transcribe the virtues of women, the principles of womanhood, and internal training 100 times each. And she is forbidden from stepping into the palace without my express permission. It is truly outrageous that she has dared to deceive me. The Empress Dowager, infuriated, lowered her brows, revealing a hint of severity. I cannot bear to say it without fearing ridicule. She is the daughter lost from my maternal Luo family, my niece. The only daughter of the current head of the Luo family. She went missing at the tender age of 4, which deeply affected Luo Chuan and his wife, leaving them in sorrow and leading to lasting health issues. It was only about 3 years ago, when she was 12, that she was found in a bandit stronghold, having been raised by the leader of the outlaws, where she exhibited a domineering temperament. It has only been in the past 2 years that she has been somewhat rehabilitated. Yet, after so many years in that stronghold, how could she be truly reformed? I felt lonely, and the Luo family sent her to the palace to learn proper decorum. However, her behavior was so appalling that the Luo family dared not disclose this matter to outsiders. Shen Zhiyi and Xie Yanci exchanged glances, having no recollection of this person from their previous lives. No wonder she appeared glamorous on the surface, yet exuded arrogance and indulgence beneath. Her words were utterly discomforting. It is no surprise that the Luo family refrained from making her public. Who would dare to do so with her demeanor? Not only would she offend many, but the Luo family could not hold their heads high in the capital. The Empress Dowager looked at Shen Zhiyi. I apologize for the distress you have faced, my child. I happen to have acquired a string of red beads from the western regions. Let this serve as compensation. Your Majesty, this is too much. Shen Zhiyi feigned reluctance. Her eyes nearly glued to the exquisite beads, for those red beads were a rare treasure. They were warm in winter and cool in summer, and their cost was exorbitant. In the entire Northern Dynasty, only the Emperor and the Empress Dowager possessed them. Just accept it. I have no need for such trinkets. Gulme, you must be thirsty after entering the palace. I have just procured some wooey rock tea for you to taste. Shen Zhiyi suppressed her amusement and graciously accepted, her spirits lifting. Xie Yanci furrowed his brows. Grandmother, she claimed yesterday to have seen me as a child. What does this mean? The Empress Dowager felt quite embarrassed. I merely mentioned it in passing. She was so young then. What could she possibly remember? The confusion in Xie Yanci's brow dissipated. No wonder there was Luo Wanyuan. He likely understood the situation now. The emperor has arrived. The crowd bowed in reverence. Accompanying Emperor Jinghua was a refined and elegant young man, dressed splendidly, bearing a striking resemblance to the emperor, Xie Yanci, the emperor's most cherished son. My son pays respects to the Empress Dowager, offering his greetings. The Empress Dowager's expression softened. You have arrived at the perfect time. The couple from Prince Ning's household is visiting today. You two should remain and join me for a meal. Grandmother, it has been days since I last saw you. I have missed you dearly. Xie Yanci stepped forward, eagerly vying for the Empress Dowager's favor, though he was merely 15 and still quite youthful in demeanor. However, the Empress Dowager treated him with a degree of distance. Even among grandchildren. Well, you must be exhausted from your recent investigations. I shall have someone prepare your favorite dishes. Is this the illustrious sister-in-law of the third prince? She and the third prince truly make a splendid match. One wonders if I might ever be fortunate enough to wed a lady as exquisite as her. Xie Yanci chuckled softly, remarking, Your sister-in-law is truly one of a kind. You shall not find another as beautiful as she. Xie Yanci, with an innocent smile, noted, Indeed, my brother is quite fond of sister-in-law. Last time, I regrettably could not attend the wedding banquet due to illness. I hope sister-in-law will forgive me. Shen Zhiyi replied, Dear sixth brother, you worry too much. If you miss the wedding banquet, there is always the celebration for your brother's birthday to attend. Emperor Jinghua surveyed the three of them, stating, Yanci has recently taken on several significant cases of the Dali Temple. Do assist him. His temperament is somewhat impetuous, and he will benefit from your guidance as his elder brother. As for the military patrols within the capital, you may entrust that entirely to Yanci. He is astute and skilled in strategy. You can rest assured in allowing him to handle it. Xie Yanci raised an eyebrow, responding, As you wish, your majesty. Chapter 67. Finding Jiang Lanyue after receiving their respective rewards from the emperor and the empress dowager. Xie Yanci departed the palace with Shen Zhiyi. Inside the carriage, Shen Zhiyi, perplexed and agitated, exclaimed, Xie Yanci, what did father mean just now? He has stripped you of your authority at the Dali Temple, and now he is encroaching upon your military power? Is he intent on gradually undermining you? Despite being his son, why this evident favoritism? What merit does Xie Yanci possess? Xie Yanci pulled Shen Zhiyi into his embrace, softly reassuring her. What is rightfully mine cannot be taken away. He is young and does not heed Pei Xian's orders at the Dali Temple, conducting investigations on his own. Recently, there was a case where an entire family of 5 was murdered alongside a serial killing case. To prove his capabilities, he resolved both cases within 3 days. However, the real culprit has already been apprehended by me in secret, and in a few days, with irrefutable evidence, the perpetrator will confess, leading to a flurry of impeachment documents against him. Shen Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, you are quite resourceful. Did Xie Yanci not verify the cases? Xie Yanci replied, He did, sending everything to the Ministry of Justice for verification. But the false perpetrator he captured, who confessed, was an enigma in itself. Jiang Xinglan was fervently attempting to curry favor with Xie Yanci, busying himself with flattering him while secretly exchanging messages with Li Nanjia, aiming to instigate discord between us in order to vindicate his family. However, as long as the emperor reigns, that vindication remains unattainable. The emperor will never allow himself to make a grievous error. Zhiyi, you must exercise utmost caution moving forward. Prince Jing, Xie Yanhao, is not to be underestimated, and the struggle for the throne is inevitable. Shen Zhiyi turned her head, resting her face against his chest. All I desire is for your safety. Xie Yanci gently pinched her cheek. For your sake, I too shall ensure my safety. Do not worry. Yanqing will assist us. Miss, look over there. A group of ruffians is bullying a frail woman. Zhao Xiaoxiao lifted the carriage curtains slightly, catching sight of several brutish men surrounding a young woman. This was merely Jinghua town, adjacent to the capital, yet such audacity was astonishing. You lot, go check the situation. Zhao Xiaoxiao summoned a few guards and instructed them to investigate, following closely behind. Our miss kindly helped that elderly lady, yet you dare to turn the tables on us. This is utterly outrageous. Jing Shui stood protectively in front of Jiang Lanyue, arguing with the group. Young lady, We clearly saw your miss disdainfully push the elderly woman down. How was that assistance? You must compensate us at least 10 taels of silver. Jing Shui's eyes widened. 10 taels of silver? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Jing Shui. Jiang Lanyue, behind her, tugged at her sleeve, her complexion paling as she clutched her abdomen in pain, feeling increasingly cold. Fearing capture, she has been traveling day and night, daring not to seek refuge in an inn, instead opting to rest within the confines of the carriage. The jolting motion renders her unable to find sleep, and today, inexplicably, her abdomen is in excruciating pain. Could it be the child? Jiang Lanyue's eyelids grow heavy, and as she succumbs to unconsciousness, she hears a voice uttering, "It's merely 10 taels of silver. I shall cover it." Zhao Xiao Xiao, upon closer inspection, realizes it is Jiang Lanyue and hurriedly instructs her attendants to produce the money. Quickly, assist Miss Jiang and take her to the nearest medical facility. Alarmed, she observes the blood. What has transpired? The onlookers, upon hearing that Jiang Lanyue has bled, panic and scatter in fear of being implicated. Jing Shui, nearly in tears, recognizes Zhao Xiao Xiao as the fiancé of Lord Pei, yet feels helpless. Miss Zhao, I implore you, save our young lady. Zhao Xiao Xiao, deeply concerned, reassures her. Do not fret. We shall swiftly transport her to the clinic. You, come here and help carry Miss Jiang to the carriage. She summons a guard who assists Jiang Lanyue inside, her lower body stained with blood, causing Zhao Xiaoxiao's complexion to pale in fright. Jing Shui, upon seeing the pool of blood, feels her heart nearly stop. Is there still hope for the child within? Heaven, grant us mercy. Amidst the swirling snow, the icy path makes the carriage's journey arduous. Zhao Xiaoxiao commands her men to carry Jiang Lanyue directly to the nearest medical establishment. Fortunately, there are few patients today, and they are swiftly admitted. The physician, an elderly man with a wealth of experience, quickly assesses the situation, placing a pill in Jiang Lanyue's mouth and immediately instructing an apprentice to prepare medicine. This lady is with child, yet is experiencing bleeding. Fortunately, the fetus appears stable, but urgent care is needed to prevent complications. Jing Shui breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you, esteemed doctor. The old doctor waves his hand dismissively and exits, leaving them in a room designated for critically ill patients. Zhao Xiaoxiao's pupils dilate in surprise. Though curious, she is not one to indulge in gossip. Jing Shui, take good care of your young lady. I must dare to inquire, did the two of you sneak out? Jiang Lanyue, being the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family, would not lack for protection. Yet here they are, with only Jing Shui, a mere maid, by her side, two defenseless souls, suggesting they must have clandestinely escaped. Jing Shui's demeanor shifts nervously. She dares not speak, knowing that revealing the truth would subject her mistress to scorn. Despite her silence, Zhao Xiaoxiao discerns the situation through her expression. How could Pei Xian, who cherishes her so deeply, fail to safeguard her? Or is it that he is unaware of Jiang Lanyue's whereabouts? Never mind. Perhaps I shall assist Pei Xian one last time. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Initially intending to explore the mountains and waters before returning home, she never anticipated crossing paths with Jiang Lanyue. It seems she must have owed them a debt from a past life. Zhao Xiaoxiao gazes down at the unconscious Jiang Lanyue, whose beauty is striking, her demeanor lively and cheerful, hailing from a distinguished lineage. She and Pei Xian are indeed a match made in heaven. Yet, the thought crosses her mind maliciously that she hopes the child is not Pei Xian's. If that were the case, perhaps she might have a chance to remain by his side. Zhao Xiaoxiao turned away to conceal her emotions and commanded someone to inform Pei Xian of the news at the Pei residence. In the capital's Pei household, Pei Xian leaned his head on his hand, perusing the letters strewn across the table. His eyes were rimmed with crimson, stubble dark against his chin, and the light within his gaze had dimmed to that of stagnant water. Where could she have gone? He was determined to scour the entirety of the capital. Young master, a voice called from the entrance, seeking an audience. It is, Pei Xian snapped, I do not wish to see anyone. It concerns Miss Jiang. In an instant, Pei Xian's head shot up. Bring him to the main hall at once. The guard, familiar with the Pei residence from following Xiao, implored, "Lord Pei, please accompany me to Jinghua town next door. Our young lady has saved Miss Jiang's life." Yet Miss Jiang remains unconscious at the medical hall. Chapter 68. Jiang Lanyue awakes. Pei Xian's heart leapt with trepidation as he anxiously inquired, "Is her life in peril?" The guard replied, "No." A wave of relief washed over Pei Xian, and he promptly urged his steed to gallop after the guard, consumed by a singular desire to see her. Regret gnawed at him fiercely. If only he had recognized his feelings sooner, none of his turmoil would have transpired. She would not have become another's fiancée. It was only in recent days that he learned the truth, that the collaboration with Prince Ning to capture the elder Li was to facilitate her escape from confinement. He had been oblivious, utterly unaware. He had almost lost her. Prince Ning had subtly hinted at this on multiple occasions, yet Pei Xian had dismissed his warnings, even deeming the prince foolish for inciting him to seize another's betrothed. In the end, it was he who had been the fool. Thankfully, the couple had been there for him. Otherwise, he would have missed her entirely. If only he had acted sooner. If only she had not fled. Pei Xian's heart ached unbearably, tears streaming down his face. As winter's snow and rain fell incessantly, he finally arrived at Jinghua town on the second day, having not consumed a drop of water since yesterday, his entire being appearing haggard, blanketed in a layer of snow. Upon reaching the medical clinic, Pei Xian could hardly contain himself as he rushed inside, gently pushing the door open. The sight of the woman he had been so anxiously concerned for allowed his heart to gradually settle, granting him a moment of respite. He beheld her peacefully lying on the bed. The lively Jiang Lanyue he knew so well was now unusually quiet, her delicate face pale, her sparkling eyes closed. She resembled a wounded creature, stripped of its defenses, and his heart ached for her. It was his failure to safeguard her. Jing Shui was gently wiping Jiang Lanyue's face when she turned to see Pei Xian, momentarily stunned. "Lord Pei." Pei Xian shushed her softly. "Lower your voice and come with me." Jing Shui hastily set down the cloth and followed him, head bowed in anxiety. "Is she well?" Pei Xian asked. Jing Shui replied, "The young lady is no longer in grave danger. She stirred briefly yesterday, but fell back to sleep. It's merely a case of wind chill. She has a fever." "But if she has a fever, why does she appear so pale?" Pei Xian questioned, a sense of urgency creeping into his voice. Jing Shui flüstert, "Laut Pai, In any case, she is not in serious condition, thanks to Miss Zhao's timely assistance. You are here?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Pei Xian turned in surprise. Zhao Xiao stood there, her expression serene, a smile gracing her lips as usual. "It has been a while since we met. You seem quite disheveled. I have never seen you in such a state. Your beard is unkempt, your eyes are sunken, and you are drenched. It must be because of her. Only she could evoke such a disarray in you. Worry not, she shall awaken shortly. Before your arrival, I was puzzled, but now, seeing you in this condition, I realize she carries your child. Does she not?" Pei Xian's face flushed with embarrassment as he cast his gaze downward, unable to meet her eyes for the first time, burdened by the weight of his many debts to her. Zhao Xiao could discern his thoughts, and continued, "You need not feel this way. She has been pregnant for over a month, and by that time, we had already annulled our engagement. You do not owe me anything. I have previously stated that our union was arranged by our forebears, and it can be dissolved at any time. Moreover, you should be grateful to me. Had I not encountered her, she might have suffered a miscarriage that day." Pei Xian abruptly lifted his head. "Miscarriage? What transpired?" Zhao Xiao replied. "Those two fragile women were ensnared by a trap while out, demanding compensation. In the ensuing scuffle, she fainted, leaving a considerable pool of blood beneath her. She requires bed rest. The physician has advised that her condition is frail and the fetus is unstable, making travel detrimental. It is recommended that she recuperate in Jinghua." Pei Xian's brow furrowed in confusion, his eyes reddening, his voice hoarse. Xiao, thank you." Zhao Xiao smiled with relief. "That is more like it. In the future, should I require assistance, you must be prepared to come to my aid. Now, I shall indulge in some sightseeing before returning home. I shall depart tomorrow, and I wish you both happiness in advance." Pei Xian managed a faint smile. Yes, should you need anything, do not hesitate to come to the Pei residence. Zhao Xiao waved her hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. All right, go change your clothes quickly. You might frighten her in your current state. I shall take my leave. As she turned to depart, she intended to be carefree and avoid seeing him. Yet her resolve faltered. She could not help but wish to see him. Tears threatened to spill once more, exasperating her. She wiped the corners of her eyes, only to find the tears multiplying inexplicably, and she succumbed to a soft sob. Woo! She had resolutely vowed not to shed tears for him again, yet her heart inexplicably ached. Once the door closed, Zhao Xiao crouched on the ground in distress. She could not bear Pei Xian's wretched expression. Observing him, she realized he must have been anxious for Jiang Lanyue for quite some time. She had never seen him in such a disheveled state, all for the sake of another woman. If she had been a touch more wicked, would the outcome have differed? Pei Xian was her betrothed. She had merely fallen in love with her fiancé. Crouching in the corner, she embraced herself, permitting one last cry for him. From now on, no matter what Pei Xian did, it would no longer concern her. She would not allow herself to suffer further indignities. He was not worth it. Pei Xian, concerned that his cold demeanor might affect her, promptly cleansed himself, taking a hot bath and changing into fresh clothes before hastening to see her. He cautiously sat by her bedside, grasping her hand, gazing at her with profound concern. He remained there in silence, the passage of time unknown to him, until the person on the bed slowly opened her eyes. Pei Xian, what are you doing here? Where is this? Jiang Lanyue's voice was faint. Pei Xian tightened his grip on her hand, unable to contain his tears. You have finally awakened. How do you feel now? Jiang Lanyue shook her head. I am all right. Pei Xian replied, that is good to hear. You're in the medical hall of Jinghua. On that day, you encountered an accident, but Zhao Xiao came to your rescue, and fortunately, you were not seriously harmed. Jiang Lanyue's gaze faltered the medical hall. You know, don't you? Pei Xian, I have long been aware of this. I shall compel Chan Cheng to withdraw his proposal and openly marry you. I will not marry. Jiang Lanyue withdrew her hand from his grasp, turning her face away from him, her demeanor icy. You should leave. Pei Xian was perplexed. Why? I have already dissolved my engagement with Zhao Xiao. It was done even before your pregnancy. Lanyue, all I desire is to wed you. Jiang Lanyue turned back, exclaiming what? She was unaware that Pei Xian had severed his engagement, and furthermore, Miss Zhao had saved her. Pei Xian, all of this is my debt to her. You must focus on nurturing the child. The pregnancy is delicate, and once you are well, it will not be too late. I have already arranged for our wedding preparations, which will certainly be completed before the birth of your child. Jiang Lanyue was at a loss for words, feeling a pang of guilt towards Zhao Xiao. Had it not been for her interference, they would have been blissfully in love. Pei Xian rose, reverently placing a kiss upon her forehead, and gently said, Rest well. I will prepare some porridge for you to enjoy. Chapter 69. Tender affection, what are you doing? Jiang Lanyue's face flushed slightly, and she shyly gazed at him, her eyes shimmering like a startled fawn. Pei Xian smirked, Kiss my dear wife. To alleviate her embarrassment, he chuckled softly and then rose to leave. Jiang Lanyue's cheeks burned crimson as she hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself. What does he mean? Is it because she is pregnant that he feels compelled to marry her? Or is it due to genuine affection? He is indeed a stark contrast to his former self. Previously, he would often provoke her anger. Yet now he speaks to her with such tenderness. Observing his appearance, one could see the toll of sleepless nights reflected in his reddened eyes, making him appear several years older. Pei Xian moved swiftly, soon returning with a steaming bowl of porridge. After she finished, she would take her prenatal medicine. He propped her up, cradling her in his embrace, feeding her, as one would a child, with utmost gentleness. Careful, it's hot. Jiang Lanyue felt unaccustomed to such intimacy, feeling rather reserved. Perhaps I should do it myself? Pei Xian encircled her firmly, his tone resolute. No, you are still unwell. Jiang Lanyue could only obediently nestle against him, awaiting his nurturing, though she was not incapacitated, merely recovering. And her? Pei Xian understood her inquiry pertained to the woman at the inn next door, who would depart tomorrow for a leisurely journey, returning home afterward. Jiang Lanyue bit her lip. I wish to meet her, to personally express my gratitude. Is that permissible? If it weren't for Zhao Xiao, the child in her womb would not have survived. Certainly, but finish your porridge first. Jiang Lanyue nodded, taking a few bites, but then another question arose, her face reddening further as she stammered. Did you marry me because of the child, or for other reasons? Pei Xian's eyes crinkled with mirth, a deep chuckle resonating above her head. What do you think? Jiang Lanyue elbowed him playfully, unable to maintain her composure. Humph, you enjoy being evasive. As she attempted to wriggle free from his embrace, Pei Xian would not relent, hastily setting aside the bowl and enveloping her once more. I told you it's not allowed, my little ancestor. You know what kind of person I am. He continued earnestly. The incident between us that day was partly due to the effects of the medicine, but primarily because it was you that allowed it to happen. With solemnity, he declared, I like you. What about you? Leaning against him, Jiang Lanyue could feel the rapid thumping of his heart, as if it might leap from his chest. Her face was so flushed it seemed ready to bleed. I don't know. She would not admit it. Pei Xian, flustered, asked, then who do you like? I don't know. Oh dear, please don't ask anymore. You. Pei Xian, emboldened by jealousy, lifted her chin and kissed her, ensnaring her in his embrace where escape was futile, having already engaged in the most intimate of acts. What was there to fear now? Jiang Lanyue was taken aback by his audacity. Apart from that fervent evening, she had not anticipated Pei Xian would dare to be so forward in this moment. Yet, she truly had no desire to push him away. She relished the sensation of being needed, as though she were cherished rather than exploited or abandoned. Jiang Lanyue gazed at him, her heart softening with each passing moment. As Pei Xian prepared to depart, she closed her eyes and pressed herself against him. This was the boldest act she had ever undertaken since awakening to consciousness. Unbeknownst to them, their heartbeats had synchronized, echoing in a fervent rhythm. When she leaned in, Pei Xian was nearly overcome with emotion, almost shedding tears of joy. Fortunately, she was pregnant and thus destined to be his wife. Time seemed to slip away, and reluctantly, they parted. Jiang Lanyue nestled softly in his embrace, her lips curving into a sweet smile as she playfully chided, Pei Xian, you promised to marry me, and you must not go back on your word. Pei Xian tenderly kissed her cheek, murmuring, I am overjoyed. We are finally to be together. Jiang Lanyue, with a hint of shyness, pouted. But what about the matter with Duke Su? Pei Xian replied confidently, that is a trivial concern. From the looks of it, Chen Cheng has likely gone to the Jiang family to withdraw the engagement. I will send my cousin and younger brother to propose to the Jiang family. Jiang Lanyue tilted her head, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Why your sister and brother? Do they come all the way from Guizhou? Pei Xian smiled knowingly. You seem to know little about my background. My family, the Pei clan, was once a prominent lineage. We relocated to Guizhou to avoid the decline that often follows prosperity. My aunt is the current consort Lien, the mother of the Grand Princess and the Seventh Prince. Your parents will surely approve of this union, even if they hesitate. The Grand Princess is known for her eloquence. Jiang Lanyue gasped, her mouth agape. You have such a prestigious background? Why was there no communication before? Pei Xian explained, to avoid unnecessary complications, though we have not been entirely disconnected. By the way, the medicine should be ready. Allow me to fetch it. Only after Pei Xian departed did Jing Shui dare to enter, her brow knitted in concern. Miss, Lord Pei has dissolved his engagement with Miss Zhao. What shall we do next? Jiang Lanyue responded resolutely. Now that I am with child, there is no choice but to marry Pei Xian. Please summon Miss Zhao. I have matters to discuss with her. Understood, Mississippi. Days later, at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, a man clad in rough garments approached the guards, declaring, I wish to confess. I am the one responsible for the recent murder of a family of 5. Furthermore, the series of murders that occurred before were all acts of revenge. Here lies the murder weapon. Thus, I come forth to confess. This revelation caused an uproar among the onlookers. The case had previously instilled fear in the hearts of many, as an entire family, including an infant, had been brutally slain. It was believed that the 6th prince had successfully solved the case and apprehended the murderer, but now the true culprit had surrendered. The murderer of the family of five was the same individual behind the serial killings, which called into question the sixth prince's judgment in the matter. When Xie Yanci learned of this news, he was thrown into a panic, his complexion turning ashen. He hurried to the Ministry of Justice, eager to conduct a re-examination. The Minister of Justice, however, had acted swiftly and had already completed the review. Your Highness, I have verified that the case was indeed misjudged, the minister reported. Xie Yanci's face grew dark with disbelief. Impossible. Bring it to me for personal verification. I have not slept for 3 consecutive days over this case. How could it possibly be wrong? Why did the murderer confess to the crime and even affix his signature? Surely, there lies a conspiracy within. The Minister of Justice replied nonchalantly. Then His Highness the Sixth shall continue the investigation. Both the true and false culprits are imprisoned. The true perpetrator has provided tangible evidence. The murder weapon, which was not discovered at the scene. Xie Yanci's mind was in a state of turmoil, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. The only recourse was to conduct a review. I must undertake this reassessment. The old official cautioned His Highness. The Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice have already conducted 2 thorough examinations. Xie Yanci fixed a cold gaze upon him. And what of it? The Minister of Justice, begrudgingly, fell silent, accepting the lack of discernment. Chapter 70. Xie Yanci takes the blame. Xie Yanci's files were once again thoroughly examined by the officials from the Ministry of Justice. The true culprit, along with the murder weapon and the intricate details of the case, had been confirmed. A subsequent review yielded the same results. His actions had incited widespread discontent. After all, he had already apprehended the wrong individual and rendered an erroneous verdict, with the Ministry of Justice having conducted 2 investigations. Yet, he remained unconvinced and insisted on parading a host of officials to further embarrass himself. This matter reached the ears of Emperor Jinghua, prompting discontented ministers to hastily submit memorials to the palace. Upon opening these documents, the emperor found them replete with accusations against Xie Yanci. Your Majesty, another memorial has arrived. An attendant announced. Emperor Jinghua's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Who among us is without fault? To deny Yanci entirely for a single mistake is unjust. Summon Prince Ning to the palace, and call for the 6th prince. Yes. With a calm demeanor, the emperor's gaze fell upon the memorial condemning Xie Yanci. He coolly tossed it aside. Aware of his transgressions, Xie Yanci hurriedly made his way to the palace upon hearing the emperor's summons. Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. I am guilty and beseech your punishment. Upon his arrival, he prostrated himself on the ground. Rise. You have indeed erred in this matter. Attend to the wrongly apprehended prisoners and temporarily set aside the issue of the Golden Guard. You are still young and in need of experience. This misstep is yours. I shall deduct half a year as salary. Xie Yanci wept profusely. Father Emperor, during this period, focus on self-cultivation and refrain from dwelling on inappropriate thoughts. Studiously learn from your third brother. Xie Yanci paused. Father Emperor, I acknowledge my mistakes. My thoughts were indeed shallow. I had believed that irrefutable evidence could not be refuted. Regarding the unrest at the northwestern border, I am willing to relieve Father Emperor of your burdens. Emperor Jinghua nodded with appreciation, then remarked, the northwestern region is harsh and frigid. Are you certain you wish to go? Do not hastily assert yourself in the face of momentary doubt, leading to unnecessary decisions. Furthermore, the region is plagued by sandstorms. If you do not practice martial arts, your health may not withstand it. It would be wiser to study in the capital or the prosperous southern lands. Xie Yanci yearned to prove himself further. From a young age, he had immersed himself in literature, amassing knowledge. He could outsmart his teachers with the wisdom from his books. Additionally, he was well versed in military strategy, able to recite every principle flawlessly, and he was confident in his ability to navigate the complexities of the battlefield. Even if he were lacking, he would still prove superior to his third brother, who only knew to resolve issues through brute force. Prince Ning has arrived, a eunuch announced sharply. Xie Yanci entered the palace under the cover of night, his nose tinged red from the cold. Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Rise. Xie Yanci has made a grave error. How do you perceive this? Emperor Jinghua did not allow him a moment to catch his breath, his icy tone confronting him directly. his penetrating gaze imposing a heavy pressure. Xie Yanci felt a chill within, pulling aside his robe to kneel. Your son is guilty. I implore Father Emperor to impose punishment. Emperor Jinghua narrowed his eyes. What fault do you bear? Xie Yanci calmly responded. The sixth brother is still young and inexperienced in handling cases for the Dali Temple. I believe that with his intelligence, he would surely capture the true culprit swiftly and decisively. Yet, I overlooked his lack of experience. As his elder brother, I failed to assist him in thoroughly verifying the details, which is my first mistake. Furthermore, as the Prince of Ning, consuming the sustenance of the people without consideration for their welfare is my second mistake. As for Emperor Jinghua interjected, I have not come today to punish you. Since you are aware of your errors, you must amend them. Therefore, I shall impose a penalty of 1 year's salary upon you to serve as a reminder. Regarding your sixth brother, I have already punished him. He has expressed a desire to atone for his mistakes by volunteering to address the matters concerning the Northern Bandits. You are well versed in the military affairs of that region. What are your thoughts? Xie Yanci secretly scowled, maintaining a composed exterior. Was it not evident that they wished to compel him to deal with the Northern Bandits? If it pained them to send Xie Yanci, let him go. If Xie Yanci wished to take on the task, then let him handle it. In his previous life, he had personally ventured to the northwest to address this issue. The bandits, like wild beasts, were ferocious and uncommunicative. They had been incited by the barbarian tribes, causing upheaval along the border of the Northern Dynasty. This led to chaos in the northwest, with the bandits declaring themselves kings and parceling out land, resulting in a significant number of displaced persons along the way. Xie Yanci, innocent as a lamb, would surely suffer if he ventured there. The Northwest was a desolate and frigid realm, with resources vastly different from those in the capital. Given that the sixth brother had never left the capital, he feared he would be unable to cope. Xie Yanci was determined not to allow others to look down upon him, declaring to the emperor, Father, it is precisely because I have never left the capital that I must venture out to gain experience. My third brother also embarked on his journey at my age, and even younger. At this, Emperor Jinghua's countenance faltered slightly. Your third brother has trained in martial arts and studied military texts from a young age, unlike you. The Northern Bandits will not engage in reasoned discourse. Xie Yanci added fuel to the fire. Father, the sixth brother is indeed lacking in experience. It would be best if I handled the situation in the Northwest. Xie Yanci, feeling anxious, protested. Father, I understand my inexperience, but if I do not undertake this task, I shall never gain experience. Experience is acquired through practice. Moreover, I am more versed in military texts than my third brother. Even the esteemed Mr. Wu, a veteran of 3 dynasties, has never criticized my knowledge of military matters. Xie Yanci chuckled inwardly, recognizing the futility of arguing with him. After all, Mr. Wu, nearing 80, had suffered hearing loss due to his years of warfare and was not particularly eloquent. Xie Yanci bombarded the old general with a multitude of grand theories. Who could possibly counter him? Yet, he feigned concern and advised, Sixth brother, think carefully. Xie Yanci waved his hand resolutely. No need, father. You have praised my literary talents and my familiarity with military texts, deeming me a prodigy. This time, I wish to contribute my modest efforts for the sake of the Northern Dynasty and the people of the Northwest. If I sit in this position as a prince without contributing to the welfare of the people, I would find it impossible to sleep at night. Emperor Jinghua displayed a look of approval, a smile gracing his lips. I am greatly heartened by your ambition. In that case, let Xie Yanci take full responsibility for this matter, and you shall assist your third brother. Xie Yanci exclaimed, Father, although my third brother possesses considerable experience, in terms of knowledge, I have never been outmatched. I'm fully aware of what must be done and how to accomplish it. Moreover, it is rather inappropriate for my third brother to leave home so soon after his recent marriage. I understand your concerns for my well-being, dear father. Allow me to propose a candidate, the 5th-rank cavalry general, Jiang Xinglan. He is valiant in battle and possesses a keen intellect. Together, we will undoubtedly succeed in this endeavor. Xie Yanci had already envisioned a splendid blueprint in his mind. Xie Yanci, standing nearby, feigned discouragement and fanned the flames, saying, "Father, please reconsider." Xie Yanci persisted, "Father, please place your trust in me and grant me this opportunity." Xie Yanci urged once more, "Father, I implore you to think carefully." Xie Yanci continued, "Father." Emperor Jinghua furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. "Very well. Since you are so resolute, proceed as you wish. I entrust this matter entirely to you, with Jiang Xinglan as your assistant. However, it may not be prudent for just the two of you to embark on this journey. I shall appoint Luo Chuan, the Minister of War, to accompany you. He is quite familiar with the Northwest and may provide invaluable insights and counsel." Chapter 71. Heartache for Xie Yanci, my lady. It's quite late. Perhaps you should retire for the night. The winter dew is heavy, and you must guard against the chill, Chang Xia advised gently. Shen Zhiyi shook her head. "I am waiting for him. That sixth prince has made a grave error, creating this mess, and he summoned Xie Yanci to the palace without knowing his intentions." Chang Xia reassured her, "Do not worry, my lady. Ah, the prince has returned." Shen Zhiyi hurriedly rose and rushed into his embrace, only to be gently pushed away. Xie Yanci removed his heavy cloak, stating, "I just rushed in from outside, and I'm quite cold. Allow me to bathe first, otherwise you might catch a chill." Shen Zhiyi nodded. "Is there something amiss?" Xie Yanci scoffed. "It is nothing of great consequence. He still perceives me as that same eager child in need of paternal affection, one who revered him. I have long ceased to be concerned about such matters. He has docked my salary for an entire year, while Xie Yanci received only a 6-month penalty and even a chance for redemption." Shen Zhiyi frowned in displeasure. "What? He is utterly shameless." Xie Yanci affectionately ruffled her hair, speaking softly, "But there is no need for concern. He has volunteered to handle the unrest in the Northwest, taking Jiang Xinglan along with him. That should be quite enough for them to contend with. The barbarian forces among the Northwest insurgents complicate matters. Xie Yanci is stubborn, and Jiang Xinglan's cunning is not as deep in this lifetime as in the last, so the outcome remains uncertain." Shen Zhiyi followed him, asking, unaware that they had arrived at the hot springs, "If they fail to manage it, what will become of the people in the Northwest?" Yan Xing and the Minister of Rites have gone to South Jiang to celebrate the king's birthday. On their return, Yan Xing will resolve this matter. Xie Yanci will merely earn a reputation for ineptitude, and Yan Xing will clean up after him. Even if the emperor favors him, he will have to reconsider his position. Upon reaching the hot springs, Xie Yanci nonchalantly disrobed before her, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. "Zhiyi, care to join me?" "You go away," Shen Zhiyi retorted, stepping forward to push him into the hot spring. Though he was somewhat unruly, his physique was admirable, causing Shen Zhiyi to blush slightly. "Why do you think the emperor holds him in such high regard? Could there be some hidden secret?" Xie Yanci leaned back, eyes closed, responding, "Because Xie Yanci is easily manipulated, always seeking the approval of this father figure. Moreover, Consort Li hails from a humble background, and he is viewed as a figure of significance. He spoke just enough to avoid being overt. Despite the fact that the emperor once sent someone to eliminate him in a previous life, he remains his son, bound by the chains of ethics and familial duty. He cannot emulate such cold indifference." With her lashes lowered, Shen Zhiyi approached the shore, sitting beside him to massage his shoulders in silence. Ultimately, the emperor favors those who are easier to control, satisfying his own desires. As for Xie Yanci, he likely elicits feelings of guilt from the emperor due to his upbringing far from the capital, fighting valiantly on the battlefield. He does not feel heartache, someone else does. Xie Yanci smiled, his lips curling. "Zhiyi, would you mind massaging my arms again?" Shen Zhiyi's gaze turned desolate. Inexplicably, her heart ached for him. With a mother gone and a father indifferent, even subjected to his father's schemes, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Embracing him from behind, she whispered, "Xie Yanci, I shall be by your side from now on." Xie Yanci smiled and intertwined his fingers with hers. As the chill of the streets dissipated by December, a fervent wave of renovation took its place. Many areas along the thoroughfare had aged, and merchants eager to claim the land were fervently constructing. Due to external whispers, numerous families sought to settle in the area, with several dignitaries acquiring residences here. Small vendors had already begun their trade. Fortunately, Shen Zhiyi had acted swiftly. All necessary constructions were completed, with embroiderers and craftsmen at the ready. Everything was set, save for her ongoing deliberation over the selection of jewelry designs. Xie Zhiyi, a source of information, had already disseminated some buzz around the venture, and anticipation was burgeoning among the populace. Shen Zhiyi settled on a name for her shop, Rainbow Garments and Treasure Studio, catering to both the elite and the common folk, with prices to match. Your Highness, a letter has arrived from Lord Pei regarding Miss Zhang's affairs. The engagement has been annulled by the Duke of Su, and with the presence of the Grand Princess and the Seventh Prince, the Zhang family dares not cause a stir. The marriage has quietly been arranged. Miss Zhang was recuperating in Jinghua town and had yet to return to the capital. Lu Li approached with a bowl of silver ear soup, placing it beside her. Shen Zhiyi set aside her drawings, relieved that their matters had been resolved. By the way, how is your hand? Lu Li cheerfully waved her hand. Look, I'm perfectly fine now, much better. Your Highness, Lady Luo has arrived. Lord Shan has taken her to the front hall. Shen Zhiyi slowed her movements, her eyes turning frosty. Lady Luo? Uninvited, I see. Lady Luo had been ousted from the palace by the Empress Dowager without a shred of courtesy. The Luo family, too timid to confront the Dowager, sought to exert pressure on her as the new princess. Upon entering the front hall, Lady Luo quickly bowed. Your servant pays respects to the princess. May you enjoy peace and prosperity. Shen Zhiyi narrowed her eyes, maintaining a cordial demeanor. Several boxes were laid on the floor, likely offerings of apology. Lady Luo, no need for excessive courtesy. Lady Luo appeared burdened by concern for her daughter, her demeanor lacking any aggression, resembling a long-ailing patient. I come uninvited, and I beseech the princess for forgiveness. I am here to apologize on behalf of my daughter, who has offended you. Shen Zhiyi's brows flickered slightly, disregarding her words. Lu Li, it is snowing outside. Lady Luo looks unwell. Please fetch a bowl of ginger tea. Only then did Lady Luo notice Lu Li, her expression momentarily frozen as she recognized her. Why does this woman seem so familiar? Shen Zhiyi, puzzled, inquired, why does Lady Luo gaze so intently at my maid? I dare say, my maid does bear some resemblance to Miss Luo. Lady Luo appeared weary, her complexion pale, yet the corners of her mouth curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with guilt. Your Highness's words are indeed accurate. It is quite true. My child Wan Quan possesses a rather impetuous temperament. And on that day, her words were ill-considered, which caused offense to your Highness, leaving me deeply ashamed. Upon returning to the Luo residence, I chastised her sternly. Today, I have come bearing a token of my sincerity, and I hope your Highness will graciously accept it. However, I am unaware of your Highness's preferences, and if this gift is unsuitable, I beg for your understanding. Shen Zhiyi replied, Madame Luo has shown great thoughtfulness, yet Wan Quan requires further discipline to prevent any future calamities. This time, the Empress Dowager has already imposed punishment upon her. I shall refrain from intervening. The Luo family remains a branch of the Empress Dowager's maternal lineage. While I can accept an apology, I cannot allow them to take undue advantage. Chapter 72. Xie Yanci is a busy man. Madame Luo smiled gently, noting that the girl Qian Qian had been punished by the Empress and was now unable to rise from her bed to personally apologize to the princess, which was indeed regrettable. Fortunately, the princess was gracious and did not hold the girl accountable. Shen Zhiyi slightly raised her chin as the ginger soup arrived. Given the fierce wind and snow outside, Madame Luo, please have a sip first. Thank you for your consideration, Princess, Madame Luo replied. Lu Li moved gracefully, placing the ginger soup beside Madame Luo. The latter couldn't help but gaze at Lu Li a few more times before finishing the soup. Lu Li felt a bit shy under the scrutiny and awkwardly smiled at Madame Luo. The latter nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, truly, as expected of a maid by the princess's side, her beauty is indeed quite rare. May I ask, Princess, where is this young lady from? Although Shen Zhiyi was puzzled by Madame Luo's frequent glances at Lu Li, she replied honestly, she is an orphan and knows not her origins. I perceive that Madame Luo seems to have a particular interest in Lu Li. An orphan? Madame Luo's heart fluttered gently. she found Lu Li somewhat familiar, akin to Qian Qian. Unable to resist, she gazed at Lu Li again. Shen Zhiyi raised her eyes to compare the features of Madame Luo and Lu Li, feeling a jolt of surprise. Similar? I perceive Lu Li as having a face that could change in myriad ways, resembling many, yet her resemblance to Madame Luo is striking. Madame Luo's eyes inexplicably began to glisten with tears. Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance to my younger self. No wonder she appears so familiar to me. Lu Li beamed brightly. Perhaps I am a long-lost relative of Madame Luo from 500 years ago. However, I hail from Yangzhou, while Madame Luo resides in the capital, so the distance might be considerable. Upon hearing this, Madame Luo's earlier doubts dissipated entirely, and her demeanor softened. Perhaps. Yet, the change in Madame Luo's attitude left Shen Zhiyi with lingering suspicions. The Empress had mentioned that Luo Qianqian was only recently recognized, and with Lu Li being an orphan, their striking similarity could suggest some connection. Could it be that Lu Li was the daughter Madame Luo had lost? Yet, it seemed implausible. If Luo Qianqian were an imposter, the Luo family would surely have discovered it. In her past life, Xie Yanci had lived for quite some time. Perhaps she could inquire with him. As Madame Luo prepared to leave, she publicly gifted Lu Li a jade bracelet under the pretext of gratitude. If there were indeed ulterior motives, the existence of Luo Qianqian would be intriguing. Princess, is it not peculiar how Madame Luo treats me so kindly merely due to our resemblance? This jade bracelet is no trivial gift. She must be quite wealthy, Lu Li remarked, her eyes gleaming with avarice, smiling cheerfully. Shen Zhiyi asked, Lu Li, do you recall any memories from when you were 4 or 5 years old? Do you have any recollections of your parents? Lu Li replied honestly, not very clearly. I remember that the woman there said I was sold to them. Since I can remember, I've always been in Yangzhou. I suppose my parents were poor and sold me to them. Regardless, I have lived quite well, and I am very content, especially being by the princess's side. Every day, I indulge in preparing my favorite dishes, while occasionally playing cards with Xingyue and Changsha. The people of the Ning Wangfu are exceptionally kind, and the princess treats me well. With ample silver, I even have enough to buy jewelry. Liu Li, with a foolish grin, conceals a simple-minded spirit beneath her beautiful exterior. Shen Zhiyi couldn't help but laugh at her, remarking on her easy contentment. However, she advised that next time, she should not venture out alone. Either Xingyue or Changsha should accompany her, as they possess martial skills, while she, with her delicate beauty, might attract perilous situations. It seems that her mother from Yangzhou has truly raised her to be so innocent. Since the end of his wedding leave, Xie Yanci has been exceedingly busy, often leaving Shen Zhiyi unable to see him during the day, except at night. Although many affairs have been taken over by Xie Yanci, the burdens on his shoulders remain unchanged. One evening, as Shen Zhiyi waited for him, she inadvertently leaned against the Guifei chair and fell asleep. When Xie Yanci returned, he found her in such a vulnerable position and felt a pang of sympathy. In the bitter winter, she was at risk of catching a chill. He carefully lifted her and placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket, feeling a warmth in his heart, resolved to protect her in this lifetime. Xie Yanci, you're back? Shen Zhiyi murmured, blinking awake. She quickly sat up, rubbing her eyes, and asked, Are you hungry? I had someone save you some food. Xie Yanci smiled, replying, I'll eat shortly. You should rest well and avoid catching a cold. A servant then brought in the prepared meal. Determined, Shen Zhiyi got out of bed and leaned her chin on the table, watching him. It's still warm. Eat quickly to warm your stomach. Has there been much happening in the city? Why did you return later than usual today? Xie Yanci nodded, explaining that Xie Yanci was preparing to head northwest, leaving a multitude of messy affairs for him to handle. And with the position of Jingzhou now vacant, he had taken it upon himself to fill that role. Shen Zhiyi's dissatisfaction with Xie Yanci deepened, and she pouted, You've been working so hard. Since your leave ended, you've been busier than ever. Even though we share the same roof, we see each other so little. Tomorrow, the street market will open. It's my first venture in a business, and I'm unsure how it will fare, she added. Xie Yanci felt a twinge of guilt, his dark eyes clouded with concern. He softly reassured her, The development of the street market is guided by favorable circumstances, so there is no need to worry too much. The winter hunt is approaching, and I'll take you horseback riding and archery to hunt. Shen Zhiyi's expression brightened. That sounds wonderful. By the way, I recall that there were assassins during the winter hunt in my previous life, weren't there? Xie Yanci replied. That was the doing of King Jing, a ruthless character. Though my father seemed to favor me, his true intent was to protect the sixth prince, who remained unaware. The assassins targeted both me and my father. In my past life, he sought to eliminate me, intending to inflict harm upon himself to gain my father's favor and ensnare me in a trap. This time, it shall unfold as he wishes. Xie Yanci lowered his gaze, concealing the icy glint in his eyes. I planned to turn his scheme against him, letting him and the crown prince engage in a fierce rivalry, casting the blame upon the crown prince. Shen Zhiyi, I see. Is there anything I can assist you with? Xie Yanci, hide away. Ensure that this matter does not touch you in the slightest. Shen Zhiyi smiled knowingly, reassured. I recall you mentioning that Lu Li had some entanglement with the fifth brother, Xie Yanci, but Lu Li's identity. Is it connected to the Luo family? Xie Yanci chuckled as he drew her into his embrace, speaking in a low voice. Clever girl, she is the biological daughter of Madame Luo. In her previous life, she became Yanqing's concubine before she learned of her true identity. Yet I am unaware of how she returned to the Luo family. After all, at that time, she was merely a passerby to me. We had no significant interactions. All of this was conveyed to me by Yanqing. Shen Zhiyi's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly is the case. No wonder Madame Luo visited today, gazing at Lu Li for an extended period and publicly bestowing upon her a jade bracelet, simply because she seemed familiar. Xie Yanci, should we inform Madame Luo of this matter? Xie Yanci, not so fast. Apart from her appearance, Lu Li possesses no tangible evidence to prove she is a miss of the Luo family. The Luo family would not acknowledge her solely based on our assumptions. Luo Wanwan's status as a miss of the Luo family undoubtedly has its basis. Shen Zhiyi pondered for a moment, then cheerfully remarked, perhaps the mother who raised Lu Li in Yangzhou knows something. I shall take care of this matter. Will Lu Li still have a fated connection with Yanqing in this life? Xie Yanci shrugged. It ultimately depends on their destiny. Chapter 73. Shen Yanci Seeks Help Today marks the grand opening of the exquisite Naichang Treasure Pavilion along the street, where Shen Zhiyi chooses to make a discreet appearance. The sole proprietor, Yi Zhiqiu, operates this establishment, fortified by her connection to the Hou family and the support of her sister-in-law, the princess. Few would dare to offend or provoke her, and through the princess, she could elevate the reputation of Naichang Treasure Pavilion among the nobility. The street today is abuzz with excitement. Vibrant red lanterns adorn the entrance of Naichang Treasure Pavilion, drawing an unsuspecting crowd of curious townsfolk. Ye Ziyu, known for her camaraderie with numerous friends, receives their enthusiastic support. The jovial head manager of the pavilion emerges with a beaming smile, bowing graciously and uttering auspicious words, before generously tossing silver coins to the gathered crowd. Today marks the auspicious opening of Naichang Treasure Pavilion. We hope you will grace us with your presence. Our establishment specializes in an array of exquisite jewelry and fine silks. We welcome everyone to visit and make purchases, and we promise to offer the highest quality products and services in return. He continues, moreover, we cater to the common folk with our beautifully crafted items at affordable prices. For today only, all goods are available at just 70% of their original price. After expressing his gratitude with another respectful bow, the manager acknowledges the audience. Though many townsfolk may lack the means, they yearn to partake in the festivities, and the street is far from the usual quietness, buzzing with life. With Yi Zhiqiu present, her friends are eager to show their support. They initially intended to make a token purchase, yet found themselves entranced by the captivating offerings of Naichang Treasure Pavilion. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zhiqiu stealthily ascends to the second floor to join Shen Zhiyi. Sister, I've arrived. This is my first venture into business, and I never anticipated such a crowd on the opening day. I am so exhilarated. Shen Zhiyi chuckles softly. It's just the first day. Many variables lie ahead. We shouldn't celebrate too prematurely. Yi Zhiqiu, brimming with pride, responds, You wouldn't believe how my friends initially looked down on my business venture, thinking they'd merely be giving me face. Now, each of them has bought a plethora of jewelry, and some have even tried on outfits. Haha. I'm convinced that Naichang Treasure Pavilion will soon earn its reputation. Their chatter will spread like wildfire in the coming days. Even my sister-in-law is supportive. She purchased over 100 taels of jewelry. Shen Zhiyi's eyes widen in astonishment. Over 100 taels? Your sister-in-law must be quite affluent. Ye Zhiyi Riplius. She has a passion for beauty and never wears the same outfit twice. This amount is nothing to her. Peering out from the window on the second floor, Shen Zhiyi observes the throngs entering Naichang Treasure Pavilion. Fortunately, they have hired ample staff to manage the bustling activity. Today marks a splendid beginning. Upon returning to the Ningguang mansion, Changxia approaches with a grim expression. Princess, the young lady has somehow escaped from the Zhao residence and is now waiting in the main hall of the Wang mansion. Xie Yanci? It has been ages since she last heard that name. She is still alive? And she managed to slip away from the Zhao family, choosing to come to the Ningguang mansion instead of returning to the Shun family at the first opportunity. Take me to see it right away. Shen Zhiyi arrived at the main hall, expecting to find Xie Yanci as proud and unrestrained as before. Instead, she was taken aback by Shen Yanci's current state. She had lost more than 20 pounds. Her eye sockets were sunken, her body emaciated and frail, shivering in her summer attire. And although her face remained relatively clean, the once vibrant sparkle in her eyes had faded considerably. Upon seeing Shen Zhiyi, tears streamed down her face as she immediately knelt, crying out, "Sister, please save me. My life at the Zhao family is worse than death. They are exceedingly cruel, allowing Zhao Qin to favor his concubine over his wife. And I am imprisoned, enduring the humiliation from that concubine. Sister, please, help me, help me. You are now the princess consort of Ning, and if you seek justice for me, they would not dare to speak against you. You must punish that wretched Zhou." Shen Zhiyi, high and aloof, raised her chin to regard her coldly. It was astonishing to see the once noble Shen Yanci reduced to begging. She replied indifferently, "After all, that is a matter concerning my sister's household. How could I possibly interfere?" Shen Yanci froze at these words, rushing forward to grasp the hem of her dress, disbelief etched on her face. "I am your sister. We are family. Please, save me. I managed to escape the Zhao family with all my possessions," she sobbed. Shen Zhiyi stepped back, pulling her garment from Shen Yanci's grip, her gaze frigid. "Now you remember we are family? It seems you never realized it before. You are now a member of the Zhao family, and I cannot assist you. Guards, escort her out." 2 guards seized Shen Yanci, dragging her away as she protested no. "Let me go. Let me go." Like a shrew, she struggled against their hold, losing all dignity as she knelt before Shen Zhiyi, defiantly declaring, "If you do not help me, I will remain here in this position. You wouldn't want the rumors of mistreating your elder sister to spread, would you?" Shen Zhiyi scoffed. "The Zhao family is not afraid of such rumors regarding their treatment of wives. Why should I be? If you wish to kneel, then kneel." Shen Zhiyi averted her gaze, her eyes icy. In her previous life, she had personally ended Shen Yanci's life. In this life, she wished not to soil her hands, only to discover that Shen Yanci had survived, living well. She was not pleased, hearing that her brother-in-law had someone pregnant, and seeing her sister's frail form. It seemed unlikely that it was Shen Yanci who carried his child. Perhaps the concubine was with child before her. Flames of resentment ignited in Shen Yanci's eyes as she clenched her fists, though she ultimately remained silent, her expression growing increasingly grim. Shen Zhiyi paid her no mind, allowing her to kneel, knowing her intentions were malicious and her character treacherous. Rather than aid a vicious dog, it was better to let her madness lead to her own punishment. Zhao Qin cherished that Zhou, and now Shen Yanci could only seethe in frustration, powerless to act. In the late December snow, flurries danced outside, blanketing the world in white, nearly obscuring everything. Shen Yanci, humiliated, knelt outdoors, her body turning purple from the cold. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, she dragged her stiff body away from the Ningguang residence. "May I inquire if this is Madame Zhao?" Shen Yanci, leaning against the wall, regarded the obstructing carriage before her with vigilance. "We mean no harm. Our young lady is the legitimate daughter of the Luo family and wishes to extend an invitation to Madame Zhao for a conversation. Chapter 74. The invitation from the princess consort. After departing from the residence of the Prince of Ning, the young lady encountered Miss Luo and subsequently boarded her carriage. Chang Xia recounted everything she had discreetly observed. Shen Zhiyi paused momentarily, her brows furrowing in contemplation. Luo Wanwan was employing Jian Shui against her, and now she intended to collaborate with Xie Yanci? It seemed that some advantageous arrangement had been promised to Xie Yanci. Given this, she decided to entrust the letter to old Madame Zhao, who would discern the appropriate course of action. Initially, she had hoped for Xie Yanci to face her own demise. But to her surprise, Xie Yanci had climbed aboard Luo Wanwan's carriage, indicating a plot that spoke for itself. Luo Wanwan was rather foolish as well. Despite facing punishment from the Empress Dowager and bearing injuries, she showed no restraint, brazenly associating with Xie Yanci. Shen Zhiyi was genuinely curious about the expression on Luo Wanwan's face once her true identity as a member of the Luo family was unveiled. She had never provoked Luo Wanwan, nor were they familiar with one another. The animosity seemed utterly unfounded, perhaps stemming from Xie Yanci. Nevertheless, her feelings for Xie Yanci surely did not warrant such jealousy as to wish harm upon another. Meanwhile, Xie Yanci, having reached a mutual understanding with Luo Wanwan in the carriage, returned to the Zhao residence with an air of triumph, stealthily slipping through the dog hole. After emerging from the cramped passage, she initially believed that no one had noticed her, only to find herself locking eyes with old Madame Zhao. Xie Yanci's complexion paled in terror. Had someone betrayed her? Grandmother. Old Madame Zhao maintained a composed demeanor, her gaze glinting ominously as she raised her cane and struck it forcefully against Xie Yanci's frail shoulder. In a measured tone, she declared, "How dare you defy my orders? Sneaking out without permission, seize the young mistress and administer family discipline." Upon hearing the term family discipline, Xie Yanci's legs buckled in fear. "No, grandmother, I understand my error. I have reflected upon my actions. Please have mercy," she pleaded. "It is merely that my younger sister's birthday is approaching, and now that she has married the Prince of Ning and become the princess consort, I, as her elder sister, sought only to procure a birthday gift for her." Old Madame Zhao's smile was devoid of warmth, her expression dark. "Do not presume that the title of princess consort can intimidate me. You are a member of the Zhao family. Regardless of her status, what relevance does it have to our household affairs? Take her away." Flurries of snow fell incessantly, the biting wind howling in wild abandon. Xie Yanci knelt as the rightful wife of Zhao Qin, pressed against the cold, unyielding ground, feeling the relentless strikes upon her back, each blow nearly costing her life. During her time in the Buddhist hall, she had often been deprived of food, subsisting on cold, stale rations, leaving her emaciated. Additionally, after kneeling at the Prince of Ning's residence for the better part of the day, her strength had long since waned, her knees nearly bruised beyond recognition. With a complexion as pale as paper, Xie Yanci knelt in the snow, her thin garments offering little warmth. Numbness had taken over her knees, while warm blood seeped from her back, starkly contrasting against the blanket of white snow. Madame Zhao, wrapped in a plush cloak, cradled a hot water bottle in her hands. Adorned with a golden hairpin, her feet encased in embroidered shoes, accompanied by several maidservants, strode past with an air of importance. Feigning shock, she exclaimed, "Goodness, sister, are you all right? You've been so brutally hurt. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." With a feigned kindness, Madame Zhao placed a porcelain vial beside her, smiling triumphantly. Xie Yanci, filled with rage, wished to tear her tongue out. In a fit of anger, blood surged forth, and she spat a mouthful of crimson that splattered across Madame Zhou's delicate face. "Ah!" Madame Zhou gasped, collapsing to the ground, frantically wiping her face. However, the blood only smeared and distorted her features further, rendering her visage increasingly ghastly. She glared at Xie Yanci, demanding, "What are you doing?" Prostrate on the ground, Xie Yanci laughed recklessly, exclaiming, "I curse you to miscarry this child." Madame Zhou's face drained of color as she retorted, "Silence." At that moment, Zhao Qin arrived. his expression turning grave upon seeing Madame Zhou covered in blood. He rushed to embrace her, asking anxiously, "What has happened?" Madame Zhou exaggeratedly recounted Shen Yanci's purported transgressions. Shen Yanci glared at the two with a deep-seated resentment, her eyes a harbinger of terror. Zhao Qin, begrudgingly lifting Madame Zhou, ordered, "What are you staring at? Someone, throw my wife into the cold courtyard. No one is to visit her." This sentence severed all of Shen Yanci's hopes and avenues for survival, causing her to faint. Changsha recounted the events at the Zhao residence to Shen Zhiyi in detail. Shen Zhiyi merely nodded slightly, reflecting that this fate was of her own making. Zhao Qin's words had nearly extinguished all her hopes. Shen Yanci had sustained severe injuries and was unlikely to survive the winter. Changsha pursed her lips in silence. She had once wished for the eldest lady's demise, yet now that death loomed so near, she felt an unexpected tranquility. She has committed countless wrongs. Certainly, the king of hell will claim her. The eldest lady has been married for less than a year. Should she perish, her husband will bear the stigma of a wife killer. Xingyue gracefully entered, holding a letter. "Your Highness, this is an invitation from the Prince Jing's residence." The Prince Jing? Shen Zhiyi took the envelope and opened it, discovering it was an invitation from the Princess of Jing, requesting her presence, along with other noble ladies, to enjoy the plum blossoms in the snow at the prince's estate. She had heard that the princess adored plum blossoms so fervently that the prince had allocated 1/3 of the estate's grounds solely for their cultivation. Although the spring, summer, and autumn seasons were barren, in winter, the plum garden at the Prince Jing's residence bloomed vibrantly amidst the desolate Kyoto landscape. Having visited the plum garden in her past life, she felt a sense of nostalgia. Yet, she was not well acquainted with the princess. Though they were sisters-in-law, their conversations could be counted on one hand. The prince was not above reproach either. It would be wiser to feign illness and remain indoors. Perhaps, in due time, she could join Xie Yanci for a visit to the Qing Shan temple outside the city to admire the blossoms. To venture to the Prince Jing's residence might invite unforeseen troubles. "Your Highness, the steward of the Prince Jing's residence is here, waiting outside. He claims there has been a mix-up with the invitations. Yours is still in his possession, and this one belongs to Madame Xiang," Chen Lin announced from outside. Upon closer inspection, Shen Zhiyi realized that a mistake had indeed been made. Given the circumstances, she could not feign illness to avoid the situation. Otherwise, unfounded rumors would likely begin to circulate. Sighing, she decided to let him in. Chapter 75. The Unexpected Alliance. As January approached, the tempest outside grew increasingly fierce. With a relentless blizzard that finally subsided on the third day, Shen Zhiyi adjusted her heavy cloak, beneath which she wore a warm ensemble adorned with a simple yet elegant pale yellow skirt. She stepped into the carriage, which began its slow journey towards the residence of the Prince of Jing. "My lady, I have never attended such a gathering," Liuli confessed, her head bowed in trepidation. "Though I accompany you as a maid, I fear I might make a mistake." She was accustomed to the company of Xingyue and Changsha, and the prospect of mingling with the noble ladies of the capital filled her with anxiety. Lacking the composure and intellect of Sister Xingyue, as well as the agility of Sister Changsha, she felt like an unsophisticated cook, devoid of grace, and feared she might embarrass her lady. Shen Zhiyi smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry. It is not as if I am asking you to recite poetry. Just stay by my side, and you will do just fine." In recent days, she had commissioned an investigation into Luo Wanfang's situation. It turned out that her return to the Luo family was due to Lord Luo recognizing the jade pendant around her neck, as she bore a striking resemblance to Lady Luo. Upon further inquiry, the villagers recounted a consistent tale. She had gone missing at the tender age of 4 or 5 and was later adopted. Furthermore, the birthmark on her left arm convinced Lord Luo that she was indeed his daughter. "Liuli, raise your arm and let me see how your injury has healed," Shen Zhiyi instructed. Without hesitation, Liuli lifted her arm to reveal the birthmark, 5 interconnected black dots. "My lady, look. My wound has healed splendidly. It has even scarred over." She beamed. Shen Zhiyi felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the healing was remarkable. She had decided to present Liu at the Prince of Jing's residence to draw out those who covertly aided Luo Wanfang, hoping to entice them into revealing themselves. Otherwise, no matter how closely Liu resembled Lady Luo, she would merely be another lookalike in a crowd. Only by grasping their weaknesses could they hope to succeed. Liu bore a closer resemblance to Lady Luo than even Luo Wanfang herself. As the gathering at the prince's residence consisted of young ladies from esteemed families who were well acquainted with Lady Luo, the news would undoubtedly spread. Keep this safe, Shen Zhiyi instructed, handing Liu a seemingly inconspicuous small cylinder, roughly the size of 2 thumbs. This is a concealed weapon I crafted myself. The base can rotate. When you find yourself in peril, countless silver needles will be released. With another twist, a blade will emerge, and reversing the turn will retract it. Liu's eyes widened in astonishment. My lady, what a treasure this is. Shen Zhiyi replied, it is for your protection. There will be times when your safety cannot be guaranteed while you remain by my side. While you lack martial skills, having a concealed weapon is prudent. Liu was overjoyed. Thank you, my lady. Unbeknownst to her, the concealed weapon would soon prove its worth. Upon arriving at the Prince of Jing's residence, she was promptly welcomed inside. Entering the warm chamber, greetings, Princess Ning, the attendees said, and aside from the Princess of Jing, the other ladies were obliged to pay their respects. Shen Zhiyi merely nodded and smiled. She cast her gaze over all present, her eyes landing on the indignant Luo Wanquan, who was nestled beside Madame Luo. To her surprise, Luo Wanquan was indeed present. How remarkably resilient she was, enduring 20 strikes yet still managing to appear composed. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that Luo Wanquan was the cherished jewel of the Luo family. How could the Empress possibly command a thorough thrashing? It was merely a theatrical display, a gesture of face-saving. The punishment was superficial, causing only minor bruises. As the crowd lifted their heads, they were met with the sight of Liu beside Shen Zhiyi, who gasped in astonishment, her eyes twinkling with admiration. Sister-in-law, please come take a seat. The heavy snow from the other day has left the air quite chilly. First, let's warm ourselves with some ginger tea. Today marks our first meeting, after all. The princess consort of Jing Wang exuded grace and elegance, her smile radiant, appearing both gentle and generous, though one could not discern the authenticity behind her demeanor. Thank you, second imperial sister-in-law, she replied. As royal sisters-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. By the way, dear sister, who is the person behind you? The princess consort's gaze shifted to Liu, who had become the center of conversation. Upon seeing Liu, Luo Wanquan's eyes flickered with shock, quickly followed by a surge of jealousy and anger. She glared at Liu, biting her lip in frustration. This is my personal maid, second imperial sister-in-law. Is there any rudeness on her part? Shen Zhiyi inquired. The princess consort smiled. Not at all. The maid beside you is as stunning as you, dear sister-in-law. I mistook her for a lady of noble birth. Liu, suddenly called upon, felt her hands tremble with nerves. Unsure of what to say. The last time she had been halted by Madame Luo at the Wang residence, it had taken her a considerable time to regain her composure. Shen Zhiyi stepped protectively in front of Liu, saying, Your praise is unwarranted, second imperial sister-in-law. The plum garden of Jing Wang's estate is renowned throughout the capital. Today, we are indeed privileged to behold its beauty. Renowned? Such flattery. The princess consort remarked playfully. Let's visit the plum garden then. With this change of subject, the group's attention shifted towards the garden, and Liu exhaled in relief, focusing intently on following Shen Zhiyi. The plum garden was in close proximity, and before them stood a vermilion gate, flanked by proud plum trees extending their majestic branches. The pink blossoms sprang forth, defying the thick blanket of snow, their vibrant hues captivating all who beheld them. As anticipated, the garden was filled with plum trees, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Shen Zhiyi was entranced by the scene before her, approaching a blossom to brush off the snow, smiling contentedly. How beautiful! It truly lifts the spirit. The other noble ladies also expressed their delight in the plum garden, showering praises upon Jing Wang and his consort, their words elevating her spirits. Within the garden lay a small lake, its scenery splendid. The princess consort explained. Do not be deceived by the icy surface. Beneath lies cold water, with fish swimming below. Every winter, I come to reside in the plum garden. Look, there's a house over there. The prince is quite fond of this place. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Zhiyi, who had been closely following the princess consort, found herself inexplicably pushed to the periphery of the gathering. Shen Zhiyi, with her strong sense of vigilance, immediately scanned the crowd in search of Luo Wanwan's silhouette, as distant as the horizon, yet as close as her own eyes. Lady Luo, standing so near to this noble consort, do you have something to convey? Startled by the sudden call of her name, Luo Wanwan rolled her eyes and retorted, Am I not free to wander as I please in the Prince of Ning's residence? Luo Wanwan admonished Lady Luo from the side. Do not be disrespectful. With a dismissive pout, Luo Wanwan replied, Indeed, I was disrespectful just now. I beg for your forgiveness. Princess of Ning. Shen Zhiyi stepped forward, brushing her aside and paying her no heed as she moved onward. However, before she could take more than a few steps, her foot slipped unexpectedly, sending her body teetering towards the lake. Instinctively, she turned sideways, grasping desperately onto the railing below her knees, which proved of little assistance. Gasps erupted from behind her, as several ladies inadvertently lost their footing. Among them was Luo Wanwan, who collided forcefully into Shen Zhiyi. The latter, caught in her own thoughts, failed to notice Luo Wanwan's approach. Quick as lightning, Lioli, with keen reflexes, pulled her royal mistress aside, resulting in Luo Wanwan plunging effortlessly into the lake. The ice was broken. Chapter 76. Lady Luo witnesses the birthmark. The unexpected turn of events caught Lady Luo off guard. The railing by the lakeside only reached her calves, and Luo Wanwan had assumed that Shen Zhiyi would surely fall into the lake. Thus she had exerted herself to lean over. Little did she expect that she would be the one to plunge into the icy water. As she broke through the frozen surface, she found herself struggling in the frigid depths. Help! Help me! Lady Luo was in a state of panic, her mind racing. Several ladies had already stumbled and fallen, and the Princess of Jing had gone to attend to them, leaving no one to assist Luo Wanwan. My daughter! Someone please, say my daughter! Tears streamed down her face, and helplessly, she could only wait, unable to swim herself. Most of the onlookers were esteemed ladies who also lacked the ability to swim. Where are the guards? Where are the guards of the Jing Wangfu? Lady Luo cried out in desperation. The garden was thrown into chaos. Shen Zhiyi, standing aloof, coolly observed Luo Wanwan flailing in the lake, feeling a sense of poetic justice. She was unaware of the reasons behind Luo Wanwan's animosity towards her. Glancing around, Shen Zhiyi noticed a long bamboo pole and approached to pick it up, a smile creeping across her face as a thought crossed her mind. Make way! Make way! Miss Luo, I have a bamboo pole. Grab onto it. Shen Zhiyi lowered the pole into the water. To Luo Wanwan, it appeared as though she had spotted a lifeline, and she clutched desperately at it. Shen Zhiyi, with a playful smirk, teased the pole, dodging it just out of reach, while Luo Wanwan's frantic movements went unnoticed by the crowd. In the midst of this, the bamboo pole struck Luo Wanwan's head several times, and eventually her strength waned, her struggles slowing. Suddenly, a familiar figure dove into the lake, Lioli. Without hesitation, she plunged into the biting cold water and rescued the nearly unconscious Luo Wanwan. Dragging her ashore, she forcefully tossed her onto the ground, prompting Luo Wanwan to cough up water. However, her gaze remained vacant, as if she were still in a daze. Lioli, maintaining her composure, swiftly delivered 2 sharp slaps to her face and feigned concern. Miss Luo, are you all right? Don't fall asleep. If you do, you may never wake up. With a few more slaps and vigorous shaking, Lioli successfully roused Luo Wanwan from her stupor. You! Luo Wanwan's eyes rolled back as she fainted once more, her pale face now marked with red handprints. Lioli felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, it was only deserved for those who bullied their princess. Lady Luo, witnessing this scene, would have been furious had it been anyone else, who would strike someone after saving them. Yet, upon seeing Lioli, her anger dissipated. She hurriedly removed her garment and draped it over Luo Wanwan. Then regarded Liuli with a composed expression. "Thank you, Miss Liuli, for your assistance." Liuli, catching her gaze, lowered her head in modesty. "I merely acted in defense. Lady Luo need not feel indebted." The princess consort of the Jing kingdom arrived fashionably late. Her expression dimmed upon seeing Shen Zhiyi standing there unscathed. "What transpired here?" "Quickly. Summon someone to escort Miss Luo away to seek a physician and prepare some warm garments." Shen Zhiyi reminded, "Dear second imperial sister-in-law, do not forget my maidservant." The princess consort replied, "Rest assured, third sister-in-law, everything will be arranged." The matron beside the princess consort led Shen Zhiyi and Liuli to a secluded chamber. Noticing the unusual pallor on Shen Zhiyi's face, Liuli dared not speak, merely lowering her head and following her like a contrite child. Upon closing the door, Liuli immediately confessed, "Your Highness, I was wrong." In that moment, seeing Madame Luo in tears, my heart inexplicably softened, and I jumped in. Shen Zhiyi pursed her lips, her brow furrowed. "I had no idea you could swim. In the depth of winter, how cold is the lake water? Next time, before you rescue someone, consider your own well-being first. Go take a bath." Liuli's audacity had indeed grown. She had jumped into the lake without informing her. Unsurprisingly, Luo Wanwan must have reached some understanding with the princess consort, deliberately orchestrating this scenario for revenge, while the princess consort was merely testing the waters. She would not truly allow her to perish within the Jing residence. She was aware that someone would inevitably come to rescue Luo Wanwan. How foolish of Liuli to jump in on her own. Liuli's heart warmed. The princess consort genuinely cared for her. "Yes, your highness." After this commotion, no one had the heart to admire the plum blossoms, and they all departed one by one. Shen Zhiyi returned to the scene of the incident, observing the traces left by footsteps, and in the pristine snow, she discerned a hint of oil. Kneeling down, she reached out to touch it and caught a whiff. Indeed, it was oil. Shen Zhiyi's gaze darkened, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. This was clearly premeditated. A gentleman does not forget his grievances. She returned to the chamber, her expression tumultuous, and coincidentally encountered Madame Luo, who was approaching with a clothing bundle. "Why are you here, not attending to Luo Wanwan?" Madame Luo choked out, "Your Highness, I am grateful for Miss Liuli's timely assistance. Had it not been for her, I shudder to think what might have happened to Wanwan. Thus, I have come to express my gratitude. These garments were sent by the princess consort as an apology. I shall personally deliver them to Miss Liuli." Shen Zhiyi interjected, "But she is still bathing." Madame Luo, however, smiled gently, "Perfectly fine. I shall place the garments inside for her, and she can change once she is done." Shen Zhiyi's mind raced, unable to decipher Madame Luo's true intentions. Since she wished to enter, so be it. "Then I shall trouble you, Madame Luo." Madame Luo's eyes sparkled with barely concealed delight. Upon reaching the door, she softly called out, "Miss Liuli, may I come in? I have brought you some clothing to express my gratitude." Just then, Liuli had finished her bath. "Thank you, Madame Luo," she graciously replied. Madame Luo entered without placing the garments on the nearby rack, instead handing them directly to Liuli. Surprised, Liuli, still seated in the bathing tub, could only awkwardly extend her hand to receive them. As she extended her hand, Lady Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks. She struggled to suppress the name that almost escaped her lips, her voice trembling as she urged, "Put it on." After laying down the garment, Lady Luo wiped her tears and stepped outside. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my impertinence. Liuli, when did she begin following you?" Shen Zhiyi, sensing the gravity of the situation, responded with a gentle smile, "It has only been a few months. She was sold to Yangzhou initially, serving as a frail horse due to her striking beauty. There, the matron nurtured her, and eventually, she was sold to the residence of the Prince of Ning, where she became my maid." Lady Luo was profoundly affected, taking several unsteady steps back. Did she ever suffer indignities?" Shen Zhiyi replied, "How could that be? Why do you inquire about such matters, Lady Luo?" Lady Luo concealed her face, weeping silently, her words unspoken. Chapter 77. Caught in a conspiracy, it was my indiscretion, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Princess. Miss Liuli bears an uncanny resemblance to Wanwan, and I momentarily lost my composure. Lady Luo, having wiped away her tears, then smiled as she retrieved a bag of silver from her pocket. Your Highness, this is a token of gratitude. I kindly request that you pass it on to Miss Liuli. I beg your pardon for my earlier behavior. Shen Zhiyi replied. In that case, I shall convey your thanks to Miss Liuli on your behalf. After Lady Luo departed, Liuli emerged from within, dressed appropriately, and with a slight bow, inquired curiously, Your Highness, why did Lady Luo personally deliver the garments? Shen Zhiyi explained. She came to express her gratitude. Here, take her gift. Use it wisely to purchase warmer clothing for the winter. Liuli eagerly accepted the offering, opening it with anticipation. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Your Highness, it's filled with gold leaves. Shen Zhiyi was equally astonished. Lady Luo had indeed been generous. It seemed she had harbored suspicions regarding Luo Wanwan's identity and sought confirmation from Liuli. However, relying solely on a birthmark was insufficient evidence. If Lady Luo had doubts, she would likely conduct a discreet investigation, and, at that time, Shen Zhiyi would assist her. The envoy dispatched to Yangzhou would return in a fortnight. Your Highness, I am overwhelmed with joy. I have struck gold. When I return, I must invite Sister Xingyue and Sister Changxia to the Zui Xianlu for a feast. I shall prepare a Grand Manchu Han imperial feast for you, Liuli exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Shen Zhiyi smiled serenely. The incident involving the princess had not gone well today. Thus she had prepared compensation for every visiting lady. As a woman of noble status, she returned home with a small chest of gold and jewels. After their outing, both mistress and maid returned laden with treasures. As they rode back, nightfall enveloped them. Shen Zhiyi joyfully opened the chest, admiring the treasures within. Xie Yanci's salary had been withheld for a year, and the expenses of the Ning Wangfu required funds. Who could ever have too much money? Meanwhile, Liuli was counting the gold leaves in her bag. Your Highness, we have not only ventured out, but also prospered. Truly, what is meant to be will inevitably come to pass. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The two were jolted forward, but fortunately, the gold and jewels remained secured. Your Highness, be cautious. There are assassins. Shen Zhiyi steadied herself and lifted the curtain to observe the assailants. Night had fallen, and in the heart of the bustling capital, they found themselves utterly alone. Disaster struck. The coachman had been replaced. Just then, the shadow guards sent by Xie Yanci arrived in the nick of time, swiftly surrounding the carriage. The clash of cold steel rang out, echoing with sharp, chilling sounds, while anguished cries filled the air, sending shivers down the spine. Yet, the attackers continued to pour forth, and the number of shadow guards was evidently insufficient, placing them in dire straits. Shen Zhiyi and Liuli huddled tightly within the carriage, with Liuli trembling uncontrollably, her eyes wide with fear and panic. Shen Zhiyi dared not make any rash movements. She knew her skills were inadequate compared to the assassins. To rashly charge out would only complicate matters for the shadow guards. In a swift moment, one of the assassins seized the opportunity amid the chaos and plunged a long sword into the carriage. The sudden strike caught Shen Zhiyi completely off guard. The sharp tip of the sword swiftly penetrated her body, and bright crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, rapidly staining her garments. Princess Run, the dark guards, upon discovering Shen Zhiyi's injury, shouted in furious alarm. Liuli hurriedly assisted Shen Zhiyi, struggling to help her descend from the carriage. At that moment, the remaining dark guards formed a tight defensive circle around the two. However, the assassins emerged from the shadows like an unrelenting tide, seemingly endless. As the number of attackers swelled, a breach began to appear in their protective formation, with one assassin lunging towards them. Shen Zhiyi pushed Liuli aside and lashed out with her red whip, sending countless silver needles hurtling towards the assassin's face, who writhed in agony before collapsing. With this opening, groups of assassins surged towards Shen Zhiyi. Kill the princess consort of Ning. Hefty rewards await. Liuli drew the hand tube Shen Zhiyi had given her, launching sharp silver needles at the assailants, who fell to the ground. Trembling, she swiftly rotated the hand tube, her movements precise and fierce, as she mercilessly plunged it into the chest of another attacker, seizing the sword from their grasp. Shen Zhiyi was unskilled with the sword, but she wielded her whip adeptly, engaging in a fierce struggle with 2 or 3 assassins. The Dark Guards, seeing this, intended to rush in to rescue Shen Zhiyi, but the sheer number of assassins trapped them, with an array of concealed weapons on her person. Shen Zhiyi deftly swung her red whip to entangle the blades aimed at her, flinging them aside. Subsequently, she hurled a small sphere into the air, which detonated, releasing a multitude of silver needles far exceeding the previous assault. The needles fell like rain, piercing the bodies of the assassins from all directions. As the needles were coated in poison, they rapidly ravaged the attacker's systems. The assassins fell to the ground in agony. Suddenly, one assassin found an opening and lunged fiercely towards Shen Zhiyi's back. Hearing the commotion behind her, she swiftly turned, gripping the cold blade tightly. Yet blood seeped through her fingers. Despite her utmost effort, the disparity in strength threatened to drive the sword through her body. Just at that critical moment, the assassin in front of her suddenly collapsed, revealing Lu Li's terrified countenance. Shaking, she drew her sword and rushed to Shen Zhiyi's side, supporting her with a quavering voice. "Princess, are you all right?" Shen Zhiyi's face turned pale. "I'm fine. You must go to the Ning Wangfu for reinforcements and escape while you can. Hurry." Her pupils dilated sharply as she lashed out with her red whip, striking the assassin behind Lu Li in the face, then pushed Lu Li away once more to engage the attacker. Concealed beneath her shoe was a blade, which she drove into the assassin. Her strength was nearly expended, her martial prowess insufficient against the assassins, as sharp blades aimed for her chest. She swiftly evaded, only to feel the piercing pain as one blade struck her right breast, the agony radiating through her limbs. The Dark Guard, covered in wounds, struggled to break free from his shackles, kicking away the assassin before Shen Zhiyi. The assassins encircled them, leaving Lu Li unable to escape. Noticing her beauty and realizing she was not their target for the night, they harbored malicious intent, revealing lewd expressions as they restrained her, immobilizing her and placing her in the carriage. Disaster struck as reinforcements arrived. They cried out to kill the Princess of Ning. After a fierce battle, only 6 Dark Guards remained by Shen Zhiyi's side, forming a protective circle around her. However, she could no longer endure the onslaught and succumbed. Fainting in a pool of blood, Xie Yanci's expression darkened profoundly, his eyes glinting with an icy intensity. Riding his chestnut steed, he was followed by a multitude of Imperial Guards. He dismounted lightly, swiftly crossing over the assassins to reach Shen Zhiyi. Upon seeing her lying amidst the blood, anguish filled his heart, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears as he lifted her into his arms, consumed by a crimson haze of fury. Chapter 78. The Crown Prince's actions. The Jinwu Guard successfully captured several assassins, while the rest either fled or met their demise. Xie Yanci's expression was exceedingly cold. His dark pupils resembled shards of ice, exuding a bone-chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing anyone who dared to approach. Blood stained his robes, and an unknown crimson streak marred his once pristine and noble visage, enhancing his formidable presence. With great tenderness, he held Shen Zhiyi close, having already dispatched someone to the palace to summon the imperial physician for her rescue. Once she was out of danger, he promptly returned to the Prince of Ning's residence with her. His once steadfast and elongated hands, which had taken countless lives, now trembled inexplicably as they grasped the reins. Xie Yanci clenched his jaw, his heart brimming with boundless resentment. He should have arrived sooner. It was all his fault. Mo Bai remained behind to handle subsequent matters. Noting Liu Li standing by, her acupoint sealed, initially on the verge of fainting due to the sudden appearance of a fresh head, she could not succumb to unconsciousness, for she had not retrieved the money from the carriage. Once Mo Bai released Liu Li's acupoints, she anxiously turned to return to the carriage. Clutching the small treasury she shared with Shen Zhiyi. In the next moment, her complexion turned as pale as paper. Her large eyes fluttered shut, and she collapsed against Mo Bai. Mo Bai, upon seeing Liu Li in his arms, swiftly lifted her and the small treasury, departing with urgency and ordering that all the assassins be taken to the dungeon for interrogation. Quickly, save the princess consort. Where's the physician? Hurry, come here. Xie Yanci bellowed, his voice hoarse and his eyes bloodshot, as though he might erupt in flames. He carefully laid Shen Zhiyi upon the bed. Yet the blood from her chest continued to flow like an unrelenting spring, staining the bed and floor. The physician, burdened with a heavy medicine box, rushed in, intending to bow, but was met with Xie Yanci's furious reprimand. Get up. Saving the princess consort is of utmost importance. The physician, trembling with fear, quickly stood and hastened to the bedside to attend to Shen Zhiyi. Due to the severity of her injuries, Elder Wang arrived to assist in the treatment. Xie Yanci stood helplessly at the side, striving to remain unobtrusive. He stood quietly, his gaze cast downward, his eyes sharp and cold as if they were two glistening swords. Piercing through the two individuals before him, an invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere. Your Highness, the royal physician must not be distracted while treating the princess consort. It would be best for you to wait outside, Chun Lin boldly suggested, having perceived the urgency in the physician's eyes. Xie Yanci clenched his fists, gazing at the frail Shen Zhiyi. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and turned to exit. Squatting at the door, he was engulfed in fear. Terrified of witnessing her lying on the bed, devoid of color as she had once before, he resembled a statue, trembling uncontrollably, with no one aware of the depths of his fear. As buckets of blood were carried out, he remained tense, his hands shaking incessantly. He had lost her once and could not bear to lose her again. Otherwise, he remained oblivious to the fate that awaited him. It was entirely his fault. Had he arrived a tad earlier and dispatched more guards to accompany her, perhaps this unfortunate incident could have been averted. Presently, with myriad troubles at hand, the Ning Wangfu was under scrutiny by many, and he had the audacity to allow her to venture out alone. Truly unforgivable. As he attempted to turn, a sharp pain coursed through his shoulders and neck. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Come quickly, assist the prince. Chen Lin gazed at Xie Yanci with concern. Witnessing the prince's distress filled him with dread. With the princess still in peril and the prince's nerves frayed, he feared that the prince's anger might harm him. The princess had collapsed. The prince could not afford to follow suit. Even should the prince choose to punish him, he would accept it willingly. Chen Lin arranged for Xie Yanci to be placed adjacent to Shen Zhiyi, fully aware that upon awakening, the prince would undoubtedly create quite a commotion. This incident reached the ears of Emperor Jinghua, inciting his fury. In the imperial city, beneath the sovereign's feet, how could anyone be so audacious as to brazenly attempt to assassinate the Ning Wangfei? This was an affront to the royal dignity. He immediately tasked Pei Xian with uncovering the truth behind the matter and dispatched 2 imperial physicians to the Ning Wangfu for assistance, along with a bounty of medicinal herbs. In the eastern palace, Jiar, do you think father will discover this? The crown prince lay in the embrace of a beautiful maid, relishing her attentions. Yet his expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. Nearby, several concubines danced, while others played the qin, creating an atmosphere of indulgent revelry. Li Nanjia clasped her abdomen. Of late, she had sensed an unsettling discomfort, though she could not pinpoint the cause. Since her pregnancy, the empress had been particularly concerned for the child within her womb, fearing it might be harmed, thus secretly relocating her to the eastern palace. She cast an impatient glance at the dim-witted crown prince, aside from his handsome appearance. He possessed little else, merely a fool. Over the days spent together, her disdain for him had only deepened. Fear not, your highness. You are astute and strategic. How could anyone possibly uncover your plans? The crown prince reveled in her flattery, bursting into laughter. Indeed, I possess both bravery and wisdom. Yet this matter is not solely my undertaking. The king of Jing has pledged his allegiance to me, and I assigned him this task first. Thus, it cannot be pinned on me, haha. Li Nanjia's expression shifted, her thoughts berating his lack of foresight. The king of Jing was ruthless. By the time the crown prince had turned his head once, the king had spun 10 times. What a fool. He remained oblivious to being manipulated. How could the king possibly pledge allegiance to him while he reveled in his own triumph? Your highness, the king of Jing is a man of ambition. I fear his intentions may not be genuine. Why would he assist you? Had I not mentioned before that you must handle this matter discreetly? Why delegate it to the king of Jing? The crown prince's demeanor soured, his expression darkening. You are the one who suggested I assassinate the Ning Wangfei to test the Ning Wang's true capabilities. Now you dare to blame me? Am I to be at fault for this? I am the crown prince. How could the king of Jing ever compare? Li Nanjia forced a smile. Yes, yes. It is all my fault. I merely worry for your well-being, your highness. Upon witnessing her display of vulnerability, the crown prince's spirits lifted somewhat. Rest assured, he continued, the king of Jing has reported that the princess of Ning has sustained grave injuries, leaving the prince of Ning in a state of utter despair. It appears we have indeed struck at his most sensitive point. He wields military power, and he is the one I fear most. As for the other princes, they are but trifles, their maternal clans too feeble to warrant my concern. Li Nanjia smiled and remarked, Your Highness, you are indeed wise and formidable. However, upon hearing the crown prince's words, a chill gripped her heart. How could anyone be so foolish? The Li family has already drawn the emperor's suspicion, and their power has been significantly diminished. The fate of an uncherished prince is all too evident. Only this fool revels in his own perceived cleverness. If only Xinglan could return sooner, she would prefer to have no association with the crown prince whatsoever. Chapter 79. The deposition of the empress and the crown prince. Li Nanjia furrowed her brow, cradling her abdomen with a hand, a flicker of jealousy passing through her gaze. Shen Zhiyi, oh Shen Zhiyi, you have only yourself to blame. I had no intention of taking action against you. Yet here you are, occupying Xinglan's thoughts. I had assumed your relationship with him was merely ordinary, but who could have fathomed the depths of your connection? His kindness towards you is undeniable. This situation demands your downfall. As Li Nanjia pondered, a wave of anger surged within her, causing her stomach to ache, prompting her to grimace. Drawing in a deep breath, she exhaled, Your Highness, I am feeling some discomfort in my abdomen and wish to rest. The crown prince, ever attentive to the child she carried, promptly rose from his seat, lifting her with utmost concern. Is it the cold weather that has troubled you? You must ensure the safe arrival of our son. Fifi, no. Zhiyi, I was wrong. Zhiyi. Xie Yanci awoke with a start, cold sweat beading on his forehead, gasping for breath as tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes. In his dream, Zhiyi lay lifeless, motionless, as if stripped of all vitality. A wave of terror and despair enveloped him. He fought desperately to save her, yet found himself utterly powerless. This sense of helplessness tore at his heart, and tears flowed unceasingly. He glanced around, engulfed by darkness, devoid of any light. Closing his eyes, he attempted to recollect the events that had transpired, but his mind was a tumultuous blur, leaving him with no coherent memories. As he regained his composure, he recognized this was merely a dream, a haunting echo from his past life. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. Slowly, he rose unsteadily, pushing open the door and making his way toward Shen Zhiyi's chamber. Shen Lin, too anxious to sleep, leaned against the door, dozing with half-closed eyes. Suddenly, a force propelled him outside. Hey. Shen Lin grimaced as he clambered to his feet, spotting Xie Yanci. My lord, you are awake. The physician has reported that the princess is no longer in grave danger. Naturally, he chose to relay only the positive news. Xie Yanci cast a glance at him, his tone indifferent. Return to your rest. He pushed the door open. Xie Yanci paused, allowing the chill in his bones to dissipate before approaching. Observing her peacefully lying there, tears betrayed him, cascading down his cheeks. He tenderly placed his hand beneath his nose, feeling her warm breath, a wave of relief washing over him. Leaning down, he bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, settling beside her, unwilling to disturb her even slightly. He had intended to gradually eliminate his adversaries, methodically and carefully, but it seemed his heart had softened. If they were to show no mercy, then he too would not hesitate to be ruthless. Xie Yanci's eyes darkened, transforming inch by inch into a fierce demeanor. He was certain that Shen Zhiyi would soon recover. Following this, it would be their turn to face consequences. The following day, the captured assassins in the prison confessed, revealing that everything had been orchestrated by the crown prince himself. They had been contracted to assassinate the princess of Ning. with a reward of 1,000 taels of gold upon success. The assassins also provided details of the crown prince's dealings with them, including the guaranteed payment and the appearance of the intermediary, a confidant of the prince. Upon the announcement of this shocking news, both the former court and the imperial harem were left in utter disbelief. Among them, there were many notorious figures known for patricide and fratricide. It was unprecedented to hear of someone hiring an assassin to kill their sister-in-law. Early in the morning, Xie Yanci knelt at the entrance of the Hanqing Hall, silent and unmoving. The biting cold and swirling snow surrounded him, evoking compassion from the onlookers. The common folk rallied in support of Xie Yanci, for in their eyes, he remained a valiant protector of the nation, having defended his homeland on the battlefield. How could a prince, who had never ventured beyond the capital and lacked any political acumen, dare to commit murder in the streets, especially against his own sister-in-law, thus violating the moral fabric of society? Whispers of the crown prince's indiscretions quickly spread throughout the city, questioning his suitability to inherit the throne. Xie Yanci was summoned into the hall, his eyes aflame with emotion as he knelt within, pleading for his father to intervene on his behalf. Emperor Jinghua's expression was grave, his brows furrowed with anger. "Get up, my third son. This matter has indeed wronged you. The crown prince's arrogance has reached an intolerable level. To hire an assassin, this will not be taken lightly." He lamented the prolonged house arrest in the Eastern Palace, realizing perhaps he had been too lenient. Xie Yanci lowered his gaze, his voice icy. "Father, the imperial guards obey your commands. Yesterday, a sudden uprising occurred in the west of the city, a diversion to facilitate an assassination, and I believe you are aware of some details. The implications were dire. With Li Nanjia pregnant, the crown prince's position appeared secure, and it seemed he intended to eliminate the Li family entirely. Xie Yanci's blood boiled. They had no right to use such a tragic event as a pretext. His father had played a masterful hand, disregarding even the bond of father and son. This enmity would only escalate, leading to a conflict where one would perish while the other reaped the benefits. "Your Majesty, the Empress requests an audience." Emperor Jinghua barked, "Refuse her." Undeterred by her husband's disdain, the Empress shouted from outside, "Your Majesty, I have grievances to air. This matter does not involve the crown prince. If you wish to punish someone, let it be me." She implored, "For 20 years we have been husband and wife, from youthful partners to this day, and you will not even hear my defense?" Resolute, she declared, "If you refuse to see me, I shall kneel here until you do." Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, she knelt outside the hall. Behind the crown prince stood the Li family, tirelessly advocating for him, knowing that their sole support lay with him. Should he fall, they would have to select another woman from their clan to enter the palace, a perilous endeavor. The Empress's actions only served to infuriate the emperor further. In a fit of rage, he hurled all the books, ink, and writing tools from the table to the floor. "How dare you threaten me? Summon the scribes." As the mother of the nation, the Empress had behaved inappropriately, instilling in the crown prince a sense of disrespect and violating the moral order. "From this day forth, I hereby abolish the title of Empress and demote her to that of a consort. The crown prince, who disrespects his siblings and disregards familial bonds, is unworthy of being the heir to the Northern Dynasty. He is hereby deposed." Upon hearing these words, the Empress wept bitterly, her heart shattered. Your Majesty, I recognize my faults. I take full responsibility for everything. I beseech your mercy." She remained unconvinced, struggling to reach Emperor Jinghua. The imperial guards arrived promptly, dragging her away. In a moment of desperation, the queen spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Meanwhile, chaos ensued in the Eastern Palace. Li Nanjia had vanished. Aware that her secret had been exposed and that the crown prince was in grave danger, she was filled with rage and despair. Determined to escape, she hastily packed her belongings, stealthily took his token, and resolved to flee. She had no desire to be entangled with the crown prince. After all, how could one ascend to the pinnacle of power while being utterly incapable? Her immediate plan was to escape and seek out Xinglan. For reasons unknown, her departure from the palace was remarkably smooth. To avoid detection, she chose the less traveled paths, eager to reach the Jiang residence. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Xinglan had long since departed with Xie Yanci to quell a rebellion in the northwest. Suddenly, a group of men clad in black, wielding single-edged swords, obstructed her path. "Who are you?" she demanded. Chapter 80. Li Nanjia's tendons severed. Li Nanjia gazed at the unfamiliar men before her, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. A flicker of terror crossed her eyes, prompting her to instinctively retreat a few steps, yearning for escape, only to realize that she was utterly alone. Yet, a glimmer of hope persisted as she summoned the strength to cry out for help. "Save me." But before her plea could escape her lips, a tall man swiftly clamped his hand over her mouth, decisive and relentless, leaving her no chance to resist. He dragged her deeper into the alleyway, pinning her to the ground with unyielding force. Li Nanjia struggled with all her might, but the disparity in strength between her and her captors rendered her efforts futile. The man continued to stifle her cries, silencing her completely by stuffing a handkerchief into her mouth. In a sudden movement, another assailant brandished a gleaming blade and, without hesitation, plunged it into her flesh. The tip pierced her skin, embedding itself in her abdomen and shoulder, causing blood to gush forth, staining the ground crimson. Weakened by her pregnancy, Li Nanjia found herself utterly defenseless against the onslaught of unexpected violence. Pain surged through her like a tidal wave, contorting her features into a grimace as her body convulsed in agony. Despite her desperate attempts to escape, her struggles were perceived as mere trifles by her captors, their dark, indifferent gazes fixated upon her, as if she were a mere specter on the brink of death. A cry of torment escaped her lips, her eyes widening in despair as tears cascaded down her cheeks. The blade twisted, plunging once more into her abdomen, severing her tendons. Before callously discarding her like a broken doll, Li Nanjia collapsed in a pool of her own blood, her gaze fixated on the pendant she had snatched amidst the chaos. Engraved upon it was the name of Jing, and her heart brimmed with an overwhelming hatred. Wishing fervently to transform into a vengeful spirit to exact retribution upon the king of Jing and the crown prince. It was undoubtedly the crown prince who had revealed the conspiracy with the king of Jing, and unable to retaliate against him, the king sought vengeance upon her, clutching the jade pendant tightly in her palm. Li Nanjia's suspicions were indeed accurate. Within the palace, the fallout from the demotion of the empress and the crown prince sent shockwaves through the imperial city, akin to a boulder striking water, stirring up tumultuous waves. The news reached the eastern palace, where the crown prince, pale and trembling, fled in defiance of Emperor Jinghua's decree, racing frantically towards the Hongqing Hall. Unsurprisingly, the emperor chose to remain hidden from him. In desperation, the crown prince, disregarding his status, shouted outside the hall, "Father, father, this matter was not instigated by me. It was the king of Jing. I had no part in this. Father." Given the involvement of others in this affair, a eunuch was commanded to usher the crown prince inside. Upon entering the hall, he was immediately met with two ominous gazes, particularly the one from Xie Yanci, whose eyes glinted with a menacing coldness, reminiscent of ancient ice, chilling to the bone. The crown prince's heart raced, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing the murderous glint in Xie Yanci's eyes, a chill coursed up his spine, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The crown prince fell to his knees with a thud, weeping profusely. "Your Majesty, I beseech you, this matter bears no relation to me. It is all the machinations of King Jing. I never intended to harm Princess Ning. It was King Jing who insisted that I pledge my allegiance to him, claiming he would demonstrate to me how to deal with Princess Ning. Naturally, I could not acquiesce, yet he proceeded with his violent intentions. Father, I swear it was not my doing. I implore you for your discerning judgment." The crown prince bowed his head fervently against the ground, beseeching his father for understanding. "And as for mother, she is innocent in this affair. I entreat you to retract your decree. For 2 decades, mother has been your consort, hailing from the Li family. Even if you are angered, please show some consideration for her family. Retract your decree. The Li family has devoted themselves tirelessly to the Northern Dynasty. Do not let the loyal suffer despair." His words, intended to plead, only served to inflame Emperor Jinghua's wrath, who immediately hurled the inkstone at his head. The crown prince's forehead split open, blood streaming down. Xie Yanci, you dare ask me to retract my decree? To spare the Li family's dignity, while contradicting my imperial edict. Have you forgotten your own surname in this Northern Dynasty? You speak of loyalty and dedication. What of me? Where do I stand in your eyes? Do you presume this realm belongs to the Li family? Must I seek their consent, even for issuing a decree? Your schemes with King Jing have not gone unnoticed, and it is solely because you are my sons that I grant you leniency. Have you all grown wings? I am in good health, sitting here soundly. What loyalty do you claim? Do you intend to rebel, to murder your sister-in-law, and then turn against your own father? Summon King Jing to my presence at once. The crown prince, now trembling in fear, had hoped his father would show leniency towards the Li family. Yet the emperor's fury was beyond his expectations. He shrank back. Father, I did not mean for it to escalate. I never intended such thoughts. Please, quell your anger. Emperor Jinghua, exasperated and indignant, commanded, foolish and ignorant, seize the fourth prince for his insolence and administer 30 strikes. The fourth prince's anguished cries echoed from outside the hall. Xie Yanci observed the unfolding chaos with a detached demeanor, calmly stating, Father, do not let your anger compromise your health. Please take care of your well-being. Zhiyi remains in a state of unconsciousness, and I am concerned for her safety. I shall take my leave now and hope for your forgiveness. With a slight bow, he excused himself. As he stepped beyond the palace doors, he encountered the fourth prince, who knelt on the ground in agony. A pained expression etched on his face as he cried out continuously. Xie Yanci's heart harbored cold mockery, his gaze flickering with a fierce disdain and loathing. He slowly turned his palm, clenching his teeth resolutely as he strode forward without hesitation, delivering a fierce punch to the face of the fourth prince, followed by another, and yet another. It was only after the fourth blow that he ceased his assault. Each strike was imbued with complete force, leaving the fourth prince dazed, his visage bruised and battered, with 2 of his teeth knocked out. How dare you strike me? The fourth prince, meeting Xie Yanci's fierce gaze, felt his bravado instantly dissipate. Unable to voice his wrath, he could only widen his eyes and glare intensely at Xie Yanci. From his elevated position, Xie Yanci looked down upon him, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he lowered his gaze to conceal his emotions. He then turned and departed from the palace, leaving the fourth prince to kneel alone in place, enduring the punishment on his back, gritting his teeth and muttering curses under his breath. In the residence of Prince Ning, the master spoke, My lord, the matter has been resolved. Chapter 81. Shen Zhiyi awakes. Xie Yanci stood by the window, his hands submerged in water, gradually cleansing himself. His elongated fingers glided through the warm liquid, while his cold eyes bore an unexpected air of authority. Mo Bai reported, Our people have already retreated. Li Nanjia has sustained 5 or 6 wounds all over her body, and her tendons have been severed. We have arranged for the Li family to discover her. Whether she survives remains uncertain. Xie Yanci maintained a composed demeanor, his voice clear and resonant. This time, I have no intention of allowing her to live. Should she survive, let her endure such torment year after year, until death claims her. After bathing and ensuring that the scent of the fourth prince was absent from his person, he entered Shen Zhiyi's chamber. Sitting at her bedside, he tenderly traced the contour of her brow, leaning down to place a reverent kiss upon her forehead, beseeching her softly, Zhiyi, I implore you, please awaken. Shen Zhiyi resembled a tattered rag doll, her frail form lying quietly on the bed, as if in a peaceful slumber. Xie Yanci felt a pang in his heart. Your Highness, please administer the medicine to the princess first. This is the brew I just prepared. Xing Yue placed the medicine aside. Upon witnessing Shen Zhiyi's state, she could not restrain her tears, her eyes glistening with unshed sorrow. Very well, you may leave now. Xie Yanci lifted the bowl of medicine, gently blowing on the spoon before slowly bringing it to her lips, feeding her sip by sip until the potion was consumed. Zhiyi, I am aware of your aversion to bitterness. Awaken soon, and I shall offer you some candied fruits, all right? No one responded to him. Yet, Xie Yanci remained unperturbed. Speaking to himself, I have avenged those who harmed you. Let Xie Yanhao and Xie Yanqing tear each other apart like dogs. As for Li Nanjia, I intend for her to survive until the winter hunt. However, I could not suppress my anger, which compelled me to take action. He refrained from killing Li Nanjia swiftly. Rather, he wished for her to witness her life ebbing away, drop by drop. Such foulness was too abhorrent to share with Xie Zhiyi. Xie Zhiyi, I have avenged you. Xie Yanci stayed by Shen Zhiyi's side for 2 days, rejecting all attempts to persuade him. Anyone who came to visit was turned away. On a winter morning, as the warm sun began to rise, the snow-covered ground remained devoid of warmth. Shen Zhiyi slowly opened her eyes, moving her body slightly, only to feel a sharp pain from her wounds, causing her to furrow her brow. Her gaze fell upon Xie Yanci, who lay on the couch, quietly resting with his eyes closed. A hint of fatigue etched upon his face, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he had not slept well these past few days. A pile of blankets carelessly draped over him. Xie Yanci, Shen Zhiyi called softly, her voice hoarse from days of silence. Xie Yanci, a light sleeper, would awaken at the slightest sound, especially at the sound of the voice he longed for day and night. He abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up swiftly, a flicker of surprise illuminating his gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he eagerly inquired, Xie Zhiyi, you're awake. How do you feel now? Is there anywhere that discomforts you? Shen Zhiyi gazed at his anxious demeanor, feeling a warmth in her heart. She spoke softly, it's not that I'm uncomfortable. It's just that my entire body aches, and I find myself a bit hungry. Xie Yanci curled his lips into a smile. Since you are hungry, I shall prepare something for you immediately. Rest well, and do not overthink. He then leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Shen Zhiyi replied, understood. Outside, Luli had been crouched in wait next door, and only after Xie Yanci departed did she cautiously slip into the room. The prince appeared formidable, and given their past entanglements, she preferred to avoid his presence. Your Highness, you are awake. Luli's eyes brightened suddenly, and she hurried to kneel by the bedside, her voice trembling. Your Highness, are you all right? If anything were to happen to you, I could never forgive myself. Shen Zhiyi, still in pain from her unhealed wounds, found it laborious to speak as she furrowed her brow, saying, I am fine. Oh, by the way, Your Highness, this is a gift of apology from Princess Jing that I have placed here. Luli set a small box on the table and then inquired with concern, Your Highness, the prince has avenged you. I heard from Mo Bai that he has punished those behind the scenes. MHM. Shen Zhiyi closed her eyes, responding softly. Do you need me to do anything? Luli, what are you doing? Xing Yu entered with a basin of water, having heard the prince say that the princess had awakened and needed to freshen up. She had overheard Luli chattering incessantly at the door. Changxia, who had come alongside, wore an unhappy expression and admonished in a hushed tone. The princess has just awakened and requires rest. Your voice is too loud and disturbs her. You should leave. Luli nodded, momentarily stunned, and with a reddened gaze, she lowered her head and quietly exited the room. Xing Yu wrung out a cloth and gently wiped Shen Zhiyi's face, expressing concern, Your Highness, if I or Changxia had accompanied you that day, perhaps you wouldn't have been injured. When the prince carried you back, you were covered in blood, yet Luli emerged unscathed, lively as ever. Her words brimmed with reproach towards Luli. Shen Zhiyi understood her intentions to defend her and felt a surge of anger, softly reassuring her. Luli is innocent and was quite brave that day. She killed an assassin to protect me. Xing Yu harbored resentment, thinking it was her duty as a servant to safeguard the princess. I shall go pour out the water. Changxia also found herself disinclined towards Luli. Despite understanding it was not her fault, it was difficult to remain impartial. Your Highness, next time you go out, you must take either me or Xing Yu with you. Luli arrived later, and even if she lacks martial skills, she should have fought to protect you. She seems more concerned for her own life. Realizing she had spoken too much, Changxia quickly added, I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Shen Zhiyi felt overwhelmed by their incessant chatter. She wished to clarify and defend Luli, but the pain from her wounds left her breathless, and she could only utter 2 syllables. It's nothing. Changxia promptly fell silent, arranging the blanket for Shen Zhiyi and standing by her side to keep watch. Xie Yanci possessed exceptional culinary skills. Having enlisted in the army at a young age, he learned to prepare meals amidst the desolate mountains and wilderness. Later, inspired by Shen Zhiyi, he frequently cooked for her, ensuring his culinary talents did not wither away. The chicken shredded congee he prepared now was fragrant, tender, and utterly delightful. "Gigi, I have cooked chicken shredded congee," Xie Yanci said, a smile gracing his features as he approached her. Gigi hurriedly helped Shen Zhiyi sit up, allowing her to lean against Xie Yanci's embrace. Xie Yanci remarked, "This congee is warm and aromatic. Do give it a taste." Indeed, Shen Zhiyi had been hungry for quite some time, her stomach yearning for the days of abundant fish and meat. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Chapter 82. The Quarrel. Xingyue. Liuli stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, yet reached Xingyue's ears. "What is it? Speak." Xingyue's expression was frigid, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Liuli, her demeanor markedly more distant than in previous days. A pang of sorrow gripped Liuli's heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice choked as she implored, "Xing, I truly did not intend to fail in protecting the princess. I'm fully aware that this is all my fault." Xingyue pressed her lips tightly together, her voice icy as she retorted, "Enough. And what now? The incident has occurred. There is no need for such theatrics." With that, Xingyue turned to leave. Seeing this, Liuli, in a state of desperation, reached out to stop her, urgently explaining, "Xin, I am not being theatrical. Please do not be angry with me. I swear I will care for the princess with utmost diligence." Xingyue scoffed coldly, feeling inexplicably vexed by Liuli's demeanor, unsure if it was genuine foolishness or an act. "Step aside. Until the princess recovers, you are not permitted to approach her. Longxia and I will tend to her. Your clumsiness is hardly suitable for her care." This was the first time Xingyue had spoken to her with such harshness, her ire palpable. Liuli's tears spilled forth, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "I can change, I can learn." "What is this?" Chun Lin interjected, leaning in to observe the commotion. "Liuli, why are you crying? Did Xingyue bully you?" Xingyue shot him a glare, her anger boiling over as she stormed over and kicked him forcefully. "Which of your foolish eyes saw me bully her? Just because she cries, does that mean I will not cry?" Chun Lin scampered away, clutching his backside. "Hey, Xingyue, I am the esteemed steward of the Ning Wangfu. Is this how you treat me? You should learn from Liuli. Although I previously found her displeasing, I now wish to acknowledge her as my sworn sister." "Ouch, you still hit me." Xingyue delivered 2 more kicks in frustration, snapping, "Get lost. Perhaps you should just marry her. I know Liuli is beautiful. Many of the young servants and guards send her gifts, and none can compare to you. Just marry Liuli already. And stop talking about being sworn siblings, you lunatic." Liuli's face paled in fright as she hurried to clarify, "I do not fancy Lord Chun. I would never marry him. In my opinion, you and Lord Chun are far more suited for each other." Xingyue's face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting?" With that, Xingyue shoved Liuli aside and continued on her way. Chun Lin limped over, saying, "Hey, little Liuli, do not speak carelessly. I cannot handle this tigress." Xingyue paused, her hands clenched tighter as she caught sight of a stone on the ground. She picked it up and threw it at Chun Lin. "Are you out of your mind?" "Ah." Liuli was close to Chun Lin when he warned her to dodge the incoming stone, but she failed to react in time and took a direct hit. Dazed, she touched the spot where she had been struck, feeling the dampness and realizing she was bleeding. As Liuli's legs buckled, she collapsed onto the ground. It was over. Blood had been drawn, and was she to perish? Chun Lin's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed at Xingyue. "Xingyue, you have gone too far. You should never have laid a hand on her." With a stern countenance, Chun Lin swiftly scooped up Liuli and commanded someone to summon Old Wan. Xingyue stood frozen in shock, trembling hands revealing her disbelief at having harmed Liuli. Her gaze dimmed, and she hurried to assess the situation. Changsha went out to investigate and returned to relay the events to Shen Zhiyi. Shen Zhiyi closed her eyes, feeling a sense of helplessness. What a folly. Liuli is not that kind of person. Just days ago, Madame Luo bestowed upon her reward, and she immediately thought of you both and invited you to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. When I was attacked previously, it was she who shielded me. This time, The assailants were ruthless, bloodthirsty assassins. Lioli lacks martial skills, yet she bravely intervened. Killing one assassin was already a remarkable display of courage. She remained unharmed because the assassin had incapacitated her acupuncture points, and she was not the intended target. Thus they refrained from harming her. As Shen Zhiyi awakened, it was the first time she had spoken so extensively. A dull ache throbbed at her wound, and she shook her head in discomfort. Little did she know that the trio would end up quarreling over this matter. Xie Yanci, centered on Shen Zhiyi, sensed her fatigue and felt displeased, gesturing for Changxia to step outside. The two must have vented their frustrations due to your evident concern for Lioli, coupled with Lioli's failure to adequately protect you. Both Xingyue and Changxia are loyal, while Lioli is rather simple-minded. Do not let this distress your health. Shen Zhiyi opened her eyes. All right, I shall not be angry. Tell me about the events of these past few days. Who orchestrated the assassins? Do I have enmity with them? Their actions were so ruthless. Xie Yanci gently pinched her cheek, his dark eyes flashing with intensity. It was Prince Jing, the crown prince, swayed by Linanji, sought to harm you. Prince Jing took this opportunity to feign loyalty to the crown prince, preparing to ally with him against me. However, Prince Jing's true aim is merely to incite conflict between me and the crown prince. The assassins all provided consistent testimonies implicating the crown prince. Oh, I nearly forgot. He and the empress have both been deposed, removed from the East Palace, and he has become the fourth prince, while the empress has been relegated to a concubine's position. Shen Zhiyi paused, her heart gripped with astonishment, and remained silent, listening intently as he continued. The emperor has long harbored dissatisfaction with the Li family and has been suppressing them for this past year. He had no intention of deposing the crown prince. And once the position of heir is vacated, it signifies a reshuffling of candidates. Whether the sixth prince can emerge victorious remains uncertain. On the day Xie Yanci was summoned to the Hongqing Hall, he assumed the emperor was still wary of the Li family, often invoking their name. The emperor, in a fit of rage, seized this opportunity to first depose the empress and then the crown prince. Recently, impeachment documents have been flooding in. As for Linanji, I have returned her actions upon her. I do not know whether she is alive or dead, but in any case, Xie Yanci and the Li family have lost their final trump card. The notion of the imperial grandson is but a farce. Shen Zhiyi sighed. I did not expect the upheaval to unfold so swiftly. What a Prince Jing, Xie Yanci coldly remarked. Father is likely attempting to maintain balance. And all evidence points to Xie Yanci, having no connection to him whatsoever. He is merely punished with a year's salary forfeiture and confined to the residence of the Prince of Jing for 3 months, allowing him to engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario with Xie Yanci. Xie Yanci's words proved to be prophetic. On the day of Li Nanjia's misfortune, the sole hope of the Li family was shattered. When the crowd arrived, they beheld the pendant tightly clutched in her hand. Undoubtedly, it was related to the Prince of Jing. The Li family disclosed this matter to the fourth prince, who descended into madness. Believing he still had Li Nanjia as his trump card, he had anticipated that once she bore the crown prince, everything would turn in his favor, enabling him to overthrow the Prince of Jing. Alas, that hope was extinguished. Xie Yanci was cast out of the imperial palace, residing in the fourth prince's estate, where he, bearing the wounds on his back, wreaked havoc in the Prince of Jing's residence. Chapter 83. The fourth prince causes a ruckus at the residence of Prince Jing in a fit of rage. The fourth prince stormed towards the residence of Prince Jing, accompanied by a handful of his loyal guards and servants. His hatred for Prince Jing was palpable, for it was he who had plunged the fourth prince into this dire predicament. Draped in heavy robes, the fourth prince's countenance was dark as he commanded those by his side to assist him to the entrance of Prince Jing's abode. His face contorted with fury, he pointed at the plaque of the residence and shouted, "Scoundrels, come forth at once." The guards of Prince Jing quickly stepped forward to block his path. The fourth prince rolled up his sleeves, shaking off the grip of his supporting servant, and swaggered forward with feigned bravado. However, as he took a few steps, his foot slipped, and he stumbled forward, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner, his face hitting the earth with a thud. Oh dear! The guards could not suppress their laughter at this spectacle. Embarrassed, the fourth prince disregarded his noble status and exchanged verbal barbs with the guards, declaring, I am the esteemed fourth prince. How dare you prevent me from entering? You shall let me in at once. One guard replied, Your Highness, it is by the emperor's decree that our lord is under house arrest for 3 months, and no visitors are permitted. Do you wish to defy the emperor's command? Unperturbed, the fourth prince attempted to force his way through with his companions, but the guards were not to be trifled with, swiftly subduing the intruders with ease. The fourth prince feigned helplessness, lying on the ground and crying out, Help! Someone is assaulting a prince. The guards exchanged glances, exclaiming, Your Highness, you are slandering us. The fourth prince, having lost all semblance of pride, sought to drag someone down with him in his despair. To openly bully a prince, as the brother of Prince Jing. How could he refuse to see me? It must be you who are dishonoring the crown. What punishment shall you face for this? As onlookers gathered, pointing and discussing the unfolding drama, someone emerged from within the residence and spoke to the guards. They promptly lifted the fourth prince and carried him inside, bringing the farcical scene to an end. Brother, how long do you intend to create this uproar? Prince Jing stood before him, his expression dark and his gaze icy. The fourth prince, discarded like refuse upon the cold ground, felt utterly stripped of dignity. His self-respect had been shattered, yet upon seeing Prince Jing, an unexpected calm washed over him. Slowly, he rose to his feet, brushing off the snow from his robes with a vacant expression. Create an uproar? Second brother, you dare accuse me of causing a scene? You exploited me, leading to the loss of my title as crown prince. And even my mother has suffered because of your schemes. And you still have the audacity to claim I am the troublemaker. All of this is because of you. The fourth prince's voice was laced with resentment and fury, his eyes ablaze with anger. Prince Jing smirked knowingly. Very well. If you insist that I am the cause of your misfortune, then consider this. The mere presence of the consort of Ning was enough for father to strip you of your position as heir, and your mother's rank was so easily discarded as well. It is evident how significant a position Prince Ning occupies in our father's heart. Why do we not unite to confront him? Moreover, this incident